Get the hell out. The roar cracked by his ear like a whip. Before he could even react, a massive force kicked him square in the back. He was thrown out the door like a sack of potatoes. Thud! His back slammed hard against the cold flagstones, and it felt like every bone in his body was about to shatter. He instinctively looked up. Behind him, the great, vermilion doors slammed shut with a boom, the bronze knockers rattling. And then, silence. All that remained was his own ragged breathing and the tearing pain in his chest. He lay on the deserted street, the chill of the flagstones seeping through his thin clothes, creeping into his skin. He stared blankly at the night sky. A colossal, fractured moon hung there, casting a cold, clear light. This moon, it was bigger than any moon he could remember. Unnaturally so. His head was splitting. Countless fragments of memories that weren't his own flooded his mind like a bursting dam. Through the searing pain, he felt himself pulled back to the moment just before. Icy river water flooded his mouth and nose. The cries of a child grew more and more distant. He used the last of his strength to push the child toward the shore, but he himself was caught in an unseen current, dragged down into the bottomless dark. At the bottom of the river, a massive vortex was spinning like the gaping maw of a great beast. No, that wasn't right. Another memory tore through the darkness. A young man, also named Suwujo, was dressed in bright red wedding clothes. But on his wedding night, he was drunk in another woman's bed. That woman was his new wife's best friend. Then came the faces, countless faces filled with contempt and disgust. Trash. You've brought nothing but shame to the Chin family. Parasite. These voices screamed in his head, every word a searing hot needle. The scene shifted again. Incomprehensible images exploded in his mind. Someone swung a sword, and a river 100 meters wide was cleaved in two. Someone threw a punch, and a small mountain was instantly pulverized. This was a world of cultivation, a world where one could wield extraordinary power. And he, Suwujo, was the son-in-law of the Chin family of Linen City in this world. A son-in-law who lived with his wife's family. A notorious wastrel. An idiot incapable of any physical labor. A parasite who had squandered the vast fortune his parents left him, forced to leech off his wife's family just to survive. Two lives, two sets of memories, crashed and tore at each other inside his mind. He lay on the cold street, feeling the weakness and pain of this new body, staring at the strange, colossal moon in the sky. He understood. He had transmigrated, and he had taken over the life of a worthless piece of trash. At the very moment he was being thrown out by the family. The cold stone pavement pressed against his cheek as rainwater, mixed with blood, flooded his nostrils. It was the choking, metallic tang that pulled Suwujo back to consciousness. He was dead. The thought shattered in his mind, cold as ice. His last memory was the sickening crunch of bone as a fist met his face. And a roar, laced with venom. You beast. That furious face belonged to Qinjian, his new brother-in-law. Today was supposed to be the happiest day of his life. His 17th birthday, the day he would marry Qin Qingmo, the pearl of the Qin family. A woman he was utterly unworthy of. But now, here he was, lying in the street like a dead dog. Why? A woman's face emerged from his chaotic memories. Lin Qingzi, his wife's only friend. How dare you force yourself on Qingzi? Qin Jian's roar still echoed in his ears. Climbing into his new bride's best friend's bed on their wedding night. The accusation alone was enough to have him killed 100 times over. But she invited me. All Suwujo could remember was a silk robe slipping from a shoulder and a soft, whispered summons. There had been no force. A searing pain lanced through his skull like a red-hot poker. The world dissolved before his eyes, melting into a roaring void. It felt as if an unseen hand had seized his soul, yanking it mercilessly into a bottomless vortex. All my schemes, all my machinations, all to live again. I never thought I would be paving the way for you. An ancient, raspy voice echoed not in his ears, but directly in the depths of his soul. Suwujo found himself at the bottom of a colossal black bowl. He looked up. The walls were covered in a web of cracks, and from each fissure seeped an aura of pure destruction. Crack. The faint sound of splintering was incessant. The great bowl threatened to disintegrate at any moment. Across from him stood a figure. It was an old man, his body hunched over like a boiled shrimp, reeking of decay. The voice had come from his withered mouth. "Who are you?" Su Wuzhou managed to ask, his voice little more than a whisper. "Where is this?" "Silence, boy." The old man's voice cut him off, urgent and faint, as if it might gutter out at any second. "Listen to me. I am nothing more than a remnant of a soul, and my time is short. Look here." A withered old man's voice, like a candle flame in the wind, was ready to be extinguished at any moment. His translucent finger pointed to a stone bowl on the ground, its surface covered in a web of cracks. "This is the Samsara bowl. I had intended to use it to live again, to claim a new body." The old man's form began to flicker like a faulty lantern, but it shattered in the river of time. "Not only did it fail to bring me back, but it also dragged your soul here from another world. I failed to inhabit this body, but you succeeded." "You?" Su Wuzhou's throat was as dry as if it were on fire. He barely managed to force out the single word. "Let me finish." The old man's voice turned sharp, filled with urgency. "I'm fading. First, the bowl. It's close to breaking, but it can be brought back to life. Feed it metal, any metal. It will devour it like a beast, and then repair itself." The old man paused, gasping for breath, as if the very act of speaking was consuming what little was left of his existence. "As it repairs, a silver liquid will seep from the bowl. Drink it. That liquid holds 3 powers. First, it will act as a fuel, directly igniting the potential within your body and making you stronger. Second, it will soothe your chaotic thoughts, making your mind as sharp as a razor's edge. Third, no matter what technique you study, it will allow you to instantly grasp its deepest secrets. Do you understand?" Su Wuzhou's eyes were vacant. He shook his head blankly. "Fool!" the old man roared, but his voice was now as thin as a thread. "There's no time. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Second, my sword, my healing arts, my life's work. I can't let it all turn to dust with me. I will use the last of my strength to carve it all into your very bones. This will save you decades of hard work." Before the words had even faded, the old man's remnant soul erupted in flames. His entire being turned into a blinding ball of light, which then exploded into thousands upon thousands of searing symbols. Like an enraged swarm of bees, the symbols let out a piercing hum and drilled themselves madly into Su Wuzhou's body. "Arg!" Su Wuzhou let out an inhuman scream. Agony. Indescribable agony. It was as if countless red-hot steel needles were being driven inch by inch into his brain, churning his very soul. Every muscle in his body seized, going as rigid as stone. He curled into a ball, convulsing violently. His bones screamed, his consciousness tore, and it felt as if his body would burst apart from the force flooding into him at any second. This horrific torture lasted for an unknown time, perhaps an instant, perhaps a century. Then, everything came to an abrupt halt. Su Wuzhou lay paralyzed on the ground, soaked in a cold sweat, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The pain was gone, but his mind was now flooded with a massive amount of information. Knowledge of the sword, methods of healing, countless images, insights, and techniques. They weren't memories, but something more akin to innate instinct, already carved into his very flesh and blood. He subconsciously raised a hand, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. A strange power gathered silently in his palm. This is everything the old man was. Ancient stories flashed through Su Wuzhou's mind. How can a power forced upon you compare to this? The old man's voice grew ethereal, like a candle in the wind. That is merely the glow of a firefly. What you have received is the radiant moon. His figure began to turn translucent, its edges dissolving into specks of light. Child, this bowl you have received is a boon capable of altering fate. The old man's voice grew urgent, summoning his last ounce of strength. I have one thing to ask of you. Before Su Wuzhou could open his mouth, the voice rushed into his ears. I have a disciple. If you should ever meet her, please keep her safe for me. Who is she? Su Wuzhou blurted out. You will know. You. He never finished the word. The old man's ethereal form shattered completely, dissolving into countless motes of light that dissipated into the cold air. Everything returned to a dead silence. Su Wuzhou stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest. He reached out, as if to catch the dissipating motes of light, but his hand closed on nothing but air. What the hell just happened? A dying old man. A mysterious request. A bowl that appeared out of thin air. A flood of information crashed through his mind, leaving him dizzy. He staggered back a step, steadying himself against the wall and breathing heavily. The cold touch of the stone confirmed he was still alive. He took a deep breath, and then another, trying to use the cold air to quell the turmoil in his chest. He lifted his head and looked at the tightly shut crimson gate not far away. The Qin Manor. The menacing brass knockers on the gate stared back like a pair of mocking eyes. Go back. The searing pain from his broken ribs seemed to explode through him again. No, he couldn't go back. He turned and began to walk, dragging his numb feet down the deserted street. The moonlight bleached the stone slabs white, stretching his shadow long and lonely behind him. How long he walked, he didn't know, until a pool of warm light spilled across the cold street. He looked up. On the plaque of a small building, 3 large characters were painted in a flamboyant script. Yushan. The aroma of food, mingled with the scent of wine, wafted from a crack in the door. It was like an invisible hand that hooked him by the gut. His stomach let out a loud growl. He hadn't touched a drop of water or a bite of food at the wedding ceremony. That was followed by a brutal beating. His stomach was completely empty. He pushed the door open almost on instinct. But the scent that hit him wasn't of food. It was the thick, cloying smell of perfume, mingled with the coy laughter of women and the decadent strains of music. The main hall was brightly lit. Women in sheer silks drifted between tables, their glances flirtatious and their lips as red as fire. The air was thick with a suggestive energy. This wasn't a restaurant. It was a brothel. Su Wuzhou froze in the doorway, a wry smile touching his lips. Yushan. The character for Shan on the sign was a clever, dirty pun on the word for cuisine. The person who came up with that name was a true genius. He rubbed his hollow stomach. Whatever, as long as they have food. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of perfume, mingled with the languid, seductive music of strings and bamboo. Su Wuzhou stood amidst a cacophony of vibrant reds and greens, his crimson wedding robes looking jarringly out of place. Silk brushed against his skin, and the soft laughter of women tickled his eardrums like feathers. They crowded around him, their soft bodies pressing close, warm breath ghosting across his neck. Well now, handsome, a sultry voice purred. What's a new groom doing in a place like this on his wedding night? Before Su Wuzhou could answer, a voice like a clap of thunder shattered the din. You beast! The voice carried a physical force that made his ears ring. He staggered a step and whipped his head around. A middle-aged man stood a short distance away, his chest heaving like an enraged bull. His eyes were wide and shot through with blood. Qin Li, his new father-in-law. Su Wuzhou's gaze flickered between Qin Li's furious face and the soft, warm bodies pressed against him. His throat felt dry. He managed to force a smile. What if I said, I was just passing by and stopped in for a cup of tea? Would you believe me? Qin Li's face turned a furious shade of purple. He roared with every ounce of his strength. Seize him. Tie this shameless creature up and drag him back. The guards behind him moved as one, pouncing like a pack of wolves. The rough hemp rope bit into his flesh, a searing pain. Su Wuzhou was trussed up like a pig for market, unable to move a muscle, left to their on his wedding night. First came the rumor that he climbed into his wife's best friend's bed, and now he was caught red-handed in a brothel. What kind of a disaster had the original owner of this body left for him? This time, they were probably going to beat him to death for real. The brutal beating Su Wuzhou expected never came. He was thrown into a woodshed, where he spent the night on the cold, hard floorboards. It wasn't until the grating shriek of the bolt being drawn the next morning that he was jolted awake. An old servant untied his ropes with a blank expression, never once looking him in the eye. He simply jutted his chin toward the door, indicating that Su Wuzhou should follow. The disgust in his eyes was as sharp and cold as a knife. He was taken to the main hall. The air inside was so heavy it felt like it might freeze solid, making it difficult to breathe. For people were already seated at a long, blackwood table. An exquisite breakfast was laid out on the table, but no one had touched their chopsticks. The only sound was the faint, crisp clink of a porcelain cup occasionally tapping against the tabletop. Su Wuzhou's eyes swept over each person. His furious father-in-law, Qin Li. His mother-in-law, Lin Xiujing. her eyes red-rimmed and her expression mournful. A young man with a hostile glare that must be his younger brother-in-law, Qin Yunjie. Finally, his gaze fell upon the fourth person. It was a woman. She sat there quietly, dressed in a pale cyan gauze gown, seeming to be the only splash of color in the oppressive space. Her head was lowered, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring her expression. Her fingers were long and slender, wrapped around a white porcelain teacup, the tips a faint, delicate pink. As Su Wuzhou's eyes landed on her, she seemed to sense it and slowly raised her head. In that instant, Su Wuzhou felt his breath catch in his throat. Her features were as exquisite as a masterpiece of fine brush painting, yet they held a cool detachment, like the first plum blossom of winter. Her eyes, clear as spring water but deep as an abyss, regarded him with a calm devoid of any emotion. The gauze gown clung to her body, outlining breathtaking curves that even her quiet posture couldn't hide. She was, in a word, stunning. Su Wuzhou's heart gave a violent lurch. This is Qin Xingmo, my wife. Su Wuzhou's gaze latched onto the woman across from him, sharp as a hook. Her figure curved like a crescent moon. Her aura was as cold and distant as a piece of uncarved, icy jade. Qin Xingmo felt his stare. She lifted her gaze, and in a single glance, her brow furrowed into a knot. Her eyes were devoid of warmth, like chips of ice. She quickly looked away, as if another second of contact would be a stain upon her. A smirk tugged at the corner of Su Wuzhou's mouth. He withdrew his gaze, letting it sweep over the other three at the table. His father-in-law, Qin Li, had a face set like frozen iron. His mother-in-law, Lin Xiujing, was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling, a fire in her eyes threatening to erupt. Beside them, his young brother-in-law, Qin Yunjie, clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked, blue veins popping on the back of his hands. The air in the room froze. In the dead silence, the only sound was the strained breathing of four people. It was a silent storm, and everyone was waiting for the first crack of thunder. But Su Wuzhou smiled. He shattered the stillness. He pulled out a chair, the screech of its wooden legs against the floor a sharp, grating sound. He sat. The rice porridge on the table was still steaming, and the meat buns beside it gave off a warm, weedy aroma. Qin Yunjie's eyes went wide, as if he'd seen a ghost. Ignoring everyone's stares, Su Wuzhou picked up a bun and took a large bite, chewing slowly. The food was plain, but he ate with such relish you would think he was savoring a gourmet feast. Do you remember what you did yesterday? Qin Li's voice was cold and hard, the words forced through gritted teeth. Su Wuzhou swallowed, then leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin. He raised his head to meet Qin Li's stare. I do. He paused, then enunciated each word that followed. Yesterday was my wedding day. I climbed into Miss Lin's bed, and then I paid a visit to the brothel. Smack. The sound cracked through the silence. Lin Xiujing's palm slammed down on the table. A teacup jumped, splashing hot tea everywhere. She shot to her feet. A trembling finger pointed at Su Wuzhou. You animal. Her voice was shrill, distorted with rage. A sharp look from Qin Li silenced his wife. He turned his gaze back to Su Wuzhou, each word seeming to be pulled from an icehouse. Before your father died, he entrusted you to my care. He told me to treat you like my own son. The man's voice was a string pulled taut, vibrating through the room. I knew you were a waste of space, and I still married my daughter to you. I thought starting a family would make you stand on your own 2 feet, make you act like a man. But look what you've done. His voice grew hoarse with rage. Even an animal wouldn't do the things you've done. Su Wuzhou looked up, his tone as placid as if he were discussing the weather. True enough, he said, nodding. Worse than any beast. The air in the room instantly froze. The other 3 people's breath caught in their throats. They had imagined Su Wuzhou would fall to his knees and beg, that he would break down in tears, that he would defend himself hysterically. But they never expected him to condemn himself with the cool detachment of an outsider. What was more, he used to tremble like a mouse before a cat in Qin Li's presence. But now, after committing such a monumental mistake, his spine was ramrod straight. Qin Li let out a laugh born of pure fury, his chest heaving. Good. So you admit you're worse than a beast. He leaned forward, the table groaning under his weight. Then tell me, what should I do with an animal like you? I thought about it all night, Su Wuzhou said, his gaze infuriatingly sincere. But I really couldn't come up with a good solution. So why don't we discuss it? Bang! Qin Li slammed his palm down on the table. The teacup leaped, spilling scalding tea everywhere. Discuss it. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. The words were forced through gritted teeth. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? I could smash you into a pulp with one slap. His raised hand trembled, knuckles white. In the end, it clenched into a fist and dropped heavily. He gasped for breath, turning away. Qin Yunjie, drag him to the martial hall. Qin Li's voice was as cold and hard as iron chains. Lock him in there. He doesn't take a single step outside without my command. He jabbed a finger at Su Wuzhou, the tip turning white from the force. He's afraid of pain, isn't he? Hates to sweat. Then train him to within an inch of his life. Whip him, weigh him down with rocks. I don't care if you have to beat it into him, but you will forge me a warrior. The command hung in the air, thick with the scent of blood. But on Su Wuzhou's face, an almost imperceptible smile appeared. He gave a slight bow, his voice holding a hint of anticipation. Yes, Uncle Qin. I'll do my best. A weight lifted from Su Wuzhou's chest. He even felt that this Uncle Qin was a savior sent from the heavens. Qin Yunjie stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes, sizing Su Wuzhou up as if he were some kind of monster. Did yesterday's beating scramble his brains? How could he mistake father's warning for encouragement? In the hall, the moment Su Wuzhou's figure vanished, Qin Li collapsed back into his chair. The legs scraped against the floor with a harsh screech. He scrubbed his face hard with his palms, his voice hoarse. I never imagined that Brother Su's son would turn out to be a creature like that. He looked up, unable to meet his daughter's eyes, and his voice softened. Qingqing, it is I who have wronged you. What are you truly thinking? The wedding is over. Qingqing's voice was like the surface of a frozen lake, without a single ripple. Do my feelings matter now? He is my husband. That is a fact. I can hardly have my own husband arrested and thrown in prison, can I? With that, she turned and walked away, the hem of her dress cutting a cold arc through the air. Look what you've done. Lin Xiujing's voice trembled, her eyes instantly rimmed with red. I know you value honor, but you can't sacrifice our daughter's life to repay a debt. Qingqing, she had the chance to touch that realm. Her brush could paint runes. Her poetry could stir the very soul. That's a higher plane, a height our entire Qin family could only look up to in awe. And now, what have you shackled her to? The tears finally fell. Watching his wife crumble, Qin Li's lips parted, but no words came out. The hands at his sides clenched into tight fists, his knuckles turning white. The rage he felt for Su Wuzhou, like a cold flame, burned even hotter in his chest. Qin Li let out a long sigh, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Let us put this aside for now. Go see Qingqing, stay with her for a while. The family, we have other troubles. What troubles? Lin Xiujing asked, instantly on edge, her own sorrow forgotten for a moment. Our weapons business. Qin Li's voice dropped. In all of Linen City, who doesn't he know that Qin family swords are the sharpest, our armor the strongest? It's the very foundation of our family. But now, someone is selling wares of the same quality for a lower price. Our orders, they've been cut in half. Lin Xiujing drew in a sharp breath. She knew perfectly well that in a city like Linen, the 6 great families were like 6 pillars holding up the sky. Each pillar rested on its own unshakable foundation. And for the Qin family, that foundation was weapons. Qin Li ran a finger along the edge of a newly forged short sword. The blade was ice cold. He tossed it onto the table, where it landed with a dull thud. Listen to that sound, he said, his voice a dry rasp. Utterly lifeless. He picked up another sword. Its blade seemed to flow under the candlelight, catching it in an almost invisible sheen. With a light flick of his finger, the blade let out a clear, lingering hum, as if something inside it were coming to life. This is the latest from the Mao and Li families. Qin Li's eyes were bloodshot. They found a monster who can forge intent into steel. Our swords are dead iron. Theirs are alive. Lin Xiu picked up the humming short sword. A palpable sharpness seemed to travel up from her fingertips, making her heart clench. She didn't need to understand smithing to feel the world of difference between the 2 blades. Our orders have dried up, Qin Li said, slumping into his chair like a mountain on the verge of collapse. The storehouses are filled with our own useless scrap. This estate, these hundreds of souls. It won't be long before we're torn apart by the wolves. He paused, then slammed his fist on the table. We're a tiger with its fangs pulled, and the wolves circling us have been waiting a long time. The color drained from Lin Xiu's face. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Qin Li looked up, his gaze passing right through her, fixed on some distant place that held only more disappointment. Look after things here at the estate, he sighed, his voice ragged and broken. As for Su Wuzhou, forget it. He waved a hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Why even bring him up? The Qin family training hall. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and the clang of steel. Dozens of strapping disciples were sparring, the thud of their blows echoing off wooden dummies as the air itself seemed to whistle with power. A shadow fell over the entrance. Su Wuzhou walked in, with Qin Yunjie trailing behind him. Thwack! The disciple closest to the door fumbled, dropping his wooden sword on his own foot. He didn't seem to feel a thing. The training ground to an abrupt halt. It was as if someone had hit a pause button. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the vast space. Qin Yunjie clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins bulging on his forearms. He stared at Su Wuzhou's back, his eyes burning with rage. Yesterday, just yesterday, he should have smashed the bastard's throat in. But Su Wuzhou seemed oblivious to the murderous aura. He even gave a lazy stretch, as if he'd just wandered in for a stroll. The silence was broken by a stifled cough. Then, a tide of whispers began to rise. How dare he show his face here? Disgrace. Look at him. I want to tear him apart. All eyes were on Su Wuzhou, gazes like daggers digging into his skin. They were filled with contempt, anger, and undisguised disgust. A disciple from one of the lesser family branches even spat on the ground in a corner. The shame of the Qin family, the laughingstock of Linen Prefecture, was standing right there in front of them, bold as brass. Su Wuzhou stopped and scanned the room. He could feel the hostility in the air, thick and suffocating, like a net tightening around him. A corner of his mouth lifted into an amused smirk. Venomous whispers slithered into Su Wuzhou's ears from all sides, like snakes. Look, here comes that piece of trash. How does he still have the nerve to show his face here? After doing something worse than an animal? A man who lives off the Qin family's charity, a tail-wagging, begging dog, and he still dares. I heard he's delusional enough to copy the young mistress, thinking he can touch the threshold of cultivation just by reading a few crappy poems? Him, an idiot whose brain has been fried by his own lust. The family head should have just killed him with a single palm strike and cleaned house. Su Wuzhou paid the voices no mind. His back was ramrod straight. He walked, step by deliberate step, through a sea of hostile glares. The air felt thick as tar, each step a heavy burden. But his face was a mask of indifference. He strode directly to the front row, pulled out a chair under everyone's stunned gaze, and sat down. His movements were unhurried, as if he were sitting in his own backyard. His unflappable demeanor was like a ladle of hot oil dumped on a fire. The crowd's fury erupted. Shameless, a man with sharp, weaselly features shot to his feet, his finger nearly poking Su Wuzhou's nose. If I were you, I'd have found a rope and hanged myself by now. Su Wuzhou finally lifted his gaze, his eyes calm as he sized up the man. His tone held a note of genuine confusion. Your face is an affront to public decency, and yet you're still alive, aren't you? He paused, then added, if you can muster the courage to keep breathing, what do I have to be ashamed of? You. The weasel-faced man's face turned the color of beetroot. A surge of energy coursed through him. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with a sharp pop, and lunged for Su Wuzhou. Just then, a voice cut through the air. It wasn't loud, but it was like a cold blade, instantly severing all the noise in the room. Is my classroom a place for fighting? Everyone froze. Su Wuzhou looked up at the dais. A young woman stood there. She wore a simple white dress, her face as pure as fresh snow, like a lotus untouched by mud. But her eyes held the lazy cunning of a vixen, and with every glance, a bewitching charm radiated out, enough to steal a man's soul. Her gaze swept slowly across the room. No one dared to meet her eyes. The weasel-faced man, who had been incandescent with rage just a moment before, shrank back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, lowering his head. The room was dead silent. Only then, satisfied, did the young woman speak, her voice as crisp and clear as striking jade. As we discussed yesterday, cultivation is like building a raging river inside your body. The first step is to fortify the riverbed. This means tempering your muscles, bones, and blood. We call this stage the blood chi realm. Most of you are still stuck here, without even a solid riverbed to your name. Only when the riverbed is strong enough do you earn the right to carve out channels within it, in other words, to open your meridians. Then, you can draw in the true waters of power, the 5 chis. When that power gathers into a lake, an ocean of your own will be born inside you. That is the divine sea realm. She paused, her sharp gaze sweeping over them once more. Today, we will start with the very basics. How to sense the first wisp of blood chi within you. With every breath you take, how does the river of life within you surge? We call it vital essence. It is the source of all power. A dry riverbed can grow nothing, but a raging river can move mountains. Let your vital essence overflow, and your body will become an impenetrable fortress. Lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron with one hand will be nothing more than a warm-up. So how do you make this river wider, deeper, more torrential? There are 2 paths. You can fill it with precious herbs and elixirs. This is the shortcut for the wealthy. Power bought with money comes quickly, but its foundation is unstable like a fortress built on sand. Or, with your own will and sweat, you can carve a stronger channel for this river of life. This is body tempering. You can use the most primitive methods, letting your body endure 1,000 blows until every inch of muscle hums and every bone is as hard as steel. Or you can practice ancient techniques, using your breath to guide your vital essence, cleansing every part of your being. But today, we speak of a more fundamental power. It's martial intent. Using 1S will to temper the body. A boy in the front row shot to his feet, his eyes shining with excitement, his voice trembling. The young woman on the dais paused, her gaze falling upon the boy. A playful smile touched the corners of her lips. Impressive knowledge, Qin Yunjia. But your heart is too hasty. She shook her head gently. At your stage, the vital essence within you is but a mere trickle. How can you even speak of grasping martial intent? That would be like asking an infant to swing a 1,000-pound warhammer. But I've heard that all things in this world can lead to the Tao. Can no one truly glimpse that gate in a single moment of insight? Qin Yunjia pressed, unwilling to yield. You're talking about your sister, aren't you? I hear her literary talent shook the very soul, bringing her just a hair's breadth from that step. The young woman's gaze drifted nonchalantly to a silent figure in the corner. Clearly, she had heard about yesterday's events. Qin Yunjia's face flushed slightly, and he let out a dry laugh. The young woman's voice turned serious again, echoing across the training grounds. Since martial intent has been brought up, I'll say a bit more. Remember this, martial intent is the soul of power. Power without a soul is just brute force. But for a warrior who possesses martial intent, their will itself is the sharpest weapon. The air will part for them, the very dust will tremble before them. The master of your Qin clan has already surpassed the mortal coil, with 1 foot in the transcendent realm. Yet even he may not have touched the threshold of martial intent. This has nothing to do with raw strength. It is a matter of pure will. Of course, martial intent is the ultimate method of body tempering. It can forge the vital essence in your body 1,000 times over, like a blacksmith forging a divine weapon, burning away all impurities until only the purest power remains. But, she paused, her gaze turning sharp as it swept over every person present. But, martial intent is the domain of geniuses. Those who grasp it after their bodies have fully matured, we call prodigies. Those who grasp it while their bodies are still developing, we call geniuses. And if someone could grasp martial intent now, at this very moment, in the vital essence realm when your bodies are not yet even fully forged. Her voice dropped low, laced with a chilling, magnetic power. That would mean they have already touched the edge of the Tao. Do you have any idea what that signifies? Her voice was cold and clear, like ice dropped into a deep well. Only those who stand here have the right to have their names appear on the 100 prodigies of the realm. The 100 prodigies of the realm. Qin Yunjia's voice trembled slightly. The young woman's gaze swept over the crowd. The martial artists in this world are as countless as the grains of sand, yet that list bears only 100 names. The moment her words fell, a wave of stifled gasps filled the hall. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, growing heavy and thin. 100 names. From that endless ocean of martial artists, only 100 drops of water were chosen. What kind of people were they? Their every breath could likely command the wind and summon the thunder. Su Wuzhou sat quietly in a corner, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the desk. He wasn't listening to the astonished whispers. His mind was fixed on a single image, the old man who had handed him the black bowl, and the sword scar etched into his very soul. A will of pure, utter destruction. Was that martial intent? In someone whose own vital energy had never even stirred? The thought made his heart skip a beat. Almost uncontrollably, he stood up and asked, what if a normal person, someone who's never cultivated, manifests martial intent? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a stone tossed into a silent pond. Instantly, every eye in the room locked onto him. First came surprise, then undisguised ridicule. Listen to him, he's at it again, a sharp voice cut in. Always caught up in some unrealistic daydream. The person next to him sneered, the sound as grating as sandpaper. He probably thinks he can master some world-shaking sword art just by reading books, a tall youth said, crossing his arms and looking Su Wuzhou up and down with contempt. A low tide of laughter spread through the room, but the young woman on the dais didn't laugh. Her clear eyes rested on Su Wuzhou for a moment before she shook her head, her tone certain. Such a person does not exist. Doesn't exist? Su Wuzhou felt his heart sink. Correct. They don't exist. The young woman stretched, her body unfurling like a drawn longbow, brimming with an astonishing sense of power. Listen, all roads lead to Rome. But first, you need feet to walk the road. She paused, letting the words echo in everyone's mind. You all know the young lady of the Qin family. She wants to carve her own path with a brush and ink, right? But do you think she's given up on cultivation? No. The vital energy surging within her is stronger than most of you here. Because the body's strength, it's the firewood. Your path, whether it's the zither, painting, or the sword, is the spark. Without enough firewood, even the brightest spark will flare for an instant and then die. Her voice turned serious. So, no one waits around foolishly for an epiphany. They're all cultivating desperately, fanning the flames of their body's firewood to burn brighter. A person who has never cultivated, their body is like a pool of stagnant water, their vital energy dormant. How could they possibly perceive the will of the martial path, a will strong enough to incinerate everything? If you can't even feel the wind, how could you possibly summon a storm? Su Wuzhou froze. Then what was this power surging within him? For an ordinary person to possess the martial intent that warriors covet, the young woman's voice was soft, yet it landed like a pebble in a still pond. Means that his own body is the most perfect vessel for body tempering. Ultimate and one of a kind. She chuckled, her tone shifting. All right, that is all far beyond you for now, like clouds on the horizon. She paused, her voice growing clear and focused. Let us return to body tempering. The young woman's voice rang out again, clear as a mountain spring, washing away all complexity. She didn't lecture on profound theories, but spoke in the simplest of metaphors. Think of your bodies as empty vessels. The practice of body tempering is simply the process of using various methods to fill that vessel, drop by drop, with an energy we call vitality. Every word she spoke was like a key, fitting perfectly into a long-sealed lock in Su Wuzhou's mind. Deep in his soul, fragmented memories of ancient healing arts began to stir and glow. The knowledge flowing from her lips washed against the torrent of information surging in his own mind. The two streams resonated, verified one another, and finally merged into a single, roaring river. So, cultivation in the vitality realm, at its core, is simply a matter of accumulation. As her voice faded, the young woman rose to her feet. She was barefoot, a delicate silver bell tied to one ankle. With each light step, a crisp tinkle echoed through the quiet room. Her feet were small and dainty, her skin glowing like fine, warm jade in the dim light. Any other questions? She scanned the room. If not, That is all for today." The words hung in the air like a signal. Su Wuzhou's heart sank. He could feel the warmth in the room rapidly draining away, replaced by a cold, hostile silence. Just as he'd expected, dozens of gazes, sharp as poison-tipped needles, bored into him. Someone was already on his feet, knuckles cracking, his chest heaving in fury. This worthless trash who disgraced the Qin family. This animal who dared to lay a hand on their goddess. Anger rippled through the crowd, yet no one made a move. Like soldiers awaiting their general's command, all eyes fell upon a single figure. Lin Qingshan. The crowd parted to let him through. He stood half a head taller than anyone else, his silent presence an oppressive force. He didn't need to speak. A single glance from him carried more weight than anyone else's roar. Su Wuzhou knew him. Lin Qingshan, a cousin from a branch of the Qin family and the true leader of the younger generation. He also knew that when this man looked at him, it wasn't with the gaze one gives a person, but the one reserved for a pile of sickening filth. Lin Qingshan took a step forward. With that single step, the very air in the room seemed to solidify. His eyes locked onto Su Wuzhou, and beneath the loathing was a killing intent so raw it threatened to erupt. Before, with the Qin clan head protecting him, Lin Qingshan had been forced to hold back. But today, it seemed, was different. At the entrance to the martial hall, Lin Qingshan stood like a wall, blocking Su Wuzhou's path. The air fell still in an instant, all eyes fixed on the confrontation. Lin Qingshan's chin was slightly raised, a sneer of undisguised contempt playing at the corners of his mouth. The martial hall is a place for honing one's strength, not for harboring parasites, he said, his voice low but sharp enough to crack the air like a whip. You want to attend the lecture? Fine. You can listen from outside the door. Behind him, a dozen other disciples stood with their arms crossed, their stares menacing, their tense muscles coiled like leopards ready to pounce. They had laid a simple trap, waiting for their prey, Su Wuzhou, to walk right into it. If he flew into a rage and caused a scene, as he usually did, they would have all the justification they needed to beat him to within an inch of his life. And yet, Su Wuzhou did not get angry. He even smiled. The smile spread slowly across his face, tinged with a playful sort of mockery. He raised a finger, slowly, and pointed to his own nose. "Me?" he asked softly. "Stand outside." The calm reaction left all of Lin Qingshan's prepared retorts stuck in his throat. His brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot. No one wants to be under the same roof as a piece of trash. Lin Qingshan's voice turned cold. "You should know your place." "Trash." Su Wuzhou repeated the word, as if savoring an interesting flavor. "You call me that because you think you're strong? Every person here can snap a small tree with their bare hands. As for me..." Lin Qingshan took a step forward, and a heavy, oppressive force washed over the crowd, making the air feel thick. "I can snap 3. In this martial hall, my word is law." "Oh." Su Wuzhou drew out the sound theatrically. He held out a hand and waved it in front of the invisible pressure, as if shooing away a fly. "And here I thought it was some earth-shattering power. Turns out it's just this." He scoffed. "By that logic, doesn't that make you trash, too?" "What did you say?" The rage in Lin Qingshan's eyes threatened to erupt. His fists clenched so tightly they audibly cracked, the knuckles turning bone white. "Don't give me that look," Su Wuzhou said with a lazy wave of his hand. "The old mutt that guards the city gates looks more dangerous than you do." He paused, and his smile sharpened. "See, when I call you trash, I have my reasons. Unlike you, who just barks for the sake of it. Let me ask you one question," Su Wuzhou said, looking him straight in the eye. "Are you the strongest of the younger generation in all of Linen City?" Caught off guard, Lin Qingshan bellowed back. "Of course not." "Exactly," Su Wuzhou said, spreading his arms wide, his smile so bright it was almost blinding. "If you're not the strongest, then what's the real difference between us? It's just a matter of 50 paces versus 100. Fundamentally," he said, enunciating each word so it carried clearly across the courtyard, "we're both trash." "Lin Qingshan, you think you're so strong?" Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, but it rippled through the silent hall like a pebble dropped into a still pond. He slowly lifted his head, his calm gaze sweeping over Lin Qingshan's flushed face. "You and I are both still standing in this martial hall. Your so-called third level of the acquired realm just puts you a few spots ahead of me in a long line of failures. Lin Qingshan's fists clenched, the knuckles popping softly. Have you ever heard the saying? A hint of amusement laced Su Wuzhou's voice. First place is the winner. Last place has already accepted defeat. It's the ones in the middle who are the most pathetic. They trick themselves into thinking they're better than the ones behind them, but they can never touch true glory. He paused, his next words deliberate and sharp. You're so close to glory, yet so far from it. That's why you are the biggest failure here. You? Lin Qingshan's mouth hung open, but no words came out. The few students beside him exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowed. The entire martial hall was so quiet you could hear your own heart pounding. It was a twisted sort of logic, the likes of which they had never heard, yet found strangely irrefutable. Su Wuzhou rose to his feet and casually brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve, his movements calm and unhurried. As he walked toward the door, the crowd parted before him as if shoved aside by an invisible hand, creating a clear path. Excuse me, he murmured. On the instructor's platform, the girl who had been silent the entire time tapped a slow rhythm on the table with one finger. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips as she watched his back disappear through the doorway. The disdain in her gaze was gone, replaced by scrutiny, the look of someone appraising a newly uncovered gem. The stone door to the armory groaned open, and a cold draft washed over him, thick with the smell of rust and whetstone. Hundreds of weapons lined the walls, mounted on wooden racks. Faint light filtered in from a high window, glinting off the unpolished edges of the blades. In the vast stone chamber, Su Wuzhou's footsteps echoed, sharp and solitary. He held out his palm, and with a flicker of intent, the black bowl, covered in a web of cracks, materialized silently in his palm. It was cold to the touch, the fissures seeming to breathe as if they were alive. He recalled the old man's words, "It needs metal, the way a starving beast needs flesh." He walked to a heavy iron broadsword and took a deep breath. Then, slowly and deliberately, he pressed the rim of the black bowl against the cold steel of the blade. Su Wuzhou picked up a blade and brought it to the edge of the black bowl. The moment the blade touched the rim, it melted away without a sound, like a hot iron pressed into a snowbank. At the bottom of the bowl, a single drop of crimson liquid coalesced, shimmering like a pearl of blood. Su Wuzhou's eyes lit up. He snatched up an iron bar and brought it near. The bar vanished, and a second drop of liquid appeared at the bottom of the bowl. He hesitated no longer. Long swords, armor plates, broken spears, one after another, he fed them to the bowl. The cold glint of metal was swallowed by the darkness at its rim, vanishing without so much as a whisper. Soon, the weapon rack stood bare. 50 crimson drops now floated silently within the black bowl, and as they formed, a crack on its surface faded from sight. Su Wuzhou carefully tilted the bowl, letting a single drop roll into his palm. It wasn't searing, but an intense warmth that seeped into his skin in an instant, rushing up his arm and toward his heart. Just then, a sharp, blade-like energy, long dormant deep within him, was stirred. Like an icy silver needle, it moved to meet the warm current. The two intertwined, spiraling together and forging a new power that surged through every corner of his body. Ah! A sigh of pure satisfaction escaped his lips. His tense muscles loosened, inch by inch. A lazy contentment seeped into the very marrow of his bones, and it felt as if every pore on his skin was breathing. The sensation was addictive. Drop by drop, he let the liquid fall into his palm. Each time, a new current of warmth surged through him, merging with the blade like energy to fortify the power within. It felt as real and natural as his own heartbeat, his own blood. As the 30th drop sank into his flesh, a faint crack echoed deep within him. It was as if an invisible shackle had just been shattered. A wave of heat erupted from his chest, the rush of his blood roaring in his ears like a war drum. He clenched his fist, his knuckles letting out a series of sharp cracks like popping corn. He felt like he could punch clean through a wall. This was the first stage. So this was the payback the old man had mentioned. Trading scrap metal for power. What a steal. A fanatical gleam lit his eyes. He stared at the 20 remaining drops in the bowl, and done with caution, tipped them all into his palm at once. Boom, boom. Two far more violent currents of heat detonated inside him, one after the other. Each blast propelled his power to a new height. His bones vibrated, and his blood felt like it was on fire. Su Wuzhou's eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing within them for an instant. He looked down at his hands, feeling a sense of power he had never known before. A low laugh rumbled in his chest. 3 stages in a row. It felt like a dream. A searing current of energy surged through his limbs, a torrent of heat flooding his very bones. Su Wuzhou clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking softly. He felt as if a single punch could shatter solid rock. He was no longer the worthless pushover everyone in the martial hall could step on. He licked his dry lips, a hungry gleam igniting in his eyes. He just needed to devour a little more metal, and he would become even stronger. Strong enough that every single person in the Qin family would be forced to take him seriously. The thought sent a jolt of heat through his chest. He whirled around, his gaze sweeping toward the armory. The smile froze on his face. The wooden racks, once lined with an arsenal of swords and blades, were now completely bare. Not a single weapon remained. The cold air seemed to instantly leach the warmth from his body. His mind went blank. No weapons? How am I going to explain this? A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Su Wuzhou took a deep breath, his expression hardening with resolve. He spun on his heel and stormed out of the armory. Lin Qingshan. His furious roar exploded across the training grounds like a clap of thunder. The din of training stopped dead. Every sweat-drenched disciple froze, their wooden swords hanging in mid-swing. The entire courtyard fell into a dead silence. Dozens of pairs of eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, snapped to the figure in the doorway. Su Wuzhou stood on the steps, his finger aimed squarely at a tall young man in the middle of the yard, his voice thick with undisguised fury. "You're the thief, stealing the very thing you were meant to guard." A muscle twitched in the cheek of Lin Qingshan, the young man he was pointing at. He was clearly stunned. This worthless trash, known to everyone in the family, this spineless parasite who barely dared to raise his voice, was pointing a finger in his face and screaming at him? He could scarcely believe his ears. "What did you say?" Lin Qingshan's voice, cold enough to cut glass, seemed forced through gritted teeth. "Say that again." "You need me to say it again?" Su Wuzhou sneered, descending the steps one by one. His voice grew steadily louder, ensuring that not a single person missed a word. "You're the steward of the martial hall. The Qin family put you in charge of the entire armory. And now, it's been picked clean. Not a single blade is left. So you tell me who else could have pulled this off but an inside man? Who else but you?" Crash. With a deafening bang, the armory door was violently shoved open from the inside. Su Wuzhou stormed out, his eyes wide and his face flushed crimson. He pointed a trembling finger at the empty storeroom, his voice shaking with fury. I just wanted to find a weapon, to better myself. But now. He pounded his chest, a picture of utter heartbreak. My ambition smashed to pieces. Lin Qingshan's brow twitched. A sudden, white-hot anger flared up inside him. He shoved Su Wuzhou aside and strode into the armory. The sight before him made his breath catch in his throat. The walls, once lined with blades, were bare. The weapon racks held nothing but dusty outlines where steel used to be. Cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his stunned expression. Just yesterday, this place was full. He spun around, roaring at the silent crowd. The weapons. Where are they? Wind swirled in the courtyard. No one dared to speak. They barely dared to breathe. Humph. Su Wuzhou let out a cold sneer. The sound was quiet, yet it stabbed at everyone's ears like a needle. "You're the one in charge here, and you're asking us?" Lin Qingshan. "Besides you, who else could have emptied this place overnight?" He was trembling all over, half an act, half genuine excitement. "I can't believe it. To think the Qin family has been harboring an inside man like you. What an absolute disgrace." "Shut your mouth." Lin Qingshan's roar was like a clap of thunder. Su Wuzhou ignored him completely. He turned to Qin Yunjie beside him, grabbing the young man's shoulders. His voice took on a tone of grave sincerity. "Yunjie, this will all be yours one day. You need to keep your eyes open. Don't let someone gut the place right under your nose without you even realizing it." The look in Qin Yunjie's eyes shifted instantly. He turned to Lin Qingshan, his gaze now filled with suspicion. It was true. Who else but Lin Qingshan, the one with the key, could have done this? Still, Would he really be so foolish? Stop trying to sow discord. Lin Qingshan's voice was ice cold. I don't know who took the weapons, but this was a failure on my watch, and I accept that. His gaze swept over the crowd as he promised, each word deliberate. I will bear the consequences. By tomorrow, every single weapon will be replaced. Not one will be missing. The barest hint of a smirk touched the corner of Su Wuzhou's mouth. As for who the thief is, I will get to the bottom of it. Lin Qingshan's eyes locked back on his Su Wuzhou like an enraged lion. And you, Su Wuzhou, you just slandered me. For that, you will answer to me. He took a single step forward. Crack. The stone beneath his foot fractured. A heavy pressure radiated out from him. The knuckles of his clenched fists popped, and the very air seemed to thicken. Thinking of starting something? Su Wuzhou smiled, an easy, punchable sort of smile. Go ahead, but we both know the rules. The consequences for private dueling. Have you weighed them? He raised a single finger, wagging it lazily. If you so much as lay a finger on me, I'll be on the ground right here. He patted the dirt beside him with a soft thud. And then, we can take this to the elders and have a nice, long chat about who's really in the wrong. Lin Qingshan's chest heaved, his teeth grinding so hard they audibly scraped. He forced 2 words through his clenched jaw. You scoundrel! Lin Qingshan's fists clenched so tight they cracked. He took a step forward, and the flagstones under his feet seemed to tremble. His voice was a low growl, like that of an enraged beast. If you're a man, get up on that stage. Su Wuzhou yawned and lazily dug a finger into his ear. Why would I play with a block of stone? There's nothing in it for me, and it's bound to be a pain. A muscle in Lin Qingshan's jaw twitched, and he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath, and a cold, killing intent filled the air. You're right. Why would I fight a worthless twig that would snap in the wind? It would only dirty my hands. Worthless. Su Wuzhou drew himself up to his full height, deliberately puffing out his chest. Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm a martial artist now. Uft. Qin Yunjia, who had been taking a drink nearby, sprayed a mouthful of water everywhere. He choked, coughing violently until his face was beet red. The look he gave Su Wuzhou was one you'd give a raving lunatic. A man with a monkey-like face darted out from behind Lin Qingshan. He pointed a finger right at Su Wuzhou's nose and shrieked. You say you're a martial artist? Fine. There's a dueling stage right over there. You dare get on it? You parasite of the family. Idiot. Su Wuzhou didn't even grant him a second glance. He uttered the single word and turned to leave, his retreating back a portrait of pure contempt. Running. Lin Qingshan's icy voice snared him like a hook. Su Wuzhou, how much longer can you hide? He paused, each word landing like a shard of ice. 7 days. In 7 days, it's the grand family competition. Have you forgotten? The oath you swore in front of everyone last year. Su Wuzhou stopped dead in his tracks. The word, oath, struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Fragments of memory exploded in his mind. A plaza, teeming with a sea of people. Banners snapping in the wind. Countless gazes fixed on him, pricking his skin like needles full of contempt, mockery, and the hungry anticipation of a good show. His own voice echoed in his memory, distorted yet horribly clear. If I fail to compete again next year, may I be struck down by heavenly lightning day and night, and my body be torn apart by vicious dogs. A man's face surfaced from the depths of his memory, wearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Xie Guangping, the #1 young master of Linen City. The man who always watched Qin Qingmo with the eyes of a hunter. It was he who, with a single sentence, had driven him to this dead end. A sneer formed on Lin Qingshan's lips. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. So, you remember. You'd better pray you don't get beaten to death in the grand contest. Su Wuzhou slowly raised his eyes, giving him a detached glance. Who told you I was participating? The words hung in the air, freezing the moment. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Not participating? How could he dare? But you swore a deadly oath, someone couldn't help but shout. An oath? Su Wuzhou let out a soft chuckle, as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke. I was just saying it. You actually took me seriously? At these words, even Lin Qingshan was stunned, his face flushing crimson. He pointed at Su Wuzhou, his finger trembling with rage. You dare to treat a sworn oath with such contempt. Aren't you afraid of being struck down by the heavens? Another one of his lackeys snarled. Su Wuzhou glanced up at the clear sky, then lazily lowered his gaze. The heavens. He spread his hands. They're busy. No time for a nobody like me. He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. As for rabid dogs, send as many as you like. I'll put down every last one. Finally, he gave a careless shrug. The insults of others? Huh, you think I don't hear enough of those already? All that remained was a wave of suppressed, contemptuous muttering. They had never seen anyone so utterly shameless. It makes me sick to think of my cousin, Lin Qingshan said, each word deliberate and laced with venom. To think she was betrothed to someone like you. That's how you feel. It has nothing to do with me. Su Wuzhou looked at Lin Qingshan as one might look at a noisy child. True enough. Lin Qingshan sneered and took a step closer. You don't have the guts to compete. A coward who isn't even half a man. What could the Qin family have possibly seen in you? Such a pathetic attempt at goading me. Su Wuzhou cut him off. He turned and walked away without a backward glance, leaving only a single, casual remark floating behind him. Do I need to prove my manhood to you? Lin Qingshan and his cronies stood frozen in place, their faces ashen. One of the lackeys next to him lowered his voice, a note of confusion and unease in his tone. Why isn't he angry at all? The oldham would have charged at us by now. Su Wuzhou stood there, arms crossed over his chest, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. His nonchalant air was like punching a pillow. It left everyone around him feeling frustrated and utterly helpless. The rage in Qin Yunjia's chest finally boiled over. He lunged forward, jabbing a finger at Su Wuzhou's face. Every damn mess you've made. Hasn't it been the Qin family cleaning it up for you? His voice trembled with fury. And that bullshit oath you swore last night. You're going to make the Qin family the laughingstock of all of Linen City all over again. He took a deep breath, his voice rising. Have you looked at the situation we're in? The Qin family is facing crises from within, and without every scrap of our reputation is crucial. And what do? You drag our family's name through the mud, time and time again. Qin Yunjia's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Of course you don't have to care about anything. My father will never truly punish you, not for your dead father's sake. No matter how much of a lawless bastard you become, my sister still has to marry you. He practically roared the words. Fine, don't go? So what if you lose your paltry 10,000 taels of silver? Let the Qin family be disgraced right along with you. Let my sister be the town gossip. It's not like it's the first time you've dragged us down. 10,000 taels of silver? Su Wuzhou, who had already started to walk away, stopped dead in his tracks. He turned slowly, his gaze like a pair of daggers piercing straight through Qin Yunjia. Qin Yunjia's heart skipped a beat under that stare, but he stuck his chin out defiantly and sneered. What? Did I hit a nerve? I'm telling you, you should be even more of an asshole. Maybe then my father will finally give up on you for good. Su Wuzhou ignored the taunt. In his mind, a forgotten wager suddenly became crystal clear. He'd made a bet with that bastard Xie Guangping. The stake was the last of the Su family fortune, 10,000 taels of silver. The bet was that he could place in this year's family tournament. Those 10,000 taels were the last of his inheritance, which the Qin family patriarch, Qin Li, had forcibly taken from him to keep safe. 10,000 taels of silver. Su Wuzhou's breath hitched. He could almost feel the mysterious black bowl hidden deep within his body humming with a faint craving at the thought of that number. All that silver. How much of that cool, powerful liquid could it be converted into? There was no way he was letting an outsider get their hands on that power. The lazy smirk vanished from Su Wuzhou's face. He straightened his spine, his expression growing serious for the first time. Yunjia, you've reminded me, he said, enunciating each word carefully. An oath is a sacred thing. How could I, Su Wuzhou, go back on my word? Being struck by lightning, chased by rabid dogs. The very thought makes my hair stand on end. He gave a theatrical shudder. For the sake of my own skin, I'm in. I'll be at the tournament. Lin Qingshan and his companions were dumbfounded. They stared at each other, their jaws hanging open. They had pleaded with him for ages to no avail. He was like a brick wall. And now, a few fiery taunts from Qin Yunjia had made him change his mind in an instant. The world had officially gone mad. What other people thought didn't matter to Su Wuzhou. Only one thing was on his mind. Silver. Silver. That was the source of his strength, the very foundation of his freedom. With it, he wouldn't have to live at the mercy of the Qin family, no longer forced to endure a life under their roof. To buy a place of his own, light a warm fire, and get one peaceful night's sleep. The thought burned within him like a flame. He turned, ready to head to the martial hall and try his luck again. A figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. It was Qin Shingmo. She just stood there, perfectly still. The afternoon light traced the contours of her body, every line perfectly defined. The very air around her seemed to slow, the motes of dust hanging motionless. Su Wuzhou stopped in his tracks. He never expected her to seek him out. The two of them walked along the Qin family's covered walkway, one following the other. The only sound was their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. One light, one heavy. The silence stretched between them until Qin Shingmo pushed open the door to her bedroom. The faint scent of ink and old parchment washed over him. It looked more like a study than a bedroom. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, crammed with countless volumes and scrolls, most of them collections of poetry. In the center of the room stood two chairs, one of wicker, the other a lounge chair. Qin Shingmo went straight to the wicker chair and sat, her posture graceful yet distant. Su Wuzhou, without any ceremony, sprawled out on the lounge chair, which gave a soft creak. She didn't speak, and Su Wuzhou didn't ask. Time trickled by like thick honey. Outside, the drone of cicadas rose in waves, making the silence in the room feel even deeper. Su Wuzhou reached over and pulled a volume of poetry from a nearby stack. He ran a finger over the coarse paper, opened the book, and was instantly lost in its pages. His fingertip brushed against the page, making a faint, rustling sound. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Su Wuzhou's lips. It was quiet inside the carriage, a quiet that felt so unnatural to Qin Shingmo. She kept waiting, waiting for him to speak, to start spouting his usual, outlandish nonsense. But the seconds ticked by, and he remained silent. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow across his body. He was leaning back, his posture relaxed, his fingers holding the page, his gaze intent. The only sounds in the air were the soft turn of a page and the steady rhythm of his breathing. This was wrong. Qin Shingmo's brow furrowed slightly. This was not the Su Wuzhou she knew. The man she remembered was like a tireless cicada, constantly buzzing in her ear. His eyes were always on her, his mind always scrambling for something to say, for some clumsy way to win her favor. But now, he was as silent as a stone. He's faking it, she thought. This has to be some new trick. She decided to wait him out. She knew him, he had less patience than an ice cube in summer. An hour passed. The rumble of the wheels over the stone-paved road became the only background noise. Su Wuzhou set down his book with a soft thud and picked up another. Throughout the entire process, he didn't so much as glance at her. The silence in the carriage was becoming oppressive. How is the book? Qin Shingmo finally broke the silence, her voice tinged with a dryness she hadn't realized was there. Su Wuzhou's gaze lifted from the page and met hers. His eyes were perfectly calm, like a deep, still pool. It's all right, he replied, his voice even. I particularly like the line. After the rain, the pond's surface is flat, a polished mirror reflecting the eaves. Qin Shingmo's heart skipped a beat. He was actually reading. And that line of poetry happened to be her favorite in the entire book. That sense of peace after a storm, like a mirror reflecting the sky and the rooftops. A strange feeling began to stir within her. She cleared her throat, pushing the unfamiliar emotion down. About the great family tournament, don't take it to heart. It's a trap. Xie Guangping said it for you deliberately. Her words were like a stone tossed into still water. The old Su Wuzhou would have flown into a rage immediately. She could picture it now. He would have charged forward for her sake, an enraged bull, heedless of the consequences. She remembered his clumsy attempts to imitate her. When she studied literature, he would pretend to read poetry, unable to grasp even the most basic rhythms. His brutish possessiveness was almost suffocating. He wouldn't let any other man come within 10 feet of her. Xie Guangping had used that, baiting him into that foolish bet with just a few careless taunts. However, all Su Wuzhou did was let out a soft, "Oh." He set the book down and flexed his wrist, the joint letting out a sharp crack. He looked at her, a playful smile touching his lips. A trap, he said. Well then, all the more reason for me to check it out. Su Wuzhou clenched his fists, feeling the heavy, metallic power coursing through him. The grand tournament of the houses? He'd heard of it. His strongest opponents, he'd heard, were like candles in the wind. He could snuff them out with a single breath. All he needed was to devour more metal, and he would gain even greater strength. Of course, there was also the hefty prize money. That was his real goal. Qin Qingmo saw the fire in his eyes and thought it burned for another man. Her voice was soft, but it carried a trace of unshakable resolve. Are you still angry about Xie Guangping? She looked him straight in the eye. Listen, we're married now. He doesn't stand a chance. Besides, I've never liked him. It really has nothing to do with him, Su Wuzhou said, waving his hand dismissively. His tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Qin Qingmo's brow furrowed instantly. He was still the same, stubborn as a rock. She took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation rising in her chest. She wanted to scream at him. With your reputation, the moment you step onto that tournament stage, they'll beat you to death. But she knew it was useless. This man only ever listened to the sound of his own voice. Then give me an explanation. Her voice grew cold, like a thin sheet of ice forming on a winter lake. Why, of all nights, did you have to do that on our wedding night? Su Wuzhou's lips parted. Lin Qingxi invited me. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but in the end, he swallowed them. They felt like a searing brand, capable of burning everyone. They were the best of friends. And him? He was the most notorious scoundrel in the entire city. If he said it, who would believe him? It wouldn't sound like an explanation, but a vile slander. The truth, sometimes, is more damaging than the most vicious lie. No explanation, then? Qin Qingmo slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the last trace of warmth was gone. It doesn't matter, she said softly. It wasn't a dismissal, but a sentence. Qingxi was here yesterday. She cried the entire day. Qin Qingmo's gaze went past him, settling on the empty space outside the window. I have no desire to blame you any further. You are my husband. That is a fact. And you will one day be the master of the Qin family. My only hope is that you stop acting as you have in the past. She paused, as if making a difficult decision. As for what's between us, I will be dedicating myself to my studies. The duties a wife is expected to fulfill, I'm afraid I cannot give them to you. Her gaze finally returned to his face, sharp as a blade. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Su Wuzhou nodded crisply, his voice devoid of any emotion. Separate rooms. Got it. He reduced her painful declaration to something so blunt, so vulgar. A hot flush instantly burned its way up Qin Qingmo's neck to the tips of her ears. It wasn't the blush of shyness, but the fire of humiliation. Her back was to him, her voice like the morning mist, carrying a hint of chill. Don't go to the grand competition. It's no place for you. A ghost of a smile played on Su Wuzhou's lips. Don't worry. I won't be the same for much longer. Qin Qingmo didn't turn back. A soft sigh vanished into the air. She said nothing more. Su Wuzhou left the faintly fragrant room. Just as he rounded a corner in the corridor, he heard the thud of heavy footsteps. Several servants were struggling forward, carrying a long wooden crate. The crate was heavy. A distinct, cold scent of metal seeped through the cracks. Suddenly, something deep inside Su Wuzhou stirred, like a starving beast awakening. He held out an arm, blocking their path. Stop! The servants froze, as if rooted to the spot. They bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. What's in the crate? Su Wuzhou asked, his gaze already latched onto it like a pair of hooks. The lead servant's voice was strained. They're their newly forged weapons, for Master Qin to inspect. Oh! Without another word, Su Wuzhou strode forward, hooked his fingers under the edge of the lid, and wrenched it open. Creak! A blinding flash of light erupted from the crate, the reflection from a full case of swords. The sharp scent of quenching oil and fine steel filled the air. He casually drew one out. The long sword sang as it cleared the scabbard, a sound as crisp as a dragon's cry. The blade was smooth as a mirror, radiating an intense cold. He could feel the energy humming within it, 10 times more potent than the scrap iron back in the armory. The craving inside him intensified, burning like a searing flame. A fine sword. Su Wuzhou murmured to himself. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a casual flourish. The blade cut through the air with a low whistle. In that instant, an invisible aura of pure sharpness flowed from his body into the blade. The sword seemed to come alive, and the very air around its edge grew thin and cold. The servants' faces turned white with fear, and they took an involuntary step back. Their eyes were glued to the sword in Su Wuzhou's hand, terrified he would make off with the entire priceless collection. Young Master Su, the lead servant said, mustering his courage, his voice trembling. Master Qin himself ordered this batch to be rushed. Lately, the business from the Mao and Li families has been putting a lot of pressure on us, so? His voice trailed off into a whisper. Su Wuzhou tested the weight of the long sword, captivated by the cold touch of the metal against his skin. He raised his eyes to meet the servants. "So you're telling me," he asked, his voice a slow drawl, "that Uncle Qin is the one who really needs these swords?" Su Wuzhou's finger traced the cold spine of a sword, the hum of the steel vibrating against his fingertip. He tested the weight of one, then swapped it for another. The heft and balance of each blade was a fleeting impression in his palm, but the eyes, several pairs of them, were fixed on him, sharp as a hawk's. "The master is getting impatient," a servant said, his voice flat. His gaze, however, never left Su Wuzhou's hands. The air was thick with distrust. A mocking smirk touched Su Wuzhou's lips. "So, they're treating me like a thief?" Abruptly, he stopped his inspection. The next instant, he snatched the two nearest long swords and bolted. The scabbards clattered against each other with a sharp clang. "Stop!" the servants yelled instinctively. They started to give chase, only to pull up short. They watched him disappear in the direction of the young Miss's courtyard. The men exchanged helpless glances, their frustration dissolving into a collective sigh. How does he still have the nerve to stay in the Qin manor? Who knows what the master is thinking? The man's a useless waste of space, nothing but trouble. I give it a day before those two swords end up in a pawnshop, traded for wine money. "Huh, what's the use of talking about it?" another servant said, his voice low. "I'm more worried about our business. Did you hear? The Maos and the Lis have a new batch of blades out." "Of course I've heard. They say their blades have this sharp, intangible energy clinging to the edge, almost like they're alive. When a warrior wields one, they can channel their strength straight to the tip, making it incredibly powerful. That's what happens when a weapon is nourished by sword intent. Our swords are just dead steel. Theirs have a soul. How are we supposed to compete with that?" "Exactly. They're snatching up every warrior in Linen City. If this keeps up, the Qin family name is going to be dragged through the mud." In the study, crack, Qin Li slammed his fist on the desk, sending the inkstone, brushes, and paper rattling. He snatched up a ledger and hurled it to the floor. Pages scattered, each one a sea of glaring red ink marking their losses. From outside came the rhythmic clang of the forge. The sound had once been a comforting melody to him, but now it was the tolling of a funeral bell. He walked to the wall and drew one of the Qin family's finest 100-forged steel swords from its rack. The blade was polished to a mirror shine, reflecting his own bloodshot eyes. He could feel the resilience of the steel, the excellence of the craftsmanship. But the sword was dead. He closed his eyes, and he could almost see the blades of his rivals, the Li family. When wielded, their swords let out a faint hum, as if resonating with their user. It was a life force of power that made cold steel come alive, and that power was dragging the Qin family into an abyss. "Lower our prices?" Qin Li laughed, a bitter, self-mocking sound. The Li family's costs were already lower than his. A price war would only be a faster road to ruin. From the street outside his window, the faint chatter of passers-by drifted in. "The Li family's swords are just better. I feel stronger just holding one." The voice was a needle, piercing straight into Qin Li's heart. His hand, gripping the hilt, tightened until the knuckles shone white. His fingertips trailed across the cold spine of the sword. A faint but sharp presence pricked his skin like a needle. He slammed the sword down on the table with a dull thud. "The Li family." Qin Li's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of rusted iron grinding together. What kind of monster did they find? To be able to forge intent into steel itself. This wasn't forging anymore. This was magic. A kind of magic the Qin family couldn't hope to match. Just then, A heavy wooden crate was carried into the forge, the floorboards groaning under its weight. Master Qin. The servant began timidly, his voice seeming to shrink in the vast room. The new shipment? It's here. Qin Li didn't turn around, his gaze still locked on the Li family's sword on the table. What did they say? The iron is good iron. The best in Linen City. The servant swallowed hard, struggling to continue. But they said it can't compare to that kind of sword. The air seemed to freeze. Qin Li waved a dismissive hand, wearily rubbing the bridge of his nose. Pay the masters. Tell them it's not their fault. A sense of powerlessness seeped into his voice. You may go. He walked toward the crate, preparing to inspect the latest batch of worthless steel destined to gather dust in the warehouse, just as he always did. His hand hovered over the crate. An almost imperceptible chill emanated from within. Qin Li froze. His breath caught in his throat. His fingertips brushed against the hilt of one of the swords. Instantly, the hairs on his entire body stood on end. It wasn't the cold of steel. It was the feeling of being alive. Qin Li seized the hilt and drew the long sword in one swift motion. Vehemently, a clear, ringing hum tore through the heavy silence of the forge. Power, pure power surged from the sword, up his arm, and into his very core. It felt as if the blade had become an extension of his own limb, a part of his very bones. He hadn't even channeled his inner energy, yet the air itself seemed to crackle and freeze where the edge passed. Sword intent. Qin Li cried out, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was intent, a soul that could resonate with a warrior, that could channel the very power of the world. How is this possible? He dropped the sword, which clattered harshly against the stone floor. He snatched up another. The same feeling, even stronger. A third, a fourth. Each sword was like a slumbering beast, awakening in his grasp. Each of these swords held a living soul, sharp, solitary, and proud. Qin Li stood frozen, his hands trembling slightly. He stared at the crate full of divine weapons and murmured to himself, "Who has left their own soul inside our swords?" Shing. The long sword slid from its sheath with the crisp cry of a dragon. The moment Qin Li's fingers touched the icy steel, a sharp tremor ran through him. His breath hitched. Something's wrong. This sword, it's alive. An icy will slithered up his arm from the hilt, like a dormant viper. The blade let out a low thrum, not the sound of dead metal, but of a beast thirsting for blood. He spun around, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto the servants before him. Speak. His voice was tight with suppressed excitement, heavy as a stone dropped into a well. Has one of the smiths learned to forge his will into a weapon? The servants flinched at the sheer force of his presence. They exchanged glances, their faces masks of pure bewilderment. Seeing their expressions, Qin Li's fervor cooled slightly. He tried a different approach, his voice now laced with eager anticipation. Did you find him? The one who can imbue blades with his will? Excellent. Is this a surprise for me? Bring him to me at once. One of the servants mustered his courage and spoke cautiously. Lord Qin, are you saying these swords have been fed something? Cut the act. Qin Li boomed with a laugh that made the room vibrate. Bring me this master. The Qin family will reward him handsomely. My lord, we would never dare deceive you. The servant was on the verge of kneeling, a sob in his voice. The Qin family has found no such person. These swords came straight from the forge. We brought them here without a moment's delay. No one else has touched them. The laughter died. The muscles in Qin Li's face went rigid. He closed in on them, step by step, his crushing presence making the servant's legs grow weak. Is every word the truth? His voice grew cold. Yes. Qin Li's gaze swept over their terrified faces, and he knew they weren't lying. But the feeling in his hand couldn't be wrong, either. That keenness, that will on the verge of bursting free. What in the world was going on? Could iron and fire truly forge a soul from nothing? You're saying there were no stops between the forge and here? He confirmed again. That's right, my lord. You were in a hurry, the servant answered quickly. There was just one small incident. Su Wuzhou stopped us on the way and insisted on taking 2 of the swords. Su Wuzhou? Qin Li let out a contemptuous scoff. That good for nothing? He instantly dismissed the thought. Su Wuzhou only stole things to trade for drinking money. Besides, what could he possibly do in such a brief moment? Feeding a will into a sword is a slow, meticulous process. It could only be done in an instant if the person's will was as overwhelming as a landslide, as a tsunami. It couldn't possibly be him. Qin Li's gaze fell back to the long sword in his hand. Its polished blade reflected his own bewildered and fanatical eyes. The secret was hidden in the steel. Qin Li's eyes darkened. His fingers tapped a slow, muffled rhythm on the hilt of his sword. "TSK, TSK. I'm going to the forge," he said, his voice low and laced with a cold, metallic edge. "You all, put these swords to good use. Let the Li family have a taste of Qin steel." Before the words had even faded, he snatched up a long sword and stormed out, his figure quickly swallowed by the shadows of the courtyard. Su Wuzhou, of course, knew nothing of this. He was like a greedy pack rat, scurrying through the forgotten corners of the Qin manor. As his fingertips brushed against the blade of an old sword, a faint warmth crept up his arm and into his body. He could see inside himself, where a few more drops of scarlet liquid had condensed at the bottom of the pitch-black bowl. They looked like beads of blood, or perhaps molten lava. So that's how it works. He licked his lips, a glint in his eye. Metal that's been properly forged and tempered. It really does have a richer flavor. His scavenging began. A pair of heavy iron door knockers came off with a loud clang. A polished bronze mirror, its cool touch invigorating, vanished into his robes a second later. The bronze wind chimes swaying under the eaves gave a final, crisp jingle before joining his collection. In the kitchen, a row of gleaming cleavers were politely borrowed. After his flurry of activity, he could feel that the black bowl within him now held more than 20 drops of the scarlet liquid. He rolled his wrist, and his knuckles popped crisply. A warmth spread through his entire body, a pleasant sensation that seemed to seep into his very bones. He clenched his fist, feeling a distinct surge in his strength. "Not bad," he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting toward the distance. "I feel almost twice as strong as before. But it's not enough. 10,000 taels of silver. I can't just let that slip through my fingers." He could feel an invisible barrier within him. These 20-odd drops of liquid might be enough to put a crack in that wall, or maybe even shatter it completely. He needed more metal. Better metal. Su Wuzhou took a steadying breath and set off toward the martial hall, his steps light. The last rays of the setting sun stretched his shadow long behind him. As the day drew to a close, the contours of this strange new world were finally starting to come into focus. Survive. No, thrive. And here, power was the only way to do that. By the time he returned to the martial hall, night had fallen, bleeding across the sky like spilled ink. The courtyard, so bustling by day, was now utterly deserted, and a chill hung in the air. Su Wuzhou's gaze locked onto the armory. Its heavy wooden doors were shut tight, secured by a large, brand-new brass lock. It gleamed in the moonlight, conspicuously bright. He walked up to it slowly and tapped the lock with a finger. Clink. The clear sound echoed in the silent courtyard. Su Wuzhou smiled. He thought that after losing so many weapons, they would have at least posted a couple of guards. He never expected they'd just slap on a bigger lock. "This isn't meant to stop a thief," he murmured, shaking his head as his smile widened. "It's a gift." "How insulting." A cold sneer tugged at the corner of Su Wuzhou's mouth. "They think a bulky iron lock like that can stop me?" It was a downright humiliation. He strode back toward the armory. He pressed his palm lightly against the door. The black bowl at its center seemed to stir, silently opening a greedy maw. The iron lock vanished into thin air without so much as a metallic scrape. The door opened. Brand new weapons lined the walls, their edges glinting coldly in the darkness. Su Wuzhou didn't hesitate. He held out his hand. The black bowl in his palm began to hum, and an invisible suction filled the entire room. Blades, spears, swords, halberds one after another. The weapons dissolved into streams of metallic light, all of them siphoned into the bowl. At the bottom of the bowl, a few more drops of scarlet liquid pooled. 71 in total now. He glanced around. In the now empty armory, only his own echo remained. "Tomorrow," he muttered, "you'll learn the meaning of true humiliation." He found a stone dais in the deserted training hall, sat down, and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the black bowl. The pool of scarlet liquid within seemed to thrum with life. Carefully, he guided a single drop, just one, letting it flow into the meridians of his arm. The moment the liquid entered his body, it merged with the sharp, latent energy hidden within him. An intense, searing heat erupted through him instantly. The warmth surged through every inch of his flesh and blood. Tense muscles uncoiled completely, and his bones emitted a series of faint, satisfying pops. It felt like plunging into a hot spring in the dead of winter, a pleasure so intense he almost groaned aloud. He could feel it with absolute clarity. His life force was swelling, growing stronger by the second. If his body had been a parched riverbed, this warmth was a flash flood, surging in to fill every last crack and fissure. His heart began to pound with power, like a war drum. Thump, thump, thump. 10 drops merged into him. His entire frame shuddered, as if breaking free from the first of some invisible shackles. Power began to breed wildly in every muscle fiber. 20 drops. His breath became deep and long, and he could even hear the roar of his own blood rushing through his veins. 30 drops. A viscous black impurity seeped from his skin, and his body felt lighter than ever before. 40 drops. 50. 60. As the 60th drop was consumed, Su Wuzhou's eyes snapped open. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, blasting dust into the air. He rose slowly to his feet, clenching his fists. His knuckles cracked like a string of firecrackers. Just hours ago, he had been so weak that lifting a bowl of water was a struggle. Now, he felt he could punch clean through the stone wall before him. For others, cultivation was like water dripping through stone, a process that took years, even decades, of painstaking effort. But he had turned a dry river into a raging torrent in a single night. Su Wuzhou stared down at his own hands, now brimming with power, his heart hammering against his ribs. He swallowed hard, but his throat remained painfully dry. This power, it had come too fast, too easily. Was this a gift or a curse? A surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, as if boundless power was infusing every inch of his muscle. Su Wuzhou clenched his fist, his knuckles letting out a series of sharp cracks. He felt like he could punch through a wall, topple a bull with a single blow. This strength, it was enough to go toe-to-toe with the top freaks in the martial hall. He took a deep breath. The night air was crisp and cool, but his mind was crystal clear. In the past, the power wielded by the patriarchs of the great families had seemed as distant and unattainable as clouds on the horizon. But now, it felt as if that cloud had been pulled within his reach. This wasn't just brute strength. A sharp edge had been tempered into his very bones and sinews, as if his body itself were a honed blade. He glanced at the black bowl. At the bottom, 11 drops of a silver liquid lay quietly, rolling like mercury. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps, as soft as a cat landing in the night, reached his ears. Su Wuzhou's gaze snapped to the shadows along the courtyard wall. In the moonlight, 2 figures slipped in, hugging the base of the wall. It was Shirley and Shirsun. These two, they used to follow him around like hounds, scrounging for the silver he'd casually tossed their way. But after he fell from grace, they vanished without a trace. What are they doing here? The thought had barely formed when the 2 men spotted him. A flash of unconcealed glee crossed their eyes. They immediately split up, moving quickly to flank him from the left and right. Blades left their sheaths with a cold shing, the sound piercing the silent night. The cold glint of steel, one in front of him and one behind, cut off all his escape routes. What do you want? Su Wuzhou's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. A savage grin spread across Shirley's face, the tip of his blade aimed straight at Su Wuzhou's throat. Young Master Su, it was kind of Qinli not to cripple you. But don't worry, my brother and I can finish the job. Su Wuzhou raised an eyebrow. Did Lin Qingzi send you? Shirsun spat on the ground, his voice dripping with contempt. That woman couldn't handle her own business, so now we're here to clean up her mess. Su Wuzhou's shoulders lowered slightly, like a panther poised to strike. You're here to kill me? What do you think? Shirley cackled, his voice like scraping sandpaper. Did you really think we drank with you because we saw you as one of us? When some fool is buying drinks every night, who's going to say no? Su Wuzhou's gaze was perfectly steady. I'm only surprised it wasn't Lin Qingzi who sent you. Who was it then? Xie Guangping. A dead man doesn't need answers. Shirley's tone grew icy. Consider this a courtesy for all the free wine. Do it yourself, and we'll leave your body intact. Don't make us get our hands dirty. And you're so certain, Su Wuzhou's voice was unnervingly calm, that I'm the one who's going to die? Ha ha. The two men erupted in jeering laughter that echoed across the empty courtyard. They knew this piece of trash down to his bones. Where the hell did this idiot get the nerve? Clang. A dagger landed at Su Wuzhou's feet, the blade scoring a line in the dust. There's a dagger for you, Shirley said, his laughter laced with sadistic glee. Go on. You kill us. Can you even lift it? Su Wuzhou's gaze fell to the blade at his feet. The cold steel reflected Shirley's distorted, laughing face. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles went white. This humiliation cut deeper than any blade. Haha. Pick it up. Shirley closed in on him, step by step, his shadow falling over Su Wuzhou like a net. They used to love messing with this idiot, it never got old. He nudged the hilt with the toe of his boot, making it clink against the ground. What are you waiting for? Kill me. Shirley leaned in, his face inches from Su Wuzhou's. He jabbed a thumb at his own chest and said, enunciating each word, You worthless trash. Don't tell me you don't even have the guts to kill a man. Finally, Su Wuzhou moved. He slowly bent down and picked up the dagger. Well, you actually picked it up? Shirley's grin widened. What? Thinking of taking a swing at me? Go on. Let's see if your hands are even steady enough. Shirley tapped his neck with the flat of his blade and took a step closer. Go on. Right here. Got the guts. His voice dripped with scorn, like a cat toying with a half-dead mouse. A dark flush crept up Su Wuzhou's cheeks, part humiliation, part fury. His knuckles were white where he gripped the hilt of his blade. What's the matter? Holding that thing so high? You trying to fan me? Shirley sneered. Let me tell you something. In my eyes, you're not even worth as much as a dog. He never finished the sentence. Su Wuzhou moved. The blade began its descent. It was slow as a falling leaf. The sneer on Shirley's lips widened. He didn't even bother to dodge. Suddenly, a silver flash tore through the air. Zing. The gentle whisper of wind became a piercing shriek. The falling leaf had become a bolt of lightning. Too fast. The contempt in Shirley's eyes was instantly swallowed by terror. All he could do was throw his arm up in a desperate, instinctual block. Crack. A sickening snap of bone. It was followed by the wet, heavy sound of flesh being torn apart. An arm flew into the air, and a fountain of warm blood erupted from the stump. Arg! A scream tore through the silence as Shirley collapsed, clutching the mangled stump of his arm and convulsing on the ground. But Su Wuzhou wasn't finished. He took another step, planting his combat boot squarely on Shirley's face. Then he twisted, grinding his heel down. The wet crunch of shifting bone was sickeningly audible. Didn't you? Su Wuzhou leaned down, his voice a whisper as light as the wind, yet cold enough to chill the bone. Want me to strike? He pressed down harder. Crimson blood began to ooze from between the seams of his boot, leaking from the ruin of Shirley's face. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Shirsun's pupils had shrunk to pinpricks. It took him a full second to process what had just happened. Get off my brother, he roared. All right, Su Wuzhou said with a disarmingly pleasant smile. He lifted his boot. Just as a flicker of hope ignited in Shirsun's eyes, he brought it stomping down. Hard. Squelch. A wet thud, like a watermelon splitting open on the ground. Shirley's screams cut off abruptly. His entire head had been driven into the dirt. A dark, reddish liquid seeped up from the soil, bubbling. Su Wuzhou lifted his foot and methodically wiped the sole of his boot clean on the still warm fabric of Shirley's clothes. He looked at Shirsun, his face devoid of expression. Your brother, he said, his voice soft. He asked me to do it. Aren't you going to thank me for him? Shirsun's eyes flickered from the spreading stain in the dirt to Su Wuzhou. The man stood there, motionless. A single drop of blood fell from the tip of his blade, landing with a soft pad in the dirt. The weakness in his eyes was gone. In its place was a calmness that chilled Shirsun to the very bone. The confusion in Shirsun's eyes lasted but a moment. In the next instant, his eyes flooded with red, the veins spreading like a searing spiderweb. I'll kill you. His roar tore through the air. The muscles in his arms bunched as his long blade traced a vicious arc, slashing down towards Su Wuzhou's head. A cold smirk touched Su Wuzhou's lips. He didn't move an inch. He simply raised his arm, almost casually, turning his own blade upward to meet the blow. Clang! The deafening shriek of steel on steel echoed as sparks flew. Sure Sun felt as if he hadn't struck a blade, but a mountain. An immense, unstoppable force surged back up the blade. The webbing of his hand tore open instantly, gushing blood. His grip failed, and the long blade was ripped from his hand, sent flying into the air. Crack! The sound was sickeningly sharp, clear enough to make one's skin crawl. The force didn't stop there, surging up his right arm. The bone shattered. Impossible. Sure Sun staggered back, clutching his broken arm, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. I can kill an ox with a single punch. My strength is second to none among the younger generation in linen. How could a worthless piece of trash like you? Worthless? Su Wuzhou repeated softly, his eyes ice cold. He took a step forward, his movement phantom fast. This time, he flipped his wrist, bringing the flat of his blade down like a sledgehammer. Sure Sun's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Fear screamed at him to run, but his body was frozen stiff, refusing to obey. A dull, heavy thud resounded from his chest, followed by the sickening crunch of splintering ribs. He tasted the coppery tang of blood as a hot stream trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Wuzhou leaned down, pressing the cold edge of his blade against Sure Sun's throat. The chill of the steel sent a shudder through his entire body. Now, tell me. Su Wuzhou's voice was quiet, yet it pierced Sure Sun's ears like a needle. Who wants me dead? Sure Sun trembled like a leaf in the wind, the fear of death overwhelming everything else. It's Xie Guangping, he cried out hoarsely. He's the one who told us to kill you. Su Wuzhou's expression didn't flicker, as if he had expected this answer all along. What about Lin Qingzi? Was she involved? No, not her. Sure Sun explained hurriedly, as if a second's delay would cost him his life. Lin Qingzi, she just wanted you to leave Miss Qin. She didn't want anyone killed. It was Xie Guangping. He couldn't wait. He said Lin Qingzi had other plans, but he wanted you dead now. Sure Sun's voice was a hoarse gurgle, thick with blood. Don't kill me. The tip of Su Wuzhou's blade traced a line across his throat. The icy touch made Sure Sun's whole body go rigid. Lin Qingzi, what else is she planning? I don't know. Xie Guangping didn't tell me anything. Sure Sun screamed, spittle flying. We used to be brothers, Brother Su. I never wanted to hurt you. He made me do it. Su Wuzhou let out a soft laugh. But just a moment ago, weren't you begging me for a quick end? He leaned in, his breath ghosting over Sure Sun's face. And as your brother, I feel obligated to grant your wish. I was wrong. A violent shudder racked Sure Sun's body. He scrambled up only to slam his knees back onto the ground. He began bashing his forehead against the earth, his wails echoing as blood started to bead on his skin. Suddenly, his frantic bowing stopped. A thought, sharp and cold as an ice pick, pierced his mind. The tournament Xie Guangping's wager, that pathetic, useless act. Sure Sun's head snapped up, his eyes wide with incredulous terror. He was faking it. He was faking it all along. It was a secret that would shake the world, and more than anything, he wanted to be there the day it was revealed. But he would never get the chance. Su Wuzhou's foot came down on his throat. Crack! The sound of splintering bone was horrifically sharp. Sure Sun's body arched violently, like a fish gasping on dry land, his limbs twitching feebly. Then, everything went still. Su Wuzhou drew back his foot, not even glancing at the two corpses by his boots. He simply stood there, his breathing even, as if he had done nothing more than crush an ant. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed. If you come for my life, you'd better be ready to lose your own. It was too quiet. Not the chirp of an insect, not the whisper of wind. A dead, heavy silence. All that commotion, and no one came? He muttered to himself, a slight frown creasing his brow. He nudged the corpse at his feet with the toe of his boot, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Killing was one thing, cleaning up the mess was another. Just then, a woman's laughter drifted through the air, as light as a feather. The sound was cloyingly sweet, with a subtle, alluring hook to it. Well now, little brother, do you need me to help you take out the trash? A woman's voice, light as a whisper, drifted down from overhead. Su Wuzhou's heart seized. He snapped his head up. Perched on the roof ridge was a girl. She swung her legs, the bells on the red cords around her ankles catching the moonlight. Eerily, they made no sound. The girl saw him and smiled. With a single leap, she descended, her body as light as a feather, landing before him without a sound. The night breeze caught the hem of her dress, carrying with it a faint, elusive fragrance. "Looks like I'm not the only one who can't sleep," Su Wuzhou said, his voice a little hoarse. She chuckled, her laugh crisp. "If I'd been asleep, I would have missed the whole show." "Who would have thought," she said, her gaze brushing over him like a cool feather, "that the Qin family's son-in-law, the laughingstock of the entire city, was hiding claws this sharp, hiding so deep. What are you really after?" Su Wuzhou said nothing. What could he say? That he'd been completely transformed in a single day? Not even a ghost would believe a story like that. Quite ambitious, aren't we? Her gaze was like a probe, trying to pierce right through to his soul. "Tell me." "I won't tell a soul." "The stench of blood is still thick," Su Wuzhou said, trying to change the subject by gesturing to the bodies on the ground. "Can we take care of these two problems first?" The girl's smile grew wider. "Simple. You tell me your plan, and I'll help you make them vanish without a trace." She leaned in, so close he could feel her breath on his cheek. "But if you don't talk, first thing tomorrow morning, the authorities will find 2 bodies here, and one very drunk Qin family son-in-law. What do you think happens then? Are you threatening me?" Su Wuzhou's voice went cold. "I am," the girl admitted cheerfully, her smile sly as a fox. "So just tell me. Who knows? I might even be able to help." A headache bloomed behind Su Wuzhou's eyes. A plan? He didn't even know where his breakfast was coming from tomorrow, let alone have a plan. He took a deep breath and met her gaze. "If I told you," he said, his words slow and deliberate, "that I have no plan at all, would you believe me?" The girl's smile only deepened. "What do you think?" "Let's say," the young woman's voice broke the silence, a playful lilt to it. "There's a man who's monstrously strong, but he insists on playing the part of a harmless lamb. What do you think he's after?" As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Su Wuzhou, as if trying to peer right into his soul. "Ambition." Su Wuzhou's reply was sharp and immediate, landing with the thud of a stone. "A predator, hiding its fangs." "Oh." The young woman let out a low chuckle, a sound like a cat's paw toying with one's heart. She stretched languidly, her body unfolding to trace a breathtaking curve. The night wind pressed her robes against her skin, every line of her figure a dangerous temptation. Su Wuzhou's gaze was drawn to her instinctively, but he forced himself to look away. "That's not me," he said, clearing his throat, his tone dripping with sincerity. "I never put on an act. I mean, look at me. Do I look like a man with ambition? I'm just a good guy." "A good guy?" The corners of her mouth lifted even higher. "All right then, good guy. Tell me, what is it you dream of?" "My dream." Su Wuzhou lowered his voice, as if sharing the world's greatest secret. "Endless feasts. Wine that never runs dry. And if there were a few beautiful women to keep me company, well, that'd be even better. That's not too much to ask, is it?" The young woman just smiled, a light dancing in her beautiful eyes, but she said nothing. Her gaze said it all. "Keep digging." A sense of defeat washed over Su Wuzhou. He had no choice but to press on with the charade. He lifted his chin, adopting the dramatic tone of a street performer, and recited, half in jest, "My wish? To drink in all the city's pleasures with a single cup of wine. To make all heroes bow with a single word. To know a beauty's heart with a single glance. Upon the stage of this world, I alone will dance." He had just spouted a few lines of grandiose nonsense, hoping it would be enough to throw her off. "So that's it." The young woman's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits, her expression one of sudden understanding. "You want to be the master of this city, Linen." Su Wuzhou felt tired down to his very soul. He let out a long sigh and gave up trying to explain. "Now," he said, pointing wearily at the trouble on the ground, "would you mind taking care of these 2 bodies for me?" The young woman raised a single, slender finger. A flame the size of a pea sprang to life on its tip, glowing like a living emerald. With a flick of her finger, she sent it flying. The flame drifted down, landing silently on the bodies. There was no crackle, no stench of burning flesh. Like a potent acid, the eerie green fire quietly devoured flesh and bone, leaving nothing behind. A few seconds later, Only 2 small piles of ash remained, scattering in the breeze. The waters in linen run deeper than you imagine, the young woman said, her voice returning to its cool, detached tone. It's not so easy to become a king here. She gave Su Wuzhou a long, searching look before her tone shifted again. But I do admire your ambition. Su Wuzhou silently rolled his eyes, too tired to utter another word. He just never imagined that this misunderstanding, one she had forced upon him, would one day become a tidal wave that threatened to drown him. Su Wuzhou's arm was trembling slightly, the ache in his muscles not yet faded. That last slash had sapped nearly every ounce of his strength. It's like you're hiding 9 bulls in that body of yours. The girl's voice was crisp, with a hint of surprise. That kind of power, it's not something an ordinary person can have. Su Wuzhou shook his hand, the web of it still numb. He looked at the girl. Her eyes were like deep pools, seeming to see through everything. 9 bulls, is that rare? Of course. The girl let out a light laugh. Most people, if they give it their all, are lucky to cultivate the strength of 5 bulls in their lifetime. That's their ceiling. Want to even get close to 9? You'd have to push for a breakthrough into a whole new realm. You're an exception. Then, what about the people on the 100 prodigies list? Su Wuzhou pressed, his heart starting to beat faster. The look in the girl's eyes changed, revealing a trace of yearning, even a flicker of awe. Don't call them geniuses. They're monsters. A pack of monsters who took the very concept of limit and ground it into dust under their heels. They've surpassed 9 bulls. 9 is the summit for mortals, and they've already crossed over that mountain. The girl raised a slender, pale finger and tapped the air. Some say that after 9 comes 10. But 10 represents perfection, a myth that's nearly impossible to reach. For the monsters on that list, being able to unleash the power of 9.5 bulls is enough to cause a storm. As for the legendary strength of 10 bulls, I've only ever heard of one person. The girl's voice dropped, taking on the mysterious tone of a storyteller. That sword-obsessed savant from the Sword Pavilion, Chen Jinghong. It's said that a single strike from her can make the world itself fall silent. Su Wuzhou felt his mouth go dry. He could clearly feel the power within him, a rampaging energy that felt like it could tear his muscles apart. But he couldn't imagine what a power even greater than this would be like. Limits. How do you break them? He couldn't help but ask. The girl giggled, like a sly fox. Want to try? It's simple, and it's incredibly difficult. She paused, her expression turning serious. First, your body has to become a vessel capable of containing a storm. An ordinary person's body is a wooden bowl, fill it with water, and it overflows. Yours needs to be a great cauldron forged of steel. Otherwise, the excess power will shatter your own bones first. And then you build. Relentlessly. The girl's tone grew heavier. Right now, you feel like you're getting stronger with every breath. But once you hit your limit, you could train nonstop for a month and the power inside you might not increase by a single shred. It's like pouring water into a lake that's already overflowing. Useless. If it's that hard, why even do it? Su Wuzhou frowned. Why? The girl smiled, and this time, her smile held a scorching brilliance. Because the rewards are greater than you can possibly imagine. Right now, with this brute strength of yours, you can already go toe-to-toe with people in higher realms. But if you truly break your limit. She took a step closer, lowering her voice. Her breath brushed against his ear like a feather. It's like using those bulls inside you to smash open a gate to a whole new world. And the view from the other side is nothing like what we see now. The young woman's finger traced the rim of her cup, coaxing from it a clear, humming chime. Picture your body as a dry riverbed, she said softly, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Most people only ever draw in a trickle, barely enough to dampen the center. But you're different. You're gathering a deluge. The moment that flood breaks its banks, the channel it carves will be 100 times wider, 100 times stronger than anyone else's. That power will ensure that your every future surge will be like a river roaring into the sea, unstoppable. Su Wuzhou's hand, holding his teacup, faltered for a moment. The scattered fragments of medical knowledge in his mind were instantly threaded together by her words, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night, illuminating a whole new territory. He felt his throat go dry. The young woman leaned forward, her dark, bright eyes glittering in the candlelight as if they held the stars themselves. So, her voice dropped even lower, like a lover's whisper. When are you going to fill that cup for yourself? Su Wuzhou nearly choked on his tea. He broke into a fit of coughing, struggling to catch his breath. This woman, she actually remembered his boast about swallowing the city of linen with a single cup. Did she really think he'd laid some inescapable trap across the entire city? He cleared his throat, forcing his expression into one of solemn gravity. A matter of this magnitude, one that concerns the fates of countless people, must be considered at length. I understand. A knowing smile played on the young woman's lips. She nodded. You need time to grow stronger, don't you? A muscle in Su Wuzhou's cheek twitched. He managed a stiff smile. She ignored his expression completely, laughing aloud instead. The sound was like a string of silver bells chiming in the night. Linen is indeed a tough nut to crack. But I've always loved a challenge. She tapped a fingertip on the table, as if pointing to the center of a map. We could work together. It's late. Su Wuzhou stood and walked to the window, trying to put some distance between them. You should get some rest. Work together? All he wanted was to sleep in late with his head on a beautiful woman's lap, not worry about ruling the world. But her voice came from behind him, laced with amusement, am not the least bit sleepy. Su Wuzhou turned, an expression of exaggerated sympathy on his face. I get it. After all, a broken heart is the surest cure for sleep. Perfectly normal. Happens all the time. Heh, she chuckled, amused. She rose to her feet and closed the distance between them, the hem of her dress tracing a graceful arc on the floor. In this world, I'm the one who breaks hearts. No one has ever been capable of breaking mine. Is that so? Su Wuzhou's gaze drifted past her shoulder to the deep darkness outside the window, his tone becoming distant. Of course, her voice was filled with unshakable confidence. Su Wuzhou brought his gaze back to meet hers, seeing only his own reflection in those brilliant eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice soft, yet it landed like a pebble in a still pond. Even the strongest walls have cracks. The smile vanished from her face. It didn't fade slowly. It shattered, like a flower ripped apart by a sudden gale. The very air around her seemed to chill. Those eyes, once shimmering with light, now held nothing but a cold scrutiny, like two poisoned daggers ready to pierce Su Wuzhou's soul. How do you know? Her voice had changed, stripped of its earlier sweetness, now cold and hard. Did she send you? Has she found this place? Su Wuzhou didn't answer her questions. From the moment he first saw her, he had sensed a dissonance. Beneath her flawless vitality, a hairline fracture was hidden. A faint, chaotic pulse of energy coiled over her heart, like the single discordant note in an exquisite melody. I'm a physician, Su Wuzhou stated calmly, a simple declaration of fact. You have an old injury to your heart. I can heal it. The girl froze. The answer was the last thing she expected to hear. The suspicion in her eyes didn't lessen, it deepened. That wound had been left by that person, a curse that would never heal. She had sought out countless renowned physicians, all of whom had been helpless. What made this boy think he could be any different? But the next instant, the frost on her face melted away. The smile returned, more bewitching than before, and far more dangerous. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you, she said softly, each word laced with a hook. 300 pieces of silver. Su Wuzhou held up 3 fingers, his tone crisp and devoid of emotion. Payment first, treatment second. The girl's beautiful eyes narrowed, like those of a lazy yet wary cat. The smile remained fixed on her face, but it held no warmth. She didn't believe him, of course, but she had to find out whose pawn this boy who appeared out of nowhere truly was. She took a step closer, a faint, elusive fragrance drifting from her. But I have no silver, she whispered, her voice barely audible and tinged with a trembling, tearful quality that brushed against the ear like a feather. Please, good brother, my heart hurts so terribly. Won't you help me first? Please. She blinked, her long lashes glistening as if a mist of tears had truly formed upon them. Her pitiful, lovely appearance was enough to melt the heart of the most hardened man. For a fraction of a second, Su Wuzhou's breath caught. The performance was flawless. But he only watched her, his gaze unwavering, like a reef that had stood against the tide for 1,000 years. I have my rules when I do business, he said, his voice as still as stagnant water. No money, no cure. The expression on the girl's face froze. She sized him up, a flicker of genuine surprise in her eyes for the first time. The boy was completely unaffected. Her ploy had never once failed on someone her own age. She slowly straightened up, shedding all traces of her coquettish allure. The cold, killing intent enveloped her once more. You'd better think this through. Her voice dropped low, laced with a threatening rasp. Do you really think you can beat me? She took a step forward, and the floorboards beneath her feet let out a soft groan. Seduction isn't the only power in this world. The pitiable expression on the young woman's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy distance. Her chin tilted up, her gaze as sharp as daggers of ice. A chill went through Su Wuzhou. To change faces that fast, she is a natural-born actress. Just as he was figuring out his next move, she spoke first. Her voice was flat, devoid of any warmth. However, if you truly have the skill to cure me, you'll get your 300 taels of silver. Every last coin. Deal. Su Wuzhou replied without a moment's hesitation. His eyes lit up. 300 taels. That was enough to buy a small hoard of metals for refining. When money was on the line, her attitude was completely irrelevant. The customer, after all, is always right. He rubbed his hands together, plastering what he considered his most professional smile onto his face. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Miss, shall we begin? Just relax. I'll be very gentle. I promise it won't hurt, and it'll be over before you know it. A playful smirk touched Dai Yaoyao's lips, a sweet expression that never reached her cold eyes. She studied him quietly. This man knew the secret of her damaged heart meridians. He was no ordinary person. Who sent him? And what did they want from her? As for his slick, suggestive lines, did he really think she couldn't see through them? He certainly had nerve. Hehe, a laugh like the chiming of wind bells escaped her lips. My name is Dai Yaoyao. Yaoyao, Su Wuzhou savored the name. Like the most vibrant peach blossoms in spring, dazzling and bright. A fine name. He had to compliment her. It was part of the job. Dai Yaoyao's eyebrow arched slightly. That was a new one. She'd met countless men who tried to flatter her with tired old poems and illusions. This kind of straightforward praise, however, piqued her interest just a little. Do you have needles? Su Wuzhou asked, holding out his hand. Of course, Dai Yaoyao said, the smile on her face widening. From a silk pouch at her waist, she produced a small sandalwood box. Opening it revealed a row of silver needles, each as fine as a hair, gleaming coldly in the dim light. Her eyes held a flicker of mockery. A doctor who didn't even carry his own needles? Su Wuzhou paid her look no mind. He plucked a silver needle from the box without the slightest hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the needle shot forward like a silver flash of lightning, sinking precisely into an acupoint on Dai Yaoyao's shoulder. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, so fast it was nearly a blur, as if he had repeated the motion 1,000 times until it was carved into his very bones. The essence of the healing arts isn't found in rare herbs, but in a single word: balance. His voice grew steady as he swiftly inserted the second, then the third needle. He spoke in an almost chant-like tone. Where there is cold in the body, there is heat. Where there is movement, there is stillness. When that balance is lost, 100 illnesses arise. My job is simply to return everything to its proper place. Dai Yaoyao could feel a faint warmth begin to spread from where the needles entered her skin. For the first time, the wall of suspicion in her heart showed a tiny crack. His theory was watertight. It seemed this man had really done his homework to try and fool her. Her smile was as sweet as honey. It sounds like your method could cure most of the world's ailments. So, what about the ones it can't? One part is the soul, and the other. Su Wuzhou's voice trailed off. A peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. The liquid in the black bowl could nourish the soul. Did that mean he could also mend the fissures deep within his own? The curve of Dai Yaoyao's lips turned to ice. Giving up the act, are we? She could practically predict his next words. It would be the same old story. Her injuries were too severe, requiring a lengthy convalescence. She'd heard that routine from so many charlatans that she was sick to death of it. What's coiled around your core meridians is a foreign energy, one that clashes with your own. Su Wuzhou's voice sounded again, calm and certain. He pinched a silver needle between his fingers, its tip catching the candlelight with a cold gleam. Water and fire cannot coexist, they only lead to mutual destruction. But what if you could make the water embrace the fire? Let them merge into one and become a gentle steam. Dai Yao said nothing, only watched him with a faint smile. But her body was coiled tight, a fully drawn bow, every muscle taut with vigilance. She didn't fear an ambush, but she had no intention of being caught off guard in the one place she least expected it. One last needle, and we're done, Su Wuzhou said. He held the silver needle, his movement simple to the point of being casual, and gently inserted it into the higu point on the back of her hand. The smile in Dai Yao's eyes froze. That's it. She felt like a fool for having endured the sting of dozens of needles for nothing. And yet, in the very instant that thought crossed her mind, a low thrumming sound, one that seemed to come not from the outside world, but to resonate from deep within her own body. The dozens of silver needles piercing her skin, as if plucked by an invisible hand, all began to vibrate in perfect, high-frequency unison. Dai Yao's jade-green eyes constricted. Deep within her, a term that existed only in legends exploded like a thunderclap. The 100 needles as one. This was no longer a medical technique, it was an art form. To command needles with one's chi, forcing dozens of disparate points into a single, perfect resonant field, as if they were one entity. The level of control required for such a feat was nothing short of monstrous. But what truly left her stunned wasn't the divine mastery of the technique. It was her own body. She could feel it clearly, a warm current originating from that final needle, instantly connecting all the others to form a vast web of energy within her. This web gently enveloped her wounded meridians, like a cool breeze sweeping through a mountain pass on a scorching summer day, softly caressing her fevered injuries. That foreign energy, the one that had coiled within her for so long, gnawing at her like a venomous serpent under the gentle touch of this breeze, it began to dissolve, little by little, soothed, and then assimilated. A wave of relief, unlike anything she had ever felt, washed through her entire being. He actually did it. Dai Yao's gaze was fixed on the man before her. His face was gaunt, his complexion a sickly pale. He looked as though a strong gust of wind might topple him. How could a man like this possess such heaven-defying skill? He looked so young. And yet, it was these hands that had just performed a near miraculous act of healing. She studied him, her gaze as sharp as a blade. This man was anything but simple. A believer now? Su Wuzhou leaned in, his face close to hers. His warm breath grazed her ear, and the air filled with the faint, musky scent of her perfume, like an invisible hand tugging at the heartstrings. A smirk played on Dai Yao's lips, her voice as languid as a cat's purr. Oh, I never doubted you for a second. 300 liang, Su Wuzhou said, holding up 3 fingers. His tone was clipped. Pay up. 300 liang? Dai Yao froze for a moment. Then, an almost imperceptible glint of amusement flashed in her eyes. She truly wondered what went on inside his head. A healing art that could practically reverse fate, enough to bring kings and nobles to their knees, begging. And he was asking for a mere 300 liang? He was an innocent fool. Seeing her silent, Su Wuzhou immediately grew anxious, his voice rising. Think it's too expensive? Let me tell you, that's a bargain. To purge that dark affliction from your body, it nearly drained all of my spiritual energy. He pressed his temples, swaying slightly as if he might collapse at any moment. He stared at her, his tone softening. All right, fine. Since you're easy on the eyes, I'll knock off 1 liang. 299 liang. Can't go any lower. Your wound isn't fully healed, you know. It'll be another 6 or 7 days before you're completely recovered. All right, Dai Yao said with a soft laugh. 299 it is. A flash of sheer joy lit up Su Wuzhou's eyes. He straightened up instantly, all traces of his earlier weakness gone in a flash. He thought he'd hidden it well, but the act hadn't escaped her notice. So, the man was an actor, too. You said, I'll be fully recovered in 6 or 7 days? She asked, needing to hear it again. A faint tremor had entered her voice, almost imperceptible. Absolutely. Su Wuzhou puffed out his chest, his voice booming. If you're not, I'll give you double your money back. Dai Yao stared at him, her mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. An image flashed through her mind. The smug sneer of that woman from the Xiannu Palace. She had paid a terrible price, had woven countless schemes, all to plant this dark affliction within her. That insidious power had coiled inside her like a venomous snake for years, tormenting her day and night. And now all of it, for the paltry sum of less than 300 liang, it had been swept away by the boy standing before her. Imagine the look on that woman's face if she knew. Dai Yaoyao looked at Su Wuzhou again, the suspicion and wariness in her eyes melting away like frost in the sun. She smiled. No enemy would help her like this, and no friend would do it this way. This seemingly clever, yet utterly innocent fool. Perhaps he really was just a traveling physician who happened to cross her path. An interesting, enigmatic fool. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. A new day had begun. Lin Qingshan's footsteps echoed in the empty martial hall, sharp and grating. His gaze swept the room, landing first on Su Wuzhou. The man was leaning against the doorframe, completely unscathed. Then, his eyes shifted to the armory, and his pupils constricted. It was empty, as if licked clean by some invisible beast. Not even a single rusted iron sword was left. Lin Qingshan drew in a sharp, cold breath, his heart seized by an icy grip. Disappointed? A calm voice asked. Su Wuzhou approached slowly, each step landing like a hammer on Lin Qingshan's own heartbeat. A faint smile touched his lips, but his eyes were as cold as ice. The armory is empty, by the way, Su Wuzhou said, stopping in front of him. His voice was low. You forgot to restock it yesterday. Make sure you don't forget again today. All the color drained from Lin Qingshan's face. His lips trembled, his throat thick as if clogged with sand. He couldn't force out a single word. He dropped his head, not daring to meet Su Wuzhou's eyes. His reaction was a confession in itself. The smile on Su Wuzhou's lips deepened. The entire martial hall had been as silent as a grave yesterday. He caused such a commotion, and not a single person had shown up. Now, the answer was clear. He reached out and gently patted Lin Qingshan's rigid shoulder. Feel it. Why, yes. Lin Qingshan's voice was a hoarse rasp, like a worn-out bellows. Fear washed over him like a tide. He remembered yesterday, the savage looks on Shirley and Shirsen's faces. He remembered how he had sold out Su Wuzhou's location without a second thought, even deliberately sending everyone else in the martial hall away so they could make their move. He expected to be collecting Su Wuzhou's corpse today. But here was Su Wuzhou, standing before him, alive and well, while Shirley and Shirsen were nowhere to be found. Had something happened to them? At Su Wuzhou's hands? Impossible. Then who? Someone from the Qin family. It had to be Qin Li. The thought struck Lin Qingshan like a bolt of lightning. All his scheming, his betrayals, could the family head know everything? A cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. His gaze shot back to the empty armory, and a terrible realization made him tremble. This wasn't Su Wuzhou's doing. It was a warning from Qin Li. Because he was, after all, Qin Yunji's cousin, the family had only emptied the armory instead of taking his life directly. Yes, that had to be it. Watching Lin Qingshan scramble away, shouting for servants to go procure new weapons, the smile on Su Wuzhou's face turned wry. He was a pig in a pen, and Su Wuzhou could carve off a piece whenever he wanted. A few days later, Dai Yaoyao came to the martial hall. The moment she appeared, the very air in the hall seemed to grow brighter and more dangerous. Today, her lecture was on how to break through the body's first shackle, the Hotian realm. Her voice was crisp, yet it carried a strange, piercing quality. It is about unearthing the power within your own flesh and blood. It isn't in the heavens or in the earth. It's in your bones, in your every heartbeat. She explained the profound in simple terms, using the most basic analogies to dissect the essence of power. Su Wuzhou sat in a corner, listening quietly. Her words were like a key, connecting the scattered fragments of medical knowledge in his mind. Many obscure points suddenly became clear. Though whispers still rustled around him, and gazes stuck to him like flies, no one dared to challenge him aloud anymore. That dog Lin Qingshan had been tamed, and the other mutts had naturally tucked their tails. The drone of cicadas pulsed outside, but within the lecture hall, Dai Yaoyao's voice flowed like a cool, clear stream. Su Wuzhou sat ramrod straight, the picture of an attentive student, but his fingertips were subtly manipulating a hovering, blood-red droplet. With a mere thought, the droplet sank into his palm and vanished without a trace. In the past, a single drop like this would have been enough to make the power inside him roar to life like a furnace. But now, it sank into his body like a stone dropped into a bottomless well. There was no echo. His expression unchanged. Su Wuzhou summoned a second drop, then a third. Every single drop of this liquid had cost him a fortune in silver, paid for with a pile of weapons. His heart gave a painful twist at the thought of the black bowl that had taken them, valuing only the weight of the metal. Those had been fine blades capable of cleaving armor, not scrap iron. Drop after drop vanished into his body. Not until the 10th drop was absorbed did he finally feel a faint shift. It wasn't the violent surge of power he remembered, but something else entirely. It was like a single, faint current of warmth beginning to thaw the underside of a frozen lake. It was far too weak. Before, the energy from 10 drops would have been enough to send his power surging, elevating him to an entirely new level. Su Wuzhou didn't stop. Like a tireless artisan, he continued to channel the crimson liquid into his body. Then, a strange sensation began. It wasn't warmth anymore, but a prickly itch, as if countless invisible, ice-cold needles were erupting from deep within his flesh and bone, spreading to every corner of his body. They weren't harming him. They were reforging him. Every inch of muscle, every fragment of bone, grew tougher, denser under this silent crucible. His body was being forged from the inside out by a piercing will, becoming a true blade. Up on the dais, Dai Yaoyao's gaze drifted across the room, passing over Su Wuzhou. For a fraction of a second, she paused. For just an instant, what she saw wasn't a young man, but a drawn sword. The unseen edge it gave off was so keen it seemed to make the very air around him shimmer. She blinked, trying to get a clearer look. The vision vanished. Su Wuzhou was just Su Wuzhou again, sitting quietly, his presence as unremarkable as a stone on the side of the road. An illusion? Dai Yaoyao thought, her brow furrowing slightly. She studied him for a moment longer, but that breathtaking sharpness was completely gone. Why would she have imagined such a thing? Unless he was standing on some unknown threshold, about to emerge from his chrysalis? A drop of crimson liquid pierced Su Wuzhou's skin like a red-hot steel needle. His body shuddered, and after the searing pain, a wave of warmth seeped into his flesh and blood. Outside the window, the sky bled from the pale white of dawn to the blazing midday sun, then faded into the orange hues of twilight. He remained seated, motionless as a lifeless statue. One drop, then another. He could feel an unseen, impenetrable wall within him. The energy born from the liquid was like a relentless tide, crashing against it without cease. The process was as slow as a creeping glacier, yet he felt no impatience, for he could clearly hear the minute fissures being etched upon the wall's surface. The instant the 200th drop merged with his body, boom, a dull boom erupted from deep within him, a sound not heard with his ears, but felt in every inch of his bones. Crack! An invisible shackle snapped. A sense of lightness he had never known before washed over him in an instant. Su Wuzhou's eyes shot open, and for a fleeting moment, a crimson light flashed within their depths. He slowly closed his hand into a fist. The air around it popped softly. He felt a sudden, powerful conviction. A single punch could shatter the stone wall before him. This wasn't the strength of muscle, but a primal, ferocious energy welling up from the very depths of his blood. A primordial behemoth was awakening in his veins. His blood now flowed like raging lava. Any chilling presence that dared to intrude would be incinerated in an instant. He stretched, his joints popping like a string of firecrackers. He let out a long breath and muttered with a trace of discontent, "Is that all?" And it took the entire day. Then, he broke into a wry smile. 200 drops. The number alone was staggering. To go from nothing to his previous peak had taken less than half that amount. No wonder everyone said that threshold was like an impassable mountain. Who else but him could possibly withstand such a self-destructive infusion of power? Su Wuzhou stood up. The energy within him was no longer a placid stream. It was a colossal dam, filled to the brim, towering over a network of dry riverbeds. He could clearly sense those riverbeds, the channels known as meridians. Now, All it would take was a single thought to open the floodgates. And when he did, what rushed forth would not be a gentle stream, but a raging torrent powerful enough to destroy everything in its path. Su Wuzhou could feel a warm current surging through his body, but it was blocked, as if by an invisible, indestructible wall of ice. Each time it charged forward, the current would be mostly consumed, leaving him utterly drained. But now, things were different. With a mere thought, a drop of ruby-like liquid merged with the current. The power instantly became searing and ferocious, like an awakened behemoth. As long as he had enough metal, he could refine an endless supply of the red liquid. He could, in one single push, use this ferocious power to shatter the wall of ice. But he only had a little over 100 drops on hand. Would it be enough? Su Wuzhou opened his eyes, the ferocious energy within him gradually subsiding. He turned to Qin Yunjie beside him and asked casually, "The Qin family competition, how strong do you have to be to even place?" Qin Yunjie shot him a look. The kind one gives a delusional fool. At a minimum, you have to open the first main meridian, allowing your qi to circulate freely on its own. You, he snorted, his disdain palpable. Don't go and embarrass yourself. Oh, is that all? Su Wuzhou nodded thoughtfully. Doesn't sound too hard. Not hard. Qin Yunjie looked like he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. His lips curled into a smirk, but in the end, he couldn't even be bothered to mock him. He just shook his head and turned away, treating it as if he'd just overheard someone talking in their sleep. The early morning mist had yet to burn off when a crowd of dumbfounded Qin disciples gathered in front of the clan's armory. A dead silence hung in the air. Inside the massive armory, row after row of weapon racks stood bare. The gleaming swords and blades, the heavy iron hammers, the sharp spears, not a single one was left. The floor had been swept clean, as if what had happened last night wasn't a robbery, but a complete move out. It's empty again, a young disciple's voice trembled. This is the 5th day? 5 whole days. Keep it down, Steward Lin is here. The crowd parted automatically. Lin Qingshan walked through, his face grim, each step seeming to land on the beat of everyone's heart. He stared at the empty armory, his face ashen, the fists hidden in his sleeves clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He had clearly doubled the guards, and had even patrolled personally in the middle of the night. But the thief was like a ghost, arriving and leaving without a trace. Steward Lin, what are we going to do? Someone ventured to ask. Lin Qingshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tempest in his heart. He commanded in a hoarse voice, "Go to the accounting office, withdraw the funds, and buy back every weapon on the inventory list. Identical replacements. Not one can be missing." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Paying for it himself? How much would that cost? Seeing the mixed looks of pity and confusion from the crowd, Lin Qingshan felt a tightness seize his chest. He couldn't say it. He didn't dare. He knew this was no ordinary theft. It was a silent warning from the patriarch of the Qin family. He looked up toward the main residence, his expression incredibly complex. This was both a punishment and an opportunity. His clenched fist slowly relaxed. A complex mixture of humiliation and gratitude swelled within him. He understood. He had to prove through his actions that he understood this painful lesson. With a twitch of his fingertip, a faint crackle echoed in the air. This newborn power, like a wild beast, had rampaged inside him for 3 whole days. Now, it was finally tamed. The 4th day, he sat alone in a corner, like a forgotten stone. The people around him kept their distance, their gazes a mixture of contempt and fear. Su Wuzhou paid them no mind. He closed his eyes, and the world fell silent. His consciousness sank into his body. There, a dormant riverbed lay sealed shut by layers of unyielding barriers. An ordinary cultivator would need months, even years, to slowly grind them down with the patience of water dripping on stone. But Su Wuzhou was different. He gathered the vast life energy within him, shaping it into a crimson torrent. Crash! The moment the thought formed, the torrent slammed viciously against the first barrier. A searing pain shot through him, as if his bones were being shattered. The energy was instantly depleted, leaving his body feeling hollow. The barrier didn't even tremble. Anyone else would have had to stop and slowly recover. But in Su Wuzhou's chest, the mysterious black bowl warmed slightly. A drop of scarlet liquid seeped out, and merged with his bloodline. The sensation was like pouring a ladle of boiling oil into a scorching, dry wok. His empty body was instantly filled with a scorching power, even stronger than before. Again, the second impact. The barrier let out a muffled thud and trembled slightly. Energy depleted. The bowl replenished. Power surged anew. Impact. Replenish. Impact again. No fatigue, no rest. He had become a relentless battering ram, launching his own body in one suicidal charge after another against the barriers within. Months of bitter work for others were, for him, condensed into a single, ceaseless storm. An hour later, the barrier that would take others months to even shake had already crumbled by half before him. A day passed. Of the 300-some drops of liquid in the bowl, only a few remained. And of the dormant riverbed, only the final, most fortified barrier was left. It stood like a dam forged from black iron, stubbornly blocking the way. Su Wuzhou took a deep breath, and the air tasted of blood. He drained the last few drops of liquid, mustering all the raging power in his body and twisting it into a single point, like a red-hot awl. "Break, for me," he roared silently in his mind. The awl chiseled viciously into the dam. Crack! A faint, crisp sound exploded deep within his soul. A fissure appeared. Then crack! Crack! Fissures spiderwebbed out in a frenzy. Boom! The black iron dam was blown to smithereens. An unprecedented torrent, now unbound, surged and roared through his body. It was an indescribable sense of release, as if he had finally shattered shackles he'd worn for years. Power had never felt so clear. A low peal of thunder detonated within Su Wuzhou. He felt something inside him shatter. In the next instant, a searing river of energy surged through his very being. This was no gentle stream, but a flash flood that had broken its dam, scouring him from within with a devastating, untamed power. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering inside him grew louder, like a great drum pounding in his chest. Wisps of a faint red mist seeped from his pores, enveloping him completely. Had anyone been there, they would have noticed that the percussive booms were powerful enough to make the ground tremble slightly. So this is the river of power. Su Wuzhou felt the energy surging through a newly forged channel, his voice hoarse with awe. He knew instinctively that this river held limitless potential. For now, it only roared within him. But one day, perhaps it could surge into the heavens and touch the very stars. The power was ferocious, yet the meridians he had just forged were as solid as bedrock, withstanding the torrent's assault without yielding an inch. He slowly clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked sharply. He felt like he could punch through a wall. No, 3 of them. He was even confident he could easily defeat 3 of his former selves. Taking a deep breath, he drew all the power back within himself. The drumming in his chest gradually subsided, and the red mist on his skin receded like the tide, leaving him as he was before. All was calm, as if nothing had happened. From a corner of the room, Dai Yaoyao had seen everything. Her eyes had lost their usual coy charm now. They held a sharp glint, as if she were appraising a priceless treasure. He did it, she thought. But that display, it wasn't a stream. It was a tidal wave. That power is far beyond anyone else at his level. She studied Su Wuzhou, who was still sitting cross-legged. The corner of her mouth lifted uncontrollably into a dangerous, alluring curve. "Are the stagnant waters of Linen City about to be stirred up again?" she murmured, her tongue darting out to wet her lips. "If you want to be my man, you can't be a weakling. The stronger you are, the more fun this will be." The moment Su Wuzhou opened his eyes, every trace of her sharpness vanished. The keen glint in her eyes melted into limpid pools of spring water, and the knowing smirk was replaced by an endearing, delicate pout. "Mr. Su," her voice became impossibly soft and sweet, as if coated in honey. Can you come heal my broken heart now? It hurts so much, and only you can make it better." She blinked her large, glistening eyes, her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Her exquisite face was a mask of pleading vulnerability, enough to melt the heart of the most hardened man. Su Wuzhou looked at her, the sharp intensity in his own gaze slowly fading, replaced by a hint of a smile. "Heal your broken heart." He rose slowly to his feet, stretching his limbs. A series of soft pops echoed from his joints. "Isn't that what I've been trying to do all this time?" Su Wuzhou pinched a silver needle, a cold glint flashing from its tip before vanishing. It's so good to have you here. Dai Yaoyao's voice was tinged with a languid huskiness. If it weren't for those 299 taels of silver, she tilted her head, her eyes like hooks, you'd be just about perfect. Su Wuzhou didn't look at her, his focus entirely on his hands. The needle slid into her skin, bringing a slight sting. The exact amount, he said, his voice steady and matter-of-fact. Anything more would upset the balance. You can't be too greedy. A few hundred taels, and you call me greedy? Her breath brushed against the back of his hand, warm and moist. She blinked, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Do you hate me that much? No. I'm a simple man. He raised his eyes to meet hers. I just want your body, not your heart. Isn't that simpler? Why expect a stranger to heal you for free? As he spoke, another needle pierced her slender calf. Her skin, flawless as jade, gleamed softly in the dim light. The curve of Dai Yaoyao's lips deepened. There wasn't a hint of anger in her smile, only playful amusement. This man has no idea who I am. It seems life at the Qin Manor has been hard on you. She chuckled, changing the subject. To be so concerned over a few hundred taels. Want to make some quick money with me? Su Wuzhou's hands paused. How? There's a man who's been poisoned. He's on the brink of death. You save him. Dai Yaoyao stated her terms languidly. The pay is 100 taels. 100. Su Wuzhou scoffed as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What am I, a beggar? 500. I won't do it for a coin less. 300. Her gaze sharpened. In or out? Deal? Su Wuzhou answered instantly, without a flicker of hesitation. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He'd named a high price just to give her the satisfaction of bargaining him down. The woman took the bait. 300 taels. The number echoed in Su Wuzhou's mind. It was enough. Enough to shatter the next bottleneck in his power. He could almost hear that power thrumming in his veins, yearning to be unleashed. But then he frowned. Just one barrier cost 300 taels. There were 7 more to go, each one tougher than the last. He'd need a mountain of gold to get through them all. He stared out the window, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the tabletop. No, he couldn't spend all the silver on consumption, on converting it to power. He had to save some, to enjoy life. He had to find more metal. The more, the better. Su Wuzhou strolled through the streets of linen, the warm sun resting on his shoulders. A lazy smile played on his lips. The air felt easy. Here he was somebody. Few among the younger generation could pique his interest. Of course, he knew the city hid a few real beasts, like Qinli. You could feel their presence from a great distance, like an invisible wall. He turned a corner, and the din of the street fell away behind him. Dai Yaoyao's residence was just ahead, a modest courtyard enclosed by a fence of green bamboo. It was hard to connect this place with a woman whose very name oozed a bewitching aura. In the sitting room, sandalwood incense curled through the air. A quiet maidservant served him tea, the white porcelain warm against his fingers. He lifted the cup, inhaling the fresh, clean fragrance. A figure flashed past the veranda, stirring a faint scent of orchids before vanishing in the direction of the back courtyard. Su Wuzhou didn't move. He just sipped his tea in silence. In the back courtyard, stone steps led down into the earth, cold and damp. Water seeped from the stone walls, its echoing drip, drip, drip the only sound in the stillness. A heavy wooden door swung open with a grating screech. Light flooded in, illuminating a figure in the secret chamber. A young man was chained to the wall with thick iron links, the shackles digging deep into his wrists and ankles. Dai Yaoyao stood before him. In the gloom, her pale blue dress was like a pool of liquid moonlight. What the hell do you want? The young man's voice was hoarse. He lifted his head, his gaze flickering over her curves before he tore it away as if burned, fixing it on the stone floor. His breathing grew ragged. Another look, and his eyes might no longer be his own. Dai Yaoyao extended a slender finger, tracing the cold chain beside him. Her fingertip tapped against the metal with a crisp clink. I'm going to let you go. Her voice was as smooth as silk. And while I'm at it, I'll cure the poison in your system. The young man's body went rigid, every muscle pulled taut like a drawn bowstring. He could hear his own heart, pounding against his ribs, one beat after another. This woman's words were more lethal than any poison she could carry. Seeing his silence, Dai Yaoyao tilted her head, a look of innocent curiosity on her face. What? You don't want to leave? The young man took a deep breath, the air thick with the smell of rust and mildew. He forced himself to speak. Just state your terms. This whole song and dance is making my skin crawl. Am I so scary? Dai Yaoyao chuckled, the sound echoing in the chamber. I've always been a kind person. The young man clamped his mouth shut, his jawline as hard as stone. Kindness. Coming from a demoness of the unorthodox path, the word itself was the most vicious of curses. Dai Yaoyao's laughter died. So the great Yu Feng, the infamous troublemaker who fears nothing and no one, can feel fear after all. Yu Feng remained silent, like a statue carved from rock. Dai Yaoyao leaned in close to his ear. The breath she exhaled carried the scent of orchids, but it was bone-chillingly cold. I quite admire your talent for stirring up trouble. With a flick of her finger, the ropes binding Yu Feng slid to the ground like a dead snake. You're free to go. Her voice was placid, as if she were stating a matter of no consequence. Yu Feng froze, his body rigid as he stared at her. Go. Just like that? He struggled to rise, but the movement tore at his wounds, making him grimace in pain. Dai Yaoyao took a deep breath. The stabbing pain that had coiled in her chest, the one that felt like shards of glass threatening to tear her insides to ribbons, had finally, completely subsided. The worst of her injuries had healed. The rest was merely a matter of time. With her strength returned, Yu Feng had lost his last ounce of value. You're just letting me go like that? Yu Feng panted, his eyes wary. What do you want? I want nothing. Dai Yaoyao walked over and loomed over him, a playful smile touching her lips. However, I can cure your poison. Yu Feng's pupils constricted as if pricked by a needle. The price is a favor you'll owe me. Her words were like silken threads, soft and gentle, yet lined with hooks that made it impossible to break free. You can cure it. Yu Feng's voice was a hoarse whisper, thick with a desperate hope he didn't dare to believe. One favor, in exchange for your freedom. Dai Yaoyao's voice was laced with a mesmerizing quality. Do we have a deal? Deal. I accept. Yu Feng practically screamed it, scrambling toward her on his hands and knees like a drowning man clawing for a piece of driftwood. Quick, give me the antidote. He was on the verge of madness. He thought of his father's cold, disappointed eyes, of the damned poison coursing through him. It wasn't lethal, but it was a fate worse than death. It was like an invisible stain, an indelible curse that made every woman avoid him like the plague. Their looks of visceral disgust hurt more than any blade. A world without women was, to him, a living hell. Dai Yaoyao watched his pathetic display and let out a light laugh, the sound crisp and mocking. A promise without even knowing the terms. You're quite bold. She shook her head. The phrase death wish might as well have been invented for you. That doesn't matter. Yu Feng roared, his eyes bloodshot. The antidote is all that matters. When will you give it to me? Dai Yaoyao said no more. She simply turned and walked toward the deeper darkness of the room. Her voice drifted out from the shadows, light as a feather, yet carrying the unquestionable weight of a command. Follow me. Dai Yaoyao pulled a man from the shadows. With a lift of her chin, she motioned for Su Wuzhou to step forward. A sickly sweet, rotten stench washed over him. The man was huddled over, his neck and bare chest crawling with dark red growths. The tips of the growths had split open, oozing a murky pus. Each one bloomed on his skin like a hideous flower. A barely perceptible tightness laced Dai Yaoyao's voice. Well, can you fix it? Su Wuzhou didn't answer right away. He extended 2 fingers, resting them lightly on the man's wrist, and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them, his voice as calm as still water. It's a frigid, insidious poison. It has coiled around his lifeblood like icy vines. He paused before continuing. His life force is like a fire, fighting desperately to burn away these vines. But the flames aren't strong enough. Instead, they've been trapped, festering beneath the skin, and that's what's burning these putrid sores into him. The man, Yu Feng, jerked his head up. He seized Su Wuzhou's sleeve, his voice as raspy as sandpaper. You? Is that true? Can you cure me? The needles can suppress it temporarily. A complete cure will require a medicinal brew, Su Wuzhou stated plainly. Then do it. Quickly. Yu Feng was practically begging. Just give me some relief. And don't worry about the ingredients. I'll move heaven and earth to find them for you. Su Wuzhou glanced at Dai Yaoyao. She gave a slight nod. Without another word, he flicked his fingers, and a row of silver needles appeared out of thin air. A flash of cold light. The needles were already embedded in the major acupoints across Yufeng's body. He bent a finger and tapped the end of one needle. Thrum. A low hum vibrated through the air. Yufeng shuddered violently, letting out a muffled groan as if an invisible current had shot through him. A miracle happened. Before their eyes, the grotesque growths began to shrink and fade. The deep red paled to a soft pink, and the open sores started to close. The bone-deep itch and searing pain receded like a fading tide. Yufeng stared down at his body, then burst into ecstatic laughter. Ha! The itching's gone. The pain is gone. I can finally go chase after the ladies again. Su Wuzhou removed the needles. He picked up a brush and paper from the table, dashed off a prescription, and handed it over. Fill this. 2 doses will see you fully recovered. He held out his hand. 300 liang. Dai Yaoyao chuckled, untying an exquisite pouch from her waist and tossing it to him. It landed in his hand with a heavy clink. Her eyes danced with mock reproach. You really are a little miser, aren't you? The ecstatic look on Yufeng's face froze. He stared at Dai Yaoyao as if she were a monster, then back at Su Wuzhou. 300 liang? Was that it? The poison that had tormented him for half a month, that had made his life a living hell, was worth a mere 300 liang? To get this cure, he had promised Dai Yaoyao a monumental favor, a commitment so heavy that even he felt its crushing weight. Wait a second. Yufeng's voice trembled. 300 liang? You only spent 300 liang on this. Dai Yaoyao nodded, still smiling. But to him, that smile now looked demonic. Blood rushed to Yufeng's head. He felt like a complete idiot, a fool who'd been played for a sucker. His promise, his dignity, all for a paltry 300 liang. He pointed a trembling finger at Dai Yaoyao, shaking with rage. You witch. Then he whirled on Su Wuzhou, roaring. And you can cure a poison set by my own clan elder. You're a miracle worker. So why would you only charge 300 liang? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Yufeng's brows knitted together. He shot Dai Yaoyao a look that clearly asked, is this kid out of his mind? The curve of Dai Yaoyao's lips deepened. A soft chuckle escaped her throat, tickling the air like a feather. She seemed to relish the thought of the priceless expression he'd have on his face the day he finally realized the true significance of his medical skills. Yufeng read the playful mockery in her smile and wisely kept his mouth shut, though his mind was already racing. In 2 days, all eyes in the city will be on that event. Dai Yaoyao's voice dropped to a low, alluring whisper. Are you ready? To swallow the city of linen whole. Su Wuzhou's eye twitched. Swallow linen? With what army? But a smile instantly plastered itself across his face. He let out a dry laugh. Ha! Shh, keep your voice down, he said, making an exaggerated gesture. We can't let word of such a grand ambition get out ahead of time. I understand, Dai Yaoyao said, her fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop, a soft tap, 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 waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow. Seriously, though, if you need an accomplice, I'm always available. A chill ran down Yufeng's spine. What did I just hear? He instinctively glanced around, as if the very walls had ears. Take linen. Do they have any idea what they're talking about? The city itself might not be much, but its symbolic value was enough to get anyone crushed to dust. Madmen. They're both completely insane. Yufeng turned his head stiffly, his eyes locked on Su Wuzhou. Could this boy, who looked so harmless, be even more insane than the demoness herself? 2 days passed, slipping away as quietly as sand through an hourglass. During those 2 days, Su Wuzhou clearly felt a surge of scorching energy shatter the second barrier within his body. Now, 2 scalding torrents of energy roared through his veins. Each beat of his heart was like the pounding of a war drum, brimming with explosive power. At last, the day of the competition arrived. Before the morning mist had even burned away, the streets and alleys of Linen were already teeming with people, all flowing in the same direction. The entire city has gone to watch the competition. What's the star of the show still doing here? Dai Yaoyao's voice was as clear as a bell, all traces of her previous illness gone from her face. She watched as Su Wuzhou plucked the last silver needle from Yufeng's back. The lingering chill in your system is almost gone, Su Wuzhou told Yufeng. As for these faint red marks on your skin, a good soak in hot water will make them disappear completely. He put away his silver needles, his gaze shifting from Yufeng to Dai Yaoyao. The headliner, he said calmly, never rushes the stage. Su Wuzhou glanced at the distant crowd, the corner of his mouth curving into a subtle arc. Those stares were like a pack of hungry wolves. He had no desire to become their prey just yet. Of course, Yufeng puffed out his chest, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The real star always makes his entrance last. The stone platform on the city's outskirts was now a boiling cauldron of noise. The roar of the crowd shook the heavens. At the center of the platform, two figures clashed violently, the dull thuds of fists on flesh sounding like the beat of a waterlogged cowhide drum. With every impact, an invisible shockwave erupted, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Thud! Another Qin disciple was sent flying off the platform with a kick, tumbling to the ground like a broken sack. Qin Li's face was darker than the stone beneath his feet. That was the fifth one. Every failure was like a knife, carving another piece from the Qin clan's flesh. The western docks, the shops on the North Street, he could feel his family's very foundations being pried loose, bit by bit. "Father, let me go." Qin Qingmo's voice was cool, laced with a hint of urgency. She looked at her dejected kinsman, a tightness in her chest. Qin Li shook his head, his voice low. "Qingmo, you are strong enough, but your hands have never been stained by blood. This isn't a sparring match. This is a fight to the death. But we can't afford to lose again." Qin Qingmo bit her lip. "If this goes on, our morale will shatter." Qin Li didn't answer. His gaze, sharp as a blade, shifted to Lin Qingshan beside him. "The Li clan is next. You're up. You will win. Losing is not an option." A chill ran down Lin Qingshan's back. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Uncle, rest assured," he said, each word deliberate. "I will win." Qin Li gave a slight nod. Lin Qingshan was the sharpest sword in his arsenal. The young man stood there, his breathing even, his body like a deep-rooted pine tree, steady and filled with power. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. Li Wangfeng, the head of the Li clan, was grinning from ear to ear, looking like a fox that had just gotten into the henhouse. "Brother Qin," Li Wangfeng said with a laugh, "your luck doesn't seem to be holding up. Care to raise the stakes? Let's bet the Western market. Loser gets out." Qin Li's fists cracked inside his sleeves. "Li Wangfeng, be careful you don't bite off more than you can chew." "Ha!" Li Wangfeng roared with laughter, his voice grating. "I think it's about time you went home to your grandchildren, Brother Qin." A cold smile played on Li Wangfeng's lips. His voice was low, yet it dropped into the quiet room like a cold stone into a still lake. "This city, Linen, is too small for 6 tigers. 3, I think, is more than enough." Qin Li's pupils contracted sharply, as if pricked by a needle. But he quickly masked it with a smile, his voice steady. "You think you can shake the foundations of my Qin family with mere speculation? As for weapons forged with killing intent, the Qin family has plenty. Cut the act, Qin Li." Li Wangfeng took a step forward, his presence menacing. "If you truly had warriors capable of imprinting their will on a steel, would you only show off a paltry dozen swords? I know where those came from, scrounged up from some black market outside the city. They still reek of coin." A chill crawled up Qin Li's spine. Li Wangfeng was right. He had been genuinely intimidated when he first saw those blades, each one radiating a terrifying sharpness, and it had made him cautious. But now, that old fox had clearly sniffed out the truth. Qin Li's jaw tightened. He didn't answer, but simply spat out 4 cold words. "Wait and see." "Very good." Li Wangfeng sounded as if he'd been waiting for those exact words. "Then let's settle this the old-fashioned way. A duel to decide who controls the West District. Of course, you can refuse. If you do, we'll just keep bleeding each other out in the streets and alleys. After all, my Li family has more men than you do." Qin Li didn't look at him. His gaze shifted to a silent young man behind him. "Lin Qingshan, you're up." Li Wangfeng said, gesturing to someone behind him. "Go." As Lin Qingshan stepped onto the platform, the wooden planks groaned under his weight. His opponent, Li Wang, was nearly his mirror image in build, his eyes just as sharp as an eagle's. Qin Li's expression was unreadable, but he knew this would be a tough fight. The two young men were evenly matched, both having reached the first peak of their martial prowess. No more words were needed. They exploded into motion at the same instant, crashing into one another like two runaway bulls. The air grew thick and hot, churned by the surging power radiating from their bodies. Blades snarled in mid-air, erupting in a blinding spray of sparks. Clang, clang, clang. Each impact was accompanied by the shriek of tearing metal. They moved so fast they were little more than blurs, exchanging dozens of blows in the space of a few breaths. The sharp sound of their blades cutting through the air was like the ripping of silk, making the onlookers flinch, as if they could feel the phantom cuts on their own skin. A collective gasp went through the crowd, and the atmosphere became electric. Crash. Another savage collision. Sparks flew like fireworks. A visible notch was gouged into both of their weapons. A numbing shock shot up Lin Qingshan's arm from the hilt of his sword. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, oozing blood. But he seemed not to feel it. He clenched his jaw, burying the searing pain deep inside. He used every ounce of his strength to steady his trembling hand. This time, I absolutely cannot lose. The thought burned like a fire in his blood. Lin Qingshan funneled every ounce of his strength into his arms. He let out a roar like a cornered beast, his muscles swelling and veins bulging. The long saber in his hand began to thrum, its blade instantly shrouded in an ominous, blood-red aura. Bull! From the stands. Qin Li's eyes lit up as he roared his approval. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek, leaving a crimson afterimage as it slashed straight for Li Wang's face. Faced with this thunderous strike, Li Wang didn't move a muscle. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, pinning him in place. Calmly, he simply raised his own blade. In the instant before the blades met, a surge of crimson mist erupted from Li Wang's body. The mist didn't dissipate. Instead, it coalesced, swirling around his blade until, in the blink of an eye, it formed the phantom of a roaring tiger. A low, guttural roar sent a paralyzing tremor through everyone's heart. Raging tiger, Li Wang snarled, bringing his arm down with brutal force. His blade became the fangs of a savage tiger, radiating an unmatched ferocity as it met Lin Qingshan's crimson slash. To the onlookers, it was no longer a blade, but the head of a ferocious tiger, its massive, man-eating jaws gaping wide. Clang! Qin Li shot to his feet in the stands, knocking over the teacup before him. He stared, transfixed, at the arena floor, two words catching in his throat: a battle technique. How could this be? A rare martial skill that required talent, resources, and countless hours of practice to master. At Li Wang's age, how could he possibly have learned one? Heh, forgive the crude display, Brother Qin. Li Wangfeng's voice drifted over, laced with a pride he couldn't quite conceal. My boy, Wanger just got lucky. He stumbled upon some old manual and was just messing around with it on his own. I never thought he'd actually make something of it. Scarcely had the words left his lips when a piercing shriek of tormented metal rang out from the arena. Crack! Lin Qingshan's long saber shattered into a dozen pieces. The force of the tiger phantom, its momentum unchecked, slammed viciously into his chest. He was thrown backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing hard off the stone platform. He struggled to rise, but a coppery taste filled his mouth, and he could no longer hold it back. With a wet heave, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the cold ground. The sixth match. The banner of House Qin had fallen in the dust. Qin Li stood beneath the stone stage of the West City Market, each breath like an inhale of cold iron shards. The very air seemed to congeal around him, and he could feel the crowd's stares, sharp as needles against his back. Defeated, utterly crushed, he could feel the eyes of his so-called friends and rivals, circling like vultures, waiting to pick over the remains of the fallen House Qin. A voice, slick as grease, shattered the dead silence. Xie Guangping. His gaze raked over Qin Li's daughter, Qin Qingmo, with undisguised possessiveness before finally settling on Qin Li. Uncle Qin, he said, flashing a grin of white teeth. You remember last year's wager, don't you? If that piece of trash Su Wuzhou failed to place this year, his family's assets would be mine. And now, It seems he doesn't even have the guts to show his face. Xie Guangping took a step forward, his voice louder to ensure everyone could hear. So what do you say? Isn't it time to honor the bet? Qin Li's fists clenched inside his sleeves, his knuckles cracking. That little bastard. Always digging a deeper hole for him at the worst possible moment. He glanced around the heads of the other families, all wore the smiles of spectators at a show. The head of the Xie family, Xie Tao, slowly lifted his teacup and blew on the steam. Brother Qin, surely you wouldn't interfere in a little game between the younger generation? His tone was light, but the threat was heavy. Qin Li's throat was dry. Just as he was about to speak, a lazy voice drifted over from the back of the crowd. In such a hurry to take my money. You needed to treat that hereditary disease of yours. The crowd parted like grass in the wind, opening a path. A young man walked out. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, his pace unhurried, as if he weren't walking toward a wager that would decide his family's fate, but merely dropping in on a neighbor. Su Wuzhou, Xie Guangping's face flushed a deep, ugly purple. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, Su Wuzhou said, stopping. He gave Xie Guangping a look of pure innocence. I'm just expressing my admiration for your mother. For her to have given birth to you. Truly, it's a medical miracle. Crack. With a loud bang, Xie Tao slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, knocking his chair over. He pointed a trembling finger at Qin Li, his voice shaking with fury. Qin Li, is this how you raise your family? Qin Li's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected Su Wuzhou to show up, much less light the powder keg in such a spectacular fashion. That useless bastard. He was about to rebuke Su Wuzhou, to try and give the Xie family a way to back down gracefully and save the reckless boy's skin. But Su Wuzhou had already moved. He took a single step, the tip of his foot tapping the ground lightly, and his body floated up to the central stone stage like a falling leaf. The movement was clean, fluid, without a single wasted motion. He stood on the stage, looking down at Xie Guangping below. The laziness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, flat indifference. Don't waste my time. Who is House Xie sending up? Let's get this over with. I have places to be. The clash of weapons came to an abrupt halt. The entire training ground fell deathly silent. Every eye, as if drawn by a magnet, was riveted on the young man walking onto the stage alone. Even the two combatants on the platform, locked in the middle of a fierce bout, froze in place. Is he insane? Someone muttered from a corner. The whisper was like a pebble tossed into a still pond. The silence was shattered in an instant. Ha! Ha ha ha! A jarring laugh erupted from one corner, then spread through the crowd like a plague. Look at that build. A strong gust of wind could blow him away, and he wants to get on the platform? Did this fool come here to die? A wave of mockery and laughter crashed against the stone dueling platform. Seated in the stands, Qin Qingmo's fingers tightened, crumpling the silk of her dress. Her cool gaze was locked on the young man on the stage, her brow furrowed in a deep frown. What on earth is he trying to do? Beside her, Qin Li's face had gone as black as a skillet. His fists were clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands. That good for nothing. Hasn't he made enough of a spectacle of himself? Su Wuzhou was deaf to the roar of the crowd. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Xie Guangping at the judge's table. A smirk touched the corner of his lips. What's the matter? Is no one going to come up? Xie Guangping was stunned for a moment. Then he erupted in an even louder burst of laughter, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Good. Very good. I'll grant you your wish. He turned to a burly young man behind him. Xie Pingsheng, you're up. The young man rose, and as he passed Xie Guangping, a cold voice slid into his ear. Find an opening and cripple him. A vicious glint flashed in Xie Pingsheng's eyes. He nodded and strode onto the stone platform. He rolled his wrists, his knuckles popping with a sharp crack. Come on, he said with a sneer. Just as Xie Pingsheng coiled to spring forward, Su Wuzhou held up a hand. Wait. That single word was like a bucket of cold water doused on a newly lit fire. The jeers from the crowd grew even louder. I knew it. He's chickening out. Just like always, gets on stage and loses his nerve. Once a loser, always a loser. Did you really expect anything different? The smile on Xie Guangping's face grew smugger. He turned to Qin Li, whose face was pale with rage. Senior Qin, he said. It seems your boy has already conceded. Shouldn't we settle our wager? Not so fast. Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, yet it cut cleanly through the noise. You don't have to be in such a rush to get money for that little hereditary problem of yours. He looked Xie Guangping straight in the eye and said slowly, I just have one small question about our little wager. Xie Guangping's smile froze. His expression darkened. What question? He was actually hoping the boy wasn't backing down this way. He'd get the chance to see him crippled on the platform. The wager states that if I fail to place, the Su family assets go to you. Su Wuzhou held up a single finger, wagging it gently. But the wager never specified what you owe me if I do place. His voice carried clearly across the entire arena. Since it's a bet, it ought to be fair. Right. Xie Guangping let out a short, sharp scoff, a sound like ripping canvas. The Xie family fortune? He sized up Su Wuzhou, his eyes dripping with scorn. You? A loser who couldn't even hold on to his own family's inheritance. Scared, Su Wuzhou's voice was calm, laced with a hint of provocation. I'm not scared. You're beneath me, Xie Guangping said coldly. If you can't afford to lose, you can crawl off this stage right now. No one's stopping you. Su Wuzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected the other man to be so blunt. He switched to a lighter tone, as if haggling over a small purchase. All right then, how about a discount? Half your fortune? Get lost. Impatience was creeping into Xie Guangping's voice. 10,000 silver taels? Su Wuzhou held up a single finger. That's a fair price, wouldn't you say? Standing to the side, Qin Yunjie felt his own cheeks burn. He clenched his fists, wanting to turn his head away. This was a duel, not a market stall. A cold, knowing smirk curled Xie Guangping's lips. He was certain Su Wuzhou was just stalling, trying to find a way to back down without losing face. Tell you what, Xie Guangping's voice suddenly boomed, carrying across the entire arena. I'll even add another 1,000 taels. Do you have the guts to accept? The air seemed to solidify. Everyone waited for Su Wuzhou to erupt in fury or slink off the stage in disgrace. But Su Wuzhou just gave a lazy shrug. 1,000 taels, huh? He mused, clicking his tongue as if it were a shame. Fine. Better than nothing, I suppose. The words had barely left his lips when the shock on Xie Guangping's face twisted into wild glee. A predatory grin spread across his features. He violently raised his right foot and brought it crashing down. Boom. With a thunderous crack, the hard stone slab beneath his foot exploded, instantly turning to a cloud of gray dust. The entire fighting stage trembled. Try not to piss your pants, boy. Xie Guangping let out a guttural roar, sinking low and slamming his fist into the stage floor. Crack. The sound of splintering stone grated on the ears. A fissure, like a black lightning bolt, tore through the floor from the point of impact, snaking its way directly towards Su Wuzhou's feet. Scared yet? Xie Guangping sneered, basking in the crowd's awestruck stares. The crack stopped dead just inches from the tips of his shoes, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Dust billowed around him, and shards of stone skittered to a halt at his feet. Yet Su Wuzhou just stood there. He didn't even blink. He was like an ancient tree in the eye of a storm, utterly unmoving. Xie Pingqing's face darkened. The threat had failed. A low growl rumbled in his throat as he threw another punch. This time, it was aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's face. The fist cut through the air with a piercing shriek, its power even more violent than the blow that had shattered the stone slab moments before. Su Wuzhou. Qin Li's heart skipped a beat. Just as he moved to step forward, a figure materialized before him like a phantom, blocking his path. It was Xie Guangping. When the young ones are having a go at it, Xie Guangping said, his voice laced with a cold sneer. Us old-timers should stay out of it, don't you think? Qin Li's heart plummeted. It's over. If that punch landed squarely, even if it didn't kill him, Su Wuzhou would be bedridden for the rest of his life. He could only watch, helpless, as the fist grew larger and larger in Su Wuzhou's vision. But Su Wuzhou himself remained as still as a stone statue, not moving an inch. Move. Qin Li roared. The surrounding crowd erupted in jeers and laughter. Huh. Look at him. His legs have turned to jelly. He was acting so calm a moment ago. Scared stiff now, isn't he? Some couldn't bear to watch and squeezed their eyes shut, already imagining the splatter of blood. But the expected crack of bone never came. In its place was a deep, thunderous boom, like a battering ram striking a fortress gate. Bam! Su Wuzhou had raised his fist. At the last possible moment, he had met the attack head-on, with an equally simple and direct punch of his own. A shock wave erupted from where they stood, blasting a ring of dust into the air. The stone tiles beneath their feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern as each man slid back 3 paces, carving 6 deep grooves into the ground. The entire courtyard fell dead silent. Su Wuzhou shook out his slightly numb arm, a nearly imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. Is that all you've got? Perfect. I can play with you a little longer. A chorus of sharp gasps rippled through the crowd. One burly man rubbed his eyes furiously, then slapped himself hard across the face, trying to see if he was dreaming. Sis Qin Yunjia's voice trembled as he gently nudged Qin Qingmo beside him. I'm not seeing things, am I? Qin Qingmo didn't answer. Her knuckles had turned white where she gripped the railing. The frail boy she remembered and the young man standing before her now, completely unscathed after taking that punch, seemed like 2 different people entirely. Elsewhere, in the section reserved for the Lin family, a graceful woman in a red dress shot to her feet, her stunning eyes locked on Su Wuzhou. She let out a gasp, her voice thick with disbelief. There's a flow of energy in him. He's already crossed the threshold. Hearing this, those nearby felt their throats go dry, and they swallowed hard. An invisible shockwave erupted from Su Wuzhou, kicking up a cloud of dust. It wasn't an overwhelming display of power, but it slammed into everyone's chest like a white-hot sledgehammer. The crowd below fell deathly silent. The silence was broken by a wave of stifled gasps and sharp intakes of breath. Isn't he supposed to be useless? In a corner, Qin Li slammed his fist on the railing with a dull thud. His eyes were shining, his face flushed crimson with excitement, and his voice trembled. Yes, I knew it. I knew you weren't useless. Useless? This was a tiger, lying in wait for years, and today it had finally bared its fangs. Xie Guangping's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He glared at the straight-backed figure on the stage, his nails digging deep into his flesh. An act? He kept up the charade for all these years? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He turned to his nephew on the stage and hissed through clenched teeth. Xie Pingqing, cripple him for me. Before the words even faded, Xie Pingqing lunged. He moved like a cheetah, muscles bulging. The stone tiles beneath his feet cracked under the force as he tore through the air, launching a fist straight at Su Wuzhou's face. Instead of retreating, Su Wuzhou advanced, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists met with a muffled boom, like the beat of a war drum. A visible ripple of air exploded outward from the point of impact, forcing the spectators in the front rows to shield their eyes. What followed was a furious exchange of blows. Fists whistled through the air, and legs blurred like whips. Each impact was met with the sickening grind of bone and the crackle of splintering stone. The stone platform beneath them began to look like ice under a sledgehammer, as spiderweb cracks spread rapidly across its surface. Below, the young disciples watched with dry throats, their fists clenched. Their eyes were filled with a bitter mix of jealousy and resentment. None of them wanted to see the boy they had once scorned, now shining so brilliantly. The fight intensified. Xie Pingqing unleashed a vicious roundhouse kick aimed at Su Wuzhou's neck, the force of it sharp enough to sting the cheeks of those watching nearby. Su Wuzhou dodged, his body dropping so low it nearly scraped the stone. In that precise instant, with Xie Pingqing overextended and his momentum spent, Su Wuzhou stomped his foot down. Hard. Boom. A deafening roar. The entire edge of the stone platform under Su Wuzhou's foot simply disintegrated, sending a cascade of rubble crashing down. Xie Pingqing's next step found only empty air. With a cry of alarm, he lost his balance and tumbled gracelessly from the high stage along with the debris. The crowd erupted. An unfair victory, someone shouted immediately. Xie Pingqing has already fought 2 matches. He's exhausted. That's right. At full strength, there's no way he would have lost. The dust settled. Xie Pingqing lay in the rubble below the stage. He spat a mouthful of grit onto the ground and glared up at Su Wuzhou, his eyes venomous as a viper's. Su Wuzhou stood on the ruined platform and casually brushed a speck of dust from his shoulder. He didn't spare a single glance for the defeated Xie Pingqing on the ground. Instead, his gaze fell upon the ashen-faced Xie Guangping. Then, slowly, he held out his hand. 1,000 taels. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the grounds. Pay up. Xie Guangping took a step forward, his voice a cold rasp, like stone grinding against stone. 1,000 taels? That has pocket change to me. His eyes bored into Su Wuzhou. You're quite good at hiding your strength. All that effort, just to end up at the bottom of the heap. Are you really okay with that? Su Wuzhou slowly turned around. His face was a mask of calm as he shot the other man a detached glance. What are you trying to say? Simple. A cruel smirk twisted Xie Guangping's lips. You said the last bet was unfair, so let us play a different game. You. Fight one more match. If you win, the entire West District market is yours, handed over to the Qin family. If you lose, you don't have to give up a thing. His voice was laced with temptation, like a serpent hissing in one's ear. Do you dare? The Qin family's fine son-in-law. Xie Guangping's killing intent was so thick, it was almost tangible. He didn't care about the market, he just wanted a legitimate excuse to break Su Wuzhou's legs in the ring. Su Wuzhou, don't listen to him. Qin Li shouted frantically from below the stage. He's just trying to bait you. Xie Guangping let out a short, harsh bark of laughter. Ha ha, listen to that. Do you hear what they're calling you? The parasite of the Qin family. A worthless freeloader living off a woman. Don't you want to stand up for yourself, even a little? He closed in on him, his words lashing out like a whip. What? Too scared to accept a challenge that cost you nothing? You want to even throw one more punch for the Qin family? Inside his sleeves, Su Wuzhou's fists quietly clenched. His knuckles popped softly. His head was bowed, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if suppressing a tremendous rage. A glint of wild joy flashed in Xie Guangping's eyes. He knew the fish had taken the bait. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low hiss, each word laced with venom. What's the use of hiding? You'll always be that piece of trash everyone whispers about behind your back. A man who can swallow this kind of humiliation, how is that any different from being a dog? Enough. Su Wuzhou snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot, like a cornered beast. He let out a roar, the sound vibrating through the air. Fine. I'll fight you. Don't be reckless. Qin Qingmo's face went pale as she cried out. But Su Wuzhou turned to look at her, his eyes burning with a fire she had never seen before. No, he's right. His voice, filled with an icy resolve, carried across the entire arena. I am not a parasite. From this day on, I will use my own 2 fists to take back everything that is mine. He cut off whatever she was about to say, speaking each word with crystal clarity. I'm going to make everyone see. Now that I've stepped forward, I will no longer let anyone walk all over me. Qin Qingmo's breath caught in her throat. Su Wuzhou's eyes were as still as a deep pool, yet they held an unyielding defiance. That gaze was like a needle, piercing her heart with a sharp pang. For all these years, a tide of mockery and scorn had washed over him. But he hadn't drowned. Instead, in the unseen depths, he had been honing his claws. Young Master Su, Qin Li's lips trembled. Tears streamed from his cloudy old eyes, his voice choked with emotion. On the other side of the crowd, however, a cruel smile played on Xie Guangping's lips. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a cold viper, locked onto Su Wuzhou. This piece of trash had to be crushed completely underfoot. I admit, I underestimated you, Su Wuzhou, Xie Guangping said, his voice laced with false admiration. You've got some backbone. Here's 1,000 taels. Take it. He tossed a heavy coin purse through the air. Su Wuzhou caught it, but without so much as a glance inside. He tossed it to the ground at his feet. The silver coin struck the flagstones with a sharp, jarring clang. It's easy money, anyway, he said, looking up to meet Xie Guangping's gaze. Why don't we add it to the wager? Be my guest. Xie Guangping's smile grew colder. It means nothing to you, and even less to me. Xie Shan. He turned to a hulking, muscle-bound man behind him. Go up there and spar a little with our young Master Su. He put a venomous emphasis on the word spar. Yes, young master. Xie Shan snarled, cracking his knuckles with a sound like a string of firecrackers. He advanced on Su Wuzhou, a moving wall of flesh. Xie Guangping, have you no shame? Qin Yunjia's face flushed with anger. Xieshan is built like a bear. He could kill an ox with a single punch, and you're sending him in. Rules are rules. I've won a title, so I can't compete. Xie Guangping spread his hands, the picture of innocence. Besides, our friend Su has been hiding his talents for so long. Doesn't he want a chance to show everyone what he's really made of? If he can't even handle Xieshan, how can he possibly earn anyone's respect? Really, I'm doing him a favor. He paused, his voice turning sharp. And besides, since when is it your place to question who the Xie family chooses to fight for them? You. Qin Yunjie choked on his anger, at a loss for words. Xieshan had already stepped onto the fighting stage. His footsteps were heavy, and the wooden planks groaned under his weight with every step. He didn't T-attack right away, instead savoring the moment, his predatory gaze raking over Su Wuzhou. Kid, Xieshan's voice was a low, gravelly rumble, like stones grinding together. The young master said to keep it a friendly spar. He cracked his thick fingers as he spoke, each loud pop echoing the menace in his voice. Su Wuzhou narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent. You're pretty confident? Xieshan grinned, a heavy pressure radiating from him. No one in this tournament can keep me out of the top 3. The very air seemed to thicken. Feeling the oppressive weight, Su Wuzhou slowly clenched his fists. He only meant to play around, but now he had changed his mind. Try and take this. Before the words had even faded, Xieshan lunged forward with a thunderous step that shook the stone platform. His right fist, wreathed in a crimson glow, seemed to ignite as it tore through the air, aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's chest. The wind from the blow howled, carrying with it the feral stench of blood. A collective gasp went through the crowd below. Everyone expected Su Wuzhou to retreat. He didn't. He stood his ground, feet planted as if they had taken root. Only at the very last instant, just as the crimson fist was about to brush against his robes, did he move. His movement was simple, direct, and fast as lightning. He met the attack with a punch of his own, a straight, head-on counter. Boom. A deep, muffled explosion, like the striking of a giant drum, echoed out. The air at the point of impact detonated, the resulting shockwave blasting the platform clean of dust and grit. In that same instant, a web of cracks spidered across the stone slabs beneath their feet. Crack. The sickening sound of bones splitting was unmistakable. The confidence on Xieshan's face froze, replaced by sheer horror. A spray of blood erupted from his lips as he was thrown backward like a rag doll, flying off the platform to crash heavily onto the ground below. He hit the dirt with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Wuzhou remained where he stood. He gave his hand a little shake. His knuckles were completely unscathed. A slight frown touched his lips, as if he were displeased with the outcome. The power that had been coiling inside him was only half unleashed, leaving an uncomfortable, pinned-up energy stuck in his chest. He let out a soft breath, shaking his head. Too weak. I blame myself, Su Wuzhou said, his voice soft, yet piercingly clear to every ear. I shouldn't have overestimated you. Below the stage, Xieshan lay gasping, his chest heaving violently. He glared up at Su Wuzhou, his eyes shot through with blood. Those words were a sledgehammer, shattering the last of his consciousness. A hoarse rattle escaped his throat. His head lolled to one side, and he moved no more. Beneath the stone stage, the sea of people stood in a dead silence. Only the wind howled, kicking up dust and sand, as if mourning a loss. All eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, were locked onto the young man on the stage. He wasn't built strong slight, but at that moment, simply by standing there, he was the center of the universe. One strike. Someone in the crowd whispered, as if in a dream. Just one strike. The voice was quiet, but it hit the silence like a boulder dropped into still water, triggering a wave of sharp, stifled intakes of breath. Xieshan, the power radiating from him, could almost rival the older generation of fighters. And yet, he's just. A middle-aged man muttered, unable to finish his sentence. That force, did you feel it? Another person's voice trembled. It came down like a mountain. I could barely breathe. That's no beginner's power. In all of Linen, you can count the number of young men who can unleash that kind of might in one blow, on one hand. The realization sent a ripple of commotion through the crowd. He's been hiding his strength all this time? Impossible. His lip, Su Wuzhou froze. He turned slowly, His face was a blank mask, but his eyes were chips of ice. He looked Xie Guangping up and down, from head to toe. Then, the faintest, most contemptuous smirk touched his lips. You think the Qin family can protect you? Xie Guangping's voice was raw with fury. They can't even save themselves. I have the most magnificent gilded cage all ready for a pretty little canary like Qin Qingmo. Is that right? Su Wuzhou nodded, the smirk vanishing from his face, replaced by a placid calm. The calm before the storm. I'll be waiting. With that, he said no more, turning and melting back into the crowd. And that quiet calm sent a deeper, more terrifying chill down Xie Guangping's spine than any furious roar ever could. Hidden in the shadow of a pillar, Xie Guangping watched Su Wuzhou's retreating figure, his knuckles white. A low voice came from behind him. Young master, he barely scratched the surface. What? Shut up. Xie Guangping's voice was as sharp as ice shards. I don't care about his pathetic skill, but in my household, I have 3 masters who could snap his bones like twigs. He paused, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Go. Let word of the Shi brothers' death casually reach the Shi family's ears. I want to see if an enraged beast will tear him to shreds. He turned, his gaze drifting toward the heart of the Qin estate. His voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it was laced with an unshakable possessiveness. Qin Qingmo belongs to me, and me alone. Meanwhile, in the courtyard. Excellent. Beautifully done. Qin Li bellowed, his massive hand slamming down on Su Wuzhou's shoulder. Thump. With a dull thud, half of Su Wuzhou's body went numb. He grimaced, sucking in a sharp breath of air. Qin Li, completely oblivious, let out a booming laugh that echoed through the courtyard. I knew it. My brother's son is no coward deep down. Uncle Qin, Su Wuzhou said, rubbing his shoulder with a wry smile. I've been a bastard. Starting today, I want to make a clean break with the past. That you figured it out is better than anything. Qin Li's face filled with relief as he nodded emphatically. What are your plans now? Su Wuzhou took a deep breath, his gaze more serious than ever before. I want to rebuild the Su family. It's just that, the silver from selling our ancestral estate back then. It's all with the Qin family. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. 10,000 taels of silver. The thought made his heart give a powerful thump. It wasn't just money, it was the power to be reborn. Qin Li watched him, his gaze sharp, as if trying to see through the truth of his words. Su Wuzhou met his gaze without flinching, a fiery glint in his eyes. After a long moment, Qin Li said in a deep voice, All right. A smile he couldn't suppress touched Su Wuzhou's lips. Just then, Qin Yunjie, who had been hiding nearby, timidly shuffled over. Sister, brother-in-law, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Su Wuzhou turned, his eyes falling on him. He took a step forward, leaned in close to Qin Yunjie's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, When I have some time, I'll give you some pointers on your martial arts. Qin Yunjie shuddered, the color draining from his face. He took an instinctive step back, his throat dry, as if he could already hear the sound of his own bones breaking. Sister. He let out a whimper like a small animal, looking toward Qin Qingmo, who stood nearby. Qin Qingmo ignored her brother's plea for help. She walked over slowly, her cool gaze landing on Su Wuzhou. Her voice was as calm and clear as a mountain spring. You did very well. Qin Qingmo's dress clung to her body, tracing the delicate curve of her waist. His eyes drifted upward. A straight nose. Soft lips. Su Wuzhou's Adam's apple bobbed. Is there a reward? He asked, his voice low. His gaze, as if it carried its own warmth, settled on her lips. Color instantly flooded Qin Qingmo's cheeks. She avoided his eyes, her voice a flustered mess. You should rest. With that, she turned, almost as if she were fleeing. Su Wuzhou was about to speak when the sound of crisp footsteps approached. A figure stopped in the doorway. Her legs were astonishingly long and slender, like a pair of finely polished jade chopsticks. Lin Qingzi. Su Wuzhou's eyes went cold. Qingzi. A note of anxiety crept into Qin Qingmo's voice. She glanced at Lin Qingzi, then back at Su Wuzhou. Lin Qingzi smiled at her, a sweet expression that didn't reach her eyes. Then, she turned to Su Wuzhou. Her voice was ice. Come with me. Qin Li approached from the side. He looked at Su Wuzhou and sighed. Go on. Have a proper talk with her. Su Wuzhou shrugged and followed. Lin Qingxi walked ahead, her back as straight as a drawn sword. The silk gown she wore was daringly cut, clinging to the curves of her body. With every step, the high slit of her skirt offered a flash of a pale thigh, like lightning splitting the darkness. She didn't walk fast, but every step carried a silent, oppressive weight. Su Wuzhou followed quietly behind her, a patient hunter. They walked a long way, until the only sound was the wind. She stopped abruptly and spun around. The silk of her gown cut a sharp arc through the air. Like what you see? She asked, her eyes like chips of ice. A body that could drive a man mad. Su Wuzhou replied, his tone even. So, Lin Qingxi's voice grew even colder. Is that your excuse for what you did to me that night? Su Wuzhou laughed, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke. Getting so lost in the role, he said, is never a good thing. You're the one who dragged me in here. Lin Qingxi chuckled softly, her voice like a blade dipped in honey. But who's going to believe that? They'll just say you forced me. She took a step forward, her orchid-scented breath brushing against Su Wuzhou's ear. Are you threatening me? Su Wuzhou's voice was flat. Guess. Lin Qingxi's fingertip traced a barely there line across his chest. What do you think would happen if I screamed right now? She tugged her collar open slightly, revealing a delicate collarbone that glowed like warm jade in the lamplight. Su Wuzhou smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth. How powerful have you become? Powerful enough to bring you to your knees. Lin Qingxi's eyes were full of confidence. Is that so? Su Wuzhou asked coolly. The next instant, his hand shot out like lightning and grabbed her by the collar. Rip! The sharp, grating sound of tearing fabric. The silk on her shoulder was torn away, exposing a wide expanse of pale skin to the cold air. Just a moment ago, Su Wuzhou's gaze turned utterly cold, like a frozen winter pond. I broke the arms and legs of some guy just as confident as you. His fingers released the fabric, only to lock onto her jaw like a steel clamp. Her bones groaned under the pressure. The coquettish look in Lin Qingxi's eyes froze instantly, replaced by pure terror. For the first time, she smelled it. The faint, almost unnoticeable scent of blood on him. This man was no longer the useless puppet she could manipulate at will. Do you think? Su Wuzhou's voice was like sandpaper grating on her nerves. I give a damn how loud you scream. He slammed her against the wall. Thud! The cold stone sent a jolt of pain through her back. Before she could even regain her balance, his searing hot body pressed in on her like a mountain. He slapped one hand flat against the wall by her ear, making a deep, echoing slam. There wasn't an inch of space left between them, making it hard to even breathe. The scent of an unfamiliar man invaded her senses. It wasn't sweat, but something else, a cold, metallic scent, like rust. Lin Qingxi's heart seized. A hand, strong as a vice, clamped onto her chin. The pressure of his fingertips forced her head up, making her meet a pair of eyes devoid of all warmth. You thought this was a game? Su Wuzhou's voice was soft, yet it pierced her ears like an icicle. You thought you had everything under control? Lin Qingxi's breath hitched. She tried to pull away, but her body was frozen, rooted to the spot. A tremor shot up her spine to the nape of her neck. This wasn't an act. This man was serious. Don't provoke me again. His gaze slowly drifted down, settling on her long legs. Next time, it won't be a warning. The words were barely out of his mouth when his hand shot out and seized her thigh. The fabric of her dress strained with a protesting rasp. A sharp pain made her gasp, a strangled cry catching in her throat. Su Wuzhou released her, that gentle smile returning to his face. He even reached out, deliberately smoothing the wrinkles on her skirt as if brushing away a speck of dust. Uncle Qin asked me to apologize. Now do you accept? Lin Qingxi bit her lip, unable to utter a single word. The gentle face before her and the violent shadow from moments ago warred with each other, shattering everything she thought she knew about him. Not talking. He smiled. Good. That means you forgive me. Su Wuzhou turned, his unhurried footsteps fading down the hall. Oh, and one more thing. His voice drifted back, laced with amusement. Don't give me a reason to be in your room again. I'm afraid I might lose control. A threat. A blatant threat. Silence returned to the room. Lin Qingxi stood frozen until she could no longer hear any sound from outside the door. Slowly, She lifted the hem of her skirt. A dark, purplish bruise in the shape of his fingers was already forming on her pale skin, throbbing with a searing pain. It was just like when he'd shattered Xieshan's bones with a single punch, clean, efficient, and absolute. Fear, like icy vines, coiled tightly around her heart. She gently touched the mark with her cold fingers, then traced the ache in her jaw. The fear didn't vanish. Instead, something colder began to crystallize in its place. Facing the empty room, the corners of her mouth slowly curled into a smile. It held no warmth, only a sliver of madness. Su Wuzhou, she whispered, the name rolling off her tongue like a lover's. You've succeeded. You've made things much more interesting. She paused, her gaze sharpening, becoming as keen as a blade. The game is only just beginning. Lin Qingzi reappeared, drifting back into the hall like a wisp of smoke. The last wrinkle on her gown had been smoothed away. She wore an impeccable smile as she glided towards Qin Qingmo. Qingzi, Qin Qingmo's voice was tight. Lin Qingzi raised a hand, gently pressing a slender finger to Qin Qingmo's lips to silence her. Her voice was a low whisper, intimate as a lover's. We spoke. He said he was drunk that night. He thought I was you. She paused, her eyes flickering as if recalling some dramatic, harrowing scene. He said he was sorry, but he was so wild that night. Like an animal, completely out of control. If I hadn't fought him with everything I had, I don't know what would have happened. She let the sentence hang, then blinked innocently. Is he always like that with you? Ah. A hot blush instantly flooded Qin Qingmo's face, burning from her neck to the tips of her ears. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. That bastard, Su Wuzhou. He'd spin any lie to save his own skin. But he was still her husband. She couldn't expose his lie in public. Lowering her gaze, she twisted the fabric of her sleeve. As long as you can forgive him, that's all that matters. Her voice was barely a whisper. Of course. The smile on Lin Qingzi's face deepened. She slipped her arm through Qin Qingmo's, her posture so intimate it was as if there had never been a crack in their friendship. There's a literary gathering in the city in 3 days for all the young and influential people. You should bring him along. She leaned in, her warm breath brushing against Qin Qingmo's ear. There's been too much gossip about that night. If the 3 of us show up together, all those nasty rumors will disappear. No one will say we sisters have turned against each other, right? Qin Qingmo's body tensed for a moment before she nodded. All right. A hint of triumph crept into Lin Qingzi's smile. She sneered inwardly. Su Wuzhou, our game has only just begun. Her gaze slid discreetly to a distant corner where a man named Xie Guangping stood. She tapped her arm lightly with her fingers. The man was repulsive, but his power, perhaps it could be useful again. Su Wuzhou did not return to the clamor of the tournament grounds. He was in a quiet chamber. Before him, a black earthenware bowl held a viscous, blood-red liquid. There were more than 2,000 drops, each one like a miniature ruby, shimmering with an eerie glow in the dim light and emitting a faint, sweet, and coppery steam. He dipped a fingertip into the liquid. It seemed to burrow into his skin like a living thing, and a searing current shot through his entire body. A brilliant smile spread across Su Wuzhou's face. Soon, he murmured to the contents of the bowl. Very soon, the 2 most critical energy channels in my body will be cleared. It wouldn't just be a breakthrough, it would be a true transformation. His very bones would be reforged, his blood would surge like a mighty river. In all of Linen City, the number of people who had reached such a state could be counted on one hand. Not even the ever-arrogant Shi clan had such a master among them. Just as he was lost in anticipation, the door to the chamber was thrown open with a bang. Ha! I'm completely healed. After that bath, I feel like I could kill an ox with my bare hands. Yu Feng burst in like a whirlwind. He was shirtless, steam still rising from his skin, his face flushed with excitement. He grabbed Su Wuzhou by the shoulders and shook him. That damn poison is finally gone. Brother Su, you saved my life. Tell me, what can I do to repay you? Yu Feng's hand clamped down on Su Wuzhou's wrist like an iron vice, yanking him into a building. A sign above the door read, "The Imperial Feast Pavilion." The moment the curtain was pushed aside, a wave of hot air, thick with the smell of cheap perfume and stale wine, hit him in the face. The music of strings and flutes, The giggles of women and the boisterous shouts of men crashed over him like a boiling cauldron, drowning him in an instant. Yufeng, however, was like a fish back in water. He threw his arms wide and took a deep, ecstatic breath. "What are you standing there for?" he boomed, his voice cutting through the din. "Proprietor, I'm buying out the house for the night." A flock of scantily clad women immediately swarmed him, their sweet cooing and chatter nearly swallowing him whole. Su Wuzhou stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Yufeng managed to squeeze half his body out of the throng, clapping him on the shoulder. "You've got to live a little, get it?" He roared with laughter. "Don't be such a stick in the mud." Su Wuzhou watched Yufeng, surrounded by a sea of painted, smiling faces, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Here." Before Su Wuzhou could protest, Yufeng swung his arm, and two soft bodies stumbled into his embrace. An overpowering wave of perfume assaulted his nostrils. Su Wuzhou stiffened. One of the women in his arms looked up and gave him a sultry wink, but he only managed a polite smile, his eyes betraying no emotion. Just as he was about to gently push them away, a voice like a crack of thunder shattered the din. "You disgrace." The entire hall fell instantly silent. Su Wuzhou's blood ran cold. He turned his head, stiff as a board. In the doorway, Qin Li stood like an iceberg, his face as black as a thundercloud. His eyes were like two daggers of ice, pinning Su Wuzhou to the spot. A chill shot down Su Wuzhou's spine. The soft, warm bodies in his arms suddenly felt like a pair of branding irons. He shoved them away in a flash. He swallowed hard, his voice raspy. "Uncle Qin, if I said I was dragged here against my will this time, too, would you believe me?" Qin Li's chest heaved, the finger he pointed at Su Wuzhou trembling with rage. He said nothing more, only forcing a few words through clenched teeth. "Seize him, tie him up, and drag him back." The air in the woodshed was cold and damp. Su Wuzhou leaned his back against the rough wooden wall, slowly sliding down to the frigid floor. 10,000 taels of silver, like a bird taking flight, had just flown away from him. He stared up at the cobwebs on the ceiling. Moonlight streamed through a hole in the roof, casting a mottled pattern of light and shadow across his face. He gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl, like a cornered beast. "Yufeng, I'll remember this. You owe me 10,000 taels." Su Wuzhou's fingers traced the cold stone of the door. It was like an insurmountable wall, trapping him here. As the son-in-law living under their roof, he was no better than a prisoner. His wife was cold as ice. He wasn't even allowed to touch the hem of her robes. The slightest misstep earned him confinement. And then there was Qin Li, the family guard, whose hawk-like eyes never left him. He felt like a caged beast, his patience wearing thinner with each passing day. Freedom. He never knew it could be such a luxury. He slid down the door, slumping to the floor. An idea began to take root in his mind. He had to escape. He'd find a quiet courtyard somewhere out there. No prying eyes, no cold stares. He needed a place to truly call his own. But the thought had barely formed before the cold winds of reality blew it away. He was penniless, unable to afford even a single brick for a wall. Worse, he was weak. His body was an empty vessel, devoid of any real strength. Without the Qin family's protection, he'd be a leaf in a storm, torn to pieces in an instant. No. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had to get stronger first. He could feel it deep within him, dormant channels, like dried-up riverbeds. If he could just force them open with power, they would flow together, becoming a raging river, then a vast ocean. Only then would he have the strength to face the storms of this world. "First step," he whispered to the empty air, his voice edged with grim determination, "is to build a home for myself." A sharp click broke the silence, shattering his thoughts. The heavy stone door ground open, swinging inward. Light from the outside sliced through the darkness, outlining a slender silhouette. "Qin Xingmo." Su Wuzhou narrowed his eyes, surprised. He never expected her to come here. She stepped inside. Her footfalls were light, yet the very air in the room seemed to freeze around her. "You endured so much for so long." Her voice was like splintering ice, laced with a sharp disappointment. "You finally got them to shut their mouths. Why are you reverting to your old ways now?" Su Wuzhou let out a hoarse laugh. "You care?" He looked up, meeting her gaze directly. "Am I going to a place like that? Were you jealous?" "I Qin Qingmo's breath caught in her throat. She looked away. If all this was just some test for my sake, then you can stop. You've known me long enough. You should know me better than that. Oh, I know. Of course I know. Su Wuzhou rose to his feet, closing the distance between them with each step. You just don't like me. I'm nothing but a scoundrel to you, a disgusting nuisance. If it weren't for this damned marriage contract, you wouldn't even spare me a glance, would you? His words hung in the dead air between them like a knife's edge. The color drained from Qin Qingmo's face. She took a deep breath. Her voice trembled slightly, but her words were unnaturally clear. I've never thought that. For as long as I can remember, I have known that you would be my husband. The candlelight flickered, casting their shadows long against the walls. I tried. I really did. Qin Qingmo's voice was a soft sigh. When I married you, I just wanted to build a good life together. But, her words caught in her throat. But what? Su Wuzhou's voice was as calm as a deep pool of water. She lowered her gaze, avoiding his, her eyes falling to her clasped hands. Feelings, they aren't something you can control with reason. I can't force myself. Su Wuzhou let out a soft chuckle, the sound hanging in the air. It was impossible to tell if it was self-deprecating or something else. He understood, of course. The man he used to be wasn't worthy of any good woman. Every girl has her dreams, doesn't she? He said, changing the subject, his tone gentler now. The man in your dreams, what's he like? Qin Qingmo gave a slow, slight shake of her head, as if afraid to disturb the air. I never had dreams like that. Growing up, there was only one thing I forced myself to do: fall in love with you. I tried to replace the face of the man in my dreams with yours. She paused, her breath catching slightly, as if unearthing a memory that had been buried for a long time. Then, later, I lost all hope in you. The dream shattered, and it could never be pieced back together. She took a deep breath, as if trying to shake off a heavy weight. Now, I suppose the only thing that brings me any peace is my books. Su Wuzhou felt a faint prick in his heart, like the tip of a needle. It wasn't painful, but it was sharp and clear. His gaze fell to her eyelashes, long and delicate like tiny fans. In the candlelight, each blink cast a fleeting shadow across her pale skin. So, you're fond of the scholarly type? He asked softly. It doesn't matter anymore. She shook her head, a trace of weariness in her voice. I am your wife. That is enough. The room fell silent, the only sound the occasional soft crackle of the candle flame. Su Wuzhou stared at her for a long time, so long that the air seemed to grow thick. Finally, he spoke, shattering the silence. If I were to move out, would you come with me? Qin Qingmo's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock. Move out? Why? Is it because of the rumors? She asked, her words rushing out. What they're saying about you living with my family. Please, don't pay it any mind. It's not about that. Su Wuzhou cut in, his voice steady and firm. I just want a place that is truly ours. Another silence descended, this one longer than the last. Qin Qingmo's gaze drifted from his face to the inky blackness outside the window. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet, but every word was perfectly clear. Between us, I'm not ready to be a true wife. It was the answer he had expected. A faint, fleeting smile touched Su Wuzhou's lips. I understand. She looked at him, her expression complex, as if she were seeing him for the very first time. You're actually very capable. She paused, her voice earnest. From now on, stop going to those places. Stop doing those foolish things. You could be a great man. Qin Qingmo's lips parted, but the words that finally came out were just a quiet whisper. You should stay. Su Wuzhou smiled, a smile that seemed to shake off a layer of invisible dust. I'm freer on my own, he said. Qin Qingmo's fingertips tightened. She had read countless books, yet suddenly, she felt she couldn't read the man before her. His casual tone didn't sound like petulance, but more like relief. Had her constant indifference finally crushed any hope he had? She wanted to explain, to say something to salvage things, even if only out of a sliver of guilt. But the words caught in her throat like a shard of ice. What could she say? That she looked down on the absurd things he'd done? That deep down, she had never truly seen him as her husband? The words were too cruel, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Finally, her gaze fell, and her voice grew distant. Father is still furious. If you leave now, you'll only add fuel to the fire. She paused, then added, "Stay here for a few days. Once this blows over, I'll let you go." "All right." Su Wuzhou nodded, unconcerned. His fingertips traced the edge of a porcelain bowl on the table. At the bottom, an eerie crimson liquid lay settled. This was the true source of his confidence. He could feel 8 heavy shackles binding him from within, and the power in this bowl was the key. Once those shackles shattered, power would surge out of him like a flood. At that point, as long as he didn't run into one of those monsters who could bend the air to their will, he could walk through all of Linen City as if he owned the place. His gaze returned to her. The faint scent of ink drifted from her. Her fair neck was like a piece of fine porcelain, glowing softly in the dim candlelight. It was a simple, elegant dress, yet on her, it formed a breathtaking silhouette. A quiet, scholarly aura and a potent femininity clashed and fused in her very being. Su Wuzhou's gaze was as calm as still water. This woman was his wife. In name only. He gazed at her flawless face, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "We're husband and wife, after all. Living apart like this, it just doesn't feel right. What if we tried being together for real?" He took a step forward, his gaze intense and sincere. "I know you don't care for me. That's all right. Just tell me what kind of man you like. I can learn. I can change." A fiery blush instantly spread across Qin Qingmo's cheeks. She instinctively took half a step back, her heart skipping a beat. Was this really the same reckless Su Wuzhou she knew? But the memory of his past foolishness was like a bucket of cold water dumped over her head. She sighed softly, her voice strained. "It's late. You should get some rest." Before the words had even left her lips, she had turned, her hurried footsteps like an escape from some dangerous, unseen pull. Su Wuzhou watched her almost flee, rubbing his nose in resignation. His own wife, and she treated him like he was some kind of monster. He watched her figure disappear at the end of the moonlit corridor and muttered to himself, a smile playing on his lips. "Such a beautiful wife, and I can only look, not touch. What a waste." Well then, time to set a small goal. Start by winning her heart. He withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. His myriad thoughts settled into silence, and the world seemed to shrink until only his own breath and heartbeat remained. No matter the goal, strength was the first step. He drew forth a single drop of liquid, crimson as blood. When it touched his skin, it was neither cold nor hot, but seeped silently into his body like mercury. Instantly, a torrent of savage energy exploded within his meridians, a caged beast frantically slamming against the fragile barriers of his body. Having gone through this twice before, Su Wuzhou was no longer alarmed. He guided the force like a seasoned craftsman, using the energy as a hammer to chisel away, again and again, resolutely and steadily, at the blocked passages within him. Each impact brought a wave of tearing pain. It took dozens of strikes to clear a single inch. But he didn't stop. He ignored the pain as sweat soaked his clothes. He was like the most determined mountaineer, clawing his way upward, one agonizing inch at a time. A new passage was burned through by the searing energy. After the searing pain came the soothing sensation of a warm current. He felt his body become a fraction lighter. A second passage was cleared. The river of energy within him split into tributaries, surging even more fiercely. A third, a fourth. After an unknown amount of time, he had carved out what felt like 6 great, rushing rivers of energy within his body. As he sat cross-legged, a thunderous rumbling echoed from deep within his organs, like war drums being beaten in a temple. A faint, blood-red mist seeped from his pores, enveloping his entire body. The hardwood chair beneath him groaned under the invisible pressure, then, with a loud crack, shattered into a pile of splinters. Su Wuzhou was completely oblivious to this. His entire focus was concentrated on the final, and most crucial, 2 primary meridians. One of them was the sovereign meridian, which governed the flow of all energy in his body. Once it was cleared, the violent power within him would be completely tamed, transforming into a precision weapon he could command at will. It would be a true transformation. The energy within him, like a maddened beast, was savagely slamming against an invisible barrier. This barrier was unimaginably strong. Once, again, slam, fail, slam again. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Su Wuzhou's forehead. He could feel each assault, like he was throwing his own body against a fortress wall, yet his gaze remained calm, utterly placid. He had patience. More importantly, he had the means. His expression impassive. He used his fingertips to lift a single drop of scarlet liquid from the porcelain bowl beside him. The drop quivered on his skin like a living, blood-red pearl. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, a searing energy erupted in his gut, transforming into fresh fuel and driving the beast within to charge with even greater ferocity. He lost count of the repetitions. As the 600th drop slid down his throat, something shifted. A faint crack echoed, a sound that seemed to exist only in the depths of his soul. A fissure appeared on the indestructible barrier. The next instant, it shattered completely in a cataclysmic collapse. Boom! A torrential, unprecedented flood of energy roared down the very axis of his being. Su Wuzhou's body convulsed, every muscle fiber trembling. It was as if the world had been wiped clean in that instant. The motes of dust hanging in the air, the whisper of a distant wind, everything became impossibly sharp and clear. The other 6 rivers of energy that had once surged independently within him now seemed to have found their sovereign. They hummed with joy, merging with the central torrent and beginning to pulse as one, a single, powerful beat. 7 rivers, converging into a vast ocean. So, this is what it feels like to reach the summit, Su Wuzhou whispered. He could feel an immense, unprecedented power coursing through him, so potent it felt as if it might tear his body apart from within. He glanced at the bowl. Less than half of the scarlet liquid remained. He desperately wanted to strike while the iron was hot, to push for the next, higher peak. But the newly formed ocean within him was already churning with tempestuous waves. The power was too immense, too raw like a wild stallion, untamed and liable to throw its rider at any moment. To go from a mere stream to a vast ocean in an instant. The leap was too great. So great that his body, the vessel containing it, was groaning under the strain. Su Wuzhou closed his eyes, his breath evening out into a long, slow rhythm. He abandoned all thoughts of pushing further. Instead, he sank his entire consciousness inward. Like a patient tamer, he began to soothe and guide the rampaging force within. He lost himself in this internal struggle, losing all track of time, until a harsh screech of metal on stone shattered the dungeon's silence. The heavy iron door was pushed open, and light stabbed into the darkness. Su Wuzhou opened his eyes, letting them adjust to the light. A young man stood in the doorway, Qin Yunjie. His arms were crossed over his chest, his glare as sharp and cold as a pair of daggers. "My sister sent me to let you out." Qin Yunjie's voice was as cold and clipped as his demeanor. Su Wuzhou rose to his feet. He rolled his stiff neck, and the joints popped in a quick, sharp succession. "And your sister?" he asked, his voice calm. He recalled Qin Qingmo saying she would come for him herself. Qin Yunjie looked away, his face twisted in disgust. He squeezed the words through clenched teeth. "The Sure family is hosting a literary gathering. They invited you and my sister." He paused, then added, "My sister was afraid you'd embarrass yourself, so she already left without you." Su Wuzhou's brow furrowed. The Sure family? Those 2 punks he'd taken out, their surname was Sure. A chill ran down his spine. An invitation from the Sure family, right now? This wasn't about poetry. And Qin Qingmo. Did that woman really think she was protecting him? The thought caused a flicker of warmth deep inside him, but it was instantly extinguished by a wave of alarm. Without a word, he turned and strode toward the gates of the Qin estate. "Hey, my father is still furious. Where do you think you're going now? Looking for more trouble?" Qin Yunjie yelled after him. Su Wuzhou didn't break his stride. He had no time for Qin Yunjie's taunts. His only concern was what those mad dogs, grieving for their sons, might do to Qin Qingmo. He quickly changed into a set of unassuming dark clothes, lifted a long sword from its rack on the wall, and melted into the night. The long, stone-paved street leading to the Sure Manor was deserted. Moonlight pooled on the ground like quicksilver. The only sound was the solitary echo of Su Wuzhou's own footsteps in the silence. Suddenly, the air seemed to congeal. 3 shadowy figures erupted from the dark alleyways on either side. They moved like phantoms, 3 drawn blades instantly sealing off his every path of retreat. A killing intent so thick, it was like the physical stench of blood washed over him. A searing heat radiated from them, as if they weren't three men, but three beasts freshly escaped from hell. The long sabers in their hands reflected a dark, bloodthirsty crimson in the moonlight. The leader, clad in black, pointed his saber at him from a distance. An invisible pressure crashed down from above. The air instantly felt as thick as molasses, making it hard to breathe. A few fallen leaves on the ground were caught in the force, rustling a dry lament before silently disintegrating into dust. Su Wuzhou's eyes narrowed. Every muscle in his body coiled tight, like a fully drawn bow. His hand was already gripping the hilt of his sword, its cold touch keeping him perfectly calm. This power was far beyond that of any opponent he had ever faced. A name flashed through his mind like lightning. Xie Guangping. Only he had the motive and the resources to dispatch killers of this caliber. Enough games, boss, one of the other figures muttered, his voice low and impatient. He's just a piece of trash. Let's finish him off and collect our reward. What's the rush? The leader let out a low chuckle, a sound like sandpaper scraping against bone. On a beautiful moonlit night like this, it'd be a waste to kill him so quickly. He ran his tongue slowly along the edge of his blade, his eyes gleaming with a cruel excitement. Prey is so much more fun when you savor it. The second of the black-robed men sneered, savoring the sight of his prey's last struggle. Number 3 had no patience. With a low snarl, he shot forward, swift as a hunting leopard. The long blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. A baleful, crimson aura flared around the steel as it appeared before Su Wuzhou in a flash, aimed straight for his head. Su Wuzhou tilted his head, just slightly, a fraction of an inch. The lethal blade sliced past, close enough to stir his hair, leaving a chill in its wake. Crash! The blade slammed into the ground. The hard flagstones exploded on impact, a jagged fissure shooting forward like a black, writhing serpent. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Number 3's eyes. How is that possible? He thought. The man's aura is as faint as a guttering candle in the wind. How could he dodge a strike backed by my full strength? But he didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the momentum into a sweeping slash. The blade became a crimson crescent, aimed to sever Su Wuzhou at the waist. Shing! Su Wuzhou's sword was finally drawn. With the clear ring of steel, a power far more terrifying than his opponent's erupted from within him. A searing energy instantly engulfed the blade, as if coating the steel in molten lava. Sword met blade. There was no grinding shriek of metal on metal, only a deep, resonant boom, like a sledgehammer striking a great bell. Number 3 felt as if he hadn't struck a sword, but an erupting volcano. An irresistible force surged up the blade and slammed into him. The webbing of his hand split open, and the long blade was ripped from his grasp. The blade spun end over end through the air before plunging deep into the street pavement. It buried itself to the hilt, leaving a smoking crater as stone fragments shot outward. Number 3 stumbled back, each step cracking the flagstones into spiderwebs. The force was still rampaging through his body, shredding his insides. He couldn't hold it back any longer. A sweet, coppery taste filled his throat, and he violently sprayed a mouthful of hot blood, painting a gruesome crimson arc in the air. You were hiding your strength. Number 3's voice trembled with terror. One move. A single move had disarmed him and left him grievously wounded. The man's power, it was unfathomable. The sneer on Number 2's face froze. He stared at Su Wuzhou, all traces of contempt gone from his eyes, replaced by a thick, murderous intent. An even more savage aura erupted from him, shrouding his blade. Kill him, he roared. Right then, all Number 1 wanted to do was strangle that bastard, Xie Guangping. This was the man of average strength he'd told them about. The leader's gaze was locked on Su Wuzhou, his eyes rife with disbelief. The power he felt was as heavy as a mountain. How could it possibly belong to some kid fresh on the scene? His brother, the one taken down in a single blow, was nearly his equal in strength. You think you can kill me with that? Su Wuzhou chuckled. He rolled his wrist, the joints cracking sharply. You should be more concerned with what kind of wood you want for your own coffin. Arrogant. The leader's voice was a hoarse rasp, like sandpaper scraping stone. Power isn't everything. He drew a deep breath. You're going to die here. The words had barely left his lips when a crimson mist erupted from his body, coiling around his arm like a living thing. The mist condensed in his palm, swirling until it formed a searing, incandescent ball of blood-red flame. A palpable wave of dangerous energy rippled outwards from him. Su Wuzhou's gaze sharpened. He saw the crimson mist crawling over the man's hand as he gripped the hilt, etching luminous lines into his skin. The lines interwove to form the complex, cold pattern of a frost flower. A flash of light. The first flower took shape, then the second and the third. The oppressive weight in the air grew exponentially, and with each flash, the ambient temperature plummeted. A total of 9 identical, blood-red frost flowers now formed a single line along his arm. The next moment, the 9 frost flowers abruptly contracted, collapsing inward to merge into a single, blood-red rune so brilliant it was impossible to look at directly. The rune sank into the blade. Vim! The long sword let out a piercing shriek as a column of crimson light erupted from its edge, as if a bloodthirsty beast had just opened its eyes. The savage killing intent was no longer just an aura, it became a tangible pressure that slammed into him. The man moved. There was no flourish, no wasted motion, just a single, simple downward slash. The long sword tore through the air, making not the sound of wind, but the harsh, grating noise of cloth being ripped in two. Su Wuzhou's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The crushing pressure emanating from the icy blade made every muscle in his body lock tight, like a bowstring drawn taut. Meanwhile, atop a tall building overlooking the street corner, 2 figures stood leaning against a railing. The ninefold seal, Yu Feng said, shaking his head with a hint of regret in his voice. He's pushed that technique to its absolute limit. That kid, Su Wuzhou, there's no dodging this. He glanced at the voluptuous woman beside him. Dai Yao Yao, are we stepping in, or are we going to watch him get cleaved in two? Down below, crimson fury slash. The leader roared, the sound more animal than human. Die! The blade fell, a streak of light as swift as a lightning strike. In Su Wuzhou's perception, the world seemed to slow to a crawl. He could clearly see the crimson light swirling along the edge of the blade and feel the heavy thud of his own heart in his chest. But he couldn't move. The killing intent pinned him to the spot, as if with 1,000 invisible nails. Every path of retreat was sealed. A crimson slash tore through the air, shrieking as it shot straight for Su Wuzhou's face. Su Wuzhou's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He held his ground. A scorching energy erupted from within him, instantly wreathing his blade. Clang! The 2 weapons collided at a bizarre angle, erupting in a deafening shriek of metal on metal. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded outward from their point of impact. The street's flagstones were ripped whole from the ground, smashing against the surrounding walls in a stone rain. A chorus of sharp cracks filled the air. The 2 figures were thrown apart. The force sent Su Wuzhou stumbling back 3 steps, each footfall spiderwebbing the hard ground with cracks. The arm holding his sword trembled uncontrollably. This guy, Yu Feng gasped from a distance. How did he just take a master's fully charged technique head-on with nothing but raw power? Dai Yao Yao narrowed her eyes, her gaze locked on Su Wuzhou. Beneath her calm facade, a flicker of surprise was hidden. That last moment, she asked softly, did you sense it? An intangible edge on his sword. Yu Feng shook his head. Too fast. If you couldn't get a clear look, what chance did I have? The black-robed leader's gaze turned grim. He hadn't expected his strike to be stopped. Second, third, attack together, he snarled. No more wasting time. Kill him. Yes. The last trace of mockery vanished from the second's eyes. This opponent was far more difficult than he'd anticipated. With a unified shout, a crimson energy erupted from all 3 of them. Intricate crimson markings materialized on their palms, spreading rapidly to crawl over their blades like a searing brand. In an instant, the 3 long swords were wreathed in crimson flames. 3 waves of deadly killing intent locked onto him at once. Su Wuzhou's heart sank. The second on the left attacked first. The blood flame on his blade carved a vicious arc through the air, aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's chest. Su Wuzhou twisted, swinging his sword to parry. Bam! Another thunderous crash echoed as the 2 crimson energies slammed into each other. The resulting shockwave was even more violent, blasting the loose rubble off the ground. Shards of rock rained down like hail. He couldn't dodge. A sharp stone struck him square in the chest. Chunk. Flesh tore open, and warm blood instantly soaked the front of his robes. The searing pain almost brought him to his knees. Useless. A voice detonated in his head, the mental blast leaving him reeling. You wield my sword of annihilation, and you get beaten into this state? That old man. Su Wuzhou's consciousness wavered. But hadn't he said his soul was on the verge of dissipating? Focus. Listen to me. The old man's voice was frantic and furious. What good is all that brute strength? You fool. Power is a flood, and techniques are the channels that guide it. Without those channels, your power just rampages wildly, unable to harm a soul. The voice paused for a beat, then returned as an even more ferocious roar. Look at these three. Their techniques are like a child's scribbles in the sand. My sword of annihilation was forged to cleave mountains. And you're using it to chop vegetables. You'd be better off dead. The sword of annihilation. Amid the chaos, Su Wuzhou's mind latched onto the name. The sword is in your soul. Your mind is the blade's edge. Use your brain, you moron. The old man's voice was sharp enough to pierce his skull. Before the roar in his head could fade, a very real killing intent surged toward him. The leader of the black-robed men had eyes like burning coals. Beneath the skin of his arms, blood-red markings began to glow, like searing brands. One, then two, until a full 9 of them blazed in unison. The same light erupted from the other 2 men, scorching the very air. The 3 powers merged into a single, devastating torrent. They hadn't even closed the distance, but the stone slabs beneath Su Wuzhou's feet began to groan under the pressure, then shattered with a series of sharp cracks. Shards of stone flew everywhere. Trailing scorching red light, the 3 long blades tore through the air like falling meteors, aimed straight for his heart. Yufeng planted his foot on the railing. He can't stop it, he growled, ready to leap down. Wait. Dai Yaoyao's voice was soft, yet unyielding. Wait until he's a corpse? The words had barely left his lips when a piercing hum tore through the air. The long sword in Su Wuzhou's hand trembled violently, as if it had come to life. A bone-chilling cold spread out in an instant, like an invisible frost creeping across everyone's skin. Look at that power. Dai Yaoyao's breath hitched. It has a will of its own. How can someone his age possibly wield that kind of power? Yufeng froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Don't blink. Dai Yaoyao's voice grew taut. Yufeng's pupils constricted. Tendrils of scarlet light began to seep from beneath Su Wuzhou's skin like blood-red threads. They converged in his palm, weaving themselves at incredible speed into a burning, impossibly complex sigil. The chilling aura emanating from the sword's edge instantly doubled in intensity. A technique like this, Yufeng muttered, is enough to threaten even me. Dai Yaoyao shot to her feet, the hem of her dress swirling. Her gaze was riveted to the glowing sigil. Down in the arena, Su Wuzhou's world fell silent. The wind, the shouts of battle, the pounding of his own heart, it all vanished. He could feel the life force being siphoned from his body by some immense power, devoured by a bottomless vortex. The siphoned energy transformed into countless searing threads that twisted, coiled, and converged at his command. Finally, all the energy gathered into a single point, condensing upon the blade of his sword to form a one-of-a-kind seal. It seemed to contain the very orbits of the stars, or perhaps a fundamental law scribbled into existence by an ancient god. A single glance was enough to induce vertigo. A blood-red rune materialized over his heart. Like a famished snake, it instantly drained him of all his strength. Su Wuzhou felt a bone-chilling cold, as if his very soul had been hollowed out. The rune seared itself onto his palm, glowing with a scorching red light before melting like liquid into the long sword in his hand. The blade let out a low thrum. Light was devoured. The bright moon in the night sky, the lanterns on the street, everything dimmed in an instant, as if the entire world was being drawn into that single blade. The air around Su Wuzhou began to vibrate, humming with a sharp sound, like a blade slicing across skin. A wind kicked up without warning, roaring like a furious beast. Icy raindrops condensed from the void. instantly becoming a torrential downpour that hammered against the rooftops in a deafening drumroll. Annihilation. 2 words squeezed past his cracked lips, not a shout, but a near silent whisper. Rain. He swung the sword. A white light erupted from the tip of the blade, not a strike, but a release. The light swept up the wind and rain, transforming into a roaring tidal wave that surged toward the 3 black-robed figures. Wherever the wave passed, it ripped the bluestone pavers from the ground. For the first time, fear showed in the eyes of the 3 black-robed figures. They crossed their long blades, attempting to block the devastating force. But it was no use. The metal let out a piercing shriek, holding for only a second before shattering. The sword light dissolved into countless fine threads of rain, each as sharp a razor's edge. With a hiss, they tore through the air and effortlessly pierced the bodies of the black-robed figures. They didn't even feel the pain. In the last moment of their lives, they only had time to look down and see their own arms, legs, and torsos separating, like puppets cut apart at the joints. A sickening crack, the sound of bones snapping, was lost in the roar of the storm. Warm blood sprayed forth, only to be instantly washed away by the cold rain, staining the ground a shocking, dark crimson. From his vantage point above, Yufeng's voice trembled. What kind of power is that? A greenhorn? A nobody? How is that possible? That was enough power to bring down a city wall. That wasn't TA technique. That was the Dao. Dai Yao's voice, for the first time, lost its usual languid tone, growing dead serious. Her seductive eyes were fixed on Su Wuzhou below, gleaming with disbelief. She turned her head to look at Yufeng. To command the power of the heavens with a single sword at his age, who does that remind you of? Yufeng's throat worked. A name escaped his lips, barely more than a murmur. The sword demented Qin Jinghong. You think he can compare to that monster? I don't think so. Dai Yao's lips curved into a dangerous smirk. I know so. I just saw it. This city, Linen, is just as the legends say. It always cultivates something interesting. Her gaze fell back to the scene below, like a hunter that had found the perfect prey. The torrential rain began to subside. 3 dismembered corpses lay in pools of blood. The rain washed over the crimson, creating small streams that trickled slowly to Su Wuzhou's feet. He gasped for breath, the air burning his lungs like fire. With a sharp clang, the long sword in his hand could no longer withstand the power and shattered, leaving him clutching nothing but a bare hilt. Crack! With a sharp snap, the long sword shattered into countless pieces, spilling from his grasp. The blade couldn't withstand the force and utterly disintegrated. He stood rooted to the spot, his body feeling completely hollowed out. His legs trembled, barely able to support his own weight. Each heartbeat was a heavy thud against his empty ribs. A searing pain burned in his lungs, and every breath he took tasted of blood. He was done for. The thought cut through his mind, cold as ice. Right now, forget an enemy, even a child could push him over with ease. Sigh, I forgot how fragile your body still is. An ancient voice echoed in his mind, faint as a candle flame in the wind. That last move, it was too much for you. Su Wuzhou gritted his teeth, a wave of helpless fury washing over him. You're telling me this now? What if I hadn't been able to handle that power? If my body had just exploded? Then what? So weak, the voice said, laced with scorn. For your body to be this fragile, it's pathetic. Shut up, Su Wuzhou roared in his mind, wishing he could find the source of that voice and beat it to a pulp. The name of that sword art is Annihilation. It's hidden within your soul. You'll have to figure it out on your own. The old man's voice suddenly grew faint, like smoke dissipating on the wind. He shouted with his last ounce of strength, his voice urgent. I'm fading, truly fading. Kid, remember what I told you. The moment he finished, the last flicker of light in Su Wuzhou's mind went out. The world plunged into a dead silence. Su Wuzhou stood frozen, cautiously extending his senses. Nothing. The presence that had been coiled in the depths of his consciousness was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Really gone. He had no time to dwell on it. A tidal wave of weakness washed over him, and his vision began to tunnel. Just then, a thought surfaced like a lifeline. The stone bowl. There was still some of that crimson liquid inside. With a mere thought, a single, warm drop of the liquid flew from the bowl, but Yufeng kept his eyes glued to the floor, not daring to let them stray. Miraculous medical skills, and at such a young age, she reached out a slender finger, tracing it gently over the cold window frame. In Linen City, a man out for a bit of fun would hardly draw a ha. Shisheng erupted in laughter, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. My boy, what nonsense is this? It's a blessing for them to be of service to you. I couldn't be happier. My only worry is that those two rascals will cause you trouble. Xie Guangping nodded with a smile, raising the cup to his lips. The warm tea slid down his throat, but it did nothing to thaw the ice in his heart. Of course, he knew exactly where the two brothers were. They had been dead men from the moment he'd sent them to test Su Wuzhou. It was just that their father, this pawn named Shisheng, still had his uses. Speaking of rascals, the Li family heir interjected, shattering the brief silence. Who would have thought that the biggest good-for-nothing in all of Linen would suddenly turn into a tiger? Brother Xie, I heard you sent 3 men to pay him a visit today. He paused, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed squarely on Xie Guangping. And they still haven't returned. Surely, they haven't met with some accident, have they? Xie Guangping gently set down his cup, the base meeting the tabletop with a crisp tap. Rest assured, he said, his tone placid but laced with an undeniable arrogance. What little power Su Wuzhou has is like a candle in the wind. The men I sent are 3 infernos, hot enough to melt steel. Snuffing him out will be effortless. But Mao Yongliang's hand, holding his own cup, trembled slightly. The wine sloshed within it. But last time, at the grand tournament, that power of his, it was like a dormant beast suddenly awakening. A trace of fear still lingered in his voice. A beast? Xie Guangping scoffed as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke. Even if he's been hiding a few tricks, he's nothing more than an ant. My 3 lions are more than capable of crushing him and his entire nest. If he still doesn't die after this, it can only mean the heavens are blind. And if that happens, I'll get on my knees and call him Grandpa myself. Mao Yongliang gave a dry laugh. Well, if Brother Xie says so, then of course I'm relieved. I certainly have no desire to ever see that brat again. Li Qingfei, who had been silent all this time, finally frowned. He spoke slowly, his voice unervingly clear in the quiet room. 3 experts, strong enough to crack boulders with their presence alone, joined forces to kill 1 man. And they failed? How is that possible? Mao Yongliang slapped his thigh, the sound cracking through the quiet room. So the 3 of them failed? That kid, he's got some insane luck. Crack. A spiderweb of fine cracks spread across the teacup in Xie Guangping's hand. He said nothing, merely raising his head slowly. His eyes, like poisoned daggers, pinned Mao Yongliang in place. The air in the room seemed to freeze over in an instant. Mao Yongliang's smile froze on his face. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He remembered Xie Guangping's recent vow. If he survives this, I'll call him my own father. His words were like rubbing salt in Xie Guangping's wound. Brother Xie, Mao Yongliang stammered. That's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about the father thing. You want a father that badly? Xie Guangping's voice was a low growl, like a cornered beast. Crash. With a thunderous roar, he didn't flip the table, he kicked one of its legs. The entire solid wood table shot into the air like a cannonball, hurtling straight for Mao Yongliang's head. Then go make him your father. Brother Xie. A figure flashed past. Li Qingfei grabbed Mao Yongliang by the collar and violently yanked him out of the way. Splinters of wood flew past, grazing the tip of Mao Yongliang's nose. Stop wasting time here. Li Qingfei hissed. Come with me to the outer courtyard. We need to see what's really going on. The drone of conversation in the courtyard died the instant Su Wuzhou stepped through the gate, as if it had been choked into silence. 100 pairs of eyes shot toward him in unison, sharp as arrows. Those gazes were a mixture of many things. The burning heat of jealousy, the sour sting of envy, stunned disbelief. But more than anything, there was undisguised contempt. The whispers soon rose again, like a returning tide. I can't believe he actually showed up. What kind of bullshit luck did he stumble into to get so strong all of a sudden? It's all an act. Deep down, he's still the same worthless trash. A piercing voice sliced through the murmurs. Wang Jishua. He stood at the very front of the crowd, a blatant sneer on his face. In the past, he and Su Wuzhou had been the 2 most infamous scoundrels in town, But Su Wuzhou's reputation had always managed to eclipse his. Now, Su Wuzhou had transformed into a genius overnight, leaving Wang Zhixue as the lone clown still stuck in the mud. Well, look who it is. Wang Zhixue yelled theatrically. Our great genius has decided to grace our literary gathering? So what lousy poem are you planning to use to achieve enlightenment today? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, their voices filled with malicious glee. Su Wuzhou was deaf to the thunderous mockery. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Wang Zhixue's face. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smirk. Impressing a crowd like you? He paused, his voice quiet yet clear enough for all to hear. It'd be a downgrade. Su Wuzhou couldn't be bothered with this swarm of buzzing flies. He simply stood there, silent, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. But his calm demeanor was like throwing gasoline on a fire. What right do you have to judge anyone, Su Wuzhou? A shrill voice cut through the air. Everyone in all of Linen knows you're the biggest piece of trash. Ah, I hear you actually won a match in the tournament, another voice sneered. How much did you have to pay your opponent to take a dive? A good-for-nothing like you. Get out. You're not welcome here. The insults crashed over him in waves. The contempt in their eyes was undisguised, as if his very presence were a contamination. From the crowd emerged a young nobleman in silken robes, holding a folding fan. His name was Wang Zhixue, and he wore a smile that was both cultured and utterly false. Gentlemen, let's not be hasty. He waved his fan gently, his gaze falling upon Su Wuzhou as if sizing up an amusing trinket. Su Wuzhou, since you are here, you are our guest. So why not grace us with a demonstration of your literary prowess? The words had barely left his lips when the crowd erupted in howls of laughter, sharp, cruel, and full of glee. Su Wuzhou's gaze finally drifted back from the middle distance to land on Wang Zhixue's face. Literary prowess, he repeated softly, his tone as placid as if he were asking about the weather. Of course. Wang Zhixue snapped his fan shut and gestured to the surrounding pavilions. This is a poetry salon, a place of refinement. If you wish to be here, you must demonstrate some genuine ability. Otherwise, you should leave. That's right. Don't let a nobody ruin this gathering for us gentlemen. A man who lives off a woman has no right to sit among us. Su Wuzhou surveyed the crowd, the smile on his face widening. Ah, a poetry salon. A place of refinement. A place for gentlemen. As long as you understand, Wang Zhixue sneered, the contempt practically spilling from his eyes. If you had any shame at all, you'd get out of here yourself. So, you're telling me, Su Wuzhou began, drawing out his words, that everyone here is a cultured, refined gentleman? A young man standing near him frowned. What are you getting at? Su Wuzhou's smile became radiant. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that a gentleman must be magnanimous. He should be able to maintain his composure, even if someone were to slap him across the face. Right. Before the word had even left his lips, he moved like a bolt of lightning. Crack. The sound exploded through the air, as sharp and clear as an icicle shattering in the winter cold. The entire bustling courtyard fell deathly silent. Every eye was fixed on the scene. Su Wuzhou's hand, still hanging in the air, and Wang Zhixue's head, which had been violently snapped to one side. The smug smile was gone from his face, which was already swelling, a perfect red handprint blossoming across his cheek. Wang Zhixue staggered back, clutching his burning cheek, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. It took several seconds for the reality to sink in, and when it did, a hot rush of blood surged to his head. Su Wuzhou, he roared, his voice twisted with fury. You dare to lay a hand on me here? Put on a show? I don't have time for that. Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, but it dropped like a stone in a silent pond. Why waste words on something a fist can solve? A young man in a white robe jabbed a finger practically into Su Wuzhou's face. You crude savage, he shrieked, his voice as shrill as a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Su Wuzhou smiled, but his eyes were winter ice. He didn't say a word. He just raised his hand. Smack. The sharp crack echoed like a clap of thunder. The young man went flying like a kite with its string cut, spinning through the air. A few teeth, mixed with a spray of blood, traced a red arc before he slammed onto the ground with a sickening thud. Silence. A dead, heavy silence. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Like an ebbing tide, they surged back as one, leaving an empty circle around him. Shock and disgust were written on every face. Lips moved, but no one could utter a word. This was a gathering of scholars and poets, where the very air was fragrant with ink and wine. But this man, with the most primitive form of violence, had just shattered that delicate facade. Su Wuzhou dusted off his hands, brushing away imaginary dirt as if he'd just swatted a fly. His gaze swept over the crowd. Wherever it landed, the self-proclaimed romantic scholars lowered their heads, daring not to meet his eyes. The moment he turned his back, muffled curses erupted like a wildfire. An absolute barbarian. Who let him in? This is an insult to us all. Su Wuzhou, he can't even be bothered to pretend anymore. To be in the same company as this man is a profound humiliation. Su Wuzhou's footsteps paused. He merely glanced back over his shoulder. The flames were instantly extinguished. Everyone froze, silent. Walking through the crowd, Su Wuzhou spotted a familiar figure among the lakeside pavilions. Yu Feng was leaning against a vermilion pillar, a folding fan swaying in his hand. His eyes, however, were like a hawk's, locked with predatory precision on a group of ladies, their jade pendants chiming softly in the distance. He was selecting his prey. Su Wuzhou walked over and sat down beside him. Nice spot. Great vantage point. Yu Feng's gaze never left the women, a smirk playing on his lips. In a place like this, if you don't put on that scholarly act, the ladies won't give you a second glance. Wrong. Su Wuzhou picked up a cup of wine from the table and downed it in one go. When everyone's playing the gentleman, it gets boring. You have to be different to be remembered. Yu Feng turned, sizing up Su Wuzhou with intrigued eyes. So, that little display earlier, was that your novel way of getting their attention? No, Su Wuzhou said flatly, twirling the empty cup in his hand. I just didn't like his face. A smirk touched Su Wuzhou's lips. His voice was low, but it carried clearly to Yu Feng's ears. If I'd wanted to, that slap would have landed right on her face. And she couldn't have dodged it. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. Yu Feng scoffed, taking a swig of wine. He fancied himself an expert with women, but he'd never heard of anyone winning a woman's undying devotion with a slap. You'd be thanking your ancestors if you didn't get your face clawed to ribbons right then and there. Su Wuzhou just chuckled softly and offered no further explanation. His silence was more dismissive than any words could have been. He swirled the wine in his cup, his mind on another matter. The small fortune 10,000 taels he'd lost only because Yu Feng had goaded him into coming to this money pit. Someone had to settle that score. The two sat in a corner, the surrounding din seemingly held at bay by an invisible wall. Yu Feng's gaze, like a hound's, swept eagerly across the roomful of beautiful women. Su Wuzhou's eyes, however, were fixed on one place, on one woman. Qin Qingmo. She simply sat there, a book held in her hands. The soft halo of the lamplight washed over her, gilding her with a gentle radiance. In this worldly den of wine, rouge, and raucous noise, she was like a snow lotus, blooming alone and serene in the moonlight, utterly apart from it all. Such beauty was destined to breed jealousy. Su Wuzhou could clearly hear the snide remarks drifting from the next table, as irritating as buzzing flies. But Qin Qingmo seemed to be in a world of her own, never so much as lifting an eyelid as she calmly turned a page. Her detachment had become an unapproachable barrier. Su Wuzhou's brow furrowed unconsciously. He beckoned to an attendant and murmured a few instructions. A moment later, a fresh set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone was brought to their table. Hey, Brother Su, Yu Feng nudged him with his elbow, jerking his chin in a certain direction. What about the one in the blue dress? Su Wuzhou's gaze drifted over lazily. She had a graceful figure and delicate features, to be sure, but there was an icy, keep your distance air about her. He pulled his gaze away and picked up the ink stick, beginning to grind it unhurriedly in the inkstone. The soft, scraping sound of the stone had a strange rhythm of its own amidst the clamor. Want to win her over? Su Wuzhou asked without looking up, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Then start by charming the one in gray beside her. Yes, the plain one. After that, completely ignore the girl in blue. Why? Yu Feng was completely baffled. Su Wuzhou smiled. He set down the ink stick and picked up the brush, loading it with rich, black ink. The tip glided across the snow-white paper, leaving a fluid trail of black in its wake. And his voice, like the ink, carried a certain languid confidence. Yu Feng's gaze shifted between the two young women. Su Wuzhou's voice was a low, clear murmur at his ear. See the one in blue? Everyone's flocking to her. He paused, his tone shifting. If you go over there, you'll just be another face in the crowd. She won't even notice you. But the girl in gray, see her? She's all alone. A smirk played on Su Wuzhou's lips. Ignore the one in the spotlight. Go and shower the other one with attention. She'll think you see something special in her. Winning her over will be child's play. As for the girl in blue, Su Wuzhou chuckled softly. She's used to being chased. When you don't even spare her a glance, it'll sting her pride. She won't be able to figure it out. She'll get jealous. She might even come after you herself. And when she does, she'll be yours for the taking. Yu Feng drew in a sharp breath, followed by a low whistle. You, my friend, are a damn genius, he said, clapping Su Wuzhou on the shoulder in genuine admiration. Su Wuzhou simply smiled and said nothing. He turned back to the desk, finishing the last character on the sheet of paper. The brush hovered for a moment, the ink still wet. He lifted it away and blew gently across the surface. What's that you're writing? Yu Feng asked, leaning in and craning his neck. A poem. Su Wuzhou didn't answer. His fingers were a blur as he quickly folded the paper into a neat square, the movements fluid and mysterious. In the nearby pavilion, the atmosphere was lively. The clear clinking of wine cups mingled with loud recitations of poetry and bursts of applause. Qin Qingmo sat alone in a corner, quietly holding a cup of tea. She was like a still landscape painting, a stark contrast to the boisterous scene around her. A pretty young woman approached, wine cup in hand. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was pitched just right for everyone nearby to hear. Lady Qin, everyone says your talent can breathe life into words. With such a wonderful atmosphere today, won't you grace us with a poem? Qin Qingmo looked up, her voice as placid as water. I have no inspiration. I'd rather not make a fool of myself. The young woman giggled, covering her mouth, but there was a sharp edge to her laughter. Oh my, I suppose we're just not worthy of hearing a masterpiece from Lady Qin. Another voice immediately chimed in, dripping with undisguised scorn. More like she can't write one. With such a grand reputation, you'd think she could at least manage a simple poem about the moon, wouldn't you? Seriously, has anyone ever actually heard her recite a poem? I'm starting to wonder if the Qin family just bought her fame. A wave of stifled snickers went through the crowd. Finally, a sharp, cruel voice delivered the killing blow. If she were really so brilliant, why would she have married a good-for-nothing like Su Wuzhou? It must be because no one else wanted her, so she had to settle for a man who'd marry into her family. Piercing laughter stabbed the air like needles. On their wedding night, her husband didn't even step foot in her room. What an absolute joke. And she calls herself a master of words, claiming she can stir the soul with her writing? Huh. She can't even stir her own husband. The women's words, each more vicious than the last, were like poison-tipped daggers. Qin Qingmo sat ramrod straight, her fingertips tracing the rim of her warm teacup, as if their voices were nothing more than the annoying buzz of distant gnats. But across the room, Su Wuzhou's gaze turned cold. His wife, a woman as serene as the cool moonlight, was being swarmed by flies. He had never spoken a single harsh word to her. What right did these gossips have? He picked up a blank sheet of paper from the table. With a blur of motion, his fingers folded it. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Feng whispered from beside him. A cold smirk touched Su Wuzhou's lips. Some people have filthy mouths. I'm just helping them wipe them clean. Before the words had even left his mouth, he flicked his fingers. Like a white butterfly, the folded paper glided silently over the heads of the crowd, past scores of disdainful gazes, before landing precisely and lightly on the corner of Qin Qingmo's table. The commotion only made the women bolder, their voices more brazen. They had finally dropped all pretense. Stop with the holier-than-thou act. I bet you gave yourself that title, First Beauty of Linen. A sharp-eyed woman in lavish clothes spotted the paper. With a sneer, she snatched it up. Oh, what's this? A secret note? Hiding it because you're afraid of embarrassing yourself. She contemptuously unfolded the paper, her eyes scanning the words. Let's read this aloud for everyone. Let's see what earth-shattering masterpiece our great literary genius has penned prelude to a water melody. A woman named Huang Ying pushed her way out of the crowd, followed by members of the Li family. A malicious smirk played on her lips. She held up the paper in her hand, brandishing it like a small knife poised to strike. "Let's all hear it. Lady Qin's masterpiece," she announced, her voice shrill and dripping with provocation. She cleared her throat and, in a deliberately theatrical tone, began to recite. "When has the moon ever been so bright? I raised my cup and asked the heavens." After the first line, she looked up, ready to savor the humiliation she expected to see on Qin Qingmo's face. But as her eyes fell back to the page to read the second line, her voice caught in her throat, as if strangled by an invisible hand. The sneer on her face froze. A flush of red crept up her cheeks, only to drain away, leaving them a mortified, ashen white. "What are you waiting for?" A companion beside her urged impatiently. "Go on, read it." Seeing Huang Ying frozen to the spot, the other woman snatched the paper from her and continued reading in a clear voice. Her voice was mocking at first, but the mockery quickly gave way to astonishment, and finally, to nothing more than an uncontrollable tremor. "I wonder, in the palaces of heaven, what year it might be tonight. I long to ride the wind and return there, yet I fear those crystal towers and jade halls, so high, would be unbearably cold." Her voice was the only sound in the courtyard. "May we all be blessed with longevity, to share the moonlight's beauty, though 1,000 miles may part us." The final word fell. Dead silence. The air seemed to freeze. The only sounds were a few sharp, stifled gasps. The women who had been gloating moments before were now staring at Qin Qingmo, their gazes fixed as if by nails. Their expressions shifted from stunned disbelief to utter incredulity, and finally, to a shock that bordered on awe. One woman wrapped her arms around herself, a cold chill crawling up her spine. What kind of soul could write such verses? From a corner of the yard, Yufeng's gaze shot toward Su Wuzhou like a sharpened arrow. His pupils contracted. This poem, was it his? Slap. A crisp, sharp sound. It wasn't a physical blow, but it rang louder than any slap could. Every single one of the instigators felt a searing heat on their cheeks, as if they'd been scorched by hot coals. It burned. It stung. Qin Qingmo had said, "I'd rather not make a fool of myself." That hadn't been cowardice. It had been mercy. It was the last shred of dignity she had tried to leave them. But what had they done? They had laughed, they had jeered, and they had shoved their own faces forward, begging her to strike. They had called her a dunce, a talentless waste. Only now, in this moment, did they understand. Those vile insults were never meant for her. They were describing themselves. Qin Qingmo's fingertips trembled slightly. The paper was weightless, yet it pressed down on her with the weight of a mountain. Her mind went blank. She hadn't written this. Not a single word of it. But every word on the paper was like a burning brand, searing her palm. "When will the bright moon appear? I raised my cup and asked the azure sky." Her lips parted, silently forming the words. The words were no longer just ink, but images that exploded in her mind. She saw the vast night sky, the solitary moon, and even heard a sigh that echoed through the ages. An icy torrent shot up her spine, and her whole body shuddered violently. In that instant, the very heavens and earth changed. The air began to vibrate, emitting a low hum, like a distant thunderstorm rolling in. Then, countless invisible motes of light converged from all directions, forming a swirling vortex. At the center of the storm was Qin Qingmo herself. The motes of light poured down, sinking into her body. Her long hair drifted up as if weightless, and her dress whipped about in an unfelt wind. A soft halo of light enveloped her, like a shimmering veil, giving her an almost divine radiance. She stood there, perfectly still, as if she had become the sole source of light between heaven and earth. "Look, her aura, it's rising," someone in the crowd cried out, their voice filled with shock. "The poem, that poem, is making her break through her bottleneck." Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei, who had just stepped out of the building, froze in their tracks. They watched, wide-eyed, as Qin Qingmo was engulfed by the pillar of energy. The color drained from their faces, leaving only terror and disbelief in their eyes. Yu Feng swallowed subconsciously. He slowly turned his head to look at Su Wuzhou, as if he were looking at a monster. A poem. A single poem had caused someone to be completely reborn on the spot. This was no longer a matter of talent. This was a miracle. Yu Feng's mind was in turmoil. The one with godlike medical skills, that was him. The one whose sword moved like a dragon, also him. And now, even a poem of such caliber, one that could be passed down for centuries, was also his work? Yu Feng had watched him write it with his own eyes, every word, every stroke. But that was precisely why it felt so absurd. Could someone like that truly exist in this world? He let out a long breath, as if exhaling all of his common sense and everything he thought he knew. Then, his gaze returned to Qin Qingmo at the center of the light, his expression becoming impossibly complex. Qin Qingmo's breathing grew long and even. With her eyes gently closed, her fingertips tapped unconsciously on the table, as though still keeping time with the cadence of the poem. Just then, the air shifted. A biting chill permeated the air without warning, the guest's breath pluming white. Light began to warp, converging above Qin Qingmo's head and slowly coalescing into a colossal, ethereal full moon. The moonlight poured down like liquid silver, icy and hallowed. Within the moon's disk, light and shadow shifted and danced. Celestial palaces of jade sprang into existence, their upturned eaves and intricate carvings so exquisite they seemed a projection of the divine, a corner of the heavens made manifest in the mortal world. Beneath the moonlight, the shimmering figure of a young woman emerged. Her form was nearly translucent, her skin suffused with a pearlescent glow, so sacred she seemed untouched by mortal dust. As the evening wind stirred, her robes billowed like ripples on water, seeming to lift her as she slowly ascended, drifting toward the ethereal moon. The sight was magnificent and resolute, like a silent, fated pilgrimage. Crack! With a sharp crack, Yu Feng shot up from his seat. He had crushed the white jade wine cup in his hand to splinters. Wine and shards trickled through his fingers, but he was completely oblivious. His pupils constricted violently, his throat suddenly dry. He forced out the words, "The heavens and the earth tremble, a goddess ascending to the moon." This wasn't the first time he had witnessed a breakthrough, seen someone grasp the very source of the world's power. But those cultivators, at most, would cause the air around them to swirl, a faint ripple of energy to fluctuate. But this was a gift from heaven and earth themselves. The entire world was singing in celebration of her enlightenment. Such power, such resonance, it meant she had touched upon something ancient and profoundly powerful at the very root of existence. Yu Feng's chest heaved. A girl who had yet to even perfect her own vital essence. How could she possibly summon such a terrifying vision? He couldn't remain seated, and the other two were on pins and needles as well. Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei exchanged a look, each seeing the horror and malice mirrored in the other's eyes. All composure had vanished from their faces, replaced by an icy killing intent. Qin Qingmo had done it. It meant she would soon be able to imbue the weapons of House Qin with this power drawn from the world's very source. When that happened, every blade, every sword of their family would become a peerless weapon, capable of cleaving through iron as if it were mud. Their plans, their dream of carving up House Qin for themselves, would be utterly shattered by those sharp blades. No, they could not let that happen. Unable to wait another moment, the two men shoved their table aside, pushed through the stunned crowd, and stormed toward the inner courtyard. As for the others in the hall, they were transfixed, utterly stunned by the surreal spectacle before them. They stared, heads tilted back, watching the phantom form that so resembled Qin Qingmo as it drifted, inch by inch, into the chilly lunar palace. A poem. A man in scholarly robes murmured, oblivious as the fan slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. With a single poem, she unlocked the gates of heaven and earth. The first beauty of linen. Another person chimed in, their voice trembling with emotion. Only now do I understand the true weight of that title. A pity, truly a pity. A wealthy merchant sighed, shaking his head. For a woman as divine as her to be married to a scoundrel like Su Wuzhou. Amidst the murmurs, the vision in the sky began to dissipate. The colossal moon dissolved into a myriad of shimmering motes of light. Like a river of starlight, it poured down, flowing gently into Qin Qingmo's body. A soft halo bloomed across her skin for a fleeting moment, and then all was still, as if nothing had happened at all. An invisible beam of light descended from the heavens, sinking into Qin Qingmo's body in an instant. Hum! A soft resonance, like an ancient bell being struck. A surge of warmth erupted within her, washing over every fiber of her being. The world came into focus with unprecedented clarity. The dust motes dancing in the air, the breaths of the distant guests, every detail was rendered sharp and distinct. Power. It was welling up from the depths of her being, a ceaseless spring. Qingmo, you did it, a crisp voice rang out beside her. Somehow, Lin Qingxi was now pressed close against her, her bright eyes shining with excitement. She gripped Qin Qingmo's arm, her voice trembling. This poem, it's nothing short of a miracle. But Qin Qingmo was unresponsive. Her head was bowed, her fingertips gently tracing the still damp ink on the paper. The calligraphy, its very spirit, it was familiar, yet utterly alien. I didn't write this. The thought exploded in her mind. This poem, powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, had not come from her hand. It was a miracle, conjured from thin air, that had simply landed on her desk and taken her name. Was this a gift from the heavens? Just as her world was shaken to its core, three shadowy figures burst from a corner of the crowd. They moved like three arrows loosed from a bow, silent, yet shrouded in a chilling, killing intent. The very air seemed to freeze around them as three daggers, glinting coldly, tore through the space between them, aimed straight for Qin Qingmo's heart. Watch out! Lin Qingxi's scream shattered the silence. Without a moment's hesitation, her body moved before her mind could think. One leg lashed out like a whip, cutting through the air with a vicious whistle as she kicked at one of the cloaked assassins. At the same instant, she shoved Qin Qingmo away with all her strength. Qin Qingmo staggered back, the cold edge of a dagger grazing her sleeve with the soft hiss of tearing fabric. But the second assassin was faster. Like a phantom, he sidestepped Lin Qingxi's attack, his own vicious side kick a black blur aimed straight for her side. The newfound power within Qin Qingmo finally awakened. She reacted on instinct, twisting her body to leap backward. But it was too late. She had, after all, only just gained this power. Her body could not yet command it. Though she managed to avoid the direct blow, the sheer force of the kick still lashed across her abdomen like a steel whip. Ugh! A choked grunt escaped her lips as searing pain shot through her. Her vision swam to black, and she collapsed to the ground. A stifled cry of pain. Her body crashed into the table, sending her sprawling to the floor. Shards of shattered porcelain, sharp as fangs, tore a gash in her pale arm, deep to the bone. Kill her! A hoarse roar echoed from the heart of the fray. The other two black-robed figures sprang into action, moving like starving wolves. The daggers in their hands glinted coldly as they lunged for Qin Qingmo's heart and throat. The icy chill of death washed over her. In despair, Qin Qingmo squeezed her eyes shut. But the agony she braced for never came. Instead, a dull, sickening crunch of shattering bone exploded next to her ear. Thud! Her eyes snapped open. Su Wuzhou stood before her, clutching the splintered remains of a chair leg. At his feet, one of the black-robed men lay face down, the back of his skull caved in. A gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter oozed from the wound, painting a grotesque pattern on the floor. An arm like a steel vise wrapped around her waist, yanking her back. She slammed into a solid chest. At the same time, Su Wuzhou's other leg lashed out like a steel whip. Crack! The sharp snap of bone. The second black-robed man clutched at his throat, now twisted at an unnatural angle. Hot, frothy blood sprayed from between his fingers as he toppled backward, stiff as a board. Su Wuzhou's gaze flicked to the last enemy, who was locked in a struggle with Lin Qingxi, unable to break away. He scooped up a fallen dagger from the floor. A flick of his wrist. The dagger became a silver blur, tearing through the air between them. The black-robed man felt a sudden cold pierce his back, his strength draining away in an instant. He struggled to look down, his eyes finding the bloodied tip of a blade protruding from his chest. 3 lives, taken in the span of a few breaths. The entire hall fell deathly silent. The thick, sickening stench of blood hung heavy in the air. All the guests were frozen, staring at the young man standing in a pool of blood. Their eyes were wide with terror, as if they were looking at a demon crawled up from the depths of hell. Su Wuzhou turned and strode to Qin Qingmo's side. A dirty boot print marred the front of her dress. A trickle of blood slipped from the corner of her pale lips. On her fair arm, the hideous gash gaped open, flesh peeled back as fresh blood welled up, staining her elegant gown a jarring crimson. He ripped a strip of fabric from the hem of his own robe and, with movements that were swift yet gentle, began to bandage her arm. His fingers were steady, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He looked up, and his voice, though low, carried clearly across the dead silent hall. "Can you hang in there?" Su Wuzhou's voice was low, like a stone resting deep underwater. "Does it hurt?" Qin Qingmo leaned against him, her voice faint. "I'm fine. It's just a small cut." "Can you stand?" he asked. Qin Qingmo nodded. "Then come with me," Su Wuzhou said. "We're going to make them answer for this." The color drained from Qin Qingmo's face. "Make them answer? Here? Demand an answer from the Shi family?" She grabbed his arm, her fingertips ice cold. "This is their home, the Shi family's. Let's just go home, can we?" Su Wuzhou said nothing. His fingers gently brushed the torn fabric on her arm. When he pulled them away, a startling smear of red stained the pad of his finger. He stared at the spot of red, his gaze darkening. When blood is drawn, a price must be paid. He bit out a single word. "Walk." He grabbed her wrist. With his other hand, in a flash, he snatched a long sword from the belt of a stunned guest. The cool steel of the scabbard in his hand, he pulled her along, step by step, deeper into the Shi family's inner courtyard. Each step landed with enough force to crack the stones beneath his feet. "Su Wuzhou, are you insane? This is their territory." Lin Qingzi shouted after him, her voice shrill. Su Wuzhou didn't break his stride, not even glancing back. "Don't go." Qin Qingmo tugged at his arm, her voice a desperate plea. "Please, let's just go home." The air seemed to freeze. Every eye was fixed on them, sharp as nails. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Was he really going to walk right into the lion's den? Su Wuzhou finally stopped. He looked down at her, his gaze settling on the wound on her arm. His voice wasn't loud, but each word landed like a shard of ice in the hearts of everyone present. "This arm, so beautiful. I was always afraid I might hurt it with just a touch." He lifted his head, and his gaze swept over the terrified faces around them, sharp as a blade. What gives them the right? A man who does nothing when his wife is shamed is a man with a broken spine. The crowd parted for him. Su Wuzhou gripped his sword, his other hand tightening around Qin Qingmo's as he walked, step by step, toward the inner courtyard. His pace wasn't fast, but each step was as heavy as a mountain, landing like a hammer blow on the heartbeat of every person watching. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "What is he doing? He's insane. Is he really going to storm the Shi estate? All for a woman." Her hand was clasped tightly in his. His palm was searing hot, like a brand. Every rational thought screamed at her to pull away, but the warmth flowed up her arm and straight into her heart. She forgot to struggle. Su Wuzhou came to a halt before the massive stone gates of the inner courtyard. In silence, he raised his leg. The next second, boom. A deafening crash tore through the air. With that single kick, the heavy stone gates exploded into 1,000 pieces, sending shards and dust flying in every direction. A searing power surged through his veins, making every muscle in his body bulge and tighten. He faced the gaping maw of the gateway and unleashed a roar like a crack of thunder. "Shi Sheng, get out here." The furious roar washed over the compound like a tidal wave, crushing all other noise in an instant. The entire Shi estate fell deathly silent. The silence lasted but a second. From the depths of the inner courtyard, a horde of armed warriors swarmed out, their faces twisted in savage snarls. "You're courting death," the lead warrior bellowed, swinging his blade in a vicious arc aimed at Su Wuzhou's head. Su Wuzhou's expression was blank. He didn't dodge. He didn't even try to parry. He simply channeled the raw, brutal power from within his body into his sword. Treating the long sword like a battle axe, he met the incoming blade with a ferocious swing of his own. Crack! The sharp sound of splintering metal rang out. The warrior's blade had been shattered by the sheer force of the blow. Su Wuzhou's momentum didn't stop. With a wet, tearing sound, his sword cleaved deep into the man's chest. Blood sprayed from the wound. The warrior's eyes went wide in disbelief as he collapsed backward. A sliver of stark white bone had pierced through his flesh, gruesome and bloody in the open air. Su Wuzhou didn't even give him a second glance. A flash of sword light. A head flew into the air. A fountain of blood burst from the neck. The severed head tumbled through the air before crashing onto the flagstones with a sickening splat, splitting open like an overripe watermelon. Su Wuzhou's sword didn't pause for an instant. Its edge slashed open one man's throat. It severed the arm of another. It pierced the spine of a third. The courtyard was filled with nothing but the whistle of his blade cutting through the air and the sickening thuds of it parting flesh from bone. The young masters of the noble families had never witnessed such a slaughter. Some turned ashen-faced, clamping their hands over their mouths, but their stomachs churned violently. The choked sounds of dry heaves echoed from the corners. They stared at the man as if he were a beast crawled up from the abyss. "He's insane, completely insane," someone whispered, their voice trembling. "This is the Shi family's home." A faint, blood-red halo swirled around Su Wuzhou's longsword. An invisible pressure radiated out from him, making the very air around him feel thick and heavy, crushing down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. "Stop!" A roar like a clap of thunder erupted. Shi Sheng finally burst in, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Su Wuzhou didn't turn back. He didn't even spare him a glance from the corner of his eye. His sword continued its path, thrusting straight for the last opponent. A desperate will to survive flared in the man's eyes, and he frantically raised his saber to parry. Clang! With a sharp crack, the saber broke. The sword tip pierced through his brow and exited the back of his skull. He didn't even have time to scream. His body went rigid, and he fell backward like a board, landing with a heavy thud. Shi Sheng's face contorted, flushing a furious crimson. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He had just watched the last man be killed right before his eyes. It was a blatant act of defiance. "You," he rasped, each word laced with killing intent. "You dare kill someone in front of me?" Only then did Su Wuzhou turn around slowly. He said nothing. He simply flicked the tip of his sword, pointing it toward the wound on Qin Qingmo's arm, which was still seeping blood. Shi Sheng's gaze followed the sword's tip. He roared, "You will answer for what you've done today? No one can save you. Answer for it." Su Wuzhou scoffed, his laugh dripping with mockery. He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over the corpses on the ground. She shed a single drop of blood. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. "So they all had to die. That is my answer." Yu Feng sat in a corner, his eyes lighting up as he listened. He whipped out a small notebook, the tip of his pen scratching against the paper. "This line," he muttered under his breath, "gotta write this down." A golden quote, an absolute gem. Lin Qingzi stared blankly at Su Wuzhou, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the silk threads of her sleeve. Her heart, once a placid lake, was now a swirl of ripples, all because a single stone had been cast into it. Shi Sheng's gaze swept over Qin Qingmo. Seeing she was unharmed, a shadow of gloom flickered deep in his eyes. He turned to Su Wuzhou, his voice as cold as ice. "My niece Qin was attacked here, in my family's home. We are as surprised as anyone and will, of course, investigate thoroughly. But you barge in here, killing one of my men without asking a single question. The Shi family is not a place for some wet behind-the-ears brat to run wild." Su Wuzhou smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "An assassination attempt happens at your banquet, right under your nose. And now you're telling me the Shi family has nothing to do with it?" "Nothing whatsoever," Shi Sheng declared, his voice like hammered steel. "Such conviction," Su Wuzhou said, giving two slow, sharp claps. "The sheer audacity. All right, let us say you're right. So what?" The air seemed to freeze. A dead silence fell over the hall, everyone stunned by Su Wuzhou's undisguised arrogance. Shi Sheng was trembling with rage, his very beard quivering. "So you're saying you came to my family's home looking for trouble? That you killed them on purpose?" Seeing his chance, Xie Guangping stepped forward, his face and voice severe. "Su Wuzhou, you've gone too far. Linen City has its own laws, and they don't bend for you." Su Wuzhou's gaze slowly shifted to his face. "Don't be impatient. One at a time. After I'm done settling my score with the Shi family, it'll be your turn." You? A contemptuous sneer twisted Xie Guangping's lips. Are you even worthy? Su Wuzhou didn't answer. His fingers found the collar of his robes. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pulled it to the side. A sharp tear of fabric. The cloth ripped open, revealing a solid chest. A fresh wound lay starkly against his skin, the flesh split open, the blood a shocking red. On my way here, 3 men in black robes invited me for tea, Su Wuzhou said, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. They weren't skilled enough. This cut on my chest is just from a stray piece of shrapnel. He paused, his gaze stabbing into Xie Guangping like a dagger. As for the 3 of them, they're very quiet now. So, you tell me, he said, his voice quiet yet landing on every heart like a sledgehammer. Am I worthy? Qin Qingmo's breath hitched. Her eyes were locked on that gruesome wound. So he had been ambushed, too. He had been injured. But he hadn't said a word, hadn't shown the slightest sign of distress. And yet, when she was attacked, he had stood up for her alone against the entire Shi family. Now, Su Wuzhou's voice was soft, yet it pierced each man's ear like an ice pick. Am I qualified to demand an explanation from you? Xie Guangping's Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't force out a single word. His eyes were nailed to the wound on Su Wuzhou's shoulder, where blood was still seeping out, like a flower of death blooming in slow motion. Those weren't 3 ordinary warriors. They were 3 wolves who lived by the blade, each worth 10 men in the army. And now, they were all dead, killed by the wounded boy standing before them. Alone. How was that possible? Xie Guangping felt as if a hand had closed around his heart, each beat bringing a suffocating agony. Standing beside him, Shi Sheng's hand was already resting on the hilt of his blade. His eyes were like a hawk's, sweeping over Su Wuzhou, searching for an opening or perhaps for any sign of weakness that might put his own mind at ease. I don't know what you're talking about. Xie Guangping's voice was raspy, like sandpaper. He wouldn't admit it, of course. It was his last line of defense. Su Wuzhou didn't spare him another glance, as if he were nothing more than a stone on the roadside. He turned to Shi Sheng. And you? The man in charge of the Shi family. How do you think this debt should be settled? My men are dead, and you have the gall to ask me? Shi Sheng's voice was forced through gritted teeth. Don't think killing a few pieces of trash means you can run wild in front of my Shi family. Su Wuzhou smiled, but it held no warmth. It seems we're past the point of reason, then. The words had barely left his lips when he moved. A crimson blur tore through the air. His target was the warrior closest to him. The man's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He barely had time to throw his weapon up in a desperate, instinctual block. Su Wuzhou's sword wasn't a thrust or a slash, it was a smash. He poured the entire weight of his body into the blow, the blade descending with the force of a thunderbolt to slam into the man's weapon. Clang! The deafening sound of twisting metal filled the air. The webbing of the warrior's hand split open, spraying blood. The weapon was torn from his grasp, only to slam back into his own chest. Crack! It was the sound of his sternum shattering. He was thrown backward as if struck by a charging beast, the back of his head hitting the flagstones hard. There was no scream, only the wet, heavy thud of a melon splitting open. Another life ended at his feet. You're courting death. Shi Sheng's roar was deafening. A searing wave of energy erupted from his body, enveloping him in a crimson glow, as if he'd donned armor forged from blood itself. He stomped his right foot down. Boom. The solid flagstones beneath him spiderwebbed with cracks before exploding outward, sending shards of rock flying. Wielding a heavy steel mace, he charged at Su Wuzhou like an enraged lion. With a violent stomp, Shi Sheng's feet slammed into the ground. The earth cracked on impact. He shot into the air like a hawk, the steel mace in his hand crashing down towards Su Wuzhou's head with unstoppable force. The heavy metal tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Su Wuzhou's eyes narrowed. In the split second before the mace could touch his scalp, he slipped an arm around Qin Qingmo's waist. With a light tap of his toes, his body drifted backward several meters like a falling leaf. The movement was as fluid as flowing water, so fast it left only a blur in its wake. Crash! The mace met nothing but air, slamming violently into the ground. The hard flagstones shattered instantly, blasting a deep crater in the earth. Shards of rock and clouds of dust flew in all directions. Shi Sheng was caught between moves, his old force spent and new strength yet to gather. This was the moment. A cold glint flashed in Su Wuzhou's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the previously still long sword sprang to life. The tip of the blade struck like a viper's tongue. No wasted motion. It traced an icy, straight line directly for Shi Sheng's throat. The strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. There was no brilliant flash of light from the blade, no terrifying ripple of energy. It looked like a simple, unremarkable thrust, a move any common swordsman might make. But Shi Sheng's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He had no time to think. Acting on pure combat instinct, he wrenched the mace from the ground. VMM. A glowing sigil flared to life in his palm and instantly spread across the length of the mace. The weapon let out a low thrum as he swung it up to block. Clang! An ear-splitting shriek of metal on metal exploded through the air. The very tip of the sword struck the mace with pinpoint accuracy. Shi Sheng let out a muffled grunt. He felt an irresistible force like a mountain crashing into him surge up the mace and into his arm. Crack! The skin on the web of his hand tore open, blood instantly welling up. His entire arm went numb. He stumbled back 7, 8 steps, each footfall gouging a deep print into the solid ground before he finally regained his balance. Shi Sheng looked down at his own hand, which was still trembling uncontrollably. He then looked up, his eyes locking onto the young man across from him. His gaze was filled with horror and disbelief. Impossible. There wasn't a trace of energy in that strike. How could it contain such terrifying force? A piercing shriek of metal striking metal tore through the silence. Sparks flew. A violent tremor shot through the web of Shi Sheng's hand, his entire arm going numb in an instant. The flagstones beneath his feet cracked, a spiderweb of fissures spreading outward. A colossal force, as brutal as a landslide, surged through the blade. His eyes were locked on the young man across from him. Su Wuzhou. The name exploded in his mind. Impossible. This power, it's a match for my own. Shi Sheng's heart plummeted. He had honed his skills to their absolute peak and was just a single step away from ascending to a higher realm. Here in Linen City, he never believed anyone of his generation could be his rival. But now, reality had dealt him a resounding slap in the face. Su Wuzhou gave him no time to think. The second strike came. There were no flashy moves, just a simple, lightning-fast thrust. A crimson halo swirled around the tip of the blade, pulsing as if it were alive. Before the sword even reached him, a wave of searing heat washed over his face. The air tore with a short, sharp whistle. "You're courting death," Shi Sheng roared. His muscles bulged, veins popping from his neck down to his arms. He unleashed the full force of his energy, his sword meeting the attack in a silver cascade of light. Clang! 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 The rapid-fire impacts blurred into a single roar, like a torrential downpour on a tin roof. With every collision, Shi Sheng was forced back a step. 1 step, 2, then 3. His feet carved 2 deep furrows in the hard-packed earth. The strength he took so much pride in was utterly overwhelmed by his opponent's furious storm of attacks. All he could do was defend, each block making the bones in his arm groan under the strain. If not for his battle-honed instincts, which allowed him to deflect one lethal blow after another, he would have already fallen. Even so, a thin line of blood appeared on his cheek, stinging with a fiery pain. The surrounding crowd had fallen into a dead silence. The only sounds were the harsh shriek of blades and the heavy, ragged breathing of the fighters. Finally, someone couldn't stop a sharp intake of breath, the sound piercing the silence. "Gods that Shi Sheng, the patriarch of the Shi family," a merchant whispered, his voice laced with terror. He's being overwhelmed? By who? By that Su Wuzhou? You mean the famous good-for-nothing? The whispers spread like wildfire. Every word was a needle in the ears of Xie Guangping, Mao Yongliang, and Li Qingfei, who stood in a corner of the crowd. The color had drained from all 3 of their faces. "His strength, it's unnatural," Xie Guangping said, his nails digging deep into his flesh. "Shi Sheng's foundation is incredibly deep. How can he be pushed this far?" Li Qingfei's voice trembled. Mao Yongliang stared at the effortless figure in the center of the fray, grinding his teeth. He spat the words through a clenched jaw. he has been hiding his true strength. He thought of the 3 men he sent, of how not even their bones had been found. A cold dread crept up his spine. He is a madman, a viper. Mao Yongliang snarled. He played weak on purpose, just to lure us in. That bastard. Li Qingfei's brow furrowed into a knot. He lowered his voice to Xie Guangping beside him. Did you get a clear look at that? What exactly is his technique? Xie Guangping slowly shook his head, his expression grim. The boy's moves seem unremarkable, but every swing of his sword carries an undercurrent of unfathomable power, a weight that is truly unnerving. The energy he projects is ordinary, but that strength it's too bizarre, buried far too deep. This kid, Mao Yongliang sucked in a sharp breath. He hasn't broken through the final barrier, has he? Impossible, Li Qingfei immediately refuted. To reach that realm, one's internal energy must course through the entire body like a great river. That kind of presence is impossible to conceal. He is not there yet, but I fear he is not far off. In the instant they spoke, the situation in the courtyard shifted dramatically. A flash of silver light tore through the air. Schlick. The sound of a blade piercing flesh was sickeningly clear. Shi Sheng let out a muffled grunt, staring down at the blossom of red erupting from his thigh. Instantly, soaking his pant leg, Su Wuzhou didn't pause for a second. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of his sword became a deadly glint of light, aimed straight for the fallen man's vulnerable throat. A flicker of desperate terror flashed in Shi Sheng's eyes. He threw himself sideways, scrambling desperately across the cold ground. The cold steel tip grazed his neck, drawing a string of crimson beads. You think you can live just by crawling on the ground? Su Wuzhou's voice dripped with mockery as he advanced, sword at the ready. Just then, a dark figure shot forward like a swooping hawk. Xie Guangping had finally made his move. He seized the back of Shi Sheng's collar with one hand and yanked him backward, planting himself like a wall directly in the path of Su Wuzhou's sword. The very air seemed to freeze at his arrival. This ends now. Xie Guangping's voice was cold as iron. Su Wuzhou, this is not the place for you to run rampant. Oh. Su Wuzhou lifted his gaze, the tip of his sword dipping to point at the ground. You mean to protect him? You barge into the Xie residence and gravely injure my men. Xie Guangping's glare was dark enough to curdle water. Do you truly believe there is no one in all of Linen City who can put you in your place? Su Wuzhou suddenly let out a soft laugh. It was quiet, but it sent a chill through everyone present. His gaze drifted past Xie Guangping's shoulder, settling on Qin Qingmo in the distance. Her long lashes cast faint shadows in the lamplight. Her clear eyes were fixed on him, unblinking. The fact that you sent men to kill me, I'm not particularly bothered by it. Su Wuzhou dragged his gaze back to Xie Guangping, speaking one deliberate word at a time. But there is one thing I find very, very dissatisfying. I sent no one to kill you. Xie Guangping denied flatly, then frowned. And what could you possibly be dissatisfied with? The corner of Su Wuzhou's mouth lifted into a haughty smirk. Everyone in Linen City says that Qin Qingmo is the greatest beauty of our time. He paused, as if savoring the tension hanging in the air. Since the dawn of time, great beauties have been destined for great heroes. And she married me. His voice carried the weight of an undeniable conclusion, which can only mean that I, Su Wuzhou, am the foremost gentleman in Linen City. Now that is a match of equals, is it not? Su Wuzhou took a step forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it rippled through the silence like a stone dropped in a still pond. First Scion, he repeated, a mocking smile playing on his lips. That title, it has a rather grating sound to it now. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. After all, the finest woman in all of Linen City is standing right here beside me. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a stifled buzz like a disturbed hive. A few stifled chuckles were quickly smothered. Qin Qingmo sighed in resignation, but a small smile tugged at her lips. She reached out and gave Su Wuzhou's sleeve a gentle pull. Xie Guangping's eyes bypassed Su Wuzhou entirely, locking onto Qin Qingmo. His gaze was filled with undisguised possessiveness, as if she were a treasure he had already claimed. That title is what everyone calls me, he said slowly, a touch of arrogance lacing his words. Not one I chose for myself. Perfect, then, Su Wuzhou's smile widened. Starting today, you can drop it. How about you trade it for a new one? His voice was deceptively light. How does Linen's #1 fraud sound? It seems to suit you. The word fraud hit like a spark in hot grease. Xie Guangping's expression turned thunderous, and the very air seemed to drop in temperature. You'd better watch your tongue. The only thing I can control is my sword. Su Wuzhou's smile didn't waver, but the warmth had vanished from his eyes. Titles are too much trouble. Let's make it simpler. I'll just kill you. Then no one will ever dare to bother me with that title again. Xie Guangping's voice grew cold, like winter iron. Your tongue is sharper than your sword. Su Wuzhou's gaze drifted to Shi Xingdao, who stood behind Xie Guangping. He lifted his head, squinting at the sky. Such fine sunlight, he said softly, as if admiring the weather. Then he lowered his head, his smile turning to ice. It's so warm. Blood would dry fast in a sun like this. He held up 3 fingers, just warmed up on 3 of them. My hand feels just right. Su Wuzhou took another step forward, his voice dropping to a hiss, like a viper at his ear. We both want the other dead, don't we? So shall we test it? Let's see if your neck is tougher than my sword is fast. Xie Guangping's pupils contracted. He stared at Su Wuzhou's smiling face, but his heart gave a sudden lurch. A trap. This man wasn't exuding any power at all, yet he gave him the chilling sensation of being stalked by a viper. He had to be hiding his true strength. He wouldn't be this arrogant unless he had an ace up his sleeve. Could he have really broken through to that next threshold? To be able to contain his power completely, unleashing it only in the instant he strikes? Xie Guangping was a master of the same realm, but he didn't want to take the risk. Not unless he could master his trump card sword technique. Then, he would be absolutely certain of victory. Well, Su Wuzhou's voice sounded again, like the beat of a death knell. A playful smirk tugged at the corner of Su Wuzhou's mouth as his gaze drifted past Xie Guangping, settling on the trembling figure of Shi Sheng behind him. Want to protect him? Simple. Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear. Fight me. The air seemed to freeze. Xie Guangping's pupils contracted. He calmly studied the young man before him, trying to find a crack in that effortless facade. This is not your personal arena, he said, his voice cold and restrained. If we're going to fight, it will be at a different time and in a different place. He sneered inwardly. This Su Wuzhou, so brazenly confident. He must have an ace up his sleeve. To make a move here, in an environment so clearly to my disadvantage, would be true foolishness. The smile on Su Wuzhou's face widened. Of course, he knew he couldn't fight here. Not with Qin Qingmo right behind him. He couldn't expose her to the slightest hint of danger. But he couldn't afford to show any weakness. Don't want to fight? Su Wuzhou's tone turned abruptly cold. Then get out of my way. The words were barely out of his mouth before he moved. He ignored Xie Guangping and walked straight for Shi Sheng. His pace wasn't fast, but each step struck Shi Sheng's heart like a heavy hammer. A chilling, killing intent washed over him in waves, and the color drained from Shi Sheng's face, leaving it pale as death. Stop! Xie Guangping suddenly moved, planting himself in Su Wuzhou's path. His face was dark. Shi Sheng was his man. If he stood by and watched him be killed, how could he maintain his standing in Linen City? Su Wuzhou, don't take it too far. Too far. Su Wuzhou halted, looking up at him with eyes full of scorn. You're the one who doesn't have the guts to fight. Xie Guangping's chest rose and fell violently, rage threatening to shatter his composure. He took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Fine. You want to fight? I'll give you one, he bit out, each word sharp and deliberate. 7 days from now, the city's training grounds. A duel to the death. If you win, the Shi family will give you satisfaction. If you lose, you forfeit your life. As he spoke, a vicious, hidden glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. 7 days. That's all I need. Enough time to perfect that secret technique. When that time comes, no one in the younger generation of Linen City will be a match for me. 7 days? Su Wuzhou looked as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. He threw his head back and laughed. When his laughter died down, he looked at Xie Guangping, a hint of pity in his eyes. I'm a fair man, so I'll give you a piece of friendly advice, he said slowly. Fight me now, and you might have a sliver of a chance to win. 7 days from now, I'll only be stronger. Arrogant. Xie Guangping forced the word through clenched teeth and refused to look at him again. In his mind, this was nothing but a last-ditch bluff from Su Wuzhou. A collective, stifled gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd. A battle on the training grounds in 7 days. This was no longer a simple conflict. It was a duel to the death. News spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Linen City. Did you hear? Su Wuzhou, that notorious good-for-nothing, challenged Xie Guangping. Which Xie Guangping? The one they call the unbeatable among Linen's younger generation. Who else could it be? Is he insane? How could he possibly fight young Master Xie? In the courtyard of the Sure estate, the air seemed to have frozen. Xie Guangping stood there, his posture as straight as a spear. His voice was like cold steel. 7 days from now. Right here. Now, get out of the Sure estate. Su Wuzhou smiled, a smile devoid of any warmth. What's the rush? Let's settle the stakes first. I despise people who don't honor their debts. You dare demand stakes? Shi Sheng, the head of the Sure family, ground his teeth, humiliation burning his face red. But he had seen Su Wuzhou's strength firsthand, and the fear forced him to swallow his rage. Su Wuzhou's gaze drifted slowly across the courtyard. He drew a deep breath, taking in the scent of damp earth and weeping willows. White walls, green willows, and this pond. He spoke as if admiring a work of art. This is a fine place. Peaceful, elegant. He paused, his eyes settling on Shi Sheng's flushed face. He spoke, enunciating every word. Worthy of me. When you lose, this estate belongs to me. The words had barely left his lips when a collective gasp went through the crowd. Several Sure elders already had their hands on the hilts of their swords, their knuckles white. This was no longer a challenge, this was an attempt to uproot the Sure family entirely. I accept on his behalf. Xie Guangping's voice cut through the brewing uproar, sharp and decisive. Worthy nephew. The color drained from Shi Sheng's face, his lips trembling. That is our ancestral estate. If they were driven from their ancestral home, the Sure family would become the laughingstock of Linen City. Anyone could walk all over them. Uncle Sure, Xie Guangping's gaze was like a razor against his skin. Are you doubting me? That single question forced Shi Sheng to swallow every word of protest. A raw heat burned in his throat. Xie Guangping stared coldly at Su Wuzhou. Now, you can get out. Oh right. One more thing. Su Wuzhou suddenly turned to Shi Sheng, as if the thought had just struck him. Miss Qin was injured on your property. We can't just let that slide. How about you front some money for good medicine? That's not asking too much, is it? A vein throbbed in Shi Sheng's temple. He forced the words through gritted teeth. How much? Su Wuzhou held up a single finger and wagged it slowly. She was badly injured. It took a great toll on her vitality. 1,000 taels of silver. Just to start. That should be enough, don't you think? A strangled gurgle escaped Shi Sheng's throat. 1,000 taels. That was enough to buy the finest ginseng root with plenty to spare. This wasn't extortion, it was taking a knife to his flesh. Shi Sheng remained silent, the air practically frozen. Su Wuzhou's voice shattered the silence, sharp and cold as a knife. She was injured on your property. I'll set aside the matter of compensation for now, but you won't even pay for her treatment. He took a step forward, his voice ringing out. Is there no limit to your shamelessness? Li Qingfei and Mao Yongliang exchanged a look of pure disgust. One of them hissed through clenched teeth. Shameless. Shi Sheng's gaze, cold as iron, fixed on Qin Qingmo. She doesn't look badly hurt. That's because she's holding it together, Su Wuzhou scoffed. He turned to Qin Qingmo, leaning in close. He lowered his voice, but just enough for those nearby to overhear. Want to see her collapse right here, bleeding all over the ground? He whispered hurriedly in her ear. Play along. Color flooded Qin Qingmo's cheeks, turning them a deep crimson. She tugged desperately at his sleeve, her fingertips trembling. How could she possibly do something like this? But Su Wuzhou's voice suddenly boomed like a temple bell. Let me make one thing clear. If she collapses here today, this is far from over. An injury severe enough to make someone pass out, do you think a single estate is enough to settle the score? I swear, I will make every single one of you pay in blood. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. They were all stunned by his words, their shock curdling into utter contempt. To make such a stunning woman feign collapse in public, all for the sake of extortion? What are you looking at? Su Wuzhou's eyes blazed as he scanned the crowd. You think this is about extortion? You blind fools. Do you really think I care about this paltry sum? Enough. Xie Guangping had finally had enough. He turned wearily to Shi Sheng. Just give it to him. Shi Sheng's face was a mask of cold fury, the color of weathered iron. He gave a sharp wave of his hand. A servant scurried off, returning moments later with a heavy purse. Take it. Shi Sheng snarled, hurling the purse at Su Wuzhou's chest. Now get out. Su Wuzhou caught it effortlessly and hefted it in his palm. The clink of coins was crisp and satisfying. A slow smile spread across his face, utterly unfazed by Shi Sheng's fury. I'll accept this as a down payment, Su Wuzhou said, tucking the purse into his robes with a perfectly straight face. I'll take her home to keep an eye on her for now. Should her condition worsen. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Shi family members, before adding with deliberate slowness, you'll be the first to know. Shi Sheng's fists were clenched so tightly at his sides that his knuckles turned white. He stared daggers at Su Wuzhou's retreating back, his chest heaving with suppressed rage, unable to utter a single word. With a deafening crack, the stone table shattered under the young man's palm. Shards of rock flew, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Shi family disciple's chest heaved, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Before the dust could settle, the ring of a blade suddenly cut through the air, as sharp and clear as a dragon's cry. Su Wuzhou moved. Was a bolt of lightning. The long sword in his hand became a cold arc of light, tearing through the air and aiming straight for the young man's throat. No warning, no hesitation, only pure, unadulterated killing intent. You dare! Shi Sheng's roar erupted at the same instant. He had been watching Su Wuzhou's every move, and now his pupils contracted to pinpricks. He lunged forward, the bluestone paver cracking under his foot as he threw his arm up like an iron wall, perfectly intercepting the sword's path. Clang! The deafening shriek of metal on metal sent a painful jolt through everyone's ears. A shower of sparks erupted between them, illuminating Shi Sheng's furious face and Su Wuzhou's icy eyes. A jagged notch was left on both of their weapons. Su Wuzhou, Shi Sheng's voice was a low hiss, forced through gritted teeth. Are you insane? You really want to fight to the death, here and now? The young man who had shattered the table was now pale as a sheet. He stood frozen, a living statue, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically. A cold sweat had already soaked through the back of his robes. He could still feel the phantom chill of the blade against his skin. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, and the low murmurs died instantly. All eyes were on Su Wuzhou, filled with utter disbelief. One moment he was agreeing to a duel with Xie Guangping, and the next, he was drawing his sword on another man. Su Wuzhou ignored Shi Sheng's question. He leveled the notched sword at the terrified young man. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried to every corner of the courtyard. Who gave you permission to smash my things in my house? A moment of stunned silence. Then, a low murmur erupted from the crowd as people exchanged bewildered glances. His house. He already thinks of this place as his. Su Wuzhou sheathed his sword. The sharp click of the blade locking into place sounded like a final verdict. Without a glance at the livid Shi Sheng, he announced calmly, "Guard my estate for me. I'll be back to take possession. If so much as a single brick is missing, the Shi family will pay for it in blood." With that, he took Qin Qingmo by the hand and turned to leave. He didn't give Shi Sheng a chance to respond, leaving the courtyard and all its shock and fury behind him. Shi Sheng stood frozen in place, his fists clenched so tightly the knuckles cracked. Veins pulsed on his forearms like writhing serpents. The air in the courtyard was thick enough to cut with a knife. After a long, tense silence, someone finally managed to force out the words. "That guy, he's a goddamn lunatic." In a corner, Yufeng dipped a fingertip into his wine and traced something rapidly across the black lacquered tabletop. A grin spread across his face, as if he'd just learned a new trick. The moment Su Wuzhou's silhouette drew near, Yufeng instantly wiped the table clean, snatched up his cup, and vanished into the boisterous crowd like a drop of water into the sea. He hadn't found his prey for the night, and he wasn't about to get tangled up with a troublemaker like Su Wuzhou. The Shi estate, inner courtyard. Crash. A celadon teacup shattered against the floor, sending shards flying. Mao Yongliang's eyes were bloodshot. He paced before Lin Qingzi like an enraged bull. "We almost had her crippled." His voice was hoarse, thick with suppressed rage. "We were so close. That woman, Qin Qingmo, has a natural affinity for the written word. Once she's allowed to compose herself, she'll recover faster than you can possibly imagine. And when she does, the Qin family's weapons will become unstoppable. Years of our two families' hard work all down the drain because of you. Do you even understand? Lin Qingzi remained seated calmly in her grand armchair, not so much as batting an eyelash. She leisurely stirred her freshly poured tea with a small silver spoon, letting his fury wash over her like waves against a cliff. Your plan, she said softly, blowing the froth from her tea, has nothing to do with me. Mao Yongliang stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes locked on her. Don't you want to take them down, too? I do. Lin Qingzi finally lifted her head, a derisive smirk playing on her lips. But I wouldn't deign to use such underhanded methods. She slowly crossed her legs, the silk of her long gown sliding down to trace a breathtaking curve. Every movement was a silent declaration of her power. Huh. Easy for you to say, Mao Yongliang sneered. Su Wuzhou isn't like those fools you're used to toying with. Be careful you don't end up getting burned. Burned. The word was a needle, piercing the veil of her composure. Her fingers, resting on her teacup, tightened almost imperceptibly. An image flashed in her mind, the mocking glint in that man's eyes. She could almost hear the sound of his breath against her ear. A chill erupted from the depths of her almond eyes. She set down her cup and rose, approaching Mao Yongliang one deliberate step at a time. Her tall frame radiated an unseen pressure, and the very air seemed to grow colder. I don't know if he'll be my ruin, she murmured, her voice as soft as a lover's whisper, but as cold as steel. But I do know this. If I want you dead, you won't see the morning. Do you believe me? You? Mao Yongliang flinched back a step, startled by the murderous intent in her eyes. His face flushed crimson. A hand fell on his shoulder. Qingzi, calm yourself, Xie Guangping said with a placating smile, though his eyes couldn't help but drift from her taut waist down to her long legs. We have the same enemy, don't we? If you have a plan, let's hear it. We'll give you our full support. Lin Qingzi's gaze swept over him, as if he were an inanimate object. That won't be necessary. She turned toward the door, leaving them with nothing but her resolute back. Just worry about your own affairs, young Master Xie. I'd hate to see the title of First Young Master of Linen fall to someone else. Lin Qingzi turned, the hem of her dress tracing a cold arc through the air. Without a backward glance, the click of her heels on the floor echoed like cold raindrops, growing fainter with each step. Finally, the door shut heavily behind her, sealing them off from the world. Damn it! Mao Yongliang slammed his fist on the table, making the teacup jump. Hot tea sloshed over the rim, scalding the back of his hand. That crazy woman. Once we're done with the Qins, she's next. Li Qingfei's knuckles were white. He lowered his voice, almost as if speaking to himself. What the hell is she playing at? Muddying the waters like this? Whose side is she even on? Xie Guangping lifted his cup, blowing gently at the foam on the surface. His eyes were deep, unreadable. She's a venomous snake. Her target is Su Wuzhou, but don't think for a second any of us can pin her down. A snake? Li Qingfei scoffed. More like a madwoman. One minute she's playing the loyal friend, the next she's staging some kind of melodrama. What the hell is her game? Xie Guangping set his cup down, the porcelain making a soft click against the wood. He couldn't figure her out either. But he knew one thing. She was every bit as dangerous as Su Wuzhou. Let's forget her for a moment, Mao Yongliang said, turning to Xie Guangping, his anger replaced by bafflement. Xie, I don't understand. With your abilities, you could have crushed him right then and there. Why give him a week? Xie Guangping's gaze drifted past the window, into the distance. There's more to him than meets the eye. The moment I made my move, it was like hitting an invisible wall. He paused. Killing him isn't the hard part. Killing him without paying a price, that's the challenge. He and I, we're cut from the same cloth. Impossible. Mao Yongliang's throat went dry. Shi Sheng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his fingers drumming softly on the tabletop. Nothing's impossible. The fact that he dared to make a move here means he had the confidence to back it up. Shi Sheng looked at Mao and Li. Think about it, he continued. Would a man really risk his own life for a woman? Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei exchanged a look, then both shook their heads. That's just sentimental nonsense from stories, Sheng's voice was quiet but carried weight. A man who truly calculates his moves is never blinded by rage. Every move he makes is like a piece on a chessboard. He's already 10 steps ahead. He didn't cause a scene today because he's a fool. He did it because he needed a pretext to act. And we just handed it to him on a silver platter. A pretext. Mao Yongliang's voice was hoarse. What does he want? All eyes turned to Xie Guangping. He slowly drew his gaze back from the window. Meeting their stares, he said, each word deliberate, what he wants is me. The teacup hit the table with a sharp crack. The conversation in the room died. Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei exchanged a baffled look. But how could Su Wuzhou know we're here? Mao Yongliang asked cautiously. Xie Guangping let out a cold sneer, as if mocking a foolish child. Naive, he spat, his voice like ice. You think that guy is some harmless rabbit? He's a wolf that's kept its fangs hidden for more than a decade. Does a starving wolf have any trouble hunting its prey? Heat flooded Mao Yongliang's cheeks. He lowered his head, wishing the floor would open up and swallow him. Do you really think he's doing all this for a woman? Xie Guangping's voice echoed in the silent room, each word landing like a blow. Don't be fools. Qin Xingmo being the #1 beauty in linen? That's just a pretext. A convenient excuse to legitimize his move into the spotlight. He rose to his feet and began to pace, his shadows stretching and shrinking in the flickering lamplight. What he wants is power. In this city, who among the younger generation doesn't answer to me? If he wants to climb, the first person he has to step on is me. The man's ambition, it's no small thing, Li Qingfei said, sucking in a sharp breath. He's laid low for over a decade. Why make his move now? Xie Guangping stopped pacing, his gaze sweeping over the two men like a razor. Because he can't afford to wait any longer. His cultivation must have hit a bottleneck, a barrier he can't break through on his own. How many masters in all of linen have truly reached that realm? He's running out of time. But, Li Qingfei said, still confused, the Qin family is plenty powerful. Why would he need to? Why? Xie Guangping cut him off, his voice dripping with contempt. That title, live-in son-in-law, is a chain. It would choke the life out of any man forced to wear it. You've seen Su Wuzhou, the way he fears nothing and no one. Does he look like a man who would tolerate being chained? Realization dawned on Li Qingfei. He leaned forward, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Xie, your insight is terrifying. How did I not see it? Xie Guangping walked to the window and stared out into the inky blackness, his voice turning glacial. That's why he's so desperate. Once he breaks through that threshold and becomes a true powerhouse. He paused, a cold smirk touching his lips. Then, the chains will shatter, and a man's dignity will be restored. Xie Guangping's voice was calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. He's desperate to break through that bottleneck, to step into a new realm. It's like trying to fire up a forge. It needs to devour a mountain of charcoal. And silver, that's our charcoal. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the others. There's only so much charcoal in Linen City. And in his eyes, I'm standing in his path to the flame. A cold smile touched Xie Guangping's lips. That's why he's like a rabid dog, lunging at me again and again, trying to tear me to pieces. Mao Yongliang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with awe. Hearing you lay it out like that, it all makes sense now. You see what's happening beneath the board. All we saw were the pieces. Beside him, Sheng nodded emphatically, his voice hoarse. They all say you have the sharpest mind in linen. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. Xie Guangping leaned back in his chair, his knuckles tapping a soft, steady rhythm on the tabletop. So, showing anger in front of him would be the most amateurish response. I'm not yet certain I can kill him in a single strike. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. That's why I made a deal with him. My combat technique lacks only the final tempering. Give me 5 days. Just 5 days of secluded training. When I emerge, his death is guaranteed. Good. Sheng slammed his palm on the table, making the teacups jump. He roared with laughter, a sound filled with grim satisfaction. I'll be waiting then, to see you avenge me. Of course. Xie Guangping met Sheng's gaze, a steady smile on his face. But inwardly, a thought was already taking shape. I need to have someone forge a few letters. Just to keep this old fool in line for now. Qin Xingmo is a major problem. Li Qingfei's voice broke the momentary calm, his brow furrowed. She hones her power with thought and words. It's incredibly rare. If she succeeds, her weapon will no longer be mere steel, but an extension of her will. That makes her far more terrifying than anyone from the other two families. She's only just reached the threshold, Xie Guangping said, waving a dismissive hand. Igniting a flame like that takes time. We may not have shattered her foundation completely today, but we did enough to carve a crack in her spirit. For the time being, her will can no longer resonate with her weapon. He leaned forward, his voice low and filled with unshakable resolve. What we need to do is use this opportunity to eliminate the Qin family. The Qin family is a fortress, second only to our own house, Xie, Mao Yongliang reminded him. Their patriarch, Qin Li, is widely acknowledged as the strongest fighter in Linen. Trying to swallow them whole will break our teeth. We're out of time. Xie Guangping's gaze turned sharp as a blade. Give Qin Qingmo 1 year of peace to grow, and she'll become a storm none of us can control. We don't need to storm the fortress. We just need. He paused, then said, enunciating each word. To crush its heart. We must cripple Qin Qingmo. Now. Xie Guangping's fingers tapped on the tabletop, a cold, deliberate tap, tap. A wolfish glint shone in his eyes, and his lips twisted into a cruel curve. To break Qin Qingmo's wings, we must first topple the house of Qin. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the heads of the Mao and Li families like a blade. Their businesses, that's our best way in. Shi Sheng leaned forward, his voice low. The Qin family is a young tree. Its roots don't run deep. It looks lush, but only because so many smaller families are clinging to it. They're just leeches, drawn by the scent of profit. Exactly. Xie Guangping's tapping stopped. We just need to make the Qins bleed. Once those little families realize there's no more profit to be had from a wounded beast, they'll scatter on their own. And then, all that will be left is a bare trunk, ready to topple in the slightest breeze. Li Qingfei let out a chilling laugh, his voice like a screech owl in the dark. Our forges are ready. Give the word, and cheaper, sharper blades will flood the market. The Qin family's business won't last 3 days. Excellent. Xie Guangping rose and walked to the window. Moonlight spilled over him, but it couldn't penetrate the darkness in his eyes. In 1 week, I will snap Su Wuzhou's neck with my own hands. His voice was calm, but it carried the stench of blood. The news of his death will be your signal to move. Qin Li will lose his son-in-law, then his empire. His mind will shatter. And a powerful man in turmoil is nothing but a beast in a cage. He turned slowly, a fanatical light in his eyes. Then, our 3 families will strike together, and he will be our prey. Once we pull Qin Li out like a stubborn nail, what's left of his family will be nothing but a fat slab of meat for the taking. And Qin Qingmo? Li Qingfei asked, rubbing his hands together with a suggestive grin. Xie Guangping didn't answer, simply tilting his head back to gaze at the moon. He craved power. Not wealth, not status, but the kind of power that could make the very air freeze. The true power that belonged only to the strong. He would become a legend, the first king these lands had seen in 100 years. Su Wuzhou, he murmured, as if speaking to a man already dead. You want to use me as a stepping stone? I need your corpse to pave my own way to the top. He scoffed in disdain. A man who lives off a woman. And he thinks he's worthy. Qin Qingmo was sure her wrist was already bruised. Ever since they'd left the Shi estate, his hand had been clamped around it like a red-hot iron vice. She tried to pull free twice, but his grip hadn't budged. Finally, she stopped struggling. An icy tone slipped past her lips. Are you going to release my hand? Su Wuzhou glanced back, his expression shifting to one of perfectly calibrated surprise, as if he were only just now noticing. Oh, of course. Su Wuzhou agreed at once, smoothly taking her hand in his. A delicate coolness spread from her palm, like a late-night breeze brushing across the skin. He didn't let go. Qin Qingmo raised an eyebrow, her clear eyes landing on his face, a silent question in them. Sigh. He let out an exaggerated breath. He tapped the back of his right hand, the one holding hers with his left, making a soft thud. It seems it's gone stiff. She tried to pull her hand away, but his grip only tightened. She frowned slightly. For a stiff hand, it's surprisingly strong. That's because your hand is so cold, Su Wuzhou explained, his expression completely serious. Whenever my hand touches something icy, it just seizes up. It's in Involuntary reaction. I've always run cold. You don't think less of me for it, do you? Qin Shingmo stared at his perfectly straight face, the corner of her mouth twitching. She took a deep breath, as if trying to swallow down both her amusement and her irritation. I don't like my hand being held, she said, her voice cool. What a coincidence. Su Wuzhou's eyes lit up. Neither do I. Qin Shingmo was utterly speechless. She stared at him, her lips parted, but no words came out. How could this man contradict himself so brazenly, with such utter conviction? See? Your hand is freezing. Su Wuzhou's tone suddenly grew solemn, as if he were making a momentous decision. I don't like the cold either. But, for you, I'm willing to make a sacrifice. Before the words were even out of his mouth, he cupped her hand in both of his, gently and slowly chafing it with his palms. A current of warmth spread from their joined hands, traveling up her arm. Heat flared in her cheeks. Her heart skipped a beat. The moment his grip loosened, Qin Shingmo snatched her hand back. Qin Shingmo snatched her hand back. The warmth in her palm vanished, devoured by the night wind, leaving only the cold air behind. For a fleeting moment, she found herself missing its touch. But she immediately clenched her hand into a tight fist, as if to crush that lingering, unwelcome feeling. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, and set against her cool, delicate features, it was like a small flame flickering in a field of snow, a breathtaking sight. She took a deep breath, her voice regaining its usual composure. Thank you for today, but don't do that again. It's one thing for me to get hurt, but they're actually trying to kill you. You're my wife, Su Wuzhou said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You're mine. I wouldn't even dream of laying a finger on you myself. How could I let anyone else lay a hand on you? The word wife struck her like a stone dropped into a calm pool, sending ripples through her gaze. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Your hand is still freezing, Su Wuzhou said, glancing at her clenched fist. Are you sure you don't want me to warm it up for you again? No. Qin Shingmo's cheeks burned even hotter. She spun around and hurried to her door. Her footsteps were soft in the silent night, yet they betrayed a hint of panic. She paused, her hand on the door, and looked back at him. Oh, and one more thing. In 7 days, don't go to the duel with Xie Guanping. What's wrong? Afraid I can't take him? Su Wuzhou raised an eyebrow. I know Xie Guanping. He's stalling for a reason. He's definitely setting a lethal trap for you. Her tone grew serious. You don't have to walk into it. I've broken through my bottleneck, and I'm on the verge of mastering a new level of power. Once I do, the Qin family's crisis will be resolved. The Xies won't be able to touch us. Su Wuzhou scoffed inwardly. By the time you master your new power, he thought, there won't be anything left of the Qin family but bones. He watched her. In the darkness, her eyes were like two clear pools reflecting the faint moonlight. Her long lashes curled upward in a startling arc, so perfect it seemed they could support the weight of a single, delicate blade of grass. The moonlight was a thin frost dusting the flagstones of the courtyard. Su Wuzhou looked at the woman before him, her silhouette sharply defined in the crisp, cold light. He thought that if fate had played a cruel joke and married him to some repulsive hag, he'd probably be plotting his escape right now. But this was Qin Shingmo. The very sight of her made this arranged marriage feel like the sweetest nectar in the world. He took a step forward and gently took her wrist. Her skin was cool to the touch, like uncarved jade. Your hands are so cold, he said, his voice low with a hint of concern. It's chilly out tonight. Do you want me to? Before he could finish, Qin Shingmo snatched her hand back like a startled cat. That is not necessary. Her voice was taut, but a blush colored her cheeks. Su Wuzhou clutched his chest dramatically, a wounded look on his face. You wound me. As your husband, don't I even get the chance to warm my own wife's hands? Qin Shingmo paid him no mind, turning to leave, her slender back a portrait of rejection. She strode to her door and reached to shut it. Wait. Quick as a flash, Su Wuzhou jammed his foot in the door. It's a long night to be all alone. The door stopped. From within, her cool voice came, tinged with resignation. You should get some rest. That poem, Shuidiao Gedu, has been a great boon to my cultivation. I wish to study it in peace tonight. Shuidiao Gedu? Su Wuzhou grinned. He leaned against the doorframe, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, as if sharing the world's greatest secret. That poem, I wrote it. Let me in, and I'll break it down for you, word by word. How about it? She froze. Her hand, still resting on the latch, didn't move an inch. That poem had been like a divine revelation, allowing her to break through her bottleneck overnight. She had imagined countless times what kind of breathtakingly brilliant figure could have penned such lines. She'd even thought it seemed beyond the craft of any mortal. And now, Su Wuzhou was claiming he wrote it? For a fleeting moment, a flicker of stunned disbelief flashed in her eyes, as if she'd just seen the stars fall from the sky. But the light vanished as quickly as it appeared. She looked at his face, which screamed, "Believe me," and then at his foot, itching to push its way through the door. The light in her eyes dimmed, replaced by an exasperated weariness. It was always like this. He'd say anything to get his way. She knew him all too well. He could barely recite a poem from memory, let alone compose one. Slam. The door swung decisively shut, and the sharp, clean sound of the bolt sliding home was crisp and final. Su Wuzhou stepped forward, pressing his palm against the cold door. He lowered his voice, trying to will the words through the wood. If I'd really written that poem, I would have signed my name to it in a heartbeat. I'd have wanted you to be the first to see it. Dead silence from the other side. He cleared his throat, adopting a lighter tone. Don't believe me? Open the door. I'll compose one for you on the spot. Poetry's just an appetizer. We can talk about the stars, the universe, the treacherous depths of the human heart. You name the topic, and I'll say exactly what you need to hear. His answer was the click of a bolt sliding into place. Sharp. Final. The sound was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all his words. Su Wuzhou rubbed his nose in embarrassment, muttering to the closed door. Seriously, not even a shred of dignity. Here I am, a grown man, and I can't even get into my own room. He slid down the wall to a sitting position and sighed. I thought showing off a little skill would earn me at least a bit of respect. Guess I was wrong. Let me ask you something. A cold voice cut through the shadows of the courtyard. If someone put a drop of poison in your water every single day, and then one day they just washed out the cup, would you still drink from it? Su Wuzhou's head snapped up. He saw Qin Yunjie, arms crossed, emerging from a corner untouched by the moonlight. The young man drew closer, step by step, his gaze as cold as ice. All your past foolishness, those were the drops of poison. You broke my sister's heart long ago. You think washing the cup one time will make her forget all that venom? Su Wuzhou fell silent. The kid's analogy was a knife, twisting precisely where it hurt the most. He had no comeback. But still, who was this brat calling poison? A surge of anger flared up inside him. Su Wuzhou rose slowly to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. In an instant, his eyes grew sharp. The Qin family is on a knife's edge, and you, the young master, instead of sweating it out in the training hall, have time to stand here and lecture me? His voice turned frigid. It seems I've been neglecting my duties as your brother-in-law. The words were barely out when he moved. Tonight, I'll teach you a lesson about what responsibility really means. Su Wuzhou's fist tore through the air with a low whistle, flying like a cannonball straight for Qin Yunjie's face. Stop! Qin Yunjie roared, but it was too late. A fist loomed before his eyes, the wind from it scraping his cheek like a knife. He had just learned of the Shi family's misfortune from his father and was about to relay the message, but the shadow of death had already fallen. He hastily threw up his arms to block. Crack! A sharp, splintering pain shot up from his forearm. He felt as if his bones had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Su Wuzhou didn't stop. A second punch, then a third, rained down on him like a torrential storm. Qin Yunjie was powerless to fight back, his body thrown backward like a rag doll, until he finally crashed heavily to the ground. Dust billowed into the air. Su Wuzhou retracted his fist and shook it lightly, as if merely brushing off some dust. He gazed down at the crumpled form of Qin Yunjie on the ground, a lazy smile playing on his lips. He squatted down and patted Qin Yunjie's swollen cheek, as if calming a puppy. Want to be my brother-in-law? This level of skill is pathetic. Su Wuzhou's voice was soft, but his words stung like needles. Go back and tell them I'll be coming around often to instruct you. Qin Yunjie coughed up a mouthful of bloody spittle. He glared at Su Wuzhou, his body trembling with rage, but he couldn't utter a single word. The beating and humiliation had driven all thoughts of his father's message from his mind. Back in his own quarters, Su Wuzhou pushed open the door. A musty smell hit him. The room was bare, containing only a hard plank bed with no mattress or quilt. Moonlight streamed through a hole in the window, casting a few cold patches of light on the floor. He hefted the purse he had borrowed from the Qin family, the silver coins inside making a crisp, clinking sound. Buy medicine for Qin Xingmo? A cold sneer touched his lips. He was a doctor himself. A flesh wound like hers would heal just fine with clean water. This 1,000 taels of silver had a much better use. He sat cross-legged on the cold floor, letting the moonlight wash over him. Soon, a blood-red current of warmth rose within him, like an awakening serpent of fire. He guided this power, launching an assault on the most formidable barrier deep within his spine. Once, and again, each impact was like a battering ram striking a sealed city gate. A dull, drum-like booming echoed from within his body. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and it felt as if magma were flowing beneath his skin. Finally, with a soft pop, like a bubble bursting, the unbreakable barrier shattered. Boom! 8 torrents of searing energy surged through him, like 8 great dragons breaking free from their chains and rampaging wildly. He could even hear the low rumble of his blood accelerating through his veins, like distant thunder. Power. An unprecedented power flooded every fiber of his being. Su Wuzhou slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in the darkness. He tried to focus the 8 wild torrents to a single point, but they were a law unto themselves, like 8 untamable wild stallions that refused to be woven into a single strand. He could feel an ocean of power within him, but all he could wield was a tiny ladle. Still not enough. I have to link them, create a perfect cycle to truly command this power. As he was lost in thought, his ears twitched. From the roof came the faintest scrape, the sound of a tile shifting under someone's weight. It was incredibly faint, yet it pierced the dead silence of the night like a needle. He ceased the circulation of his spiritual energy. The searing current within him gradually subsided, settling into his dantian. The night was too quiet. He lifted his head, his gaze drawn to the roof. Tinkle. A single, crisp chime shattered the silence of the night. A figure sat nestled in the shadows of the eaves. The moonlight sketched the curve of her bare feet as they dangled, swaying gently back and forth. A string of delicate silver bells was tied around her ankle, letting out another soft chime with her movement. Tinkle. The sound was like ice falling into a glass of wine, a hint of dangerous allure. A late-night visit. Did you miss me? Su Wuzhou asked, rising to his feet and casually brushing the dust from his robes. The woman on the roof laughed, her voice like silver bells on the night wind. I just couldn't sleep, so I came out to try my luck. She leaned forward, the moonlight illuminating her bewitching face. I didn't expect to actually find you. It's just to find you all alone on your wedding night. You poor thing. The last words were like an icy needle, piercing him right where it hurt. But a smile remained on his face. A home-cooked meal is comforting, but one always craves a taste of fine wine. A rare vintage is hard to come by, so naturally, I came for you. Is that so? She tilted her head, her voice dripping with playful mockery. I'm no fine wine. I'm poison. Or so I'm told. Aren't you afraid one sip might be your last? Poison? Su Wuzhou chuckled. Perfect. Then let's see whose poison is more potent. This was always a game, wasn't it? If I fall to yours, I'll have no one to blame but myself for not being good enough. Intriguing. She twirled a loose strand of hair around her fingertip. But many men have wanted to play this game with me. It rarely ends well for them. Are you sure you want to compete? A game like this is about talent, not experience, Su Wuzhou retorted, undaunted. And I, for one, am very talented. Dai Yaoyao finally let out a genuine laugh, clear and melodious. Quite the talent. So, genius, how do you propose we begin this game of ours? The night is long, Su Wuzhou said. Before the words had left his lips, he bent his knees slightly, and his entire body drifted soundlessly onto the roof, as light as a weightless leaf. He sat down beside her, a fist's breadth between them. He could smell an elusive, cool fragrance wafting from her. How about we find a quieter place, he said, turning to look her directly in the eye, and talk, slowly. The night wind swept by, pressing the black lace dress tightly against her, making it cling to her like a second skin of liquid ink. Every curve was exquisitely defined, exuding a dangerous scent in the moonlight. She stopped, a hint of languid amusement in her voice. It's quiet enough here. So what profound philosophy did you drag me all the way out here to discuss? Her gaze shifted, like the surface of a midnight lake, each ripple with the power to drown a man. Su Wuzhou took a step forward, the very air seeming to warm with his presence. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. A truly powerful person must understand how to analyze their own strengths and others' weaknesses. For instance, he continued, I'd like to conduct an in-depth study of your rolling hills and contrast them with my unyielding strength. The ancients said that to see a mountain is not truly to see the mountain. I've never quite understood that. I was hoping you could enlighten me. The smile on Dai Yaoyao's face froze for an instant. As Su Wuzhou said hills, his gaze slid unabashedly over her chest. It was like a warm feather brushing against her skin. Any other woman would have blushed crimson, but not her. After a moment of silence, a low, magnetic laugh rumbled from her throat. You're too weak, she chuckled, stepping closer until her fingertips almost brushed his chest. Such explorations are only meaningful between equals, wouldn't you say? There's more than one kind of strength. Su Wuzhou didn't flinch, his own voice deepening. Sometimes, to get what you want, a hands-on approach is everything. He put a deliberate emphasis on the word hands-on. The air seemed to ignite. Dai Yaoyao's breath caught. This man, was he really the good-for-nothing from that scholarly family? The sheer audacity radiating from him was wilder than anything she'd seen from the demonic sects. Suddenly, she shed her seductive air, her gaze turning sharp as ice. I have some news for you. Xie Guangping has mastered a killing blow, a technique that uses projected force to tear through steel. In 1 week, you will duel him, and you will die. You have that little faith in me. Su Wuzhou laughed, as if he'd just heard a trivial joke. The gap in power between you and him is the difference between a stream and a great river. Add to that a technique that can shatter stone and metal. Dai Yaoyao stared into his eyes, searching for a flicker of fear. Tell me, how do you plan to win? Dai Yaoyao's fingertips tapped lightly on the smooth tabletop. Tap, tap, tap. Her gaze fell upon Su Wuzhou, as if she were scrutinizing a priceless treasure, or perhaps sizing up an absolute monster. The first time I saw you, the power within you was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Her vermilion lips parted, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. And how long has it been? Now, you've become a walking furnace. Tell me, how did you do it? Su Wuzhou lifted his teacup and blew away the steam. I guess a natural gift? Your opponent's power has already gathered into a raging river. Dai Yaoyao ignored his jest, leaning forward slightly. The very air seemed to crackle with pressure. Imagine this. Right now, you can only draw power from a single tributary. He, on the other hand, can throw open all the floodgates in an instant, unleashing the full force of that river upon you. That is the difference. Even a single tributary can create a tidal wave, Su Wuzhou said. If that were all, you might still have a chance. Dai Yaoyao's eyes deepened. I've seen that sword strike of yours. It was earth-shattering. But I've heard he's on the verge of mastering a technique that lets him tear steel apart with his bare hands. She paused, each word dropping like a stone into still water. That kind of power is enough to shatter your sword head-on. And the energy within you. How many of those strikes can you manage? 1 or 2? She delivered her verdict. You have no chance of winning. Su Wuzhou smiled. He set his teacup down, the bottom meeting the tabletop with a soft, crisp click. I can't lose, he said, his tone casual and unbothered. One of Dai Yaoyao's elegant eyebrows arched, her eyes dancing with a probing curiosity. In terms of raw power, he can crush you like a mountain. I'm very curious. What makes you say that? What's so hard about it? Su Wuzhou leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands in a lazy gesture. He's one realm higher than me, so I'll just ascend to his realm. Simple as that. A sudden silence fell over the room. The teacup in Dai Yaoyao's hand trembled slightly. A few drops of scalding tea splashed out, landing on the back of her fair hand, but she didn't seem to notice. She was stunned for a moment. Then a soft chuckle escaped her lips. as if she'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. You're saying you can just break through on command? She shook her head, her eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Do you have any idea how many geniuses have been stopped by that threshold? It's 10 times more difficult than all the obstacles you've faced combined. Do you think it's the back door to your own house, something you can just walk through whenever you please? Barefoot, Dai Yaoyao shifted, and the silver bell on her ankle let out a soft jingle, forcing 8 raging currents of energy to surge through your body, taming them and uniting them into a perfect, seamless loop. She lounged on the soft daybed, her voice laced with mockery. That's like trying to harness 8 rampaging beasts inside your own veins. Some people can't manage that in a lifetime. She lifted her eyes to the man before her. And yet, you make it sound so easy. Like you're talking about a stroll in the park, not marching through a minefield. Su Wuzhou smiled. You think I can't do it? Oh, I have no doubt you'll achieve a breakthrough, sooner or later. Dai Yaoyao raised a slender finger, wagging it gently. But to bring those 8 currents of energy completely to heal in just a few days? Impossible. The fastest person in history took a full 18 days to do it. And he was a monster. I'm a physician, Su Wuzhou said, his tone matter of fact. What does that have to do with taming energy? Dai Yaoyao arched an eyebrow. I'm a physician who can read the human body more clearly than any map, Su Wuzhou added. I can see how the energy flows, where the shortcuts are, where the traps lie. The fools who only know how to charge ahead with brute force? They can't see any of that. Heh. Dai Yaoyao let out a tinkling laugh, the clear sound making the bell on her ankle dance in response. She sat up straight, her long legs tracing a graceful arc in the air. Since you're so confident, she said, flicking the bell with her fingertip and setting off a chain of soft chimes. How about a little game? Her eyes, like obsidian, glinted with a dangerous yet captivating light. The wager is for 10 days. Whether or not you can get those 8 beasts to fall into line and cycle obediently within your body. And the stakes. Su Wuzhou's gaze never wavered. If I win, you do one thing for me. Anything at all. There was a hook in Dai Yaoyao's smile. Deal, he said without a moment's hesitation. You're not even going to ask what it is? She sounded surprised. No need. Su Wuzhou took a step forward, and the very air around him seemed to crackle with heat. Because I'm not going to lose. What I'm more curious about is what I get when I win. Dai Yaoyao's smile widened, taking on the predatory delight of watching prey wander into a trap. She looked as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Anything you desire, she purred, her voice dripping with temptation. It makes no difference. You can't win. Anything. Su Wuzhou's gaze was completely undisguised. Like a connoisseur admiring a masterpiece, his eyes traveled from her dangling ankle, tracing the firm curve of her calf, and finally came to rest on her teasing, half-smiling eyes. The corner of his mouth quirked up. His voice, when he spoke, was low and clear. What if? I want you. A slow smile curved Dai Yaoyao's lips. Her face was as pure as morning dew, yet her eyes were as deep as a midnight vortex. These two extremes merged within her, creating a fatal allure. Her voice was a whisper, like a feather brushing against his ear, carrying a hint of cloying, sweet danger. Win, and you can have anything. In an instant, Su Wuzhou felt a rush of heat surge to his head, and his heart gave a heavy thump. He forced himself to look away, his Adam's apple bobbing. What did you really want from me? Another word with her, and he feared this young body of his would burst into flames right then and there. Dai Yaoyao stretched languidly, like a sated cat. I did want something, but not anymore. She let out a soft laugh, her words laced with unconcealed anticipation. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. As for you, stay here and work hard. Try hard, try a little harder, and then lose to me, clean and simple. That would make me much happier. Before her voice had faded, her figure was already drifting down from the roof like a feather. The moonlight gilded her with a silver edge, outlining a breathtaking waistline. As she landed, her body twisted with a weightless grace, like a serpent in the moonlight, every movement a silent invitation. Su Wuzhou sat on the eaves, watching her silhouette vanish into the night. A cold smirk, however, touched his lips. Lose to you? For others, forcing the 8 major energy channels in the body to form a perfect, self-sustaining cycle might be harder than climbing to the heavens. But for him, it was like taming a wild, untamable stallion. It was difficult, yes, but he happened to know exactly where to find the reins. Dai Yaoyao only knew he had some medical skills, but she didn't know that his true expertise was balance. Balancing every ounce of raging power within his body. She had underestimated him. He looked up at the night sky and simply lay back. The cold, hard tiles pressed against his back, the sensation sharp and clear. He preferred a soft bed, but he didn't mind occasionally making a blanket of the stars and a bed of the tiles. The next morning, the heavy wooden doors of the training hall groaned open. Lin Qingshan limped in, every step pulling at the old wounds from his match. He had been recuperating these past few days. This was his first time back. He had thought that with injuries as severe as his uncle's anger would have subsided. His gaze fell upon a corner of the hall, where the armory, which should have been full of weapons, was located. It was completely empty. Only rows of bare weapon racks stood silently in the morning light. The last trace of color drained from Lin Qingshan's face in an instant, and his shoulders slumped. Hope slipped through his fingers like sand. He still hasn't forgiven me. Could it be? Does he really think I lost the match on purpose? In a corner of the training ground, Su Wuzhou's eyes lit up. He'd spotted Lin Qingshan. Like a traveler in the desert spotting an oasis, a warm, enthusiastic grin spread across Su Wuzhou's face as he strode toward him. He spread his arms wide, ready to give the man a hearty embrace. "Brother Lin, my dear friend." Lin Qingshan looked like he'd seen a ghost. He recoiled violently, stumbling back several steps before crashing into a cold weapons rack with a loud clang. "You stay away from me." His voice was shrill, laced with terror. Su Wuzhou's smile froze on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. He had only wanted to thank his personal supply captain for his generous contributions to the armory. "Brother Lin, what's all this?" Su Wuzhou asked with genuine earnestness. "It's been so quiet around the training grounds without you these past few days. The weapons racks are practically collecting dust." To Lin Qingshan, however, the words sounded like a death knell. His face was ashen, and his lips trembled. I heard what you did to Qin Yunjie." He didn't dare finish, his eyes fixed on Su Wuzhou in horror. He imagined those outstretched arms closing around his throat in the next instant. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps approached. What's all the commotion? As if grasping at a lifeline, Lin Qingshan whipped his head around and cried out in a desperate shriek. "Uncle, help me. I was wrong. I swear I'll never speak of the Qin family's affairs again. Help me." The newcomer was none other than Qin Li. He had come looking for Su Wuzhou, but Lin Qingshan's incoherent cry brought him up short. Qin Li's expression darkened instantly, becoming as hard and cold as a block of ancient ice. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Lin Qingshan before settling on Su Wuzhou, filled with suspicion and loathing. He saw Su Wuzhou with his arms outstretched and his own nephew scared out of his wits. What was this scene if not a classic case of bullying and retaliation? Qin Li's voice was dripping with frost. First, he spoke to Lin Qingshan. "I'll deal with you in a moment." Then, he jerked his chin at Su Wuzhou, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You, come with me." Su Wuzhou shrugged and lowered his arms. He followed obediently behind Qin Li, wearing a perfectly harmless expression. But just as he turned, his fingertips brushed together unconsciously, as if he were counting a stack of invisible silver notes. He had to find a way to get those 10,000 taels of silver back. A man's got to have money to live, after all. Qin Li's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Su Wuzhou. He broke the silence, his voice deep. "Your true strength, what realm is it?" Su Wuzhou met his gaze and answered calmly. "Hodian, 8th level." Qin Li's eyes narrowed, as if re-evaluating the young man before him. "I see. You were hiding your strength after all." Su Wuzhou merely offered a wry smile, offering no explanation. He couldn't very well admit that just a short time ago, he'd still been at the 7th level. "You're clever." Qin Li's tone was unreadable, holding both praise and a warning. Feigning weakness, then revealing just enough strength to make a man like Xie Guangping hesitate, to keep him from acting rashly. And a single bluffed wager was all it took to get you out of trouble. His tone softened slightly. "It was reckless, but you did it for my daughter. I won't forget that. It wasn't a bluff." Su Wuzhou's gaze turned serious. I accepted the wager, and I will be there for the fight. Nonsense. Qin Li's voice rose sharply. The 8th level against the 9th? Do you have any idea what a massive leap that is? The difference is like heaven and earth. From this day forward, you are to remain here, at the Qin estate. You are not to take a single step outside. But a promise is a promise. Su Wuzhou's tone was quiet, yet unyielding. It's a matter of a man's honor. Honor? Qin Li scoffed, a short, cold sound. Do you even have any of that left? Su Wuzhou fell silent, at a loss for words. After a moment, he murmured, I believe it can still be earned back. Earn it back? Fury practically shot from Qin Li's eyes. He slammed his fist on the table, a heavy thud that seemed to make the very air in the room solidify. Fixing his gaze on Su Wuzhou, he spoke, his words slow and deliberate. I will say this one last time. The duel with Xie Guangping is suicide. You are forbidden to go. Su Wuzhou said nothing. He could feel the unshakable authority in the man's voice, and he understood the deep distrust behind it. There was no point in arguing further. So he let his expression fall blank and simply stood his ground, waiting. He knew Qin Li hadn't brought him here just to forbid a duel. Sure enough, Qin Li took a deep breath, visibly reining in his anger. The tension in the room slowly dissipated. When he spoke again, his voice had returned to its deep timbre, but now it was laced with a certain gravity. More than half of the Qin family's business comes from forging weapons. It is the lifeblood of our clan. Qin Li's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles had turned white. His low voice resonated in the quiet room, laced with an almost imperceptible tremble. There's something wrong with the new weapons the Mao and Li families got their hands on. Our blades are like dead iron before them, without a hint of their usual cold gleam. He paused, as if savoring a bitter medicine. The Qin family's name will hold us up for a while longer. But a reputation, it's the most fickle thing in the world. The moment those lesser families who depend on us see which way the wind is blowing, they'll be the first to pounce on us like hyenas. Doesn't sound that complicated, Su Wuzhou said, leaning back in his chair and lazily spinning the teacup in his hand. So, want me to handle it? Qin Li didn't even spare him a glance, as if his words were nothing more than dust motes in the air. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, fixed on some distant point, and his worry deepened. It's not the weapons I'm worried about. It's Qingmo. She's a natural, and it won't be long before she can integrate her own enlightenment into her techniques. The Mao and Li families won't stand idly by. What happened to the Shi family was a warning. I'm afraid they'll go after Qingmo again. I still don't get it. Su Wuzhou set his teacup down with a soft click. How can a family as powerful as the Qins be backed into a corner by a single person? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes holding a look of pure curiosity, or perhaps it was mockery. Just a novice, I hear? Hasn't even stabilized his vital energies yet? And this one person has you all running scared. Bang! Qin Li slammed his palm on the table, sending the teacups jumping. He shot to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Su Wuzhou. What do you know? He snarled, his voice a low growl, like a wounded beast. That's not ordinary power. It's intent. The power to forge sheer willpower into a blade. He jabbed a finger, stopping just short of Su Wuzhou's nose. A common warrior trains flesh and bone. But he can shape his very spirit into a weapon. Do you understand? It's a sharpness you can feel stinging your skin from yards away. Qin Li was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Not one of the top 10 masters in all of Linen City can do it. I don't know where the Mao and Li families dug up a monster like that, but he's the one who's pushed us to the brink. So, at the end of the day, Su Wuzhou's voice was calm, stating a simple fact. It's still just one person. He paused, then added softly, in a voice meant only for himself. Pathetic. Qin Li was trembling with rage. He glared at this impossibly arrogant bastard, grinding his teeth. If the family didn't need him, he would have slapped the life right out of the son of a bitch. Qin Li's voice landed like a stone in the heavy air. He was done beating around the bush, and he was especially done listening to Su Wuzhou's pipe dreams of being some great scholar. Qingmo is at a critical point in her breakthrough, Qin Li said, his voice low, each word laden with pressure. Those wolves from the Li and Mao families won't wait for her. They could pounce at any moment. He took a step forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I'm buried in family matters. I can't watch over her around the clock. You, he stared at Su Wuzhou, are capable. I need you to protect her when I'm not here. Su Wuzhou's lazy demeanor evaporated. He leaned forward, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A personal bodyguard, he drew out the words, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I like this arrangement. Don't worry, Uncle Qin. Anyone who wants to touch a single hair on her head will have to do it over my dead body. Watching him, Qin Li's brow furrowed, but he nodded nonetheless. He let out a heavy sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. As long as Qingmo and you are safe, even if the Qin family, even if we fall, there's still hope. Fall? That won't do. Su Wuzhou shook his head at once, his expression as grave as if he were closing a life or death deal. A glimmer of relief crept across Qin Li's weary face. The boy was a scoundrel, but at least he had a conscience. The family's years of raising him hadn't been a complete waste. However, Su Wuzhou's next words instantly froze that glimmer of relief. If the Qin family falls, what about the 10,000 taels of silver my father entrusted to you? That'd go down with the ship, wouldn't it? Su Wuzhou said, spreading his hands as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. So, Uncle Qin, don't you think it would be safer to give it back to me now? The air seemed to solidify. The color drained from Qin Li's face, leaving it a livid mask. The cracking of his knuckles was the only sound as he clenched his fists. Good, good. Very good. He forced the words through his teeth, his voice as cold as winter iron. What else do you want? You might as well spit it all out at once. Years ago, didn't my father pass a combat technique on to you? Su Wuzhou asked, seemingly oblivious to the fury radiating off the other man, his own eyes shining with an unnerving light. That, could you perhaps teach it to me as well? After all, protecting Qingmo requires strength, doesn't it? Qin Li stared at Su Wuzhou, the last shred of warmth in his gaze utterly crushed. He felt like he had raised a wolf, an ungrateful beast that, seeing him at his weakest, didn't hesitate for a second to bare its fangs. Qin Li took a deep breath. The roiling fury on his face receded, sinking deep into his eyes until only an icy calm remained. Sky render slash, he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. A blade art. I will only demonstrate this once. Watch closely. The words were barely out of his mouth when he opened his palm. 3 glowing lines materialized out of thin air, like a searing brand, forming a tiny triangle in his palm. With a flash of light, the triangular sigil sank into the hilt of his blade, as if devoured by the steel. The body of the blade let out a low hum. Then, a second set, a third the same brand flared to life 9 times in succession, and 9 times it was devoured by the longsword. With each absorption, the blade's hum grew louder, more intense. The very air around the edge began to shimmer and distort, radiating a dangerous heat. Su Wuzhou's pupils constricted. He felt a crushing pressure wash over him, an invisible mountain bearing down so hard he could barely breathe. This was no longer an ordinary blade, but an awakened, savage beast. The essence of the sky render slash, Qin Li's voice seemed to emanate from the blade itself, is to pour everything you are, without reservation, into every single strike. The last word had barely left his lips when his body shot forward. He wasn't walking, he was colliding with the air itself. The long sword in his hand carved an arc that seemed to tear through space itself. There were no intricate forms, only a pure, unadulterated slash. VMM. The air shrieked where the blade passed. A whip-like gust of wind cracked out, lashing across Su Wuzhou's cheek and leaving a stinging, red welt. Qin Li's entire presence had transformed. He was no longer the brooding instructor, but an unsheathed blade burning away its own life force. His eyes were manic, yet utterly focused. Every strike must be made with the resolve to die. His roar mingled with the shriek of the blade. No retreat, no holding back. The violent friction between the blade and the air threw off sparks, like fireflies in the night, but each one carried a lethal heat. Speed. Speed is everything. Qin Li bellowed. In the time it takes an ordinary person to strike once, you must strike 3 times. That is the bare minimum to even begin. Before he even finished speaking, he flicked his wrist. Swish, swish, swish. 3 afterimages of the blade blossomed in an instant, then merged back into one. They appeared almost simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish their sequence. Remember this. An ordinary man puts all his strength into one strike, and his second will be spent. But with the sky render's slash, Qinli said, bringing his blade to a halt. His chest heaved violently, but his voice was as steady as a rock. Every single strike is you at your absolute peak. Qinli's blade moved. The edge of the blade ripped through the air with a piercing shriek. It wasn't a single strike, but 9 in quick succession, fast as a lightning bolt that seemed to ricochet 9 times in midair. 9 cascading strikes, all landing on the exact same spot. Each slash exploded with a thunderous boom. The air at that single point was compressed to its absolute limit, the friction so intense it ignited. A dazzling burst of sparks erupted, and a searing heat wave washed over him. Boom. The final, massive boom was like a sudden clap of thunder, leaving Su Wuzhou's ears ringing. What the blade unleashed was not wind, but a miniature tempest. The air roared and coiled, forming a gray vortex before his eyes that expanded with terrifying speed. The old tree in the courtyard groaned in agony as its thick roots were torn from the earth, inch by inch. The next moment, the trunk was sucked into the heart of the storm and, with a sickening crack, exploded into a shower of splinters. The storm mercilessly devoured everything in its path. The turf was torn away, and shrubs were shredded into a fine green dust. At last, the vortex slowly subsided, then vanished. Silence. Su Wuzhou's throat went dry. He could only stare, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. The ground around Qinli looked as if it had been chewed up by some colossal beast. A massive crater now stood where the courtyard had been. The hard flagstones, the deep earth beneath all of it was gone, leaving only a raw, gaping wound in the ground. He drew in a sharp breath, a chill creeping up his spine. This scene of utter devastation was caused by nothing more than the wind from the blade. So where had the true force of those 9 strikes gone? 9 full-powered strikes, all layered onto a single point. It wasn't simple addition. It was as if 9 versions of Qinli had launched a single, fatal, coordinated strike in the very same instant. A name flashed through his mind. Sky Render, so that was it. It truly was meant to tear the heavens apart. This level of power was beyond anything he could comprehend. Qinli sheathed his blade, breathing heavily, his face pale. He looked at Su Wuzhou's stunned expression and spoke, his voice hoarse. This blade art was a gift from your father. He paused, a complex look in his eyes, as if recalling a titan among men. It comes from a warrior whose power is beyond our imagination. And what you just witnessed, Qinli gave a self-deprecating laugh, gesturing to the wreckage, is nothing more than a clumsy student-esque crude imitation of the barest surface. An old, weathered scroll shot out from within Qinli's robes, striking Su Wuzhou squarely in the chest. Whatever else you think the Qin family owes you, write it down. Qinli's voice was as cold as winter steel. We'll settle the score once and for all. Su Wuzhou caught the scroll. Seeing the man's face, taut with anger, he couldn't help but let a small smile play on his lips. The old man is worried sick about me, he thought, yet he insists on putting up this front. Father-in-law, please, calm down. Su Wuzhou took a step forward, his voice softening. Those weapons are just tainted by an unwelcome aura. It's a minor issue. Leave them with me, and I'll have it sorted out in a few days. I am not your father-in-law. Qinli snapped, cutting him off with a sharp wave of his hand. Don't think that just because you have a little talent, the whole world has to revolve around you, young man. Su Wuzhou sighed and rubbed his nose. The truth, it seemed, was rarely welcome. Qinli's gaze, sharp as a blade, bored into him once more. I know you're far stronger than most, but Xie Guangping is another matter entirely. He's a mountain you cannot move. Don't gamble with your life. His tone was harsh, but the concern he couldn't quite hide slipped through, like a sliver of light in a dark crevice. Rest assured, Su Wuzhou replied, his voice calm yet firm. Once I've fully unlocked my body's potential and mastered a new set of combat techniques, it will be more than enough to deal with him. But in Qinli's eyes, this confidence was nothing but hopeless arrogance. Qinli's expression darkened completely, like the sky before a thunderstorm. He gave Su Wuzhou one last look, his eyes a storm of disappointment and anger that finally resolved into a single, cold snort. He spun around abruptly. With a sharp flick of his long sleeve, he strode away, leaving behind nothing but the stark finality of his retreating back. Stubborn old man. Su Wuzhou watched until his back disappeared from view, then shook his head and chuckled softly to himself. Composing himself, he let his gaze fall back to the scroll in his hands. He felt the coarse, distinct texture of ancient parchment beneath his fingertips as he slowly unrolled it. The scent of old ink, like a secret sealed for centuries, wafted up to greet him. Upon the scroll, countless lines twisted and interwove like living serpents, forming a dizzying, complex pattern. At every intersection, minuscule characters, no bigger than ants, shimmered with a faint light. They seemed imbued with a life of their own, and to gaze upon them for too long was to feel one's own consciousness begin to blur. The lines on the scroll writhed, a tangled nest of black snakes. Su Wuzhou's vision began to blur. A dull ache throbbed at his temples, each beat a hammer blow. He was on the verge of giving up. Just then, an icy liquid seeped from the black bowl he was holding. It didn't drip. Instead, it passed straight through his skin and sank into his body. The chill didn't flow to his stomach, but rushed straight to his head. The stinging pain vanished in an instant, like a flame doused with ice water. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. That once tangled mess of lines on the scroll was now perfectly distinct. Each line had a beginning and an end, like a clear star chart. With a mere thought, more of the blood-red liquid flooded his mind. The once obscure characters now revealed their meanings, as if a layer of dust had been wiped away. He sat down cross-legged, his breathing growing long and steady. The sounds and light of the outside world, even the flow of the air itself, all faded away. In his world, only the scroll remained. The lines on the scroll began to stir, lifting from the page like living things. Simultaneously, he felt a power awaken within him, forming identical red threads that coursed through his veins. A low hum started deep within him, vibrating in perfect harmony with the lines on the scroll. Streams of searing energy, like crimson snakes, slithered just beneath his skin, their paths clearly visible. Light gathered in his palm. The lines of energy surging through him began to intertwine, weaving themselves together. A glowing pattern, a symbol of pure energy, slowly took form in the center of his hand. The first symbol formed, letting out a soft hum. The second followed, its light even brighter. When the third symbol was branded into place, a powerful vibration shot from his palm, nearly forcing his fist open. The three symbols overlapped, resembling a burning lotus. He shot to his feet, his hand gripping the long blade at his side. The three glowing symbols instantly leapt from his palm, wrapping around the blade like vines. The blade flared with light, letting out a soft, eager hum, as if it had become an extension of his arm. He swung the blade. Not one strike, but three, all so fast they blurred into a single afterimage. The air tore with a sharp shriek. Three arcs of crimson light flashed through the air and vanished. A flash of the blade. The air shrieked as a pale gash was torn through it. A tempest of energy erupted, sweeping dust and fallen leaves into the sky. Su Wuzhou lowered his blade and stood still. A searing energy still clung to the blade's edge, making it hum faintly. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. A mere 3 strikes had sapped him of nearly all his strength. But he could feel it. Each strike held the power to cleave a boulder in two. He looked down at the blade in his hand, a sense of disbelief washing over him. The pace of his progress was so staggering, it felt alien. This wasn't his own talent. He took a deep breath, feeling the lingering warmth of that mysterious liquid as it burned through his meridians. It was the mysterious black bowl. He closed his eyes, turning his focus inward. The black bowl floated silently within him, impossibly deep, as if it held a silent, starry sky. It felt less like a tool and more like an ancient, slumbering being. He could see the liquid inside the bowl. Once full, its level had now dropped by nearly half. The price for that brief burst of power was staggering. 7 days. He whispered. It should be enough. He clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power rushing through him. It was still chaotic, like a herd of wild horses rampaging through his body. He had to find a way to stabilize this power, to make it flow smoothly and form a complete cycle. Su Wuzhou crossed the courtyard, and found Qin Xingmo in the Qin family study. The afternoon sun streamed through the carved wooden window, casting dappled light upon her and gilding the edges of her long hair in a soft, golden halo. She was engrossed in an ancient text, her profile serene and graceful. The air was filled with the scent of old parchment and faint ink. He didn't make a sound, unwilling to shatter the tranquility. He moved quietly to a corner and settled into a lounge chair, grabbing a nearby book and placing it over his face to block out the light. In the darkness, he turned his focus completely inward. He could clearly feel two starkly different powers within him. One was of biting cold, the other of searing heat. They were like two raging torrents, clashing against each other within his meridians. He recalled a theory from a medical text he'd once read: all things seek balance. If he could guide these two forces, make them cease their conflict, and instead form a harmonious, stable cycle, like the alternation of day and night, what kind of incredible power would be unleashed? The warm, honeyed light of dusk crept through the window, slanting across the study. Qin Xingmo's fingertips gently brushed across the page of a scroll. There were no printed words, only verses she had copied herself. The calligraphy was elegant, a reflection of the woman who had penned it. She knew he was there. She had sensed him the moment he stepped into the room. He made no sound, simply lay on the soft couch in the corner, a book covering his face, like a panther feigning sleep. His presence made the very air feel thick, as if even the floating dust motes had frozen in place. A faint, subtle warmth emanated from him, slowly filling the space. And so, time slipped by inch. Just as the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the eaves outside, Qin Xingmo finally closed the scroll. The faint scrape of her chair against the floor tore through the room's heavy silence. Almost simultaneously, Su Wuzhou stirred on the couch. He let out a slow breath, as if exhaling the silence of the entire day, before leisurely lowering the book from his face. His gaze swept around the room and landed on Qin Xingmo, who was arranging the scrolls on the table, her movements poised and graceful. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat dry, suddenly at a loss for the right opening line. Then, his eyes shifted, landing on an empty wooden chest beside the couch. His face brightened, and he picked it up. He carried the wooden chest over to Qin Xingmo, setting it down before her with a soft thud. "We've been married for a while now, and I don't think I've ever given you a proper gift." He smiled, his tone casually serious. "I got something for you today. Want to see what it is?" Qin Xingmo paused. "I appreciate the sentiment," she began in her cool voice, "but I can't accept." "Don't be so quick to refuse," Su Wuzhou cut in, his gaze locked on hers. "Did you know? I'm actually a very old-fashioned man." Qin Xingmo arched an eyebrow, her expression questioning. Ignoring her confusion, Su Wuzhou continued, his voice dropping a little lower than before. "Everyone says I'm a scoundrel, that I treat life like a game and don't care about a thing. But they don't know that deep down, I'm just an old-fashioned traditionalist." He paused, as if recalling a distant dream. That traditionalist he always imagined painting the eyebrows of the woman he loves, by the window in the morning light. He dreamed that after a long day, she would have a bowl of hot soup waiting for him. "I want to do my part as a husband, to protect you, to spoil you, to make our days together feel like poetry. I know our beginning was a mess, but for the sake of that old traditionalist and his dream, I want to try." Qin Xingmo stopped tidying the scrolls, her hands freezing in place. She lifted her gaze. The perennial frost in her eyes seemed to thaw, if only by a fraction. She looked at the man before her, her gaze shifting to the chest he held out. After a moment of silence, she finally reached out a hand. With a flick of her fingertips, the lid sprang open. Inside was nothing. "It's empty." She looked up, her clear eyes wide with confusion. The heartfelt look on Su Wuzhou's face froze. He leaned in to peer inside, then exclaimed dramatically, "Empty? Impossible." Su Wuzhou's fingertips tapped gently on the empty box. Thump, thump. The hollow echo seemed to pose a question. "See," he said softly, "this is my wishful thinking." Qin Xingmo's fingers clenched instantly, her knuckles turning white. The corner of the scroll beside her crumpled in her grip. That strange flicker of softness she had just felt in her heart was doused, as if by a bucket of ice water, leaving only a bone-deep chill. That guy, he was actually playing her. You think this is funny? Her voice was laced with ice. Playing you? Su Wuzhou's gaze lifted from the box, locking with hers. There wasn't a trace of a joke in his eyes. Everything I said, it's the truth. He paused, his voice dropping to an almost tangible rasp. Dreams, affection you can't see or touch, things like that. But that doesn't mean they aren't real. He gave a self-mocking smile. It's not just girls who dream. Men do too. I once dreamed I'd have a gentle wife. I'd cherish her. Give her the best of everything this world has to offer. His gaze flickered over her, tinged with a helpless bitterness. Even though our beginning was so bizarre. His palm slid across the empty box. I was willing to try. But look, there's nothing here. He drew his hand back, his voice as low as a sigh in the wind. Because from the very beginning, I've been the only one putting anything in. So of course it's empty. The feigned flippancy was gone. In its place was a raw, inescapable sense of loss. Qin Qingmo's breath caught. Her grip slackened. The scroll slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor with a soft slap. He's right, she thought. The man had done 1,000 infuriating things, but his affection for her, that, it seemed, had never been fake. That fiery, ill-timed, and frankly exasperating affection of his was, nonetheless, real. Qin Qingmo opened her mouth, but her throat felt tight, as if blocked. Not a single word would come out. Apologize? But the disappointment, the hurt he'd caused, that was all real, too. Don't say you're sorry, Su Wuzhou cut in. He took a small step forward, and the air between them seemed to crackle with tension. If you're willing, we could give it a try. Like a real married couple. See if you could learn to accept me. Qin Qingmo stared, taken aback. How? She asked, the word leaving her lips before she could stop it. Su Wuzhou's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. It's simple, he murmured, his voice low and alluring. We start with the mornings. Imagine it. Waking up, and the very first thing I see is you. How nice would that be? His words hung in the air, and Qin Qingmo's heart skipped a beat. Then, with a slow smile, he revealed his true aim. So we start with the absolute basics. For instance, sharing a bed. Waking up together. Silence. A dead, heavy silence. The guilt and warmth she'd felt just a moment before instantly turned into a towering rage. Qin Qingmo snatched the scroll from the floor and hurled it at him with all her might. Get out. Su Wuzhou dodged it with a nimble sidestep, and the scroll smacked against the door with a thump. He held up his hands, an innocent smile plastered on his face. Hey, no need to get angry. Every girl dreams of romance, right? Haven't you ever fantasized about what married life would be like? Tell me all about it. I promise I'll do my best to make your dreams come true. Su Wuzhou took a step closer, his voice low and tinged with a playful edge. We are husband and wife, after all, aren't we? Qin Qingmo immediately retreated, putting distance between them. Her gaze was as cold and still as a frozen lake. The Qin family is like a sinking ship. I'm in no mood for anything else. Her voice was devoid of warmth. I have to focus every ounce of my being to sharpen my will into a blade. It's the only way to cut a path to survival for our family. She paused, her eyes seeming to look right through him into the distant darkness. If this ship goes down, our fate will be far worse than the Zhao's. The Zhao family. The name was like a stone dropped into Su Wuzhou's mind, sending cold ripples spreading through it. 3 years ago, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shun, was a pillar of Linen City, second only to my father, Qin Qingmo said, her voice like someone telling a ghost story. But that pillar was shattered overnight. Every bit of his power was stripped from him, utterly and completely. She took a shaky breath, and the very air seemed to tremble with it. The moment the giant fell, the jackals descended. The entire Zhao family was picked clean to the bone. Now, Zhao Shen himself is like a stray dog, holed up in the filthiest underground casino in the South District, living off handouts. When the Zhaos fell, they let Zhao Shen live like a dog, because a ruined man poses no threat. Qin Qingmo turned her head, her eyes locking onto Su Wuzhou. But the Qin family is different. If we fall, they will pull us out by the roots and burn us to ash. Her voice was filled with exhaustion and resolve. So, don't talk to me about being husband and wife. Right now, all I want is to help my father hold up the sky. A heavy silence fell. Suddenly, Su Wuzhou laughed, shattering the stillness. You're all so worried over a little storm like this." He looked at Qin Qingmo's tense face and spoke with an easy air. "How about a bet? I'll calm this storm for the Qin family. When it's over, you will truly be my wife. Deal." Qin Qingmo looked as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, a mocking smile touching her lips. "You? If you really have that kind of power, I'll consider it." She just wanted to end this pointless conversation. "It's a deal." A full smile bloomed across Su Wuzhou's face, like a poppy in full flower. A flicker of fire ignited in his eyes. He would show that woman, Dai Yao Yao, that he was no useless groom who couldn't even enter his own bridal chamber. His mind raced. Qin Li, his stubborn father-in-law, would never listen to him. He needed a pawn, a piece he could move, one who could speak and act on his behalf, one that Qin Li could not refuse. Someone who had also been backed into a corner, someone desperate for revenge. His gaze deepened. A name surfaced in his mind. Zhao Shun. In the days that followed, the weather in Linen City grew hotter. Every day, Su Wuzhou lay on the old lounge chair in the courtyard, a book covering his face to block the harsh sunlight. A light breeze would stir, rustling the pages. He remained perfectly still, as if he had fallen asleep with the summer itself. But beneath the book, his eyes were startlingly bright. In the study, sunlight streamed through the carved wooden windows, carving shafts of light where fine dust motes danced. The air, thick with the mingled scent of old books and ink, was still and serene. Qin Qingmo's fingertips traced the yellowed page of a scroll, but her mind was far from the words before her. These past few days had been too quiet. So quiet it was unnerving. On the lounge chair behind her, Su Wuzhou's breathing was steady. He wasn't the same man who used to sidle up to her, trying to shatter her peace with endless, trivial chatter. Now he just kept his distance, a silent predator with its claws retracted. He would vanish the moment her father returned to the manor, only to reappear as soon as he was gone. Smack! A sharp sound shattered the room's silence. The scroll in Su Wuzhou's hand hit the floor. He shot up from the lounge chair, as if pricked by a needle. Damn it! He slammed a fist into his palm. I was supposed to meet Xie Guangping today. Qin Qingmo's heart seized. Seeing him storm towards the door, she shot to her feet, her voice trembling as she blocked his path. Don't go. Father said the sheer force of Xie Guangping's punch can rip fabric from across a room. You're no match for him, it's a suicide mission. Su Wuzhou stopped, but a wild, arrogant smirk played on his lips. Can't do that. He stared at her, his gaze searing. The most beautiful woman in Linen City deserves to be with the strongest man. And that title has to be mine. His tone shifted, becoming non-negotiable. You are not to leave Uncle Qin's side today. Not one step. Do you hear me? Yu Qin Qingmo started to argue, but Su Wuzhou had already closed the distance between them. His warm, strong hands gripped her shoulders, gently turning her to face him squarely. He leaned in, the space between them vanishing until she could feel his breath. Her own panicked reflection was trapped in his pupils, deep and dark as an ancient well. Trust me, he murmured, his voice low and imbued with a strange, calming power. Stay home and wait for my good news. Before the words had even faded, an irresistible force pulled her into a solid embrace. The sudden hug made her go rigid. His scent, a mixture of sunlight and something uniquely him, completely enveloped her. The warmth of his breath ghosted over the shell of her ear, sending a shiver through her. A hot blush exploded across her cheeks and raced down her neck. She had just raised her hands to his chest, ready to push him away. But he had already let her go. The whole thing lasted but a moment. So fast it could have been a hallucination. Only his words lingered in the air, fading like smoke. I'll be back soon. Qin Qingmo stood frozen in place, the texture of his clothes still a ghost on her fingertips, her face burning. She bit her lip. A long moment passed before she finally squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. Bastard. In the main study. Crack. With a sharp snap, the hard Zisha teacup in Qin Li's hand fractured. Scalding tea spilled over his hand, but he seemed not to feel it. Reckless. Arrogant. Who does he think he is? Qin Li's voice was a low growl that seemed torn from his chest, thick with suppressed rage. He slammed his hand on the table, the force of the blow making the brush holder buzz. Xie Guangping is strong enough to shatter the stone lions at the manor gate with a single palm strike. What does Su Wuzhou think he is going to use to stop that? His life. With a sharp snap, the jade brush holder in Qin Li's hand shattered. Powder sifted through the cracks of his fist. Useless, good-for-nothing bastard, he growled, his voice a low rumble of thunder. A secret report lay open on the desk, bearing two glaring names, the Mao family and the Li family. The city was seething with undercurrents, and he was already at his wit's end. And of all the times, that boy had to go and add fuel to the flames. Qin Li closed his eyes, his temples throbbing. He wanted nothing more than to throw the boy out and let him fend for himself. But the thought of Brother Su's dying wish made him force the anger back down. Blood was blood, after all. His eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Qin Yunjia. Sir, gather all the commanders. You're with me. Now, Qin Li's voice had an iron edge that defied question. He had already made his decision. As soon as this was over, he would send that boy out of Linen City. The farther, the better. Out of sight, out of mind. Trailing behind, Qin Yunjia lowered his voice and muttered to his sister, Qin Xingmo. It would be best if Xie Guangping just broke both his legs. A cripple can't exactly run around stirring up trouble. Our Qin family can afford to keep a waste of space. Surely we can afford to keep a cripple. Shut up. Qin Xingmo's face instantly went cold. Her voice was low, yet it pierced like an icicle. When he's out there, he represents the Qin family. What you should be doing right now is praying he doesn't lose too disgracefully. Sister, are you delusional? Qin Yunjia scoffed. How could he possibly win? Do you know who Xie Guangping is? The gap between them is like a creek hitting a raging river. It won't even make a splash. If he manages to win, I'll get on my knees and be his damn dog. A raging river. Qin Xingmo murmured, her heart tightening. She remembered the boy, lounging lazily in the courtyard, his nonchalant air as he told her he would take the title of first son. Was it just arrogance? Or had he really changed? She couldn't help but look up at her father's broad, tense back. Father, is it possible that Su Wuzhou really? Enough. Qin Li cut her off, not even turning around, his profile cold and hard. Stop dreaming. We're not going there to watch him win. We're going to stop him from getting himself killed. Meanwhile, the entire city of Linen had erupted. In the tea houses, storytellers slammed their wooden blocks, but the tales they told weren't of ancient legends, but of the duel about to unfold. The waste challenges the genius. A spectacle Linen hasn't seen in 100 years. Inside the gambling dens, the roar of the crowd was deafening, the air thick with the stench of sweat and coin. A bald bookie stood atop a table, waving his arms and roaring himself hoarse. Even money on young Master Xie. 100 to 1 on Su Wuzhou. Place your bets now. All bets are final. Throughout the streets, crowds of people surged in a single direction, like countless streams flowing into a great river. Their faces were a mix of excitement, curiosity, and scorn, all rushing to witness for themselves the birth of a laughingstock or the coming of a miracle. The dueling grounds were drowned in the roar of the crowd. The air was thick with sweat, dust, and the electric buzz of excitement. My money's on young Master Xie. Is there even a question? A burly man declared, slamming a purse of coins onto the betting table with a heavy thud. The odds are terrible. No fun in that, his companion said, shaking his head and taking a long swig of wine. You put down 100 coppers, you won't even win back the price of a cup of tea. Well, I'm just curious to see how many moves that Su Wuzhou can take. 3 moves? I'll bet 2. He's always been a worthless bum. You think he's suddenly going to turn things around? The mocking laughter spread through the crowd like ripples. In the center of the stone stage, Xie Guangping stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He did nothing, simply stood there. His white robes stirred gently in the wind, making him look like a flawless jade statue. Yet wherever his gaze swept, the roar of the crowd swelled like a rising tide. The eyes of countless young women glittered, their screams sharp enough to pierce the clouds. To them, Xie Guangping was a living legend, a star beyond their reach. And today, that star had descended to the mortal realm. Su Wuzhou stepped onto the stone stairs. Each step felt like treading on shards of mockery and screams. The sounds bored into his ears, impossibly clear. Look, here he comes. The family wastrel. He actually showed up. The nerve on this guy. I'll say he's one if he can even touch the hem of young Master Xie's robes. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting through the clamoring crowd to fix on the figure on the stage. Xie Guangping was watching him in return, his expression calm, yet holding a barely perceptible disdain, as if looking at an ant that had crashed a banquet. A cold smirk played on Su Wuzhou's lips. The first young master? Very well. After today, the city of Linen would learn a new name. The clamor died abruptly. It was as if an invisible hand had seized the crowd by the throat. Every eye, sharp as an arrow, fixed on the figure approaching at a measured pace. Su Wuzhou. Atop the stone stage, Xie Guangping stood with his arms crossed, chin tilted up, his voice dripping with contempt. I didn't think you had the guts to come. Su Wuzhou ascended the stage, one step at a time, and came to a halt. His gaze swept over Xie Guangping, as placid as a deep pool. Let's begin. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. Don't waste my time. Someone's waiting for my good news. Good news. Xie Guangping erupted in a grating laugh that echoed across the square. You getting your bones broken will be the best news in the world for her. Pa. Su Wuzhou scoffed. You have no idea how deep our love is. Love? Xie Guangping's smile widened, tinged with a cruel edge. I hear you can't even get past her door, can you? He paused, each word a poison needle. Don't worry. When you're dead, I'll take good care of her for you. A chill flashed in Su Wuzhou's eyes, but his expression instantly twisted into one of aggrieved fury. He pointed at Xie Guangping, his voice suddenly rising as if he were accusing the entire world. Slander. This is blatant slander. He scanned the crowd, his face a mask of profound grief. You people don't understand. Just this morning, I held her in my arms, tracing her brows. And her? She couldn't control herself, stealing kiss after kiss. The sweetness of that moment. It's something you bachelors could never even imagine. Just then, two figures appeared at the edge of the square. Qin Yunjie was about to speak when Qin Xingmo, beside him, seized his arm. He turned to see his sister's cheeks burning like the evening sky. She was biting her lip so hard. Her nails were nearly digging into her palms. He heard himself ask in a trembling, mosquito-like voice, Sister, is what he's saying true? Qin Xingmo's body was trembling, each word forced from between clenched teeth. Do you believe him? Before she could finish, the crowd erupted. Shameless scoundrel, a young woman with flushed cheeks stomped her foot and cursed. The nerve of him. Shameless. Su Wuzhou reacted as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He turned to face the agitated crowd, spreading his arms wide. No, this is called love. He looked utterly enraptured. I traced her brows, and love blossomed in her heart. That is called being overcome by emotion. Today, I will teach you all a lesson, free of charge. His voice, carrying a peculiar, theatrical tone, echoed in everyone's ears. If a thing like emotion could be so easily controlled, what right would it have to be called love? The roof tiles were still warm from the day's sun. Barefoot, Dai Yao Yao let the evening wind drift over her ankles, her eyes fixed on the scene below with keen interest. Huh, I knew it. That rascal Su Wuzhou, he's cut from the same cloth as me. Yu Feng slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Like you? A mocking smile played on Dai Yao Yao's lips. A silver-tongued liar? Trust me, no one wants to be on the same path as you. I wouldn't be so sure, Yu Feng said, completely unfazed. The man climbs into his new wife's best friend's bed on their wedding night, then goes back to chasing skirts without batting an eye. You have to admire that kind of nerve. Dai Yao Yao didn't bother to argue. Her gaze shifted back to the standoff in the courtyard below. Who do you think will win? Him or Xie Guangping? Him, Yu Feng said, just one word, his tone absolute. Win? Dai Yao Yao turned to him, surprised. What makes you so certain? Xie Guangping has focused all his power into one point, like a raging river. And Su Wuzhou? He has nothing but a few scattered streams. How can a stream ever hope to overwhelm a river? Yu Feng chuckled softly, a mysterious glint in his eye. A river? Heh, that's because you've never seen a stream with a dragon hidden in its depths. Dai Yao Yao fell silent, her gaze returning to the courtyard. She remembered their bet. For days, Su Wuzhou had done nothing but hole himself up in the library with his new wife. Had he truly found time to prepare for this life or death duel? Or perhaps he had forgotten all about it. Down in the courtyard, Su Wuzhou casually beckoned to Xie Guangping with a single finger. Don't just stand there, he taunted. Make your move. Let us show everyone who really deserves the title of first scion of Linen City. If you're in such a hurry to die, I'll oblige you. Xie Guangping roared. The words had barely left his lips when he brought his fingers together. His palm flashed a deep crimson, glowing like a red-hot branding iron. It tore through the air with a searing, coppery stench, stabbing straight for Su Wuzhou's heart. With a light tap of his toes, Su Wuzhou floated aside like a falling leaf, his movement impossibly light. The crimson palm crashed into the spot where he had stood just a moment before. Crack! A sharp crack echoed out. It wasn't the sound of displaced air, but of the solid flagstone being shattered by the force of the blow. Shards of rock shot outwards, whistling sharply through the air. The edge of Xie Guangping's hand, taut as a blade, tore through the air with a piercing shriek as he aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's throat. This was no mere probe, it was a killing blow. But this time, instead of retreating, Su Wuzhou surged forward. His fingers snapped shut, forming a tight fist. A searing energy surged down his arm, pooling in his palm as he met the blade like hand head-on and unleashed a punch. Bam! A muffled boom, like the beat of a great drum, erupted. The very air seemed to distort at the point of impact. Beneath their feet, the bluestone tiles instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, sinking deep into the ground. Su Wuzhou's feet gouged 2 deep furrows in the ground as he was driven back 3 steps, barely managing to steady himself. You've been holding back? Xie Guangping said, shaking the numbness from his palm, his brow deeply furrowed. There was something odd about that punch. It was ferocious, but inconsistent. The power of a true master should flow like a raging river, endless and constant. But his it was more like a flash flood, immensely powerful for an instant, but with no staying power. Su Wuzhou rubbed his knuckles and cracked a grin. With what you've shown me, there's nothing to hide. Tough talk. Xie Guangping's voice was cold as ice. Let's see if your bones are just as hard. The words were barely out of his mouth before Xie Guangping lunged again. The skin of his entire arm flushed an unnatural dark red, veins writhing like serpents beneath the surface. The thick, metallic scent of blood filled the air. Knife hands, fists, claws. Xie Guangping's attacks blurred into a flurry of dark red afterimages, raining down on Su Wuzhou like a furious storm. The incessant shriek of tearing air was punctuated by the dull boom of each impact. Su Wuzhou crossed his arms to block, forced back step after step. Each impact sent a violent tremor through his body, his arms growing numb. He was like a small boat caught in a tempest, battered relentlessly by massive waves, threatening to capsize at any moment. Look, he can't hold on much longer, a lavishly dressed woman shouted in excitement. I told you, he's no match for young Master Xie. Another woman added, her voice dripping with contempt. He's like a leaf in a storm, about to be torn to shreds. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Shisheng and his few companions in the corner looked on with grave expressions. Strange, Shisheng murmured. His power. Each burst is incredibly potent, but the flow between them is unrefined. It's as if he's forcing the power out, rather than letting it run in a continuous cycle. Can it be that he hasn't yet reached that realm? Bam! Another thunderous crash. Qin Li's fists clenched instinctively, his knuckles turning white. He had wanted to call a stop to this one-sided fight, but now, a stone seemed to be lodged in his throat. Every palm strike from Xie Guangping came down like a mountain, carrying the force to crush anything in its path. And yet Su Wuzhou's power, as faint as a stream, somehow held back the torrential onslaught, time and time again. How was this possible? On the rooftop, a graceful figure shot to her feet. The moonlight silhouetted Dai Yaoyao's stunning curves, but her luminous eyes held nothing but pure bewilderment. Her red lips parted, her voice a near inaudible whisper. His presence it's still so nascent, barely even there. Down in the courtyard, Xie Guangping's onslaught was a tempest. Every blow kicked up clouds of dust and was accompanied by a dull roar. Su Wuzhou was a lone skiff in the storm, driven back again and again, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the earth. After another brutal impact, Xie Guangping froze. The wind died. The dust began to settle. He stared, his eyes locked on Su Wuzhou, his face a mask of twisted rage and disbelief. He finally understood. This wasn't a feint. He wasn't holding back. This was it. Your power, Xie Guangping's voice was a raw scrape, like sandpaper on wood. This is really all you've got? He remembered now. At the Sure estate, he had been intimidated by the young man's intangible presence. He had thought him an unfathomable master. But now he saw the truth. Beneath that veil of mystery was someone he could crush with a single finger. He'd been played. Surprised? Su Wuzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a casual smile spreading across his face. He took a step forward, meeting the man's blazing eyes without flinching. I told you, your last chance was back at the Sure estate. He paused, his smile widening with dark amusement. Oh, and I forgot to mention, back then I was even weaker than I am now. The words were like an invisible hand, slapping every single person present across the face. Shi Sheng's face went black as thunder. The Sure family played for fools by someone so weak? It was an absolute, utter humiliation. Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei exchanged a look of horror, a look that finally settled on Xie Guangping like two poisoned daggers. They remembered with perfect clarity how this man had sworn up and down that Su Wuzhou was a terrifying figure they couldn't afford to cross. And for what? To be led around like fools in this ridiculous charade. I just let you live a little longer. The humiliation and rage shattered the last of Xie Guangping's composure. He let out a guttural, inhuman roar as crimson, vein-like patterns crawled across his skin. Die? No more testing. No more holding back. A searing, crimson energy erupted from his body, hot as molten lava. The very air around him hissed and sizzled. He became a crimson blur and shot forward, his palm striking out. This strike was no longer a torrent, but an erupting volcano, meant to obliterate Su Wuzhou entirely. The energy shrieked as it tore through the air. Wave after wave of furious energy crashed down, threatening to swallow the lone figure whole. Bam! Another heavy impact. Su Wuzhou's fist slammed into Xie Guangping's palm, the sound less like flesh and blood and more like a hammer striking rock. A tidal wave of force washed over him. Su Wuzhou slid back 3 steps. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet shattered on impact, a web of cracks spreading out in an instant. He was completely overpowered. Each of Xie Guangping's attacks came like a raging bull, carrying the force to smash him to pieces. You're asking for it. Xie Guangping's voice was ice cold. He struck again with his palm. This time, Su Wuzhou's block was a fraction of a second too slow. The palm landed squarely on his chest. Crack! A sickening groan came from his bones. A searing blast of energy exploded within him, and Su Wuzhou's body arched violently, like a cooked shrimp. A sweet taste flooded his throat as he erupted into a violent cough. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, splashing onto the gray flagstones like a small, red blossom. The crowd below began to buzz. Is he crazy? How dare he fight Xie Guangping? Look at the sheer force behind Xie Guangping. He's like a moving mountain. How is that kid supposed to stop him? I thought he had some ace up his sleeve, but it turns out he's just an arrogant fool. It's over. The match is decided. A group of lavishly dressed women shrieked with excitement, chanting Xie Guangping's name. Qin Li's face darkened instantly. He took a step, ready to rush the stage. 2 figures slid before him like ghosts, blocking his path. It was the heads of the Mao and Li families, their faces plastered with false smiles. Brother Qin, let the young ones have their spar. There's no need for old-timers like us to get involved. Get out of my way. Qin Li's voice was like ice. No need to get so heated, the Mao family head said leisurely. Why don't we make a little wager? Let's bet on whether the 2 of us can hold you back, until that boy from the Xie family accidentally kills him. Before his words had even faded, 2 powerful auras locked onto Qin Li from either side, pressing in like invisible walls. Panic flared in Qin Li's heart. On the stage, the fight went on. Thud. Another dull impact. Xie Guangping's attacks were relentless, a battering ram smashing into Su Wuzhou again and again. Each impact made the crowd's hearts clench. Su Wuzhou was like a battered sandbag, swaying on the verge of collapse. His coughing grew more severe, staining the front of his robes crimson. His breathing was a ragged, hoarse sound, like air being forced through a broken bellows. Someone in the crowd gasped, whispering, He's going to be killed." A thin layer of frost coated the roof tiles. The night air was cool. Dai Yao crossed her arms. "It's over," she said softly. "Over." Yu Feng looked stunned. Is Su Wuzhou about to lose? That can't be right. He hasn't even used his trump card yet. Who said he lost? Dai Yao's voice held a trace of icy annoyance. It's Xie Guangping. He's the one who lost. What? Yu Feng's eyes went wide. In the center of the battlefield, Xie Guangping clearly had the upper hand. His aura was so overwhelming it seemed he would tear Su Wuzhou to shreds at any moment. Dai Yao didn't explain further. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms. The memory of their bet flashed through her mind. If I win, you have to agree to any of my terms. She hadn't expected to actually lose. On the field, Xie Guangping was caught up in a battle frenzy. He leaped into the air like a hawk swooping down on its prey, the joints in his body letting out a volley of sharp cracks. A scorching power gathered in his palm, so intense the very air around it began to warp. Su Wuzhou died. The thrill of impending victory twisted his face into a savage grin. A bestial growl rumbled in his throat. With this one strike, he would shatter Su Wuzhou's bones and end everything. Save him, Qin Li roared, his eyes wide with fury as he tried to break through the two masters blocking his path. He bellowed at his clansmen behind him. Protect him, no matter the cost. Stop them. The warriors from the Mao and Li families shouted in unison, their cold steel blocking the way. No one can save him today. The shadow of death descended. The massive palm loomed larger and larger in Su Wuzhou's vision. And yet, in that very moment, Su Wuzhou smiled. It wasn't a loud laugh, but it cut clearly into the ears of everyone present. He lifted his head to meet the fatal blow and softly spoke a single phrase. Thank you. Boom. The palm struck home. Crack. The sound of shattering bone was sickeningly clear. Blood sprayed from Su Wuzhou's mouth like a blooming red lotus. But he did not fall. A wave of crimson energy erupted from within him. The power was wild and searing, like a dormant volcano erupting to life. His fist, wreathed in this volcanic power, shot forward to meet Xie Guangping's palm in a fearless collision. The muffled boom of the two torrents of energy colliding sent a tremor through the very ground. Boom. A muffled boom echoed, like a war drum pounding in the chest of every onlooker. The source of the sound was Su Wuzhou. Crimson light erupted from within him, so thick it seemed tangible. A scorching wave of energy swept out like a storm, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. What they heard emanating from his body was no longer a heartbeat, but the roar of 8 great rivers crashing together. Rumble, rumble. The stone platform beneath him groaned under the strain. Crack. A web of fissures spread across its surface in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the solid stone platform shattered. Su Wuzhou stood in the center of the rubble, enveloped in a flowing, blood-red light, like a giant cocoon nurturing some monstrous creature. That's impossible, someone in the crowd gasped, their voice trembling. That power, the 8 rivers of blood inside him, they've merged into one. Not even a top master could possess such terrifying power. It's like a volcano is erupting inside his body. On the rooftop, Yu Feng shot to his feet, his eyes locked on the crimson figure below. He whipped his head around to look at Dai Yao, his expression one of utter disbelief. Did he just use Xie Guangping's attacks as a whetstone to forge himself with his enemy's power? Is that even possible? It was beyond anything he could comprehend. Dai Yao didn't answer. She just watched in silence, the faintest of smiles playing on her lips. She finally understood what Su Wuzhou had meant when he said, I'm a doctor. He wasn't healing others. He was performing the most dangerous kind of surgery, dissecting and remaking himself. The light of the blood cocoon gradually receded, flowing back into Su Wuzhou's body. He stood there, his physical form unchanged, but his presence was as heavy as a mountain. The very air around him seemed to thicken. With a single thought, he could command the raging, crimson ocean within him to unleash a power several times greater than before. Xie Guangping, who had been thrown back a dozen paces by the storm of energy, stared at him, his face a mask of shock and doubt. Su Wuzhou lifted his gaze, his eyes calmly settling on his opponent. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying clearly across the field. Thank you. He had long known how to weave the scattered streams of power within him into a single, mighty river. He was like a master craftsman who had memorized the blueprints. All he lacked was the final tool. Every one of Xie Guangping's attacks had been a strike of the hammer. The perfect hammer, slamming the waiting gears seamlessly into place. Now, the war machine was finally running. Xie Guangping's attack crashed down like a great sledgehammer. Yet, this hammer failed to shatter Su Wuzhou. On the contrary, Su Wuzhou ripped the rampant energy apart like a torrent, forcefully channeling the violent flood and savagely injecting it into every one of his meridians. He was using this devastating external force to smash against the invisible barrier within him. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, one that seemed to exist only in the depths of his soul. The barrier shattered. A madman. He's a complete madman. Yu Feng's eyes looked ready to bulge from their sockets. Is he actually using his enemy's attack as fuel for his own breakthrough? Dai Yaoyao's red lips parted slightly, her voice laced with a chill. That's not a healing art. That's a near demonic mastery of the body's structure and the flow of energy. A dead silence fell over the entire arena. The very air seemed to freeze. The women who had just been cheering for Xie Guangping found the smiles frozen on their faces. Their excited screams died in their throats, not a single syllable escaping. The entire world fell silent, leaving only a single sound. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of Su Wuzhou's heartbeat. No, it was more like the roar of his surging blood. The sound was heavy and powerful, like 1,000 armies pounding on war drums. With every beat, the very ground beneath them trembled. Qin Li stood rooted to the spot, shaking his head unconsciously and muttering, "That monster." He had always thought Su Wuzhou was just an arrogant fool who didn't know his place. Only now did he realize that it wasn't arrogance, but a kind of confidence beyond his comprehension. To turn a life or death battle into a stepping stone for one's own advancement that wasn't just cunning. It was terrifying. "Sis." Qin Yunjie swallowed hard, turning to Qin Qingmo beside him. His voice was dry. "Brother-in-law? Has he always been like this?" The words brother-in-law rolled off his tongue more naturally than ever before. His eyes, fixed on Su Wuzhou, were filled with feverish adoration. "Don't be ridiculous," Qin Qingmo snapped, shooting him a sharp glare, but her voice held a nearly imperceptible tremor. "He's just more willing to gamble with his life than anyone else." Qin Yunjie snorted and leaned in closer. "A grown man, kneeling down to do your eyebrows? And getting all handsy with you in public? If he's not a pervert, what is he?" Qin Qingmo's cheeks burned. She bit her lip, her voice quiet and cold. "I will repeat that to him, word for word." "Don't." The color drained from Qin Yunjie's face. Qin Qingmo turned away from him, her gaze locking back onto the high stage. On stage, Xie Guangping's face was thunderous. He glared at Su Wuzhou, the words seeming to be squeezed from his throat. "You think just because your strength went up a level, you've already won?" "Of course," Su Wuzhou said with a smile, his tone as casual as if they were just chatting. "I've already won." "Idiot," Xie Guangping snarled. "There's more to a battle than just brute strength." Before the words were out of his mouth, he pulled a pair of metal gauntlets from his robes and slammed them onto his hands. With two sharp clicks, the joints locked into place. The cold metal reflected the lamplight, its gleam as sharp as a blade. The next instant, a searing aura erupted from within Xie Guangping. Beneath his skin, it was as if molten lava was flowing, casting a deep red glow. 3 flame-like runes lit up on his arms, crawling like living things along his meridians toward his fists. As the first rune merged with the gauntlet, the steel hummed and ignited with a crimson halo. The second rune merged, the halo flared brighter, and the very air around the gauntlet began to warp. When the third rune merged, the light on the gauntlet exploded outward. A wave of searing heat blasted across the stage, and even the spectators in the front rows felt a suffocating pressure. "Gods, it's the triple blood seal," someone in the crowd cried out in shock. He actually mastered it. The crowd erupted into a clamor. The same people who had been sweating for Su Wuzhou moments ago now looked at Xie Guangping with renewed fanaticism. A group of young women shrieked with excitement. Their hero, it turned out, would not disappoint them. "I didn't want to have to use this," Xie Guangping's voice was hoarse and distorted as he admired the destructive light on his gauntlet. But it's not too late. Die. The stone tiles under his feet instantly shattered. He shot forward like a cannonball, tearing through the air as he charged at Su Wuzhou. His iron fist, blazing with crimson light, carved a deadly arc through the air, slashing horizontally with a piercing shriek. The air itself seemed to shatter from the blow, the sharp sonic boom making everyone's eardrums ring. Wuzhou, get back! Qin Li's terrified voice rang out from below the stage. Kill him! A deafening roar rose from the other side. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands of the Mao and Li families. Amid the clamor of the crowd, a man breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled to the person beside him. It's over. Xie Guangping isn't holding back anymore. He was right. Xie Guangping's palm gleamed with a cold, metallic light. The edge of his hand sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The force behind it was as heavy as a mountain, a crushing pressure that made it hard to breathe. The mere aura radiating from the attack was enough to make an ordinary person's legs buckle. The tension in the stands instantly dissolved, replaced by a wild, pre-victory celebration. Titans cleave. With a roar, Xie Guangping's hand became a razor-sharp axe, chopping straight for Su Wuzhou's throat. The air was violently torn asunder beneath his palm, making a sound like ripping silk. With this single blow, he intended to take Su Wuzhou's head clean off. But Su Wuzhou smiled. In the shadow of death, that smile was jarringly bright. His hand shot back, gripping the hilt of the blade on his back. With a shing that sounded like a dragon's cry, the long blade was free. The sheer force of the draw whipped his black hair about his face as a wave of scorching heat erupted from him, spreading outwards. You think you're the only one with a trick up your sleeve? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water thrown over the roaring crowd, extinguishing their fervor in an instant. The cheers in the stands died. Everyone watched as, on the long blade in Su Wuzhou's hand, 3 ancient runes flared to life, one after another, emitting a low hum. They moved like 3 small, blood-red snakes, slithering along the steel and casting a crimson glow on his arm. In an instant, the edge of the blade was enveloped in a bloody flame, glowing like a red-hot branding iron. Heaven's sundering slash. In the crowd, Qin Li's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He staggered, nearly losing his footing, a choked groan of disbelief escaping his throat. Impossible. Those 3 burning runes, that aura that could tear anything apart. That's the heaven sundering slash. No doubt about it. But he'd only given Su Wuzhou the manual a few days ago. It had taken him 10 full years to master the technique to this degree. A few days? How could that be possible? Qin Li's horror was mirrored by the entire crowd. The people who had been celebrating just a moment before were now deathly silent, as if a hand were wrapped around each of their throats. They could only stare as the boy before them transformed from helpless prey into a ravenous predator. The triumph in Xie Guangping's eyes was instantly devoured by terror. He wanted to retreat. Every instinct screamed at him to fall back, but his feet were rooted to the spot as if filled with lead. The blade, burning with a bloody light, grew impossibly large in his vision. Then, Su Wuzhou moved. There was no wasted motion. He simply took a step forward and swung. The long blade carved a crimson arc through the air, descending like a falling comet, carrying with it an inferno bent on incinerating everything in its path. He brought it down to meet Xie Guangping's palm head-on. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. A crimson arc slashed straight for Xie Guangping's face. Clang! Sparks flew as steel crashed against the blade. Xie Guangping's arms buckled under the force, his very bones groaning. He gritted his teeth, bracing against the immense power, a savage grin just beginning to touch his lips. But the smile froze on his face. The second strike came without pause, its power undiminished. Thwack! Xie Guangping's steel gauntlet caved in as if struck by a sledgehammer. A searing pain shot up his arm, and his insides felt as if they were being squeezed and twisted by an invisible hand. Before he could even catch his breath, the third strike was upon him. The shadow of death fell over him. Crack! The steel gauntlet shattered into 1,000 pieces. The blade sliced through flesh and shattered bone, unhindered. Like a kite with a snapped string, Xie Guangping was hurled backward, his body spraying a mist of blood in midair. He crashed to the ground, the bluestone tiles beneath him spiderwebbing from the impact. In the distance, Qin Li drew in a sharp breath. Is that the sky-rending slash? He whispered in disbelief. Su Wuzhou remained expressionless. With a practiced flourish, he flicked the blood from his blade and began to walk slowly toward the fallen Xie Guangping. His boots crunched on the shattered stones. The title of First Prodigy, Su Wuzhou said, his voice as calm as if stating a simple fact. You are not worthy of it. He stopped before Xie Guangping, looming over him. Now give it back. The words had barely left his lips before his blade was raised, slashing down towards Xie Guangping's head with a deadly whistle. Clang. A deafening crash. Su Wuzhou's blade was stopped dead, just an inch from its target. The shock of the impact jolted up his arm, and the blade refused to move further. A tall man stood before him, as solid as a mountain. The man had rugged features, his eyes as calm and deep as a still pool. An invisible storm radiated out from him, causing their robes to whip and snap. This fight ends here, the man said, his voice low and powerful. The very air seemed to solidify. A man's figure materialized out of thin air, standing over the fallen form of Xie Guangping. He merely stood there, silent, yet an invisible pressure, heavy as a mountain, radiated outward, plunging the clamorous crowd into a dead silence. Su Wuzhou narrowed his eyes. His voice was low, but it carried clearly across the square. Xie Linyuan? The man's gaze, cold as a blade of ice, landed on Su Wuzhou. This ends here. His voice was deep, laced with a command that brooked no argument. You have won. You have won. The words were a stone dropped into a still pond, sending shockwaves through the crowd. A dead silence fell, only to be broken a moment later by a rising tide of whispers. Every gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, was fixed immovably on Su Wuzhou. No one could believe their eyes. The invincible Xie Guangping, the first son of Linen City, had actually lost. Not only had he lost, but he had lost to the notorious Su Wuzhou. Worse still, he couldn't even save his own life. An elder from his clan had been forced to intervene. In the crowd, the flushed cheeks of several young women, those who had always seen Xie Guangping as their hero, drained of all color, turning a ghastly white. Pathetic, one of the women murmured, her voice laced with the bitterness of a shattered fantasy. How could he lose to someone like him? First son? He's nothing but a joke. Another voice added, its tone sharp and derisive. The voices grew louder, every comment a sharp needle piercing Xie Guangping's ears. Wait a second, a girl said softly, a sudden thought occurring to her. Think about it. Su Wuzhou is this powerful, but he's always had such a terrible reputation. Could it be he was just enduring it all? You're right. He's so cool. The adoration of moments before had turned, in a heartbeat, to the cruelest scorn. The words struck Xie Guangping like a series of hammer blows to the chest. His body convulsed violently, a strangled cry escaping his throat as another spray of hot blood spattered in the dust. Not far off, Mao Yongliang and Li Qingfei exchanged a glance. Their eyes held no sympathy, only cold disgust. The fool. His arrogance had cost them the perfect opportunity to kill Su Wuzhou. Concede. Su Wuzhou laughed, a sound utterly devoid of warmth. If simply saying, I concede, could solve everything, why would anyone in this world ever die? His words sent another chill through the air. Everyone understood. He wasn't finished. He was going to kill Xie Guangping. For the first time, a frown creased Xie Linyuan's brow. He hadn't expected the boy to still radiate such killing intent, not after he himself had appeared. Who did this boy think he was? Young man, Xie Linyuan's voice grew cold. There is a difference between victory and slaughter. One must know where to draw the line. Draw the line. Su Wuzhou looked up, meeting those profound eyes without flinching. He came to take my life, he replied, his voice calm. I'm simply taking it back. I'm a reasonable man. Su Wuzhou's voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to every ear. A life for a life. Simple as that. You die, and he lives. His gaze was like a feather, brushing past the groaning Xie Guangping on the ground before settling on Xie Linyuan. His lips curved into a smile devoid of warmth, filled only with an icy challenge. Are you asking for my life? Xie Linyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. A chill radiated from him, so potent it seemed to slow the very air around him. A thin layer of frost began to crystallize on the ground at his feet. I hear the Xie family dominates Linen City, Su Wuzhou said, ignoring the cold as if talking to himself, all thanks to its two great pillars. He paused, his smile widening. And a crumbling house, after all, is hardly worthy of Linen's greatest beauty. Wouldn't you agree? A collective gasp swept through the crowd, like the hissing of 1,000 snakes. That madman. Does he have a death wish? Terror laced the whispers. This was Xie Linyuan they were talking about, a man whose power was so immense it could warp the very environment around him, a man at the apex of Linen City's hierarchy. Xie Linyuan's voice was as cold as ice. You cannot take my life. And he will not die. Oh, really? We'll see about that. Su Wuzhou looked away from him, crouching down instead. He leisurely began to pick up the shattered pieces of the metal gauntlet from the stone stage. The shards of metal clicked and tinked against each other between his fingers. The crowd below exchanged bewildered glances. What was he doing? Cleaning up the stage? No one understood. Not until the last shard settled into Su Wuzhou's palm. He shot to his feet. The metal shards in his hand instantly snapped straight, merging into a single blade of cold light aimed directly at Xie Linyuan's throat. Now, Su Wuzhou's voice held a cruel amusement. Think you can protect him? A dead silence fell. After a moment, the crowd erupted. This time, it wasn't whispers, but stifled cries of shock. The young women who had been chattering moments before now clamped their hands over their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. He's going to challenge Xie Linyuan? Someone whose own aura has barely taken form is challenging a being who can channel the power of the world itself? This wasn't courage. It was suicide. Below the stage, Qin Li's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, his knuckles turning white from the force. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. That arrogant fool. He should have left after he won. What the hell is he trying to do? Qin Qingmo's nails dug deep into her palm. This was his solution? Trading his life for the peace of the Qin family? She stared at the young man's back, feeling as if she couldn't breathe. The crowd below fell deathly silent. Then, a tide of suppressed gasps and murmurs surged. Is he insane? That's Xie Linyuan. This is suicide. The air seemed to freeze. Xie Linyuan stood there, a silent storm. He hadn't even released any of his power, yet the air around him grew heavy, viscous, pressing in on everyone until it was hard to breathe. It was an absolute suppression that stemmed from a fundamental level of existence, like an elephant gazing down upon an ant. And Su Wuzhou was that very ant, rearing up to challenge the elephant. For the first time, Xie Linyuan's gaze truly fell upon Su Wuzhou. He chuckled, a low sound like the grinding of stones. How many years has it been? He began slowly, each word laced with the cold taste of rust. How many years since someone dared to point a blade at me? He looked at Su Wuzhou, his eyes holding no anger, only the detached curiosity one might have for a strange creature. You wish to challenge me? No. Su Wuzhou shook his head, the tip of his blade as steady as if it were welded to the air. I'll say it again. Your life for his. The quiet words carried more force than any roar. Xie Linyuan's smile widened. He sized Su Wuzhou up with amusement. Boy, I have half a mind to crack open that skull of yours and see what your courage is made of. What gave you the delusion that you could possibly kill me? You think it's impossible only because your eyes can't perceive the truth. Su Wuzhou's voice carried clearly for all to hear. Just as you all think I'm a heretic, a madman. But I just live more authentically than any of you. A glint of cold mockery flashed in his eyes. To me, killing you is the most natural thing in the world. To you, it's madness. A tremor went through Qin Qingmo's heart. Her eyes were fixed on his profile. Was this the real him? The man hidden beneath that flippant, devil-may-care facade? Uncle Yuan. Kill him. From the stretcher, Xie Guangping used every ounce of his strength to let out an animalistic roar, his voice hoarse and distorted. I want him torn to pieces. Xie Linyuan's gaze finally turned cold. He waved a hand to his men below, his voice devoid of all emotion. Take the young master away and tend to his wounds. The servants scrambled forward. Only then did Xie Linyuan turn to Qin Li, his tone that of someone stating an established fact. He brought this upon himself, Patriarch Qin. You can hardly blame me for what comes next. Qin Li's fists, hidden within his sleeves, clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He looked at Su Wuzhou, only to see a face that was terrifyingly calm. That very calmness made him swallow the words that had risen to his lips. Pin-drop silence. The air seemed to freeze, the entire crowd holding its breath. Every eye was riveted on the young man in the center of the field. Xie Linyuan crossed his arms, his chin lifted slightly. You first. Wouldn't want anyone saying I'm picking on a junior. A lazy arrogance tinged his voice. Su Wuzhou let out a long breath, his gaze instantly sharpening to a razor's edge. The blood in his veins felt as if it had been set alight, turning to molten lava that surged through his arm. A web of crimson runes materialized on his palm, glowing like a searing brand. With a low roar, he brought his long sword slashing through the air, carving a blinding, blood-red arc down towards Xie Linyuan. The air itself hissed and sizzled in the blade's wake. A sneer played on Xie Linyuan's lips. He didn't so much as move his feet. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming dagger slid into his hand. A beam of searing white light erupted from its tip, shrieking like a viper's fang as it shot out to meet the blade with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The crash was deafening. The collision of steel and energy unleashed a visible shockwave. The flagstones beneath their feet instantly spiderwebbed with cracks before erupting into a spray of flying debris. A mountainous force slammed down the length of the blade and into Su Wuzhou's arm. The webbing of his hand tore open, blood streaming down his wrist. The dagger's white light nearly pierced his defense, threatening to press against his chest. Su Wuzhou's eyes narrowed. He didn't retreat, he advanced. Stomping his foot, his blade became a blur of 3 afterimages, slamming into the exact same point in rapid succession. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike threw off a more violent shower of sparks. The hard bluestone floor beneath him crumbled layer by layer, as if smashed by a sledgehammer. The immense recoil sent him stumbling backward. Each step he took back cratered the stone floor with a dull thud. Thud, thud, thud. He was driven back more than a dozen steps before he finally dug the tip of his blade into the ground, carving a long furrow to halt his momentum. He leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, his sword arm twitching uncontrollably. Across from him, the sneer had finally vanished from Xie Linyuan's face. As for the spectators, they were shrouded in a dead silence. Every eye was locked on the 2 figures in the center of the field, and on the stretch of ground between them that now looked as if it had been struck by a meteorite. The roof tiles were cool with the night air. Yu Feng tilted his head, the cold ceramic digging into him. He watched the battlefield below and said to Dai Yao Yao beside him, "It's like he's got a volcano inside him, ready to blow. Were we this powerful when we first crossed that threshold? Don't lump me in with a lunatic like you." Dai Yao Yao tossed her long hair, a smirk tugging at her lips. "Just because you weren't, doesn't T mean I wasn't T-me? I was stronger, of course." Yu Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. Bullshit. He remembered clearly that her strength didn't lie in this kind of brute force. He pulled his gaze away and refocused on the eye of the energy storm below. But seriously, you think he can win? To fight someone who can channel the powers of the world with nothing but flesh and blood, it's like trying to cleave a mountain with a mortal-s blade. Dai Yao Yao's voice was quiet, but crystal clear. Unless he can pull off that one world-shattering strike of his. But his opponent isn't a training dummy. He won just stand there and wait for death. One missed strike, and he's dead. So, you're betting against him? I trust what's logical. Dai Yao Yao paused, an unreadable glint in her eyes. Still, that kid has a way of defying expectations, doesn't he? Miracles happen. Sometimes. Yu Feng fell silent. He knew all too well that back in his day, even at his absolute limit, he couldn't have touched an opponent of that caliber. Could Su Wuzhou really be stronger than he was back then? Is that all you've got? Xie Linyuan let out a low growl, hiding the numbness spreading through his arm. The web of his thumb felt like it had been seared by a red-hot branding iron, a fiery, stinging pain. He had transcended mortal limits. How could he be forced back by the power of a mere mortal? The power inside Su Wuzhou was like a roused behemoth, wild, primal, and impossibly deep. Xie Linyuan sensed that even two of himself couldn't match the sheer volume of his opponent's energy. Jealousy and killing intent coiled around his heart like toxic vines. A monster like that cannot be allowed to live. Then die. Xie Yuan no longer held back. Energy shrieked as it was wrung from his every meridian, pouring violently into the dagger in his hand. The blade was instantly engulfed in a crimson glow, as if it had just drunk its fill of fresh blood. Beyond that glow, another layer formed, a transparent aura of pure sharpness that seemed to warp the very air around it. It was a power that transcended the mortal realm. The dagger hummed, the sound of it tearing through the air as shrill as a banshee-esque scream. Xie Yuan's entire demeanor shifted. An oppressive aura radiated from him, so potent it seemed to make the very air congeal. This wasn't mere killing intent, but something purer, more primal, a force so heavy it stole the breath from your lungs. The dagger in his hand began to hum. A current of energy, a swirling mix of crimson and white, coiled around the blade like a waking viper, letting out a low hiss. The next moment, he moved. The dagger didn't fly straight. Instead, it carved a wicked arc through the air, striking like a viper at Su Wuzhou's heart. The roar from the crowd below died instantly. Everyone held their breath. The only sound left was the piercing shriek of the dagger slicing through the air. In their eyes, this single strike would seal Su Wuzhou's defeat. Yet, Su Wuzhou stood his ground. He took a single step forward, and the flagstone beneath his foot cracked under the force. There were no flashy techniques, no intricate maneuvers. He simply raised his long saber and, in the most direct and brutal way imaginable, brought it crashing down to meet the fatal gleam of the dagger. A crimson glow erupted along the edge of the blade, as if he had poured every ounce of his blood and strength into the strike. Saber and dagger met. The first sound was the sharp screech of metal on metal. Sparks flew. The impact sent Su Wuzhou stumbling back half a step, the web of his hand going numb. The force behind that dagger was like a mountain, but there wasn't a trace of fear on Su Wuzhou's face. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and the muscles in his arm bulged with strain. A second strike followed, then a third, a fourth. He didn't stop, didn't even pause for breath. His assault became a tempest, each strike faster and heavier than the last. To the onlookers, all that was visible was a relentless blur of crimson light, a veritable waterfall of blood-red energy crashing down upon that single, cold glint of Xie Yuan's dagger. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid-fire impacts blended into a single, deafening roar. A single drop of water cannot pierce stone, but a torrential rain can unleash a flash flood. With every strike, Su Wuzhou was chipping away at the power concentrated in the dagger. The hard flagstones of the stage beneath them began to spiderweb with cracks. A visible vortex of energy formed between the two, kicking up a storm of debris that shot whistling in all directions. Below the stage, Qin Li's eyes went wide. His gaze was locked on Su Wuzhou's form, a low, incredulous growl escaping his throat. That's the heaven-rending slash. His execution, it's flawless. How is that possible? He himself had trained for 10 years and hadn't come close to mastering the technique to this degree. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Just then, Su Wuzhou unleashed his ninth strike. Dong! The massive clang drowned out every other sound. The dagger in Xie Yuan's hand let out a sorrowful whine, its glow extinguished in an instant. As if struck by a sledgehammer, he staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his dagger arm falling limply to his side, trembling uncontrollably. Silence. A deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. In the crowd, someone swallowed instinctively, the sound of their atoms apple bobbing sharp and clear. The wind howled, kicking up dust from the ground. Su Wuzhou stood in its midst, his posture as straight and unyielding as a spear. His robe snapped and whipped around him. The blood still clinging to his blade gleamed a dull crimson in the sunlight. Below the stage, several young women held their breath. The wind swept a lock of hair from his forehead, revealing eyes that burned with the will to fight. In that instant, his infamy, the mockery, it all seemed to scatter like dust on the wind. He was this strong all along. A girl whispered, almost to herself. Then why did he? The person next to her asked, confused. For Qin Xingmo, the first girl said in a low voice, a slight tremble in her words. He was willing to endure the scorn, to suffer everyone's contempt, even marrying into the Qin family. He hid all of his strength, his true edge, like a ferocious tiger allowing itself to be chained. She paused, her gaze fixed on the figure on the stage. He never cared about titles or fame. He just wanted to show the world, in his own way, that the man who belongs to Qin Qingmo is the greatest there is. I suddenly feel my heart ache for him. The girls around her fell silent. They remembered all the humiliation Su Wuzhou had suffered and the nonchalant way he'd always brushed off the taunts. He once said, "If love could be controlled, it wouldn't be love," another girl murmured. So that's what he meant. Qin Qingmo, how is she so lucky? The whispers were like needles, piercing the ears of Qin Qingmo, who stood not far away. She lifted her head, her gaze on the man on the stage complex and conflicted. Could what they're saying be true? Did he do all of this, really just for me? Su Wuzhou couldn't hear the murmurs from below. In his world, there was only his opponent. He could feel the mysterious power within him draining away at an alarming rate. To perfect this set of blade techniques, he had exhausted nearly all his reserves. The power that once felt like a warm current was now just a trickle. He had thought it would be enough to overwhelm his foe. He was wrong. The opponent before him possessed a surging energy like a great, unbreakable river. The 9 consecutive slashes he had delivered, each one tearing through the air with all his might, had all been swallowed whole by that torrent of power. Su Wuzhou's chest heaved. The muscles in his arm burned and ached from the strain. He broke into a grin, bearing a set of white teeth. Again, with a roar, his long blade hummed, and a crimson glow erupted along its length, blazing like a red-hot branding iron. Across from him, Xiaolin Yuan's face was as black as a thundercloud. His hand was trembling slightly not from fear, but from rage and a sliver of uncontrollable shock. What in the hell kind of monster is this guy? Xiaolin Yuan's gaze was ice-cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. Your power, it shouldn't be at this level. But you think that's enough? His voice dripped with condescending contempt. There is a chasm between us, one you can never cross. A chasm? Su Wuzhou laughed, his laughter echoing across the empty stone platform. I'm not here to cross it. I'm here to drag you down from the other side and bury you. The words had barely left his lips when he moved. There was no warning. Su Wuzhou's figure surged forward. The long saber in his hand seemed to be infused with molten lava, its blade erupting in a blinding light. There were no superfluous moves, only a single, brutally simple strike. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Courting death, Xiaolin Yuan growled, his body drifting backward like a falling leaf. He didn't meet the torrential force head-on. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, his dagger struck like a viper from an impossible angle, aimed straight for the wrist of Su Wuzhou's saber hand. Clang! The deafening sound was like a sledgehammer striking a great bell. Sparks flew. The instant the saber and dagger met, a visible shockwave erupted, sending gravel and debris scattering in all directions. The two figures clashed and separated in a flash, moving so fast they were little more than blurs. It was followed by a rapid series of impacts. Clang, clang, clang. With each impact, the solid stone platform groaned under the strain as spiderweb cracks spread across its surface. They were like two entangled bolts of lightning, flickering in and out of sight amidst the swirling dust, their every clash erupting in a shower of deadly sparks. Xiaolin Yuan's pupils contracted. He was already using his full strength. His lethal techniques, any one of which could instantly slit the throat of an opponent of his caliber, were now crashing against an invisible wall. Not only had Su Wuzhou blocked every single one, but the force transmitted through the saber sent a numbing jolt through Xiaolin Yuan's hand, and the sweet, coppery taste of blood rose in his throat. At one point, the blade skimmed past his neck, so close it severed a lock of his hair. The cold, killing intent made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. The air around the stage seemed to freeze. Qin Li's hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His eyes were glued to the chaotic swirl of dust on the platform as he murmured, almost unconsciously, "My God, how is he doing this?" This was the kind of power that could rival the city's true elites. Qin Yunji's jaw had dropped, his eyes wide as if he were witnessing the impossible. Even the ever-composed Qin Qingmo stood perfectly still, her gaze piercing through the cloud of dust, locked onto the figure wielding the long saber. Hidden within her sleeve, her hand had clenched into a tight fist without her even realizing it. Boom. Another earth-shattering collision. The immense recoil sent both Su Wuzhou and Xie Linyuan staggering backward several steps. With every step they took, the stone platform beneath them groaned and cracked, threatening to collapse completely at any moment. Boom. A deafening roar. The bluestone fighting stage beneath their feet could hold no longer. It shattered from the center, collapsing in an instant into a heap of rubble. A cloud of dust choked the air. Su Wuzhou and Xie Linyuan stood at opposite ends of the ruins, motionless. Rubble tumbled past them, unnoticed. In their world, nothing existed but each other's eyes. Xie Linyuan's laugh was a raspy sound, like sandpaper scraping against rock. Su Wuzhou, a world-destroying technique like that, must take quite a toll. It's enough to kill you. Su Wuzhou's voice was ice. Ha ha. Xie Linyuan roared with laughter. You're just burning your own life force to mimic my power. How much longer can that borrowed flame last? One more move? 2. All I have to do is wait and watch you burn out like a candle. Shut up. Su Wuzhou let out a low roar, like an enraged beast. Abandoning all defense, he lunged. The rubble at his feet exploded outward as he blurred into a dark streak. His long blade tore through the air, producing not the sound of wind, but a piercing shriek. The light gathering on its edge was more blinding than lightning. Let us see just how hard your bones are. Xie Linyuan's eyes were venomous. The dagger in his hand began to spin, whipping up a visible vortex of air that bored forward like a deadly drill, aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's heart. In the distance, Qin Yunjia's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white, his nails digging deep into his palms. His voice trembled, almost a plea. Uncle Qin, my brother-in-law, can he win? Qin Li slowly shook his head, his gaze as heavy as iron. Xie Linyuan is right. With that technique, every strike drinks Su Wuzhou's own blood. That power isn't his own. Each time he uses it, he takes another step toward death. Then isn't he doomed? Qin Yunjia's voice was cracking. Qin Li's expression darkened. Just as he was about to step forward, 2 figures appeared before him like phantoms, blocking his path. The head of the Li family spoke, a smile that didn't reach his eyes on his face. Brother Qin, this is a matter for the younger generation. Old-timers like you and I should just be quiet spectators, don't you think? Has the Li family thrown all honor to the wind, Li Wangfeng? Qin Li's voice was as cold as ice. A monster who can push Xie Linyuan this far, Li Wangfeng's smile turned dangerous, is hardly what I'd call a junior. Li Wangfeng nudged Qin Li beside him with his elbow, a teasing smirk in his voice. You old fox. Now I get it. Now I finally see why you were so insistent on giving your daughter to a known good for nothing. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew what kind of beast he was hiding inside. Qin Li's jaw was clenched tight. Hidden in his sleeves, his fists were balled so hard his knuckles had turned white. Knew my ass. A silent rage burned in his chest. He wanted nothing more than to storm into the arena, grab Su Wuzhou by the collar, and shake him senseless. That kid, he played his cards way too close to his chest. Power like that, power capable of turning everything upside down, and he'd hidden it even from him, his own father-in-law. It was clear he never considered the Qin family his own. Yeah, Li Wangfeng's chuckle sounded like the rustle of dry leaves. Your son-in-law is certainly an uncut gem, but he's far too reckless. He gestured toward the arena with his chin, his gaze sharp. Look at him. Every attack burns away his own life force. But his opponent's power is inexhaustible, as if drawn from the heavens and the earth themselves. The outcome of this fight was decided from the start. Down in the arena, the fight had reached a fever pitch. Every collision unleashed a thunderous, muffled boom. The hard stone stage, unable to bear the strain, had long since been reduced to a chaotic mess of rubble and dust. Boom, boom, boom. Su Wuzhou swung his blade again. It wasn't a simple slash, but a violent, uncontrolled release of energy. Crimson arcs tore through the air, as if space itself was bleeding. But the cost was immense. Su Wuzhou's breathing grew ragged, like a pair of worn-out bellows. His face was deathly pale, his hair soaked with sweat, a clear sign of his life force being drained. He was a torch burning too brightly, too fast. His brilliant light was on the verge of being extinguished. At your limit now, are we? Ciel Yuan's voice was like the hiss of a venomous snake, cold and cruel. How many more of those moves do you have left in you? Before the words had even faded, his assault intensified, a deadly gale. Yet he held back a sliver of caution, probing like a cunning wolf, wary of a trap. After all, the reserves of energy that kid had unleashed defied all logic. It wasn't the kind of power a mortal body of flesh and blood should possess. Shink. The dagger flashed like silver lightning, aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's throat. This time, however, Su Wuzhou didn't meet it head-on. He threw himself sideways, his body twisting at a perilous angle. The dagger grazed the skin of his neck, drawing a string of blood beads. Now, Ciel Yuan's pupils contracted, and a vicious grin bloomed on his face. He'd seen through him. All this time, the kid had been an unbreakable wall, meeting every attack head-on. But now he had dodged. He was truly spent. The game is over, Su Wuzhou. Ciel Yuan's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it carried a bone-chilling, killing intent. Time for you to die. He poured every last ounce of his strength into the weapon in his hand. The dagger seemed to come alive, no longer reflecting light but devouring it, its tip condensing into a single point of pure, absolute, deathly cold. It tore through the air with a faint hiss, a silver viper striking for Su Wuzhou's heart. In the stands, a moment of dead silence was broken by a wave of suppressed murmurs. He's going to lose. He's going to lose after all. He fought like a demon, but that threshold, it's just too high to overcome. Run. Get out of there. There's still time. The saber and dagger clashed once more. Clang. The ear-splitting screech of metal against metal sent a shower of sparks into the air. He's reaching his limit, someone murmured from the crowd. Ciel Yuan's assault is relentless, like a web, another person added. Every move Su Wuzhou makes has been calculated. He has no way out. In the center of the ring, the poisoned dagger struck like a viper spitting venom, tearing through the air straight for Su Wuzhou's throat. Su Wuzhou held his ground. He stomped, and the stone pavers beneath his feet instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. There were no fancy moves, no flourishes. The long saber in his hand came crashing down to meet the dagger, carrying with it a ponderous might that could shatter mountains and part rivers. Bam! Another thunderous crash. This time, the sheer force of the blow sent Ciel Yuan stumbling back half a step. The sheer power on this guy. Yu Feng's brows knitted together. He's like a goddamn ox. He's burning through his chi like it's water, and after all this time, his composure is completely unshaken. He turned to Dai Yaoyao beside him, his voice low. Where in the hell did you dig up a monster like that? The Qin family's martial academy. A playful smirk touched Dai Yaoyao's red lips. The first time I saw him, I thought he was just another novice. But who knew? A few weeks go by, and now he's standing here. She paused, her gaze deepening. I'm even starting to suspect he's been putting on an act from the very beginning. A stagnant backwater like Yunzhou, it shouldn't be able to produce a dragon like him. Yu Feng's expression darkened. Of course, he knew this she-devil Dai Yaoyao had a bizarre penchant for playing mentor, but that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that a powerhouse of unknown origin had suddenly shown up, trying to become king of the hill in the murky pond that was Linen City. And there was no way in hell he was doing it without powerful backers. Swordsmanship that's practically divine, unfathomable strength, and he's a healer. Yu Feng muttered to himself. Any one of those skills would qualify him to compete among the top talents of the younger generation. Yunzhou lost the ability to produce someone like that ages ago. This has to be a setup. He drew a sharp breath, his expression hardening with resolve. The winds of change are coming to Linen, and this is a storm I want no part of. Oh, Dai Yaoyao's laugh was like silver bells, but with an undercurrent of ice. But I think this is where it gets interesting. Things have been quiet for far too long. It's about time someone came along and flipped the whole damn board over. Yu Feng stiffened, then a wry smile touched his lips. He'd forgotten who he was talking to. For a she-devil who lived for chaos, the eye of the storm was always the most thrilling stage. Yu Feng's eyes were pinned to the ring, his voice a low rasp laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Why hasn't he used that sword technique? That one devastating strike, if he'd used it sooner, his opponent would have yielded by now. He paused, his gaze fixed on the staggering figure in the center of the stage. Now it's too late. Look at his breathing, his footwork. He's pushed past his limit. Any more of this, and he's going to die. Oh. Dai Yao Yao stretched languidly, like a cat extending its claws in a warm sunbeam. Her red lips parted, each word laced with a playful tease. And what makes you so certain he can't use it anymore? What? Yu Feng's head snapped in her direction. His gaze shot back to Su Wuzhou, as if he could pierce him with his stare alone. He still has energy to spare? Impossible. That's not human stamina, that's the strength of a monster. He shook his head, as if trying to dislodge the ridiculous thought. No one can be that strong. There are so many secrets in this world you know nothing about. Dai Yao Yao's fingertip traced her lower lip, a sly glint in her eyes. I just know that a man who can run circles around me isn't going to fall this easily. He's far more cunning than you imagine. Yu Feng's brow furrowed, but he said nothing more. In the ring, the fight had reached its endgame. Xie Yuan's dagger moved like a silver spiderweb, weaving an inescapable net around Su Wuzhou. With every parry, a tremor shot through Su Wuzhou's frame. Sweat drenched his robes, plastering them to his skin as if he'd just been pulled from the water. He was trapped. There was nowhere to run. From the stands, a collective, stifled gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone could see it. Su Wuzhou was about to lose. Die! Xie Yuan let out a feral roar. He took the full force of Su Wuzhou's desperate eighth slash, the muscles on his arm bulging and veins popping. The next instant, the dagger in his hand blazed with light, and the very air around it seemed to ignite with a searing hiss. This was his killing blow, the lethal fong he had kept hidden until now. The dagger tore through the air, a bolt of cold lightning aimed straight for Su Wuzhou's heart. A savage grin twisted Xie Yuan's face, his pupils reflecting only the imminent fall of his opponent. He could feel his power surging forth as never before. He had poured everything he had into this single, final blow. It's over, a voice cried out from the crowd, laced with despair. Qin Li's heart sank. Xie Yuan's entire demeanor had changed. The pressure radiating from him was like an invisible wall, and it slammed into Qin Li. Just as he started to move forward, a hand clamped down on his shoulder like an iron vice. Ha ha! Li Wangfeng's laughter was piercing and wild. Watch him die. In the center of the ring, Xie Yuan's dagger became a silver gleam, a striking viper lunging for Su Wuzhou's throat. Su Wuzhou met the attack with his long sword, but his clumsy parry looked, to the crowd, like trying to stop a battering ram with a wooden stick. It's over. Xie Yuan's voice was distorted by the sheer force of his exertion. And yet, Su Wuzhou smiled. It was a calm smile, one that held a trace of pity. I was just waiting for you, his voice carried clearly. Waiting for the moment you were absolutely sure you'd won. That's the only way to know you wouldn't turn and run. The words were like a splash of cold water on Xie Yuan's fury, but they instantly vaporized into scalding steam. His reason snapped. He stopped thinking, his body blurring into an afterimage as his dagger tore through the air with a piercing shriek. It was in that exact instant that Su Wuzhou's grip on his sword changed. The blade tilted slightly. With a low hum, the entire longsword began to vibrate at a high frequency. A faint, visible shimmer flowed along its edge like water. He breathed two words, sudden squall. Xie Yuan's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A single, cold drop of liquid splashed abruptly onto his cheek. Not sweat. Was it rain? Before the thought could even form, the two weapons collided. Ting! The sound was crisp, terrifyingly clear. Xie Yuan's dagger wasn't blocked. It shattered. Like brittle glass, it cracked inch by inch from the tip, exploding into 1,000 shards of metal that reflected his face, a mask of pure horror. The hum of the long sword never ceased. It plunged into Xie Yuan's chest without resistance, making a dull, wet sound. The tip burst from his back, trailing a string of blood beads. He didn't even have time to scream. A vibrating force surged through the blade and into his body, instantly obliterating everything inside him. Xie Yuan looked down at the cold steel piercing his torso. He opened his mouth, but only blood poured out. The light in his eyes faded rapidly. It all happened in the space of a single heartbeat. One moment, Xie Yuan had victory in his grasp. The next, he was a corpse. The entire arena fell deathly silent. The frenzied smiles on the faces in the crowd were frozen in place, turning them into grotesque statues. The slaughter they had anticipated never came. There was only a body slumping to the ground, and the impassive boy who stood over it, sword in hand. Dead silence. Wind swept through the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. It made people want to cough, but no one dared to make a sound. Someone blinked hard, thinking they must be seeing things. Another girl rubbed her eyes, her fingertips trembling. On a rooftop, Dai Yaoyao exhaled a long, white breath. As she gazed at the figure below, a knowing smile curved her lips. "Just as I thought," she murmured, as if whispering to herself. Yu Feng was frozen in place, his mouth half open, unable to utter a single word. That was Xie Linyuan, a veritable mountain in Linen City, the pillar of the Xie family, a powerhouse whose mere presence could make the air seem to freeze. And now, that mountain had crumbled. In the center of the rubble and dust, Su Wuzhou stood. His clothes were torn and he was covered in grime, his breathing slightly ragged. But the hand that held his blade was steady as a rock. His eyes were as calm as a bottomless lake. No one dared to mock his disheveled state. Gazing into those depths, they felt a chill that seeped deep into their bones. No one had seen the strike. All they remembered was a flash of cold light, like lightning tearing through the night sky. A sickening thud of a blade cutting through flesh. And then, it was over. Its impossibility was what made it so terrifying. "This is impossible." Li Wangfeng's throat was dry, his voice as faint as a whisper in a dream. Defeating Xie Linyuan? He was confident he could do that. But kill him? A powerhouse whose aura alone could suffocate you if someone like that was determined to escape. Who could possibly stop him? And yet, here he was, dead. Just like that. This boy they had always called trash now possessed power on par with their own. No, a power that surpassed theirs. Li Wangfeng whipped his head around, his gaze stabbing into Qin Li like a dagger. "Qin Li, well played," he hissed, the words forced through clenched teeth. Qin Li's mind was a complete blank. He looked from the cooling corpse on the ground to the boy standing amidst the ruins, and felt as if his entire world had been turned upside down. He pinched his own thigh hard. A sharp pain shot through him. This wasn't a dream. Was that truly Su Wuzhou's strike? Or did Xie Linyuan somehow run into the blade himself? How could a long-renowned master make such a fatal mistake? In a corner, a young girl who had been hiding in the back pressed both hands tightly over her mouth. Her eyes were filled with pure shock and adoration. "Brother-in-law." Her voice trembled. "He's so strong." Qin Yunjia's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed audibly. He turned to Qin Qingmo, his voice raspy and dry. Qin Qingmo didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on the figure in the distance. The wind lifted a lock of her hair, brushing it against her flawless cheek, but she was oblivious. Only the faint tremor in her fingertips betrayed the tempest raging in her heart. Was this man really Su Wuzhou? The live-in son-in-law from her memories, the one who always cowered in corners, avoiding everyone's gaze? The husband she had despised from the very core of her being? The man she wouldn't even deign to look at? A sudden heat washed over her cheeks. Every scornful glance, every cold word she had ever given him, now felt like a needle turning back to pierce her own skin. When she had looked down on him so smugly, had he been laughing at her ignorance, her blindness, all along? Husband and wife. The words shattered in her mind, an utter mockery. They were the most familiar strangers in the world. She watched him. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. He was a wretched sight. Yet the hand that held his sword was as steady as a rock, and his spine was so straight it looked as if it could hold up the very heavens. If feelings could be controlled, they would not be called feelings. His words struck her heart like another hammer blow. All these years, enduring the scorn and insults of the entire city of Linen. What kind of hell had he been walking through? If it had been her, could she have survived it? Qin Qingmo's breath hitched. No, she couldn't have. She would have been like a wildflower after a hard frost, withered, broken, giving up on herself completely. Su Wuzhou, of course, was oblivious to the complicated gaze fixed on his back. The sword of annihilation had drained him of everything. The tip of his sword dropped, bracing against the scorched earth to support his swaying body. His chest rose and fell violently, each breath like swallowing shards of hot metal. The power within him had vanished. wrung out like the last drop of water from a sponge. But then, a hidden warmth bloomed in his core. It spread like a gentle stream through his parched limbs, rekindling the flame of life that had been about to flicker out. A faint touch of color returned to his ashen face. His gaze fell upon the still warm body of Xie Linyuan. It had been an enormous gamble. He'd had only one chance to draw his sword. And so, he had played the part of a patient hunter, using words as bait, luring his prey with clumsy-looking feints, guiding the man step by step into a waiting death trap. A master who had surpassed the limits of mortal men had fallen, just like that. News of this would sweep through the city like a storm. The jackals who coveted the Qin family's holdings, the ones circling and waiting to strike, would now have to reconsider if their fangs were sharp enough for the fight. The Qin family's morale needed a victory like this to be set ablaze. Slowly, Su Wuzhou turned his head. His gaze, like two daggers carved from ice, cut across the crowd and pinned Xie Guangping to his reclining chair. A violent shudder racked Xie Guangping's entire body. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. The mask of authority on his face shattered, leaving nothing but pure, bestial terror. "Uncle Mao, Uncle Li." His voice was a ragged, sobbing shriek. "Save me. Please, save me." A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Xie Guangping scrambled backward, his face ashen, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. He watched helplessly as Uncle Yuan's body collapsed, warm blood splattering near his feet. The guardian he thought was infallible was dead. Just like that. In a flash, two figures shot forward. One, built like an iron tower, blocked Qin Li's path, the harsh grate of clashing weapons splitting the air. The other landed solidly beside Xie Guangping, body coiled like a leopard guarding its kill, eyes locked on Su Wuzhou. Su Wuzhou slowly and deliberately wiped the blood from his blade with his sleeve, letting out a soft chuckle. "Kill you." He didn't even glance at Xie Guangping, his gaze fixed on the blade as if admiring a work of art. "You?" Xie Guangping's breath hitched. "Don't get the wrong idea," Su Wuzhou said, looking up. His gaze was as dismissive as if he were looking at an ant. "You're not important enough for me to dirty my blade again." The air around them seemed to freeze. A wave of suppressed gasps went through the crowd. All eyes focused on Xie Guangping like spotlights, filled with pity and a hint of mockery. "It seems I've been too quiet in the past," Su Wuzhou sighed, as if talking to himself. "So quiet that a few insects have started to delude themselves into thinking they're dragons." His gaze slowly shifted, moving past the trembling Xie Guangping to land on Mao Zhan, the head of the Mao family. The blade lifted slightly, pointing right at him. "You were quick to jump in. Care to give it a try?" The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding. They had just witnessed a flash of a blade too fast to see, slicing through an established master's protective aura as if it were tofu, killing him in an instant. Now, that same dripping blade was pointed at another of the city's titans. A muscle twitched in Mao Zhan's cheek. For decades, he had been a renowned figure. When had he ever been so brazenly challenged to his face? It was a naked humiliation, but he didn't dare move. The image of that strike replayed in his mind. It wasn't skill, it was power and speed in their purest form, and he had zero confidence he could block it. The weight of the entire Mao family rested on his shoulders. It was a gamble he couldn't afford to take. Too scared. A disappointed smirk touched Su Wuzhou's lips. How boring. In this whole great city of linen, there isn't a single person who can fight. He sheathed his long sword, but not before dragging the tip across the stone slabs with a teeth-grinding screech. "So, remember today? From now on, if you see me on the street, you walk the other way." A stiff smile suddenly forced its way onto Mao Zhan's ashen face. "Your strength is indeed beyond imagination, Su Wuzhou." But his voice turned cold and venomous, like a snake hissing by one's ear. "Do you really think you alone can protect the Qin family? This city's greatest talent is devouring lone wolves. Once the Qin family falls, how long do you and Qin Li think you'll last?" Su Wuzhou turned to face him. His voice was steady and clear, each word hammering into the hearts of everyone present like a nail. "I made a promise to someone. As long as I'm here," he said, "the Qin family will be safe." Su Wuzhou's gaze, calm as still water, settled on Mao Zhan. "And so, nothing will happen to the Qins." A thunderous laugh rumbled from deep in Mao Zhen's throat, making the very air vibrate. "Is that so?" he boomed, taking a step forward, his presence looming. The Qin Forge only managed to attract a following with a few pieces of scrap metal. If all those weapons turned to junk overnight, who do you suppose would still be trailing at their heels? Su Wuzhou nodded, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. "You're right. People always look out for themselves first. So, you're not a complete idiot." Mao Zhen's grin widened. "And if you understand that, then you should understand this. Break their foundation, and their followers will scatter. When that happens, I don't care how tough you and Qin Li are, how many blades can the two of you possibly fend off. Today is the end for the Qins. The Maos and the Lis are going to make sure not even a fly can get near the door of your precious weapons shop." Su Wuzhou smiled too. It was a smile completely devoid of warmth. "You still don't get it." Mao Zhen's laughter died in his throat. "What do you mean?" Su Wuzhou's eyes bored into him like a pair of awls. "I made a promise to a young woman that nothing would happen to the Qins." His voice wasn't loud, yet every word hammered into their ears like an iron spike. "And so, nothing will happen to the Qins." The corner of Mao Zhen's mouth twisted into a sneer. What a naive brat, beating a few old-timers, and now he thinks he can turn the tide? He couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Just wait, he thought. Before long, news of the Qin family's collapse would be all over the city. Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps approached, growing rapidly louder. An old servant stumbled and scrambled toward them, gasping for air. A smile bloomed across Mao Zhen's face like a poisonous flower. "It's here." The news he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. "Qin Li, your family's business is as good as ours." Li Wangfeng sneered from the side, certain of his victory. Qin Li, who had been silent until now, let out a low chuckle. He slowly raised his head, his eyes showing not a trace of panic, but rather a glint of mockery. "Price wars, buyouts, backstabbing. Are these the only tricks the Mao and Li families have up their sleeves? Still talking tough at death's door?" Li Wangfeng snapped. "The Qins have only been around for a few years. What kind of foundation could you possibly have? Without those fair-weather followers, there won't be anything left of you to bury." "You're right about all of that," Qin Li said, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through the other man. "But what if the Qin family's business hasn't collapsed?" Qin Li's gaze drifted to Su Wuzhou at his side. The young man simply stood there, a playful smirk on his face, as if watching a tedious drama unfold. "Qin Li, you've lost." Li Wangfeng's voice cut through the air, sharp and venomous as a poisoned blade. "We've prepared for this day for far too long. Every one of our weapons has been tempered with a warrior's will. Hold one in your hand, and you can feel it thirsting for battle. They're leagues beyond your scraps of metal. We've driven our prices into the dirt." Li Wangfeng spread his arms wide, as if embracing his victory. "Better quality, lower prices. The warriors of linen aren't fools. After today, no one will even remember the name of your Qin family." His grating laughter tore through the air. "Is that so?" Qin Li's smile remained calm, like the surface of a bottomless lake. Just then, a figure stumbled into the room, the Mao family's steward. His face was deathly pale, his chest heaving like a broken bellows as he struggled to speak. Mao Zhen grabbed him by the arm and roared, "Speak. Are our weapons selling like crazy?" "Yes, yes." The steward gasped, sweat soaking his collar. At first, everyone was in a frenzy, snapping them up. "Our storeroom." Li Wangfeng's wild laughter cut him off. "Qin Li, do you hear that? That's the sound of your family's empire crumbling." He took a step closer, his voice dripping with glee. "Crushing them with quality, slaughtering them on price. Tell me, how do you survive this?" He turned to the gasping steward and commanded, "Steward Mao, tell him, loud and clear, the Qin family shops are completely empty, not even a fly to be found, right?" The steward's lips trembled. After the price drop, the Qin shops, they were empty, it's true. Until Li Wangfeng cut him off again, his laughter booming even louder. "Did you hear that? This is despair. Everything you've painstakingly built, we've crushed it to dust in a single day." He leaned in close to Qin Li, his eyes filled with the arrogance of a man looking down on an ant. "Get out of linen, and we might just let you live out your days like a dog." Lordly, it's not like that." The steward finally managed to force out a complete sentence, his voice on the verge of tears. Li Wangfeng's face darkened, his eyes turning instantly to ice. You dare question me? Li Wangfeng shot a glare like a dagger at the loose-lipped butler. His lips remained still, but his eyes screamed a warning. Shut your mouth. But the butler, as if he hadn't seen a thing, lurched forward a step, his voice trembling. Masterly, it's not what you... Enough. Li Wangfeng's voice was like ice shattering on the ground. Rage threatened to erupt from him. Did this idiot intend to bellow out their real plan for everyone to hear? Mao Zhen's face darkened. He turned to Li Wangfeng, his voice tight, with suppressed fury. Get your man under control. Then, he whirled on his own clueless butler and snarled, Get back. No. Pushed to the brink. The butler tore himself free and shrieked with every ounce of his strength. You're the ones who should be quiet. Just listen to me. The air crackled and went still. Mao Zhen's face went crimson. A mere servant, daring to bellow at him in front of everyone? With a roar of fury, he swung his arm in a wide, whistling arc, bringing his open palm down toward the butler's cheek. The Qin family has those weapons too, the butler yelled, squeezing his eyes shut a split second before the blow landed. And theirs are better. Mao Zhen's hand froze, an inch from the butler's cheek. The gust from the aborted slap whipped the man's hair across his face. What did you say? Mao Zhen's arm trembled in midair, each word forced through clenched teeth. You worthless cur, if you're spouting nonsense. It's the gospel truth. The butler, fear forgotten, blurted out the words in a frantic rush. After we dropped our prices, the shop was mobbed. People were fighting to get in. But about an hour ago, the Qin family shop suddenly put out their own weapons, ones that nourish a warrior's energy. You can feel a warmth just by holding theirs, and they glow brighter. Now everyone is calling us frauds. They're blocking the doors, demanding we take back the worthless scrap we sold them. The last trace of color drained from Mao Zhen's face. He seized the butler by the collar, hauling the man off his feet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared into the butler's face. Is it true, master? You have to see for yourself. The butler choked out, his face turning purple from the tight grip on his collar. Ha ha ha. A soft chuckle cut through the tension. Qin Li strolled over, arms crossed, a predatory cat and mouse grin playing on his lips. Brother Mao, brotherly, why don't we all go take a look together? Mao Zhen shoved the butler aside. The man crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. Without a second glance, Mao Zhen rasped a single word from deep in his throat. Move. The crowd of his men, so aggressive just moments before, fell silent. With grim faces, they fell in line behind him, striding toward the nearest of their shops. The crowd of onlookers sensed the brewing storm and began to buzz with excitement, trailing close behind like flies drawn to the scent of blood. The street filled with the sound of frantic, disordered footsteps. Mao Zhen was at the head of the pack, his own weapons shop just ahead. And directly across from it, the Qin family's establishment was ablaze with light, roaring with the sound of a massive crowd, a triumphant beast reveling in its victory. Turning the corner, the scene was one of stark contrast. In front of the Qin family's shop, there was dead silence. Across the street, the Mao family's shop was a kicked-over hornet's nest, swarmed by an angry mob so thick you couldn't see the door. At first, he thought they were just flush with business. But the sound was wrong. It wasn't the excitement of buyers, but a roar simmering with violence. Refunds. You pack of frauds, a coarse voice bellowed. This sword can't even chop through a block of wood. And you call it the best in linen? Pathetic. That's right. The new swords the Qins are selling today cost the same and are 100 times better. Give us our money back, or we're tearing your sign down today. A burly man slammed the sword in his hand onto the ground. With a resounding clang, sparks flew. I scrimped and saved every coin I had, and all I got was this pile of scrap iron. Refunds. Refunds. The crowd surged toward the entrance like a tidal wave, making the wooden doors groan under the pressure. A few clerks, their faces pale as sheets, threw their bodies against the doors, as if holding back a pack of starving wolves. Just then, a clear, mocking voice, sharp as a razor, sliced through the din. Gentlemen, save your anger. The Mao family knew the Qins were about to release their masterwork blades. That's why they rushed to sell off this junk at a discount. They were just trying to swindle whoever they could before getting caught. The words were like oil thrown on a fire. What? They're playing us for fools. The crowd's fury coalesced into a single wave of sound that threatened to tear the roof off. On the second floor of the shop, the faces of Mao Zun and Li Wangfeng turned ashen. Li Wangfeng's pupils contracted, his eyes locking onto the source of the voice. "Zhao Shun," he hissed through clenched teeth, his voice like a striking viper. "We spared your worthless life, and you dare to come back here to die?" Outside the crowd, Zhao Shun stood, his posture ramrod straight, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Why wouldn't I dare?" he asked, his voice calm and strong. "The Zhao family is also one of the great houses of Linen City. The worthless trash of a fallen family dares to speak of a great house." Li Wangfeng gave a furious laugh, his voice dripping with murderous intent. "There's no place left for you in Linen." Before his words had even faded, he roared, "You're courting death." The flagstones beneath Li Wangfeng's feet instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. He became a blur of motion, leaping from the second-story window. His right hand formed a palm strike, tearing through the air with a searing current of energy as he aimed straight for Zhao Shun's head. Zhao Shun didn't flinch, his gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. He raised his own palm to meet the blow, his movement unhurried but carrying the immovable weight of a mountain. The two palms met. Boom. A muffled thunderclap, like a giant drum struck by a war hammer. A visible shockwave of force erupted from their center, sending the surrounding crowd stumbling backward in a cloud of swirling dust. Their palms slammed together. Boom. A deep, muffled explosion, as if the very air had shattered. An invisible storm erupted from their point of impact, kicking dust and debris from the street high into the air. Those closest to the blast were sent flying backward as if struck by an unseen beast. They screamed as they slammed into walls, collapsing in tangled heaps. Li Wangfeng staggered back 2 large steps, the flagstones beneath his feet fracturing with every inch. He forced himself steady, his chest churning. His eyes were locked on the man opposite him, wide with shock and utter disbelief. "Your strength," he rasped, his throat as dry as tinder. Zhao Shun, however, merely gave his hand a casual shake, as if he'd done nothing more than brush a speck of dust from his sleeve. He stood perfectly still, unmoved. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, a glint of cold satisfaction in his eyes. "What's the matter?" "Surprised?" he said slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear. "It seems, Li Wangfeng, that you haven't improved at all over the years." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Whispers spread through the onlookers like wildfire. "It's Zhao Shun. But wasn't his core shattered? I thought he was crippled. Gods, I felt it. That pressure, it's suffocating. He's back. The prodigy is truly back." No wonder he dared to challenge the Li family directly. The balance of power in Linen City is about to be upended. Every word was a needle in Li Wangfeng's ears. His face was as black as thunder, and a muscle in his jaw twitched with fury. "Zhao Shun," he roared, his voice thick with unrestrained killing intent. "Even if you clawed your way back from the grave, you dare provoke my family?" "No need to shout," Zhao Shun said, casually cleaning an ear. His posture was as relaxed as a man strolling through his own garden. "I'm not here to provoke anyone. I'm just here to see that justice is served." He swept his arm out, pointing toward the doors of the armory behind him. "Everyone." His voice boomed like a great bell. "Did you spend your hard-earned silver on weapons that will save your lives in battle, or on scrap metal that will fail you when you need it most?" His words were the spark that ignited the crowd's fury. "Refunds," a voice cried out from the crowd. "Refunds," a dozen more voices joined in. "Refunds, refunds, refunds." In moments, the calls swelled from dozens to hundreds, a thunderous roar that shook the very street. The crowd surged forward like an enraged beast, slamming against the shop's flimsy wooden doors. The planks groaned, threatening to give way. "Master," one of the Li family's clerks cried out, his voice shrill with desperation. He was deathly pale, bracing his body against the doors. Li Wangfeng's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He could feel hundreds of eyes on him, sharp as daggers. He could hear the roar of the crowd, a war drum pounding against his nerves. "Suppress them?" The Li family's century-old reputation, built on integrity above all, would be shattered in an instant. Give them refunds? He would become the laughingstock of Linen City, and the Li family's prestige would plummet. His gaze cut through the seething crowd, locking onto Zhao Shun's infuriatingly calm face like a viper striking its prey. He ground the words out through clenched teeth. Zhao Shun, you've played a deep game. The crowd was an angry tide, pounding against the doors of the Li family armory. Refunds? Liars. The Qin family's weapons are 10 times better than yours. Refunds? The roars were deafening. On the second floor of the shop, Li Wangfeng's face was ashen. His knuckles were white where he gripped the window frame, so hard he could feel the floorboards tremble with each slam against the door below. The sea of heads outside was an ocean poised to drown him. Across the street, in a private room of a tea house, Qin Li watched the scene unfold in silence. He didn't speak, merely shifted his gaze to the man beside him, Zhao Shun, who was calmly sipping his tea. It had all happened so fast that it still felt unreal. Qin Li's mind flashed back to a few days ago. That rainy night, Zhao Shun had appeared before him out of nowhere. At first, Qin Li had dismissed him as some down-on-his-luck madman. That was until Zhao Shun gently set down his teacup. Instantly, a crushing pressure enveloped the room. The very air seemed to turn to frozen amber, and Qin Li felt his breath catch in his throat. It was then he understood. The man before him possessed a power beyond his comprehension. Then, Zhao Shun had produced the swords. They weren't just sharp. Each blade seemed to thrum with a life of its own, radiating a cold thirst for battle. Though the edges were perfectly still, they felt like they could slice your eyes just by looking at them. The Qin family provides the steel. The Zhao family forges the soul. Zhao Shun's voice had been soft. Together, we will bring those two families crashing down from the heavens and shatter them to pieces. Delay the sale. Spread rumors in the shadows. And at the most critical moment, deliver the killing blow. Each step had been executed with the precision of a viper's strike. Qin Li pulled his thoughts back to the present, his eyes once again finding the desperate face across the street. He felt no pity. Li Wangfeng, you wanted to climb to the top over the corpses of my Qin family. A pity you had no idea what you were provoking, a tiger that had been lying in wait for who knows how long. The game Zhao was playing was on a scale that terrified even him. You thought to bury the Qin family, but you were only digging your own graves. Ha! Zhao Shun's laugh wasn't loud, but it was brimming with glee. Do you hear that, Master Li? Your customers are singing for you. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land precisely on Li Wangfeng. His voice was quiet, yet it seemed to whisper directly in the other man's ear. I'd advise against it. The moment you refund one person's money, you open the floodgates. Every customer who ever bought a weapon from you will swarm in like sharks, smelling blood in the water. Does the Li family have that much silver to bleed? Crack! A loud bang erupted as the shop door splintered. Splinters flew. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the frenzied mob surged with even greater force. Li Wangfeng shuddered. He could hear the weapons on the counters rattling from the vibrations. Any more of this, and the entire shop would be torn to shreds. Looting, burning, he couldn't bear to imagine the rest. Summoning every last bit of his strength, he let out a ragged roar from deep in his throat. Refunds. Li Wangfeng's jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheeks bunching into hard knots. He forced two words through his teeth. Give the refunds. The decision was like swallowing a red-hot coal, scorching his throat. But he had no other choice. Yes, sir. The Li family clerk looked as if he'd been granted a pardon, the tension draining from his body in an instant. He scrambled to open the cash box, the clatter of metal coins drowning out the noise of the crowd. While counting, he bellowed to another clerk, Quick, get word to all our other shops in the city. Tell them to do the same. Just then, a leisurely voice cut through the chaos. Tisk, TSK. The Li family, one of the 6 pillars of Linen City, brought to its knees by a pack of street brawlers. What a tragic tale. Su Wuzhou emerged from the crowd, a playful smirk on his face. His eyes locked onto Li Wangfeng's livid expression. Qin Li shot him a complicated glance but, for once, held his tongue. Zhao Shun, meanwhile, took a quiet step to the side, ceding the center of attention to Su Wuzhou. The silent gesture was a statement in itself. The affairs of my Li family are not for some wet behind-the-ears brat like you to comment on, Li Wangfeng said, his voice hoarse with suppressed fury. Oh, Su Wuzhou chuckled. Are we still talking about seniority? You should be more concerned with how you and Patriarch Mao are going to explain this, and how your two families plan to survive from here on out. The words were a bucket of ice water dumped over the heads of Li Wangfeng and Mao Sheng. A chill shot through their bodies. Their gazes involuntarily shot to Zhao Xin. With him and Qin Li standing together, plus a man like Su Wuzhou who could kill a top-tier master with his bare hands, their opponent's combined strength could now rival that of their own two families. The deadliest threat, however, was Qin Qingmo. The woman's power had awakened, allowing her to touch a higher realm. They had planned to clip her wings before she could truly fly, but now who would dare make a move against her? Tom was on her side. In a few more years, who in all of Linen would be able to stop her? Let's go, Li Wangfeng snarled, grabbing the arm of the shell-shocked Mao Sheng beside him. They had to get back at once and figure out a counter-strategy. Leaving so soon, Su Wuzhou's voice followed them like a shadow. I was hoping to propose a business deal to the two patriarchs. For instance, what if we joined forces to swallow up the Xie family? Li Wangfeng stopped dead in his tracks and whirled around, his eyes like poisoned daggers pinning Su Wuzhou in place. Don't celebrate too soon. You've won one round, that's all. We'll see who has the last laugh. The smile on Su Wuzhou's face only widened. He shook his head as if he'd heard a terrible joke. I'm serious, Patriarch Li, Patriarch Mao, he said, spreading his hands in an earnest gesture. A linen city without the Xie family benefits all of us. Why not consider it? Li Wangfeng took a step forward, leaning in close. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper meant only for Su Wuzhou's ears. You know something, Su Wuzhou? People like you tend not to live very long. Li Wangfeng's eyes were like daggers, pinned on Su Wuzhou. But Su Wuzhou merely shrugged, a lazy smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You know something? He began, his voice low but carrying to every year. All these years, everyone else called me scum, a parasite. You know why I never argued back? The question dropped like a stone into a silent pond. All eyes, including Qin Qingmo's luminous gaze, snapped to him. Because of something I once read, Su Wuzhou said, pausing like a storyteller, milking the moment for all it was worth. What was it? Qin Yunjie couldn't help but ask. It said that the good die young. Su Wuzhou grinned, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. Patriarchally, I'm working so hard to be a menace because I want to live a long life. I'm terrified of dying, you see. A wave of sharp, indrawn breaths swept through the crowd, punctuated by a few muttered curses. The excuse was utterly, ridiculously absurd. Li Wangfeng's face turned a shade of livid purple. A strangled noise rattled in his throat, but he couldn't force out a single word. Finally, with a violent flick of his sleeves, he turned and stormed away, his men scrambling after him. His footsteps were heavy and hurried, as if fleeing a nightmare. Safe travels, patriarchs. Su Wuzhou's voice boomed after them. The Qin family is hosting a banquet tonight. Be sure to send your men. We need to have a nice, long chat about how to carve up the Xie family's territory. Only after their harried figures disappeared around the corner did Su Wuzhou turn to Qin Li. Uncle Qin, he said lightly, don't forget to prepare a feast for tonight. Qin Li's brow was deeply furrowed, his voice laced with doubt. Do you really think they'll come? That they turn on the Xie family for you? Whether they come or not is irrelevant, Su Wuzhou said calmly. What matters is planting a thorn in the Xie family's side. The moment they start to suspect the others, my goal is accomplished. Qin Li stared at Su Wuzhou's profile, a foreign, unnerving chill creeping into his heart. He truly couldn't understand this young man anymore. Ever since the wedding, it was as if he were a different person entirely. His actions were wild, yet terrifyingly precise. Every move seemed like reckless nonsense, yet each one struck exactly where it needed to. And just moments ago, he had personally killed an expert formidable enough to shake the entire city. Uncle Qin, stop staring. Is there something on my face? Su Wuzhou asked, turning back with a cheeky grin. There's still a huge mess in the city to clean up. I'll leave you to it. He shot a glance at Zhao Shun's corpse on the ground, his expression no different than if he were looking at a pile of inconvenient trash. Then, With a casual wave, he laced his hands behind his head and sauntered off, whistling a jaunty tune. In his wake, a dead silence descended. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on his retreating, nonchalant figure. The faint, metallic tang of blood still lingered in the air. No one could quite believe that this was the boy who had, just moments before, ended the life of a renowned master with such clean, brutal efficiency. "Stop!" A cool, crisp voice called out. Qin Qingmo caught up in a few quick steps, blocking Su Wuzhou's path. In the dim light of the evening, her eyes shone like wet obsidian. Her lips parted slightly. "I'll walk back with you." Su Wuzhou froze for a second, then the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. He said nothing, simply reaching out and naturally taking her hand in his. Her hand was cool, like a piece of jade. It felt delicate in his grasp, yet stiff with a subtle resistance. His palm was warm and dry. He gently tightened his grip, completely enveloping her cool skin. Warmth flooded Qin Qingmo's cheeks, as if they'd been scorched by a flame. She tried to pull her hand back as if shocked. "Don't move." Su Wuzhou's voice was low, a gentle command that left no room for argument. "Your hands are freezing. It's not good for you. I don't need you to." Her voice trembled as she tugged again. Su Wuzhou didn't let go. Instead, his grip firmed. He sighed, his gaze drifting to a dim, distant streetlight. A sudden weariness crept into his voice. "People were talking about me behind my back today." He spoke slowly, his tone detached, as if recounting a story about someone else. "They said the Qin family's live-in son-in-law has a life worse than a dog's." Qin Qingmo stopped struggling. Her hand was still in his. The warmth from his palm felt like a small flame, its heat spreading all the way to her chest. His gaze returned to her face, his voice dropping lower. "They don't think we're like a married couple at all. That's why they feel so free to mock me. When it comes down to it, it's because I'm worthless. I haven't been able to make you truly accept me." Her eyelashes fluttered, but this time, she didn't pull her hand away. She knew there was an element of performance in his words. But she also knew that the stinging insults he spoke of were real. Perhaps letting him hold her hand in public could silence some of the gossip. It was the only compensation she, as his wife, could offer him. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. "Sis, brother-in-law, wait up." Qin Yunjie rushed over like a gust of wind, a wide grin plastered on his face. The tender moment shattered like a mirror struck by a stone. Su Wuzhou slowly turned his head. There was still a smile on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. He stared at Qin Yunjie and spoke, his voice dangerously calm. "Yunjie, it just occurred to me. Your fighting skills are still far too lacking." Qin Yunjie froze mid-step, the smile stiffening on his face. Su Wuzhou clapped him on the shoulder. The pressure was neither light nor heavy, but it made Qin Yunjie flinch. "Looks like I'll have to find some time to give you some proper training." Qin Yunjie opened his mouth, but staring into Su Wuzhou's bottomless eyes, he couldn't get a single word out. What did I do to set him off? This time. In the counting house, the clatter of abacus beads sounded like a sudden, sharp patter of rain. Sack after sack of silver was dumped onto the long mahogany table, the sound a heavy, yet crisp clatter. The metal gleamed seductively under the dim, yellow lamplight. Zhao Shun nudged a silver ingot with his finger, but his expression was devoid of any pleasure. Qin Li's eyes swept over the modest mound of silver on the table. His voice was laced with a certain hoarseness. "Is this all?" "We won, but not by much," Zhao Shun sighed, tossing the ingot back into the pile with a clank. "Those old gamblers, every last one of them is as cunning as a devil. They were afraid the Zhao family couldn't cover the losses, so they all held back on their bets. All told, it's barely 10,000 taels." Qin Li fell silent for a moment, the candlelight flickering in his deep-set eyes. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "Old Zhao, you knew Su Wuzhou was going to win all along, didn't you?" Zhao Shun's hand, toying with the silver, froze. He looked up, a complex emotion flitting across his eyes, as quick as a spark in the wind. Of course he knew. He didn't just know Su Wuzhou would win, he knew the terrifying power hidden within the Qin family's son-in-law. That sword intent, those healing arts, the Zhao family's very salvation had been orchestrated by that young man. But the kid, Su Wuzhou, had specifically warned him not to breathe a word of it to his father-in-law. At the thought, Zhao Shun let out a booming laugh that echoed in the counting house, sounding strangely hollow. He's your son-in-law, Brother Qin. Of course I had faith in him. Old Zhao. Qin Li's voice grew heavy, like a stone dropped into a deep well. Let's stop playing games. He stared hard into Zhao Shun's eyes, enunciating each word. That impossibly sharp sword intent that couldn't have been yours. What's more, Su Wuzhou seems to know our plans inside and out. You've known him for a while, haven't you? The smile on Zhao Shun's face faltered, then dissolved into an inscrutable mask. He said nothing, only continuing to smile as his fingers drummed a light rhythm on the tabletop. To Qin Li, the silence was an admission. Qin Li's breath caught. A light flashed in his eyes, as if he'd just found the missing piece of a map. I see, he whispered, a look of dawning realization on his face. I finally see. Zhao Shun stared, dumbfounded. There's a master backing Su Wuzhou. Qin Li's voice trembled with excitement. I knew it. How else could he have transformed so completely overnight? And you, stepping up to help me, that was the master's arrangement too, wasn't it? It all makes sense now. A man like Brother Su, how could his son be left without a guardian? Zhao Shun's mouth hung open, his face a mask of disbelief. He'd thought Qin Li had figured out it was Su Wuzhou himself, but he never imagined he'd leap to a conclusion so much grander. But Qin Li was completely lost in his own theory, growing more agitated with every word. Those dozen swords that appeared from nowhere at my estate, that piercing sword aura, it was the master, trying to send me a message. He slammed his fist on the table, sending the silver ingots scattering with a loud clatter. What an idiot! Qin Li growled in frustration. To think it took me this long to see it. I've just been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. He paused, his eyes boring into Zhao Shun. That master, he sought you out because he couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Is that right, Brother Zhao? Zhao Shun's throat went dry. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. I understand. Qin Li nodded, lowering his voice. If you can't talk about it, then don't. A figure of his stature wouldn't deign to set foot in a hornet's nest like linen. Too much trouble. He let out a breath, his eyes filled with awe. You pass a message to him for me. Qin Li's mouth is harder than stone. All right. Zhao Shun nodded stiffly, his mind a chaotic mess. A master? That's your son-in-law. What kind of look would he have on his face if he knew this was all orchestrated by that good-for-nothing son-in-law of his? That boy Su Wuzhou's combat techniques, every single move is flawless, like flowing water, yet hard as steel. The way he is now, he could even cut down those old monsters who have been cultivating for decades. Qin Li's voice was full of emotion. That master is simply divine. To be able to sculpt him from a lump of useless mud into a piece of priceless jade. He slammed his hand on the table, which let out a dull thud. I am grateful to him. At least now, when 100 years have passed, I'll finally have the face to meet my old friends from the Su family. A laugh almost escaped Zhao Shun's throat. He coughed abruptly, forcing a change of subject. Brother Qin, let us not dwell on the past. We should discuss how to press our advantage and completely crush the Mao and Li families. The plan? Hasn't the master already laid it out? Qin Li's expression instantly became cold and focused. We'll do exactly as he said. As for you, Brother Zhao, you won't be shorted a single coin of your reward. My Qin family never mistreats its friends. When you're ready to rebuild the Zhao family, the Qin family will provide the men and the money. Then I thank you, Brother Qin. A fire ignited in Zhao Shun's eyes as well. Good. We'll stick to the plan. I'll make the names of the Mao and Li families a dirty joke in this city, until there's no place left for them to stand. Haha. Qin Li let out a low, powerful laugh. It was a laugh that seemed to carry years of repressed gloom, now blown away as if by a gale-force wind. Meanwhile, Qin Yunjie stood before the imposing gates of the Shi family, his feet rooted to the spot. He tugged on Su Wuzhou's sleeve, confusion written all over his face. Brother-in-law, what are we doing here? Su Wuzhou didn't answer right away. He turned slowly, the ghost of a smile on his lips. His gaze was like a cold probe, sweeping across Qin Yunjie's face before finally locking onto his eyes. The look made the hairs on the back of Qin Yunjie's neck stand on end. What are you staring at my eyes for? He asked, unnerved. Su Wuzhou's smile widened. He leaned in abruptly, his lips almost brushing against Qin Yunjia's ear, and spoke in a soft, breathy whisper only they could hear. "It's nothing. I just think your eyes are beautiful." "Your eyes?" Su Wuzhou's voice was tinged with a smile. He leaned in close to Qin Yunjia and murmured, "There's something precious in them. You'd best keep them safe." Qin Yunjia took an instinctive step back, his hand flying to his eyes. He turned, trying to catch his reflection in a nearby puddle to see for himself. Were they really that special? "Sister," he said, catching up to Qin Qingmo, his voice laced with confusion. "My eyes, what's wrong with them? Please, just tell me." Qin Qingmo didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. Her voice was as cold as ice. "He's right. Protect them." Qin Yunjia was utterly stunned. Before he could ask another question, Su Wuzhou had already taken Qin Qingmo by the hand, striding through the wide, open gates of the Shi estate. An air of chaos washed over them. In the courtyard, servants scurried about like panicked ants, frantically hauling trunks and furniture. The grating screech of a wooden chest being dragged across the stone pavers filled the air. A celadone vase slipped from one servant's grasp and shattered on the ground with a sharp, ringing crack. "Halt!" A harsh command cut through the noise. "Shing! Shing!" The sharp ring of steel being unsheathed sliced through the clamor. Several guards burst from the crowd, their gleaming steel blades catching the sun with a cold glint. The tips were aimed squarely at Su Wuzhou. The air instantly went taut. Yet Su Wuzhou acted as if he hadn't even seen the blades. The smile on his face only widened. "Well now, what's all this? Such a grand welcome. Are you afraid I'm going to eat you?" The guards' faces went pale, sweat beading on the hands that gripped their blades, yet none of them dared to move an inch closer. Su Wuzhou's gaze swept past them, settling on a figure. "Shi Sheng, you haven't forgotten our wager, have you?" Shi Sheng stood in the shadow of a veranda pillar, looking as though all the life had been drained out of him. His robes were stained with dust, and his hair was a mess. The once shrewd eyes were now nothing but dull, dead embers. He never would have dreamed that Su Wuzhou could win, let alone slay an expert of that realm. The Shi family was finished. The thought gnawed at him like a venomous snake. He stepped out from the shadows, his voice a dry rasp, as if his throat were lined with sand. "I concede." "Concede?" Su Wuzhou scoffed, gesturing toward the mahogany furniture being hauled out. "Then what is all this? Gutting the place and leaving an empty shell for me. And you think I won't be angry?" The word struck Shi Sheng like a physical blow. Color flooded his face, only to drain away, leaving it deathly pale. He sputtered. The wager was for the estate. It said nothing about personal belongings. Su Wuzhou took a single step forward. Thud. The sound seemed to land on everyone's chest. He tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. His voice dropped to a murmur, as soft and intimate as a lover's whisper. "Are you trying to reason with me?" A muscle in Shi Sheng's jaw twitched. Blood surged up his neck, then drained away just as violently, leaving his face a livid shade of gray. "Su Wuzhou," he ground out, his voice a low hiss. "Don't push things too far." The words had barely left his lips when the air filled with the rasp of steel. A dozen or so Shi family warriors drew their blades in unison. The cold glint of their steel wove into a cage, trapping Su Wuzhou and his two companions in the center. Qin Yunjia sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively shrinking behind Su Wuzhou. He could feel the cold of the blades across the air, as if they were already pressed against his skin. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his sister's hand, held firmly in Su Wuzhou's grasp. Su Wuzhou let out a soft chuckle and gestured to his own chest with his free hand. "Who are you trying to scare?" he said, his voice lazy. "I'm standing right here. If you've got the guts, make your move." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the bundles on the floor. "The moment one of those blades so much as grazes me," he continued, "everything you've gathered from this house, consider it a gift." Qin Yunjia's heart leaped into his throat. Was he insane? This was just pouring oil on the fire. The warmth from Su Wuzhou's palm remained steady, but Qin Qingmo's fingers tightened slightly in his. An unseen current of air began to swirl around her, the hem of her dress stirring though there was no wind. Her gaze flickered to his profile. There wasn't a trace of tension on his face, only the detached amusement of someone watching a play. The air seemed to freeze. The only movement was the cold light of the blades, dancing across their faces. Shishang's chest heaved like a caged beast's. He stared at Su Wuzhou, the killing intent in his eyes so potent it was almost palpable. 1 second. 2. Finally, the fire in his eyes went out. "Put it down," he commanded, his voice a raw rasp. "We're leaving." With a series of heavy thuds, the bundles were thrown to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Yunjia was frozen in place. He stared at the dejected Shi family warriors, at the mixture of humiliation and fear on their faces. All because of a few words. A single, casual threat. The prestigious Shi family of Linen, one of the city's great houses, didn't even have the courage to truly draw their blades. At that moment, Qin Yunjia's throat felt dry. When he looked at Su Wuzhou's back again, the man seemed to have grown taller, becoming as solid and immovable as a mountain. "Wait." Just as Shishang turned to leave, Su Wuzhou's lazy voice spoke up again. Shishang whipped around, his eyes shot with blood. A scorching wave of energy erupted from him, so powerful it sent their clothes whipping in the sudden wind. "What more could you possibly want?" he snarled. "Are you determined to see this through to mutual destruction? Even if it's the last thing we do, my Shi family will take a pound of flesh from you." Su Wuzhou's gaze drifted past him to the bundles on the ground, as if he were looking at a pile of unwanted trash. "A pound of flesh?" Su Wuzhou scoffed. "From you lot." He held up 3 fingers. 3,000 taels. "For you to get lost. Take everything inside," Su Wuzhou said, his voice eerily calm. "I just want the house." He leaned against a vermilion pillar, a faint smile playing on his lips, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. The smile was brilliant, yet like the winter sun, it held no warmth. Qin Qingmo stood to the side, her brow furrowed slightly. She shot Su Wuzhou a puzzled glance. What good is an empty house? Shishang's Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. The air felt like it had frozen, thick with the sound of labored breathing. Su Wuzhou took 2 steps forward, shattered roof tiles crunching underfoot. 3,000 taels, he said, holding up 3 fingers. "For your lives. And I'll even throw in everything in the house. A fair trade, don't you think?" 3,000 taels. The number was a needle, piercing Shishang to the core. Hidden in his sleeves, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. I don't have that much silver on me," Shishang said, his voice dry and raspy. "I'll have someone bring it." "Fine," Su Wuzhou said with a dismissive wave, as if swatting away a fly. "Go. Now," Shishang growled, a tremor in his voice. As if granted a royal pardon, the Shi disciples scrambled to snatch their bundles from the floor, stumbling over each other in a desperate rush for the door. "No need to rush," Su Wuzhou's lazy drawl drifted after them. "Take your time. I'm a man of my word." Shishang's back was already drenched in a cold sweat. He kept his eyes fixed on Su Wuzhou, watching as his clansmen made it safely through the gate one by one. Only then did his tense shoulders finally slump as he let out a ragged breath. Just as he turned to leave, a dull thud sounded behind him. Shishang whipped around. His daughter, Shirmei, was kneeling ramrod straight before Su Wuzhou, her forehead pressed to the cold flagstones. "Please, my lord, take me with you." Her voice trembled, but the words were clear. "Shirmei is willing to be your servant, your slave." "You." The breath caught in Shishang's throat, and his vision swam. He pointed a trembling finger at his daughter on the ground, his lips quivering, unable to form a complete word. You wretched girl." Su Wuzhou looked down, his gaze settling on the kneeling figure. He couldn't see her face, only the waterfall of jet-black hair spilling over her shoulders, revealing the pale, slender nape of her neck. Her body trembled, like a leaf in the wind. "Get up. Do you hear me?" Shishang finally roared, his voice as raw as a wounded animal's. The young woman lifted her head, tears carving clean tracks through the grime on her cheeks. "Father," she whispered, her voice full of despair. I don't want to die." Shirmei slowly lifted her head. Beneath the night sky, her pale, oval face was as beautiful as a piece of flawless, translucent jade. Her features were exquisite, yet utterly bloodless, like a statue carved from ice and snow. "What do you mean?" Shishang's breath caught in his throat, a flash of fury searing away his reason. "So you won't die?" You'll kneel at our enemy's feet and beg for your life? Father, Shirmei's voice was soft, yet unnervingly clear. If you had shown even a shred of courage today and ordered our family to fight to the death, I wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. Even if he were a mountain, we could have toppled him with the weight of our lives. She paused, her gaze fixed on her father. But you were afraid. You don't even have the courage to risk it all. Following a coward is a death sentence. And I don't want to die. There was no sorrow in her voice, only an icy calm. My mother traded her life for mine. I can't just throw it away. I can't let her sacrifice be for nothing. Insolent girl. Shi Sheng trembled with rage, the hand he pointed at her shaking. You dare accuse me? You see. A derisive smile curled Shirmei's lips. You only ever dare to yell at me. In your eyes, my life has never been worth anything. You go your way, and I'll go mine. So why bother with me? Shi Sheng's face flushed a dark crimson, and his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. But Shirmei didn't spare him another glance. She turned to Su Wuzhou, bowing even lower and pressing her forehead hard against the cold ground. Her voice was hoarse. I beg you, grant me a chance to live. Shirmei, get up. Shi Sheng roared, lunging forward like an enraged beast to drag her away. But Shirmei was faster. She dropped low and, like a startled shadow, darted behind Su Wuzhou in a flash. Shi Sheng froze mid-stride, his face thunderous. Father! Shirmei's voice came from behind Su Wuzhou, laced with a hint of pleading. I just want to live. Why must you force my hand? Who's asking you to die? Shi Sheng bellowed. A faint sigh escaped Shirmei, her voice as soft as a whisper but laced with venom. Li Qingfei, Mao Yongliang, Xie Guangping. The way they look at me. Don't pretend you don't know. Her voice trailed off, and a deathly silence fell over the courtyard. Just like back then, she lifted her eyes, her gaze piercing the darkness to fix on Shi Sheng's face. How my mother died. Do you really not know? Xia Mao and Li. Those three. Shirmei's voice was a whisper, like a cold feather drifting down into the dead air. And my two dear brothers. 5 in all. Her gaze cut across the crowd, 2 poison daggers aimed straight at Shi Sheng. You stood by and watched what they did to my mother. You didn't say a word. Shi Sheng's face instantly turned the color of beetroot, a vein throbbing at his temple. A guttural, animalistic growl tore from his throat. Shut your mouth. See? You can get angry after all. A mocking smile touched Shirmei's lips, but her voice remained terrifyingly calm. You're angry they sullied your most beautiful prize. But you didn't dare make a sound. You were afraid of them. She paused, each word twisting like salt in Shi Sheng's wounds. After she died, you wrapped her in a ragged straw mat and threw her out. Like a piece of trash. And through it all, you never once looked at me. You couldn't even protect your own wife. You can't even protect your own daughter. You saw how those men surrounded me afterward. You didn't miss it. You just turned your head away. Father, she said, the words softer than a whisper but sharper than any curse. If I stay with you, will I be the next one you give away? The rage on Shi Sheng's face vanished as if doused by a bucket of ice water, leaving only ash and defeat. He stared at his daughter, his lips moving without sound before a dry, raspy voice emerged. You think you'll survive by siding with your enemy? It's better than following you down a path that leads only to a certain death. Shirmei didn't spare him another glance. She turned, the hem of her dress carving a decisive arc through the air. She walked toward Su Wuzhou and knelt before him. The sound of her knees hitting the floor was soft, yet it landed with a heavy thud. I am willing to serve you, my lord. I will pour your tea, or do anything you ask. Su Wuzhou looked down, studying the woman at his feet with keen interest. A playful smirk touched his lips. Trying to buy my favor with yourself? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. What makes you think I'd be interested? He chuckled, but there was no warmth in the sound. Beside him, Qin Yunjia let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank God, he thought. His brother-in-law might be unconventional, but at least his brain hasn't been addled by a pretty face. He still knows friend from foe. But then Su Wuzhou turned to Qin Qingmo, his expression shifting in an instant to one of profound sorrow. I must do some serious self-reflection. Confusion filled Qin Qingmo's clear eyes. What? Confusion filled Qin Qingmo's eyes. She cocked her head to the side, her voice laced with disbelief. Are you actually blaming yourself? Su Wuzhou let out a heavy sigh, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. I've been thinking, it must be my own fault. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Shi Mei on the ground before returning to Qin Qingmo, his expression one of utmost sincerity. It's because I'm not yet perfect enough that I give these women the delusion they actually have a chance, making them bold enough to approach me like this. A dead silence fell. The very air seemed to freeze. For the first time, Qin Qingmo's usually serene composure cracked. Her chest heaved, and she finally forced 2 words through her teeth. Shut up. Shi Sheng let out a harsh sneer and stepped forward, roughly grabbing Shi Mei's arm. Did you hear that? Beauty isn't everything. He looked down on her, his eyes filled with contempt. He doesn't want you. Now get up. You're leaving with me. A violent tremor ran through Shi Mei's body. Prostrate on the ground, she dug her fingernails into the cold flagstones, biting her lip until it was drained of color. Despair washed over her like ice water. She had thought a man who would abandon his own wedding to go carousing would never refuse a beautiful woman who offered herself to him. But she had forgotten who she was. She was the daughter of his enemy. Qin Yunjie puffed out his chest like a triumphant general, shielding Su Wuzhou. Don't embarrass yourself with such a pathetic ploy. He shot Shi Mei a contemptuous glance. My brother-in-law isn't falling for your act. Who says I'm not? A lazy voice drawled. Su Wuzhou pushed Qin Yunjie aside and studied Shi Mei on the ground with keen interest, the corner of his mouth curving into a mischievous grin. This is my favorite kind of act. He held out a hand to Shi Mei, his voice soft yet commanding. Get up. You're staying. Qin Yunjie's jaw nearly hit the floor. Qin Qingmo's gaze turned instantly to ice. She snatched her hand back, the one Su Wuzhou had been holding. The warmth vanished. Have you lost your mind? Qin Yunjie's voice was loud and frantic. Brother-in-law? Have you forgotten who she is? You just seized her family's estate. Keeping her by your side is like putting a venomous snake on your pillow. He pointed at Shi Mei, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. She's in league with her father. She'll just make up some sob story to trick you, all to find a chance to kill you. Her beauty is a trap. It's a knife. Shi Mei slowly rose to her feet, the dust on her clothes unable to hide the curves of her body. She ignored everyone else, her gaze liquid and alluring, fixed only on Su Wuzhou. Young master, she said, her voice soft and seductive, like a feather brushing against his ear. In this entire estate, no one knows how to serve you better than I, and my usefulness goes far beyond that. She pushed her chest out slightly, her breath a soft exhale. There are some things that are better discussed in the bedroom. At length, Shi Mei's lips were pressed into a thin line. She said nothing. Her gaze, like 2 faint but unwavering lights, was fixed on Su Wuzhou, awaiting his final judgment. The air seemed to freeze. Huh. A sharp, cold laugh shattered the silence. Qin Yunjie took a step forward, the last trace of reverence in his eyes now replaced by pure disdain. What a joke. Su Wuzhou, have you lost your mind over a pretty face? Even a child wouldn't fall for this pathetic act. He dropped the brother-in-law, addressing him by his full name, the venom in his voice unconcealed. But Su Wuzhou didn't even spare him a glance. He simply raised a hand, a calm, simple gesture. The rest of Qin Yunjie's words died in his throat, as if strangled. Su Wuzhou's gaze shifted to the father and daughter. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. I don't care if this is an act. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the vast, empty mansion. This estate is too empty, he said slowly. It needs people. It needs a story. Since you're willing to be here, you can stay. Qin Qingmo and Qin Yunjie were both stunned. They exchanged a look of utter disbelief. What kind of reason is that? Su Wuzhou's gaze finally settled on Shi Sheng, sharp as a surgeon's knife. As for you, Shi Sheng, you want to attach yourself to me, or rather, to the Qin family. Fine, I'll take you in. And if those families backing you want to stir up trouble, I'll handle them too. Shi Sheng's breath hitched. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. But why? Su Wuzhou smiled. It was a faint smile, but it seemed to drop the temperature in the room by several degrees. I like to keep things simple. He held up one finger. 1. If she's telling the truth, great. We'll have no problems. He raised a second finger, his voice dropping to a low, almost playful tone. 2. If you are putting on an act. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Sher Mei's pale face. Then you'd better make it a good one. A lifetime performance. Act so well that you start to believe it yourselves. Because then, it becomes the truth. Because as long as I'm alive, Su Wuzhou's voice suddenly turned sharp, each word like a steel needle dipped in ice. The price for any slip-up, any clever little trick, is the Sher family. Every last one of you, from the oldest to the youngest, wiped from the face of this earth. He lowered his hand, adding the final line with an air of casual indifference, as if he were a director giving notes to a pair of amateur actors. So, if you're going to make a move, make sure you can kill me in one strike. Otherwise, be good little actors and play your parts. Su Wuzhou leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. A chance? You won't get one. He lifted his teacup, turning it slowly in his hands as if it were the only thing in the room worthy of his attention. So, why should I care whether you're being truthful or not? His gaze lifted from the teacup and fell upon Sher Mei and Sher Sheng, cold and sharp. I don't do test runs. I play for keeps. If you're putting on an act, remember, you only get one shot. Sher Mei's fingertips trembled. She took a step forward, her voice laced with desperation. I'm not lying. You'll see my worth soon enough. It doesn't matter. Su Wuzhou cut her off, his gaze shifting to Sher Sheng, the look of a predator studying its prey. True strength crushes all schemes and silences all defiance. Wouldn't you agree, family head Sher? He rose to his feet and strolled over to Sher Sheng, his voice laced with a mesmerizing power. Whatever the Xie family can give you, I'll double it. Whatever you desire, the Qin family can provide. Just say the word, and this estate is yours again, right now. What do you say? Qin Yunjie and Qin Qingmo held their breath. They watched the young man before them. He was smiling, yet he radiated a chill more piercing than any blade. His confidence bordered on arrogance, yet it was utterly irrefutable. Sher Sheng's jaw clenched, and a vein throbbed at his temple. Conflicting thoughts warred in his eyes, but in the end, his deep-seated fear of the Xie family won out. A low growl rumbled in his throat. He spun around, his heavy boots echoing hollowly on the floorboards as he stalked toward the door without a backward glance. Family head Sher. Su Wuzhou's voice drifted after him, casual and unhurried. Once you walk through that door, there's no coming back. And I suspect you'll be losing more than just your ancestral home. Sher Sheng froze. Su Wuzhou continued, his voice quiet, yet each word was a nail hammered into Sher Sheng's heart. Does the Xie family truly consider you one of their own? What do you mean by that? Sher Sheng turned slowly, his eyes filled with suspicion. It's been a while since you've seen your two sons, hasn't it? Su Wuzhou's smile turned cryptic. Sher Sheng's reaction confirmed it. Xie Guangping had suppressed the news. What are you getting at? A tremor had crept into Sher Sheng's voice, faint but unmistakable. Su Wuzhou's voice dropped to a low hiss, slithering like a cold serpent through the silent air. I saw it myself. A pitch-black alleyway. A few heated words about an uneven split of the loot. He paused, letting the scene take root in Sher Sheng's mind. And then, the twisted face of Xie Guangping, and a flash of cold steel tearing through the air. After that, nothing but a dead silence. Lies, Sher Sheng roared, but the sound was more of a desperate wail. You think I'd believe such a ridiculous story? Su Wuzhou's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. I have a piece of information for you. Believe it or don't. He paused, looking the other man dead in the eye. Go to the Xie family. Find Xie Guangping. Ask him where your sons are. Sher Sheng's heart plummeted. The very air seemed to freeze around them. The faces of his two sons flashed through his mind. It had been too long, far too long since he'd had any word from them. An icy fear crawled up his spine. You killed them. Sher Sheng's roar was hoarse, his eyes instantly bloodshot, like an enraged beast. His hand flew to the hilt of his blade, his knuckles turning white from the sheer force of his grip. Me? Su Wuzhou laughed, a sound dripping with contempt. Sher Sheng, look at me. Then take a good long look at yourself. He took a step forward, and the invisible pressure emanating from him made Sher Sheng's breath hitch in his throat. If I had done it, would I be standing here, telling you to your face? Su Wuzhou's voice was quiet, but each word landed like a hammer blow to Sher Sheng's chest. Do you really think having one more enemy you makes any difference to me at all? Sher Sheng's face flushed a dark, ugly red, his breath coming in ragged, heavy gasps. He wanted to retort, but no sound came out. Don't flatter yourself. Su Wuzhou's voice was as cold as ice. I have no reason to lie to you. He raised a single finger, bringing it so close it nearly touched the tip of Shi Sheng's nose. Go ask Xie Guanping right now. See if he dares to tell you where your sons are. See if he can even look you in the eye when he answers. The words were sharp as a needle, but Shi Sheng was beyond feeling the sting. Fear had already consumed him. There was only one thought in his mind. My sons, my sons. Move. He hissed the word through clenched teeth, then spun on his heel and strode away, his men scrambling to follow. His retreating figure was the very picture of panic. Su Wuzhou watched them disappear, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, his voice so low it seemed directed at the air itself. Fool! If I were the killer, would I have come to you myself? He gave a slight shake of his head. No wonder the Xie family has you running in circles. Lie to me? You're not even worth the effort. Shi Sheng's back was as rigid as stone. He quickened his pace, moving as if a wild beast were at his heels. Take care now. I won't see you out. Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, yet it was a needle, sinking precisely into his back. Shi Sheng stumbled, his escape growing more desperate. Only then did Su Wuzhou turn, his gaze drifting down to land on Shi Mei as softly as a feather. You may rise. His voice stirred a faint echo in the cavernous hall. This manor is too empty. You can even hear yourself speak. Since you know the place, you'll be in charge of furnishing it. Yes, Shi Mei rose with a fluid, water-like grace. Her head remained bowed, exposing the pale nape of her neck, but the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Qin Yunji's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He instinctively shifted, placing himself slightly in front of his sister, Qin Qingmo, his eyes locked on Su Wuzhou like a wolf guarding its young. This woman was a time bomb waiting to go off. The 3,000 silver taels from the Shi family will cover the expenses, Su Wuzhou said, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yunji's hostility. He pulled several rolled sheets of paper from his robes and unfurled them before Shi Mei with a sharp snap. The pages contained no poetry, but rather charcoal sketches of peculiar furniture and room layouts. Follow these. Shi Mei accepted the drawings, her fingertips like ice. She could feel two sets of eyes boring into her. One was Qin Yunji's open hostility. The other, from Qin Qingmo, was as frigid as a winter lake. Without a word, she clutched the papers to her chest and retreated into a side hall, as silent as a shadow. The moment the curtain fell behind her, Qin Yunji erupted, his voice seething with rage. What the hell are you playing at? Do you have any respect for my sister at all? Su Wuzhou ignored him, turning instead to Qin Qingmo. A rare flicker of warmth crossed his eyes as he reached for her hand. But his fingers closed on empty, cool air. Qin Qingmo had already drawn her hand back into her sleeve, the movement subtle and seamless. Su Wuzhou gave a careless shrug, a mocking smirk touching his lips. What's wrong? You really think I'm interested in her? Then why else? Qin Yunji's face flushed crimson. Are you telling me you kept her here for something other than her looks? Don't think I don't know what kind of man you are. Su Wuzhou chuckled, the sound sharp and clear in the vast room. Learn to see with your eyes, not your emotions. My dear brother-in-law, you're still too green. Su Wuzhou's eyes swept over Qin Yunji, his voice even but laced with a subtle gravity. Listen up. The Xie, Mao, and Li families are the old trees of linen, and their roots run deep. They used to work together to keep our Qin family down. He paused, letting his words sink in. Now, the tables have turned. We're the ones holding the game pieces. But a lot of people are still on the fence, just watching. He took 2 steps forward, his voice dropping to a low hush. There are smaller families who want to align with us, but they're scared. Scared because they once stood on the other side, and they're afraid we'll settle old scores. Fear has tied their hands, leaving them with no choice but to stick with those 3. Su Wuzhou's gaze sharpened. But now I've taken in Shi Mei, even offered the Shi family a chance. What kind of message do you think that sends? He looked at Qin Yunji like a teacher quizzing his student. The message is the Qin family is magnanimous. We let bygones be bygones. When those who are wavering see this, they won't be afraid anymore. They'll come to our side willingly. And just like that, the 3 families are weakened, and we grow stronger. He chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone. One single piece to leverage the entire board. Such a simple concept, and all you could see was a pretty face. He turned to Qin Qingmo, his tone softening instantly. Qingmo, you're far too clever to be led astray by this blockhead's thinking. Qin Qingmo's brow furrowed slightly, her clear eyes studying him. Is that really it? Because it seems to me you were just taken by Shermei's pretty face. Her gaze was so clear it felt like it could see right through him. Su Wuzhou felt his face flush and immediately redirected the heat. He whirled on Qin Yunjie and snapped, "Look at you. With that pathetic level of strength, how do you expect to carry the Qin family's banner one day? Get over here. I'll give you some personal pointers." This kid, daring to interrupt his time alone with Qingmo and add fuel to the fire. Today, he needed a lesson he wouldn't forget. Before the words had even faded, Su Wuzhou's figure blurred, kicking up a sharp gust of wind. A series of dull thuds echoed through the courtyard, punctuated by Qin Yunjie's stifled grunts of pain. A moment later, all was quiet again. Qin Yunjie was sprawled on the ground in a heap, his face bruised and swollen as he sucked in sharp, pained breaths. Both his eyes were turning into dark, puffy circles, clear evidence of Su Wuzhou's special attention. His perception, Su Wuzhou decided, could definitely use some sharpening. He dusted off his hands, about to say something to Qin Qingmo, when he caught sight of a figure hurrying toward them out of the corner of his eye. It was Zhao Shun, and he looked grave. The relaxed look on Su Wuzhou's face vanished instantly. Some things weren't meant for Qin Qingmo's ears. He said softly to Qin Qingmo, "Keep an eye on him. Make sure he properly digests today's pointers." With that, he gave Zhao Shun a meaningful look. One after the other, they walked briskly into a secluded side courtyard, where the high walls muffled all sound from the outside world. Clang! A heavy purse of coins slammed onto the table with a dull thud of metal. 5,000 taels. You're half, just like we agreed. Zhao Shun's booming laughter echoed through the empty room. He found a chair and sprawled into it, legs spread wide as if he owned the place. Su Wuzhou hefted the purse. It had some serious weight to it. He looked up to meet Zhao Shun's eyes, which were darting around, sizing up the place. "This residence you've acquired, not half bad." Zhao Shun slapped the chair's armrest, and the wood let out a creak. "So? Name your price. Sell it to me." Su Wuzhou's gaze hardened. He noticed that Zhao Shun's posture, his tone, even his every glance, was brimming with an almost overflowing arrogance. He was a world away from the broken man he'd been just days ago. Su Wuzhou walked to the head of the table and sat. The room had been stripped of anything valuable, leaving behind only a few cumbersome pieces of furniture. His throat was parched. He looked for something to drink, but the tabletop was bare, save for a layer of dust. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps approached. Shermei entered carrying a ceramic teapot, wisps of steam curling from its spout. Without a word, she first filled Su Wuzhou's cup with the amber-colored tea, the sound of the pouring liquid soft yet distinct. Su Wuzhou raised the cup, its sides warm against his fingers. He tilted his head back and drained it in one go, without a hint of suspicion. Shermei immediately refilled his cup, only then turning to pour one for Zhao Shun. She kept her head bowed the entire time. When she was finished, she gave a slight bow and retreated, her steps as silent as a cat's. Zhao Shun's gaze latched onto her the moment she entered and didn't leave her until her shadow vanished from the doorway. He let out a low, suggestive click of his tongue. "Nephew Su," he drawled, leaning forward. "That girl, she's quite a firecracker. Where'd you pick her up?" The air in the room froze. "Nephew Su." Su Wuzhou didn't answer. He simply held his teacup, the rising steam obscuring his expression. His gaze, leveled over the rim of the cup, was like two daggers of ice fixed straight on Zhao Shun's face. The room, boisterous only moments ago, was now so still you could hear your own heart pounding. The smile froze on Zhao Shun's face. He felt as if that gaze had a physical weight, crushing him, making it hard to breathe. He shifted involuntarily, and the chair groaned again in protest. The silence stretched, like a string being pulled taut. Finally, Su Wuzhou set down his teacup. The porcelain met the tabletop with a sharp clink. "Clan head Zhao." His voice was quiet, but each word was a needle in Zhao Shun's ear. "Your power has returned. It seems your nerve has grown bolder with it." Zhao Xun's back went ramrod straight, and a bead of cold sweat formed on his temple. The image of the young man from the Zhao family's gambling den a few days prior flashed through his mind, the one who had proposed that insane plan of cooperation, his face terrifyingly calm. The men in the room broke into sneers, none of them taking the young man seriously. One waved a dismissive hand, as if shooing away a fly. In the next instant, he was just a blur. It was followed by the sickening crack of breaking bone, again and again. The men hit the floor like heavy sacks, one after another. The sneers from moments before had turned into agonized groans. Su Wuzhou tossed a rope to the ground, his expression serene. Soon, all the men were hanging upside down from the rafters, like slabs of cured meat waiting to be slaughtered. The cold steel of a blade pressed against one man's cheek. It glided across his skin, leaving a thin red line. Su Wuzhou's voice was soft, as if he were discussing the weather. Now, shall we talk about cooperation? Blood dripped to the floor from the men hanging above, each drop a soft tick. No one dared to shake their head. Zhao Xun clenched his fists in disbelief. Just moments ago, a warm current had surged through his body like molten lava, instantly demolishing a dam that had stood for years. Power. That long-lost power was now flooding back, filling his limbs, his very bones. He had thought himself a broken man. And yet this young man, the same one who had just strung up all his men, had granted him a rebirth with nothing more than a few silver needles. What happened next felt like a dream. The Zhao family became the intermediary, and a steady stream of Qin Li's weapons began to arrive. Su Wuzhou only had to stand near the armaments for Zhao Xun to feel an invisible, razor-sharp aura that made his own skin prickle. It was then he understood. This young man's power was on a level far beyond his wildest imagination. But what truly terrified him was Su Wuzhou's plan. First, we hire people to form lines. Create the illusion of high demand. Then, we limit the supply. Let them know the best goods are always scarce. And finally, if someone wants to buy our sharpest sword, fine. But they have to buy one of our designated shields along with it. Su Wuzhou's tone was matter of fact, but Zhao Xun could feel his palms begin to sweat. He looked at the young man as if he were some kind of monster, one who could peer into the very depths of the human heart. This wasn't tea business. This was a game played with people's minds. Patriarch Zhao. Su Wuzhou's voice pulled Zhao Xun from his thoughts. He lifted his teacup and blew gently at the floating leaves, the steam obscuring the smile in his eyes. Tell me, a physician who can make a dead river flow again, he paused, setting the cup down. The cup met the table with a soft click, but the sound landed like a sledgehammer blow on Zhao Xun's heart. Su Wuzhou looked up. The smile didn't leave his face, but his gaze was bone-chillingly cold. Don't you think he could just as easily make it run dry again? A chill shot up Zhao Xun's spine, from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His back was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. The smile froze on his face. He tried to stand, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. He finally understood. What the young man had left inside him wasn't just rebirth. It was an invisible leash, one that could be tightened at any moment. The moment Zhao Xun stepped into the room, his gait still held a trace of his old arrogance. The strength he had just recovered was like a potent liquor, coursing through him and filling him with a fiery confidence. But the moment his eyes fell on Su Wuzhou, that confidence evaporated. Su Wuzhou simply sat there, his fingers gliding gently over a warm teacup. He didn't look up, nor did he exude the slightest hint of pressure. And yet, a chill shot straight up Zhao Xun's spine, as if he were back in that dark night, his meridians shattered, left to do nothing but lie in bed and wait for death. That helplessness, a gnawing rot that clung to his very bones, made him freeze. Why are you just standing there? Su Wuzhou finally looked up, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips. Sit. There's no need for such formalities here. His voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the skin, yet it made Zhao Xun's knees go weak. Yes, of course. Zhao Xun forced a laugh as he pulled out a chair. He sat down as stiffly as a puppet, perching on just the edge of the seat. His back was ramrod straight, his hands placed formally on his knees. The only sound in the room was the soft bubbling of the boiling tea. Su Wuzhou pushed a cup toward him. White steam curled upwards, blurring his expression. So tell me, any news from Qin Li's side? The aroma of the tea was fragrant, but Zhao Shen didn't dare touch the cup, as if it were filled with a red-hot branding iron. He swallowed hard, his throat dry as he answered, "He bought it. He is completely convinced that you have an unfathomably powerful master backing you. Our cooperation will proceed exactly as you wish." Su Wuzhou smiled. The sound wasn't too loud, but it made Zhao Shun's heart skip a beat. He watched Su Wuzhou's fingers begin to tap lightly on the edge of the table. Tap, tap. A thought flashed through Su Wuzhou's mind. Help Qin Li directly? That stubborn old fool would just see me as his arrogant son-in-law and probably storm off in a huff. With family, helping is an obligation, but asking for payment is a sin. I'm not about to waste my efforts just to hear him say, "I'll hold on to the money for you." He needed resources, a massive amount of metal. The scrap from the armory, the silver it fetched, it was all fuel for his power. And the Zhao family was the perfect hand to reach into the Qin family's armory. Money, power, those were the only things that mattered. Su Wuzhou's fingers stopped tapping. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto Zhao Shen's. Excellent. The cooperation continues as planned. His voice dropped, sharp as a dagger as he cut straight to the point. And one more thing. I have a message for you to deliver to Qin Li. Name it, Zhao Shen said, a layer of cold sweat already forming on his back. Tell him I'm in need of resources for my cultivation. My master suggests that it's time for the Qin family to return the 10,000 taels of silver they're holding for me. It will be done, Zhao Shen blurted out, his reply swift and firm. He lowered his head to hide the twitching at the corner of his mouth. In the air, the faint scent of tea now seemed more bitter than the foulest medicine. A chill crept up Zhao Shen's spine. He watched the young man before him. Though he was calmly sipping his tea, he seemed like a beast lying in wait. Zhao Shen had no doubt that the young man had already placed invisible shackles upon him. He cleared his parched throat and bowed slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Young Master Su, there is a matter I wish to ask your opinion on." Su Wuzhou set down his teacup, the base meeting the tabletop with a sharp clink. He lifted his gaze and asked coolly, "What is it?" "The Zhao family. We wish to reclaim our former standing." Fine beads of sweat broke out on Zhao Shen's forehead. "I was wondering if young Master Su would permit it." Su Wuzhou smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, folding his hands before him. His tone was nonchalant. "Patriarch Zhao, this is a matter for your family. Why are you asking me?" He paused, and each word landed like a stone in the still waters of Zhao Shen's heart. "We are equal partners. As long as you don't cross my lines, I won't interfere with the rest." Equal partners? A cold, bitter laugh echoed in Zhao Shen's mind, but it was immediately followed by a surge of ecstasy. He quickly lowered his head to hide his expression, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you." The Xie Estate, Council Hall. The air was suffocatingly thick. Bang! Xie Tao, patriarch of the Xie family, slammed his palm on the heavy rosewood table, making the teacups rattle. He turned to the pale-faced Shi Sheng, his voice tight, with suppressed fury. "It's just a residence. So it burned down. The Xie family has another villa in the southern district. Your family can stay there for now." "Thank you, Brother Xie," Shi Sheng said, his voice hoarse. Xie Tao nodded, his grim gaze sweeping over the other two men in the room. Mao Zhen, patriarch of the Mao family, and Li De, patriarch of the Li family. "I never would have thought," Xie Tao's voice was like grinding stones, "that a live-in son-in-law could actually kill Lin Yuan. One of my Xie family's strongest arms, just hacked off like that." Mao Zhen's expression was just as dark. "Our plan is a complete failure," he said gravely. "We tried to swallow the Qin family whole and ended up chipping all our teeth. Now, they have that old fox Zhao Shen, not to mention that monster Su Wuzhou. Their side has 3 powerhouses whose presence alone is enough to suffocate a man. 3 of them," Li De repeated through gritted teeth, as if the number itself were a heavy stone. "If only we'd known." Mao Zhen shot to his feet, pacing the hall like a furious lion. "We should have done it from the start. Damn the cost. Our 3 families should have joined forces and crushed the Qins to dust." His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, his voice thick with regret and killing intent. Mao Zhen slammed his teacup down on the table with a thud, sending tea splashing over the rim. "We can't wait any longer," he growled. The Qins get more brazen by the day. If we drag this out, we'll be meat on the chopping block. Xie Tao's fingers tapped a soft, dull rhythm on the tabletop. He didn't look at Mao Zhan, his gaze distant and unreadable. A direct fight? That's exactly what certain people want. His voice was cold. You think those old foxes from the Lin and Huang families are napping? They're waiting for us and the Qins to bleed each other dry so they can come in and feast on the corpses. Then what do? Just watch? Li Wangfeng cut in anxiously, leaning forward. Don't we have backers? Why haven't they made a move? If they just show their faces, who in all of Linen City would dare stand in our way? They can't show themselves. Xie Tao finally lifted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the two men like a blade. The waters in Linen run deep. Even they wouldn't dare sail their ship straight in. Rules are rules. He paused, a chill smile touching his lips. But drilling a hole in a ship from below the waterline? That can be arranged. Li Wangfeng's eyes lit up, his voice trembling slightly. You mean the two masters are going to make their move? Su Wuzhou's time is up. Xie Tao's voice was a low hiss, like a snake slithering across the floor. He and that Qin Qingmo, they both have to disappear. The path we walk must be swept clean. The words were like a potent drug. The gloom vanished from Li Wangfeng and Mao Zhan's faces, replaced by greedy smiles. Those two masters were monsters, capable of infusing their very will into the strokes of a sword. The sheer pressure they exuded with every move could make the air freeze. For them, killing Su Wuzhou would be as easy as crushing an ant. Compared to them, all the other masters in linen were just children fighting with wooden sticks. Suddenly, Mao Zhan's smile froze. Wait, there's something I don't get. He frowned. Qin Li's spear, that old relic. Why does it suddenly seem alive? I saw it once from a distance, and I could feel its edge prickling my skin from dozens of paces away. Could it be that there's another monster of the same caliber as our masters standing behind him? The air seemed to freeze. Xie Tao was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. It's possible. The masters suspect that another unseen power has chosen to back the Qin family. He looked at their faces, which had gone pale in an instant, and his tone shifted. But this isn't our game to play. If the heavens fall, there are great pillars like the Juntian cult to hold them up. When gods fight beyond the confines of the board, it's not for us to worry about. Don't even think about it. Xie Tao stood, planting his hands on the table and leaning forward until his shadow fell over them. They can't operate in the light of day, and neither can we. So in the end, the ones who will draw the knives on these streets are us. His voice had a bloody edge to it. So watch your own necks. While we're busy slitting throats in the shadows, we'd better be watching our own backs for the knife that could come at any time. We're different. We are the patriarchs of the 6 great families. To make a move on us is to declare war on all the ancient houses. No one would dare take that risk. But Su Wuzhou, he's just one man. Once he's dead, he's dead. At most, his death will stir up a few whispers. When the time comes, we'll simply insist we were the ones who killed him. What can anyone do to us? A hoarse voice cut in. It was Xie Guangping. He licked his chapped lips, his eyes holding the glint of a viper. My lords, could we grind that Su Wuzhou into a paste? He enunciated each word. And as for Qin Qingmo, destroy her cultivation. Let her live like a dog. Shut up. Xie Tao's roar was like a sudden clap of thunder. At a time like this, all you can think about is women? This is hardly the time or place for you to be making demands. Xie Guangping's face flushed crimson. His teeth ground together, but he didn't dare utter another word. Heh, Shisheng broke the stalemate with a dry chuckle. It's just a woman. Why get so worked up over it, nephew Guangping? When my 2 good-for-nothing sons get back, I'll have them send a whole cartload over for you. You can take your pick. Then, his tone shifted, and the warmth vanished from his voice. Speaking of which, where exactly did you send my 2 sons, nephew? It's been long enough. They should be back by now. The Shi family is desperately short-handed right now. Xie Guangping's eyes darted away, unable to meet Shisheng's gaze. He raised the teacup before him, but couldn't stop his fingers from trembling. Rest assured, Uncle Shi. The place they went, it's just a bit far, he said, forcing a calm he didn't feel. I've already sent men to urge them along. But the journey, it takes time. A dead silence fell over the room. The very air seemed to congeal. The smile on Shisheng's face vanished, inch by excruciating inch. He stared at Xie Guangping as if he were already looking at a dead man. Su Wuzhou's earlier words, like a poisoned needle dipped in ice, now pierced him to the core. His two sons, were they really never coming back? Shi Sheng said no more. He lifted his own teacup and brought it to his lips. The tea was stone cold, just like his heart. Shi Sheng's gaze finally shifted from his face. Xie Guangping's tense shoulders slumped, and he let out a breath he'd been holding for what felt like an eternity. He didn't dare look at Shi Sheng. A single thought now coiled in his mind like a viper. Su Wuzhou must die. He could even imagine the bloody scene. Two swords, like fangs from the underworld, flaying the flesh from Su Wuzhou's body, piece by piece. Su Wuzhou was strong, yes. But so what? Xie Guangping would never forget his uncle, Xie Linyuan. That day, his uncle had faced one of them. The man's sword was barely drawn from its sheath, yet the sharp, icy aura emanating from it felt like it could slice a man's soul in two. It took only 3 moves. The first move shattered his uncle's protective aura like it was paper. The second sent his uncle's sword flying from his grasp. It struck the wall and shattered into 2 pieces. The third, and the ice-cold tip of the sword was at his uncle's throat. A single bead of blood trickled down the blade. When his uncle returned, his sword hand trembled for a solid month. That wasn't TA's sword. His uncle's voice had been a dry, ragged whisper. It was alive. It breathes. It hunts. And this time, there were 2 of them. They had laid an inescapable trap, just waiting for Su Wuzhou to walk right into it. At the thought, a cruel smile touched Xie Guangping's lips. And yet, Qin Qingmo, the woman's image flashed through his mind, like a sliver of cool moonlight. His expression instantly turned covetous and dark. The sound of carriage wheels rolling over the cobblestone streets faded into the distance. Su Wuzhou leaned back in his seat, his fingertips drumming softly on the table. A thick stack of banknotes sat before him, carrying the scent of fresh ink and the distinct smell of wealth. 5,000 taels, and another 10,000 from the Qin family. Money. It washed over him like a warm tide, putting his whole body at ease. He stretched, a series of soft pops echoing from his joints. He squinted, his gaze drifting over the bustling streets of Lin and City outside the window. Those families who had once held their heads so high would soon learn that the times were changing. This city was going to have new rules. Everything was perfect. Well, almost perfect. He glanced toward the inner courtyard, and the easy smile on his face faded slightly. The sound of soft footsteps broke his reverie. Shirmei entered, the hem of her dress swaying like ripples on water. A subtle fragrance drifted through the air. It wasn't floral, but the warm, intimate scent of a woman. She moved in silence, collecting the teacup Zhao Shun had used, her movements fluid and noiseless. Su Wuzhou's eyes fell upon her. As she bent over, the simple movement pulled the fabric of her dress taut, tracing a breathtaking line from her slender waist to the swell of her hips. She refilled his cup with hot water. Her pale wrist was a stark contrast against the dark ceramic of the tea set. Steam rose in a soft cloud, obscuring her features but making her eyes seem all the brighter, glistening with moisture. Su Wuzhou felt his throat go dry. He picked up the cup. The freshly poured tea seemed to burn hotter than before. The delicate clink of the teacup died away. In the silence that followed, the only sound was the breathing of 2 people. Shirmei stood motionless, her hands at her sides, like an exquisite porcelain statue awaiting judgment. I don't care what little drama you and your father are staging. Su Wuzhou's voice cut through the silence, as sharp as winter ice. But remember this, from this day forward, you are my handmaiden. And as long as I draw breath, you will put aside all your little schemes. Trust must be earned. Shirmei's voice was soft, yet firm. I will prove my worth to you, my lord. Su Wuzhou leaned back in his chair, a playful smirk touching his lips. Oh, and how will you do that? Shirmei didn't answer. Instead, she began to walk toward him. The soft rustle of silk filled the air. Shoo! With a flick of her finger, the silk sash at her waist came loose. The gown, as thin as a cicada's wing, lost its only binding. It slipped from her smooth shoulders like water, pooling silently at her feet. A body like polished jade was laid bare in the candlelight. Su Wuzhou's breath caught in his throat. The air suddenly felt thick and scorching. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, but his mouth was bone dry. He tore his gaze away, fixing it on a crack in the wooden beam above. He could hear his own heart hammering against his ribs, a frantic war drum. I offer myself in exchange for a chance to live. Shermay's voice was terrifyingly calm. This is a transaction. You may collect your payment whenever you wish, my lord. Her tone was completely flat, as if she were discussing the weather. This worth I offer. Is it to your satisfaction? Damn it. Su Wuzhou cursed under his breath. He felt like a caged beast, and she was the key to the lock. Primal desire licked at the edges of his sanity, a hungry flame. His voice came out as a rasp. Did you really think I'd play the part of some righteous gentleman? A good man. Shermay let out a soft laugh, laced with icy scorn. Would a good man make a move on his own wife's friend? Would a good man stay out all night on his wedding night, frequenting brothels? She paused, her gaze burning into his. It's precisely because of your reputation that I was willing to make this wager. I'm betting that you're the kind of man who would accept such value. Su Wuzhou rose, advancing on her step by step. The air seemed to freeze. He reached out, hooking a finger under Shermay's chin. His touch was like ice. You're really not afraid? His voice was low, a rough rasp like sandpaper on wood. Shermay's neck was ramrod straight, and her gaze held not a flicker of retreat. You're welcome to try. Her voice was soft, but laced with ice. A sudden rush of heat surged to Su Wuzhou's head. His heart hammered in his ears, one beat after another. He could clearly hear the muffled voices of Qin Qingmo and Qin Yunjie just outside the door. This woman was insane. Her gaze was a defiant flame, threatening to burn his last shred of reason to ash. Su Wuzhou sucked in a sharp breath. The cold air stabbed at his lungs, clearing his head just a fraction. He tore his gaze away from her face. He bent down, scooped up the silk robe from the floor, and tossed it into her arms. Get dressed. His voice was rough. Shermay moved with unhurried grace, as if the last few moments had never happened. Once she had arranged her clothes, she looked up again, her eyes clear and calm. You will come to trust me, she said calmly. My value is far greater than this. Su Wuzhou leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest as he scrutinized her. My promise still stands. As long as you don't betray me, you'll be safe. He paused. But my trust, is that so important to you? Trust means opportunity. Without it, you're forced to live in the shadows, Shermay replied. I want to stand in the sun. Su Wuzhou didn't press the matter. He leaned forward slightly, like a panther zeroing in on its prey. Then show me this other value of yours. Give me 3 days. Her tone left no room for argument. Why 3 days? I exhausted my strength escaping my pursuers, she said, her words clipped and to the point. Now, I need to recover. Su Wuzhou raised an eyebrow. A special ability? There were more mysteries to this woman than he'd thought. He stared at her, trying to read something in her calm expression, but it was like staring into a deep, dark pool. He stood and paced a few steps across the room, the floorboards groaning softly under his weight. Starting today, this residence is yours to manage. He stopped and turned to face her, the corner of his mouth lifting in an unreadable smile. You were right. I'm no saint. His voice dropped lower, laced with a dangerous warning. Your audacity has earned you a sliver of my trust. Don't make me regret it. Thank you, sir. Shermay bowed deeply, then turned and walked away. He watched her figure disappear through the doorway. A sudden heat surged from deep in his belly, rushing to his head. He threw his head back as warm liquid trickled from his nostrils and dripped onto the back of his hand. A startling splash of crimson. He wiped the blood away harshly with the back of his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this uncontrollable power was a real nuisance. Your nose? Came Qin Qingmo's cool voice. She pointed to the blood on his face. Oh, this. Su Wuzhou wiped it away nonchalantly with his sleeve and grinned. I was lost in thought and walked right into the doorframe. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Like anyone would believe that. From a corner of the room, Qin Yunjie struggled to his feet, his face already bruised. He rubbed his aching shoulder and snorted. Su Wuzhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, still on your feet? Guess I went too easy on you. Come on, your brother-in-law will give you another lesson. Sis. Qin Yunjie only managed to get one word out. Su Wuzhou had already lunged forward like a cheetah, his fist cutting through the air. There was a dull thud, followed by the sickening crack of a dislocating bone. Qin Yunjie collapsed to the floor like a sack of potatoes, letting out a pained groan before going completely still. Su Wuzhou pulled back his fist and blew on his knuckles, as if he were just dusting them off. See? You still need more practice. He didn't spare another glance for the boy on the floor, turning to face Qin Qingmo. The playful smirk on his face vanished, replaced by a look of utter seriousness. I told you I'd take care of the Qin family's problems. He paused, taking a step closer to look her directly in the eye. Now let's talk about us. You said you'd think about it. Have you? Qin Qingmo's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him, and the image of Steward Zhao's deferential departure flashed through her mind. So, it really was all his doing. The gloom that had plagued her family for months had been scattered by this man in the most direct, brutal way imaginable. A flush crept up her cheeks, her expression turning complex. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Su Wuzhou's voice held a teasing note. Qin Qingmo took a deep breath, her eyes flicking away from his. I said I'd think about it. I never said yes. The night deepened, and the lamplight cast a warm, yellow glow upon the window paper. I've thought about it, Qin Qingmo said, her voice soft. Her gaze, however, flickered away, refusing to meet his. It would be best if we just went back to how things were. A blush crept up from the base of her ears, the color of the finest rouge. If she weren't already so familiar with Su Wuzhou's shamelessness, she couldn't have imagined a lamer excuse. Su Wuzhou tilted his head, a wry smile touching his lips. You've learned to lie, he said softly, a genuine note of disappointment in his voice. Who taught you to be like this? He glanced out the window at the deep blue canopy of the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. He let out a breath, a white puff of vapor that vanished in the cool air. It's late, he said. I'll walk you back to the Qin residence. Wait, Qin Qingmo suddenly called out. Su Wuzhou turned. She had lifted her head, and in the lamplight, her clear eyes held a glimmer he had never seen before. You asked me before if I was willing to live here with you. The question seemed to be a struggle, each word heavy with effort. Oh, Su Wuzhou's eyebrows shot up. He remembered perfectly well how flatly she had refused him last time. I still don't like you, she began, as if trying to convince herself as much as him. And I can't bring myself to see you as my husband. She paused, as if gathering her courage. But I want to see what kind of person you truly are. All these years, you've worn a mask, and perhaps I have too. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, yet every word was perfectly clear. I want to try to take them off. Both mine and yours. Su Wuzhou was completely stunned. He stood rooted to the spot, motionless. The very air seemed to have frozen around them. Did this mean she was willing to stay? This is too large a residence for one person. It must be lonely, Qin Qingmo added in a low voice, her eyes downcast. If living under the same roof can be considered a form of married life, then I will consider this my way of fulfilling the promise I made to you. This time, Su Wuzhou understood. A warmth, like a single drop of honey, bloomed in his chest and spread through his entire body. He looked at the woman before him, the lamplight tracing the gentle curve of her profile. The faint scent of ink drifted from her in the still air. He realized, with a jolt, that the corners of his mouth were turning up into a smile he couldn't control. Su Wuzhou mentally slapped himself. Pathetic. All it took was this tiny crumb of affection from his wife to make him this ridiculously happy. In the dead of night, Su Wuzhou sat cross-legged in meditation, his consciousness sinking deep within his own body. When one's physical body has been tempered to the absolute peak of mortal limits, two distinct paths present themselves. The first path is to break outward, to draw upon the formless energies of the world, using their power to carve new channels through one's own flesh and blood. When these rivers of energy flow through the entire body, one sheds their mortal form and ascends to a higher realm of existence. The second path is to delve inward, to rely on no external forces, but to instead compress and forge one's own lifeblood, sinew, and bone. To temper one's own strength until the body itself becomes a living furnace of power. When one's life force burns as hot as a raging inferno, they become a ferocious beast in human form, every movement possessing the force to shatter mountains and cleave the earth. The moment Zhao Shun's footsteps faded beyond the courtyard, the tranquility of the stone residence was shattered. Dai Yaoyao glided in, silent as a graceful cat. Yu Feng followed at her heels, a familiar, lazy grin on his face. A trace of tension still lingered in the air. Curious about what lies at the end of that path, Dai Yaoyao's voice was crisp, like the clink of ice in a glass. Su Wuzhou said nothing, merely watching her, his eyes full of questions. Have you ever heard of the Yao? She asked. The wild beasts in the mountains? Su Wuzhou frowned. Yes and no. Dai Yaoyao walked up to him and extended a finger, tapping it lightly on the rim of the teacup on the table. The birds of the air and the beasts of the field, they breathe the same air we do. But they consume the very sinew of the mountains, the soul of the rivers. When a tiger attains the wisdom of a man, that is a Yao. She paused, her gaze turning sharp. The greatest difference between a human and a Yao lies within the body. The life force of an ordinary person is like a small stream. But even the weakest Yao possesses a life force like a raging river. With their physical bodies alone, they could tear us to shreds with ease. Su Wuzhou felt the immense power surging within his own body, the very source of his pride. Your stream, it's true, is wider and more torrential than most, Dai Yaoyao said, as if reading his mind. But against a Yao of a comparable level, it's still nothing. So, that path. Su Wuzhou's voice was a little dry. Exactly. A peculiar smile touched Dai Yaoyao's lips. A rare few are not content to remain a stream. Through unimaginable resources and grueling cultivation, they forge their own bodies into crucibles, refining their life force into molten magma. Their strength can rival a Yao's head-on. We call this path with the body of a man, to match the might of a Yao god. How do I do it? Su Wuzhou's breathing quickened. First, show me just how torrential this stream of yours is. Dai Yaoyao took a step back, making an inviting gesture. Su Wuzhou no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, a scorching power pumped from his heart, surging violently through the meridians of his arm. The air let out a low hum. A deep crimson glow ignited around his right fist, like a red-hot branding iron, and the very air around it began to warp. Dai Yaoyao watched in silence. Then, she slowly raised a hand. Her fingers were as flawless as white jade. At the very tip of one, a point of cold light gathered, sharp as a silver needle. The finger drifted, almost weightlessly, and tapped against Su Wuzhou's ball of burning energy. SSSSS. A soft hiss, like a drop of hot oil hitting cold water. Su Wuzhou felt an intense cold pierce the very core of his power. The crimson glow on his fist flickered violently, struggling for a moment before extinguishing with a soft pop, like a punctured balloon. A wave of weakness washed over him. Did you feel that? Dai Yaoyao asked, withdrawing her finger. The point of cold light vanished with it. Some might say your power is like crude pig iron, heavy and wild, but full of impurities. Power like mine, however, is like finely tempered steel, pure and sharp. Her words pierced his mind like a spike. No amount of pig iron can break a blade of steel. Su Wuzhou nodded in silence, his jaw tight. He vividly recalled the fight with Xie Linyuan. His opponent's power had felt like a cold blade, precisely carving through his own raging strength, leaving him suppressed at every turn. So, it hadn't been his imagination. It had been a clash of pig iron against refined steel. Su Wuzhou clenched his fist, feeling the power thrumming beneath his skin, almost boiling over. This power, it's so full it's about to spill over. He looked to Dai Yaoyao, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why not cross the threshold now? Why not harness that pure energy of the world? Dai Yaoyao leaned back languidly, twirling a lock of hair around a fingertip, her gaze appraising him like an uncut gem. She tilted her chin toward Yu Feng, who was sprawled out on his back. You, explain it to him. Yu Feng didn't even open his eyes. He just waved a dismissive hand and let out a muffled grunt. Spare me. The pleasure of playing teacher is all yours. I wouldn't dream of stealing your fun. Dai Yaoyao wasn't fazed. In fact, the smirk on her lips only widened. She raised a single, pale finger and tapped it lightly in the air. Imagine your body is a furnace, she said, her voice carrying a strange, song-like cadence. And that worldly energy? It's like ice-cold water. Su Wuzhou's breath caught. Water can douse an ordinary fire. But what if? What if your furnace burned as hot as the sun? She looked at him, a glint in her eye. The moment the water gets near, before it even touches the flame, it would just hiss and evaporate into a useless puff of steam. The realization struck Su Wuzhou like a bolt of lightning. So, for those who can wield the energy of the world, their greatest advantage would be completely useless against me? Exactly. Dai Yaoyao nodded in approval. It's why a primal beast can sometimes tear an overconfident hunter to shreds with nothing but its claws and teeth. The truly powerful, those who reach the absolute peak of their mortal form and strike down so-called gods, this is how they do it. She paused, her voice laced with temptation. And you are just one final step away from turning that fire inside you into an inextinguishable star. Easy for you to say. Yu Feng's lazy voice cut in, shattering the intense atmosphere. But a monster who can turn his own body into a star? Maybe one comes along every few centuries. The way I see it, kid, even if you break through right now, you've already left 99% of your peers in the dust. No need to compete with lunatics. Dai Yaoyao let out a light, bell-like laugh. Just leaving them in the dust. She tilted her head, her eyes fixed on Su Wuzhou. Will you settle for that? Su Wuzhou didn't answer her question, asking one of his own instead. Why are you so insistent that I take this path? Because it would be fun. Dai Yaoyao's gaze grew distant, as if she were seeing into the far future. Imagine it. Someday, some insufferably arrogant prodigy is standing before me, spouting some nonsense. I don't even have to grace him with a look. I just casually beckon. Her voice dropped to a dramatic whisper. You're not worth my time. I'll let a student of mine play with you. She paused, her gaze locking onto Su Wuzhou, burning with intensity. And then, you walk out and send him flying off the stage with a single punch. Tell me, she said, a perfect smile curving her lips. Wouldn't that feel amazing? Su Wuzhou studied the woman before him. She leaned in close, her warm breath, laced with a sweet fragrance, brushing against his cheek. A smirk touched his lips. You're good at selling dreams, he said softly. This isn't a dream. Dai Yaoyao's voice was as light as a feather. It's another path to the pinnacle. Su Wuzhou leaned back slightly, creating a sliver of distance between them. Using pure physical strength to fight against those mysterious, unpredictable energies? It sounds like a joke. That's why it requires a transformation. Dai Yaoyao's fingertip ghosted across the back of his hand. When one's flesh and blood are forged to their absolute limit, the body itself becomes a furnace, the blood boiling like lava. At that point, would you still need to fear this so-called energy? Su Wuzhou fell silent. His knuckles tapped a soft rhythm against the tabletop. Tap, tap. An ordinary person could never do it. But he just might be able to. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp. How far can this path be taken? Yu Feng, who had been standing to the side, jumped in. When your blood runs hot as fire and your skin can withstand a direct energy blast, that's just the entry level. Get that far, and you're already a monster among your peers. I'm asking about the limit. Su Wuzhou's voice was low, but it carried undeniable weight. This time, it was Dai Yaoyao who answered. Her gaze grew distant, as if she were recounting an ancient legend. The limit? This path has no limit. There was once a man who forged only his body, never touching the energies of the world. Legend says a single breath from him could make rivers flow backward. A single drop of his blood could burn through 100 meters of steel. When he unleashed his full power, 8 crimson torrents would erupt behind him, each one like a river of stars stretching across the firmament, making even mountain ranges seem like specks of dust. She paused, her voice tinged with awe, and even that was not his limit. Su Wuzhou's breath hitched. Of course, an existence like that is a singular anomaly in all of history. His path cannot be replicated. Dai Yaoyao's tone shifted. However, there is someone in this generation who comes close. She cast a sideways glance at Yu Feng. Yu Feng snorted and began grudgingly. You want to know how strong this sword fanatic, Qin Jinghong, is, don't you? Fine, I'll tell you. Against those so-called experts who've just mastered their energy, she only needs one strike. One strike, one kill. Clean and simple. He took a deep breath, as if the name itself carried an immense weight. The day Qin Jinghong completed the forging of her body, a phenomenon appeared in the heavens. A second sun rose in broad daylight. The air in the room seemed to crystallize. For the first time, The coquettish smile vanished completely from Dai Yaoyao's face. A flicker of true astonishment of awe showed in her eyes. The sky changed color. The wind died. The air felt as if it had solidified, a heavy sheet of glass pressing down on their skin. Every heart pounded with a sudden premonition, as if some behemoth was on the verge of waking. The source of this power was Chun Jinghong. Her very presence was enough to make the world tremble. She has a sun inside her. Su Wuzhou's throat went dry, his voice so low only he could hear it. He could feel the power in his own veins, a rushing stream. Hers was a seething ocean. What kind of vessel could possibly contain such terrifying power? Don't dwell on it. Yu Feng clapped him on the shoulder, his voice tinged with awe. There has only ever been one Qin Jinghong. Just being able to make your aura burn like fire makes you a genius. Dai Yaoyao sauntered over. She let out a soft chuckle, her warm breath brushing against Su Wuzhou's ear. You'd better work hard, little brother. Her voice was a languid, sultry whisper. The day you can make your blood burn like a branding iron, no one in this city of Lin and will dare to look down on you. But Yu Feng frowned, his voice low with caution. I wouldn't get so hung up on that. The right path is to break through to the next realm first. Power can be built up later, but time waits for no one. If you waste 3 or 5 years on this, everyone else will leave you in the dust. Su Wuzhou fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. So this Xiantian realm, it's about drawing on the energy of the world to temper your own body, right? He looked toward Dai Yaoyao. But that energy can't be seen or touched. How are you supposed to draw it? Dai Yaoyao ran the tip of her tongue over her crimson lips. It was a casual gesture, yet one of deadly allure. Su Wuzhou's breath hitched. For anyone else, it would be nigh impossible. Her voice held a hint of a smile, brushing against his ear like a feather. But for you, she paused, savoring the curiosity in his eyes. An ordinary person trying to grasp that energy is like trying to cup smoke in their hands. You can't hold it, it just slips through your fingers. All they can do is use their own pathetic trickle of power to carefully lure it, to gently coax it. Dai Yaoyao's voice was a whisper, like a feather brushing against his ear. For an ordinary person, cultivation is like trying to hold back a raging flood with a fragile levee. The energy of the world will scour away your vitality, so you have to be cautious, daring only to draw in a mere trickle at a time. Trying to unblock the channels in your body with such a feeble stream is next to impossible. She paused, her eyes resting on Su Wuzhou, as if she could see right through him. But you're different. You used your sword to cleave that door open. The moment you entered the Tao, the world's energy wasn't drawn in by you, it was poured into you, a torrential flood. It left a seed inside you, a seed of energy. Now, you don't have to do a thing. Just feel it. Feel the seed vibrating inside you. It's like a lodestone, resonating with the energy of the world. All you have to do is give a gentle pull with your own power, and the energy outside will rush to you as if it's found its way home. A smile played on Dai Yaoyao's lips. Other people cultivate by painstakingly filling a pool, drop by drop. You, on the other hand, just need to turn on the faucet. The efficiency is on a completely different level. Su Wuzhou's expression didn't change, but his heart plummeted. Entered the Tao? A seed? His mind went blank. The black sword was branded directly onto his soul, an inborn curse. He didn't have the seed she was talking about. Not at all. No seed, no resonance. No resonance meant he could only use the dumbest method, stealing scraps of energy from the world bit by bit, just like any ordinary person. The thought sent a wave of frustration through him. He took a deep breath, pushing the thoughts down. Forget it. One step at a time. First, I'll make my body stronger. Strong enough to withstand the scouring of that energy. His consciousness sank inward, and he thought of the mysterious black bowl. The bowl that secreted the black liquid that strengthened his body. If only it could secrete pure energy as a liquid, too. Major decision? Dai Yaoyao's voice cut through his thoughts. Her gaze was probing, as if she were appraising an interesting piece of merchandise. Which path will you take? She was curious. The boy's lack of basic knowledge about cultivation didn't seem like an act. Was it possible he truly had no one guiding him? Or was this just a more sophisticated disguise? But none of that mattered. Dai Yaoyao's smile deepened. Whoever he was, as long as he was useful, that was enough. Hey, she said, leaning forward slightly, a hint of seduction in her voice. Let's work together. Her gaze drifted to a point in the distance, as if she were sketching out a grand blueprint in her mind. Yunzhou is a fine place. Standing off to the side, Yufeng's face fell the moment he heard her words. He took an unconscious step back, as if Dai Yaoyao were a walking plague. A lunatic. The woman is an absolute lunatic. He was just here to watch the show, not get sucked into a deadly vortex like this. Su Wuzhou met Dai Yaoyao's gaze. He was silent for a moment. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. All right. Su Wuzhou smiled, his gaze sliding unabashedly over Dai Yaoyao's undulating curves. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? I break through that bottleneck within 10 days, and you'll do anything I ask. Yufeng swallowed hard and shuffled back a step. He turned his head away, as if he couldn't bear to watch the gory mess about to unfold. A silvery laugh rang out. Barefoot, Dai Yaoyao drew closer, step by step. With each movement, the silver bells on her ankles chimed softly. A cloying, sweet scent drifted into Su Wuzhou's nostrils. She leaned in so close her warm breath brushed against the shell of his ear, moist and ticklish. Don't be so impatient. I never go back on my word. Her face was inches from his, half innocent, half enchantress. Su Wuzhou's breath hitched. Don't move, she said, licking her lips, her voice a mere whisper. This will be over in a second. Before Su Wuzhou could even process what she meant, the woman vanished. A crimson blur tore through the air, so fast it left only an afterimage. Then came two short, dull thuds, like dead weight hitting a sandbag. They were followed by a piercing scream, only to be choked off abruptly. Thump, thump. Two dark figures were thrown at his feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. They were men in the robes of the Juntian cult, sprawled on the ground like discarded ragdolls, a rattling gurgle escaping their throats. Dai Yaoyao reappeared before him as if she had just been picking flowers in a garden. She gave him a sweet smile and gestured with her chin toward the men on the ground. Your reward. Su Wuzhou's pupils contracted. He could feel the waves of energy rolling off the two dying men, heavy and sharp, like two volcanoes on the verge of erupting. It was a power that could have crushed 10 of him with ease. Yufeng's eyebrow arched. He crouched down and nudged one of the men on the ground with the toe of his boot. The man rolled over like a sack of wet sand. Heh, if it isn't a member of the Juntian cult? Yufeng's voice held a note of amusement. I saw you at the Yushan Pavilion last time. You've got some serious nerve, trying to kill someone right here in Linen City. Dai Yaoyao leaned against the doorframe, twirling a lock of hair around her finger as she let out a soft chuckle. Her gaze fell on Su Wuzhou. These two are tough nuts to crack. So, I snapped their legs for you. A simple thank you wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Su Wuzhou's heart sank. 2 of them? He had only expected 1. He thought he had mastered that peerlessly sharp power, that even against one opponent, he could have fought for his life. But now, there were 2 of them on the ground. If it hadn't been for her. Su Wuzhou's gaze swept over Dai Yaoyao. There wasn't a trace of blood on her, only the faint scent of orchids. How in the world had she done it? Juntian cult? Su Wuzhou uttered the unfamiliar name. An old power entrenched in Yuzhou. Yufeng stood up, dusting off his hands. They're like a pack of starving wolves with a death grip on that territory. The cult has more masters than everyone you've ever met in Yunzhou combined. But Yufeng's tone shifted, and he added lazily, here in Linen, if the sky were to fall, the Qin family would be there to hold it up. It doesn't matter if you're a dragon out there once you're here. You keep your head down. Why? Su Wuzhou pressed. Rules. Yufeng shrugged, clearly uninterested in elaborating. You'll get it someday, once you step outside of Yunzhou. Su Wuzhou's gaze fell once more upon the 2 men on the floor. Their bones didn't appear to be broken, but the light in their eyes was shattered, leaving behind nothing but pure terror. He couldn't help but glance at Dai Yaoyao again. Could Qin Li, the strongest man in Linen City, neutralize 2 enemies of the same caliber so silently? Su Wuzhou doubted it. This woman's power was like a bottomless, frigid abyss. The 2 Juntian cult disciples were sprawled on the ground, unable to move so much as a finger. An invisible pressure pinned them to the floor, and each breath felt like inhaling molten iron. The Demonis Yufeng. Why were they here? Were the behemoths behind those 2 names planning to extend their reach into Yunzhou as well? At this thought, A despairing chill washed over the two men. Everything the Juntian cult had plotted in the shadows seemed like a ridiculous, childish game in front of these two. This information must get back. But they couldn't even send a message, let alone summon the strength to bite down and end their own lives. Su Wuzhou's gaze swept over the edge of Qin Li's sword, where a faint, yet persistent sharpness lingered. Realization struck him, and his eyes shifted to the two men standing nearby, their faces etched with arrogance. So it was them. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The scent of trouble was palpable, thick and suffocating. "Want me to take care of them for you?" Dai Yaoyao's voice was as clear as a bell. A sweet smile blossomed on her pure, flawless face, but it was like a poisoned dagger, beautiful and deadly. Her words sent the blood of the two Juntian cult disciples running cold. The color visibly drained from their faces, leaving them as white as a sheet. "Don't," Su Wuzhou said, his voice level. "They're from the Juntian cult. They possess a rare sword intent. How could we just kill them?" The two men clung to his words like a lifeline. A wild joy erupted in their eyes, and their taut bodies went slack. Just as they thought, a mere scion from some backwater town wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. "Killing them would be a waste," Su Wuzhou said, his tone shifting. He looked at Dai Yaoyao, a playful smirk curving his lips. "Find a lightless seller and lock them up. We can use their sword intent to temper my weapons every day. Wouldn't that be a much better use for them?" The ecstatic expressions on the two disciples' faces froze solid. A strangled gurgle escaped their throats, as if an invisible hand were crushing their windpipes. Their eyes held nothing but pure, unadulterated terror. They wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, to curse his name. Dai Yaoyao simply snapped her fingers. Snap! A soft click echoed. The two men's mouths sealed shut as if locked. They couldn't make a sound. Only desperate whimpers forced from deep within their throats. Hee hee. Dai Yaoyao's laughter tinkled, brighter than before. She gave Su Wuzhou an appreciative look. "You know, I really like your style." "So," Su Wuzhou asked, "what was that about a partnership?" "Oh." Dai Yaoyao raised a slender, pale finger and tapped it against her lips, a foxy glint in her eyes. "Did I say something? I can't seem to recall." But the light in her eyes told a different story. "Bigger trouble is heading your way. When it arrives, you'll be the one coming to me." In the days that followed, an eerie silence descended upon Linen City. The city guard patrols grew heavier, but the carriages of the Mao, Li, and Xie families, which had once thundered recklessly through the streets, were nowhere to be seen. Their storefronts were smashed, their businesses usurped, yet they remained silent, swallowing their fury as if they were deaf and blind to it all. The 3,000 taels of silver from the Shi family arrived. The heavy chests made a reassuring thud as they were carried through the door. Su Wuzhou handed both the money and a set of blueprints to Shirmei. "Build the estate according to these plans." Qin Li's 10,000 taels arrived even more promptly. This was especially true after two men, bound head to foot, were unceremoniously dumped at the back gate of the Qin estate. When Qin Li saw the Juntian cult insignia on their robes with his own eyes, a bone-deep chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He understood instantly. Behind Su Wuzhou stood a power he could never, ever afford to provoke. From that day forward, Qin Li became a blind man and a mute. He turned a blind eye to everything Su Wuzhou did. Even later, when Qin Qingmo moved into Su Wuzhou's new estate, Qin Li simply kept his mouth shut, pretending he knew nothing at all. The first day, the second, the third. Suns rose and moons set in an endless cycle. Su Wuzhou sat motionless, like a statue carved from stone. The stone bowl before him, once brimming with crimson liquid, now held only a shallow layer. Each drop seemed to have a life of its own, seeping into his skin and transforming into a searing wisp of energy. At first, the warmth flowed through him like a gentle stream. But now, that stream had swelled into a river. He could hear a roar from within, the sound of life force thundering through his veins. This river of energy was no longer warm. It had become scalding, as if it were not energy flowing through him, but molten lava. A searing heat radiated from his core, scorching him to the bone. But he did not stop. He tipped the stone bowl back, draining the last of the liquid in a single swallow. Boom! The river of lava inside him erupted into a raging boil. And at the heart of the inferno, something was being forged. A piercing sharpness, like 1,000 ice-cold needles, took shape deep within his flesh. Swept along by the current of lava, they honed and compressed the violent energy, etching it into the very core of his being. He's different. Outside the stone manor, Yufeng murmured to Dai Yaoyao, his brow furrowed. It was the third time they had come. Just days ago, he was a raging furnace. You could feel the waves of heat from a distance, Yufeng said, his voice laced with confusion. Now, he's just a rock. Cold. Lifeless. Dai Yaoyao's beautiful eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on the figure in the courtyard. Not lifeless, she corrected softly. He's an abyss. You can't feel anything because he's swallowed all the light and heat. He locked all that power inside himself. Yufeng sounded incredulous. That level of control. Or perhaps, Dai Yaoyao's gaze sharpened. It's not that he's containing the power. It's that the power itself has changed. The fourth day. Dawn. Su Wuzhou's eye snapped open. A soft crack, like splintering wood, echoed in the air. The very space around him seemed to shimmer and warp from an unseen heat. The lava that had raged within him for 3 days finally fell still. But it was not extinguished. It had become a brand, primal and fierce, radiating a single, silent warning. Stay away. A scorching torrent surged through his veins, the power so immense it felt as if it would burst from his skin. His strength had more than doubled, as if coarse iron sand had been forged into refined steel. He could feel the scalding energy just beneath his skin. Is this the legendary trial of infernal flames? He muttered, his voice hoarse. He had never witnessed it before and could only guess at what it was. Every muscle in his body quaked, threatening to give out, yet somehow, miraculously, he held on. The blood-red liquid in the bowl, as if alive, continued to burrow into his body. He gritted his teeth, allowing the power to flood into him. Suddenly, an agonizing pain erupted from the very core of his being. It was not the pain of muscle, but something sharper, a feeling that pierced to the bone. It was as if countless invisible blades were scraping against his skeleton, tearing through his flesh from the inside out. A stifled roar escaped his lips, sweat drenching his robes in an instant. But he didn't stop. Night fell for the fourth time. Boom. A deep boom, like a war drum thundering within him. 8 streams of crimson energy erupted from his body, coiling around him like fiery serpents. They spat tongues of fire, and the air crackled around them. He had become a human torch, burning fiercely. The temperature in the courtyard spiked, banishing all traces of cold and darkness. He sat cross-legged at the center, glowing like a red-hot furnace. He drew the final drop of blood-red liquid from the black bowl into himself. Rumble. Another great roar echoed, but this time, it came not from him, but from the world itself. The air around him warped violently, bending light itself. The 8 writhing serpents of fire, as if drawn by an unseen force, shot toward a single point. They spiraled, compressed, and fused, until finally, they coalesced into a blinding, blood-red sphere in the air above his head. A miniature sun. The moment this crimson sun was born, the night was torn asunder. The entire courtyard was lit as bright as day, the glare so intense it forced the eyes shut. The dead leaves on the ground instantly curled and smoked before bursting into scattered flames with a soft whoosh. Bang! The door was thrown open. Qin Qingmo and Shi Mei burst out, startled awake by the searing heat and blinding light. Both women instinctively threw their hands up to shield their eyes. Peeking through their fingers, they witnessed an impossible sight. A man, with a crimson sun suspended over his head. Qin Qingmo's lips parted slightly, the burning orb reflected in her wide eyes. In a voice that was barely a whisper, she breathed the words. A crimson sun. Ascendant. The air seemed to freeze. Qin Qingmo held her breath, her eyes fixed on the man. Ever since their wedding night, Su Wuzhou had shattered every one of her perceptions of him, time and time again. In that moment, any trace of doubt, she had vanished. He was a monster, a true genius. In the distance, Shi Mei took an involuntary step back. Her slender hands trembled. Even from so far away, the wave of heat that erupted from Su Wuzhou felt as if it would set her skin ablaze. So powerful, she murmured, the shock in her eyes quickly giving way to a flicker of ecstasy. The stronger he was, the safer she would be. The miniature sun floating above Su Wuzhou's head burned for only a moment. With a flash of light, it collapsed in on itself, sinking into his chest. Instantly, the searing heat vanished without a trace. Su Wuzhou remained seated, sweat soaking his black hair and plastering it to his pale forehead. His frail body trembled, like a candle flickering in the wind. He opened his eyes, his gaze distant and unfocused. It worked? He could feel it. The rampaging torrent of energy that had raged within him was now a deep, placid river, flowing silently on. Su Wuzhou let out a slow breath, a plume of white mist escaping his lips. Agony followed. It wasn't the searing pain of a flame. It was a different kind of agony, a cold, sharp pain that erupted from the very depths of his soul. It felt as if countless invisible blades were scouring him from the inside out, scraping against every inch of bone. It was his sword intent. Moments ago, it was as if his very soul had been drained, all of his spiritual energy transforming into this ocean of blades, now raging through his body. But this destructive force was also reforging him. With every agonizing pass, his muscles and bones grew tougher. This will was tempering his body, forging it anew. Are you all right? Qin Xingmo's voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. She was standing before him now, her expression etched with concern. Su Wuzhou lifted his head, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, managing a weak smile. I'm fine. He could feel the mysterious, blood-red liquid still seeping into his skin, strand by delicate strand. A cooling sensation spread through him, soothing the dizziness in his head and steadying his trembling hands. The cool night wind scattered the scent of blood from Su Wuzhou's body, taking with it his last ounce of strength. He leaned against a veranda pillar, his body feeling boneless, as if it had been hollowed out. That mysterious black bowl was now empty. The final drop of liquid had seeped into his body, at the cost of 10,000 taels of silver, enough to form a small mountain. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, his heart clenching as if squeezed by an invisible hand. But then, a sensation he had never felt before surged up from within. It was as if an invisible sword was awakening inside him. That razor-sharp will was no longer some ethereal concept, it was a palpable force, like a clear stream scouring every inch of his muscles and bone, bringing a transformative sting and a sense of profound purity. So this was what Dai Yaoyao had spoken of, the impossibly difficult threshold to cross. The price was steep, but it was worth it. Footsteps halted nearby. Shirmei glanced at the two figures standing quietly under the moon and, without a word, melted back into the shadows. Are you all right? Qin Xingmo's voice was soft, laced with a tremor she could barely conceal. Her hand reached out, only to freeze in midair. She looked at Su Wuzhou, whose face was as pale as paper. An uncanny emptiness seemed to radiate from him. She couldn't sense the slightest thrum of life. It was as if she were looking at an exquisite, hollow shell. Su Wuzhou drew his gaze from the night sky and let it rest on her. The moonlight traced her elegant silhouette as the evening breeze toyed with her long hair. A faint floral fragrance drifted on the air. Her eyes, usually clouded with worry, were now like two deep pools of water, reflecting his own image. The chill of the night couldn't chase away the warmth blooming in his chest. Care to sit? Su Wuzhou tipped his chin toward a rattan swing in the courtyard. He went over first, sinking into the woven seat with a soft creak. Qin Xingmo felt his gaze on her. It was steady and direct, no longer darting away as it used to. She met his eyes and saw they were startlingly bright in the night, like two obsidian stones washed clean in a stream. She nodded and sat beside him, her knees pressed together as the swing began to sway gently with her weight. As she rocked back and forth, her gaze swept over the courtyard. The Shi family estate was completely transformed. She had expected it to be gaudy and opulent, a brazen display of extravagance at every turn. But what lay before her was a surprise. There were no tacky gold fixtures, only dark, polished wood. There were no bustling servants, only a rockery in the corner where the clear, pleasant sound of trickling water echoed softly. The entire courtyard was designed with an extreme simplicity, yet it exuded an ineffable sense of harmony and grace. She had never seen a style quite like it. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the flagstones below. The air carried the scent of fresh grass and earth, mingled with a faint floral fragrance. The courtyard was free of unnecessary clutter. A single wicker chair and a few potted plants were nestled perfectly into the existing layout, lending the space an open, tranquil feel. Qin Qingmo was barefoot, her soles pressing against the cool, smooth stones. She drew in a deep breath. The simple, clean atmosphere washed over her, putting her completely at ease. Everything here was designed for comfort, functional, yet undeniably elegant. Her gaze finally settled on the center of the courtyard. There, a wicker swing swayed gently back and forth, its rhythmic creak the only sound. Su Wuzhou was lounging in the swing, as languid as a cat sunning itself. He had one leg curled beneath him, while the toe of his other foot occasionally brushed the ground, sending the swing into a lazy arc. His eyes were closed, a faint ghost of a smile playing on his lips. This picture of leisurely contentment was a world away from the troublemaking boy she remembered. She had never imagined him being part of such a tranquil scene. It's not a good habit, making your husband sleep outside the door. The man on the swing didn't open his eyes, but his voice drifted clearly across the yard. Qin Qingmo's cheeks flushed, burning as if set on fire. Is that all you ever think about?" she blurted out. "What sort of thing?" Su Wuzhou finally opened his eyes, his expression a mask of pure innocence. He even cupped a hand to his ear. "You'll have to be more specific. I'm a bit slow, I don't quite follow." His expression was so earnest, as if he were simply stating a fact. Qin Qingmo stared at him, the retort she'd prepared dying on her tongue. She fell silent for a moment, her gaze dropping to her own fingertips as her voice softened. "I'm sorry." The smile on Su Wuzhou's lips froze. He'd had a dozen more quips ready to tease her with, but her clear eyes were brimming with genuine remorse. The apology was quiet, but it landed in his chest with the weight of a stone. For a moment, the only sound in the courtyard was the whisper of wind through the leaves. Su Wuzhou tilted his head back, his gaze on the darkening sky. "Do you only like me for my body?" Qin Qingmo's voice broke the silence, sharp as a pebble dropped into a still pond. The creaking of the swing stopped. Su Wuzhou turned his head slowly, the movement stiff. He had never expected such a direct, almost brutal question to come from her. "Why would you think that?" he asked. "Am I wrong?" Qin Qingmo lifted her chin, meeting his gaze directly. "Qingzi, Shermei, wasn't it their beauty that drew you to them? In your eyes, am I really no different from them?" Qin Qingmo's voice was as cool as the night air. In the moonlight, her clear eyes seemed to be frosted over with a thin layer of ice. Su Wuzhou chuckled. The sound rang out with startling clarity in the silent courtyard. "Are you jealous?" "No." Her denial was instant as she shook her head. I don't understand you anymore." She paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "The you I used to know, at least I could understand him. I knew you liked me, even if I couldn't return your feelings. But now," she took a deep breath, the cold night air stinging her throat and making it tighten. "You've changed so fast, you've become a stranger. So fast that it makes me wonder if everything that came before was just a dream." Su Wuzhou said nothing. He simply reached out and gently enclosed her hand where it rested on the rope of the swing. Her hand was ice cold, like a piece of jade left out on a winter's night. His palm, in contrast, was dry and warm. "If this is all a dream," he murmured, his gaze dropping to their clasped hands, "then what about this warmth? Is it fake, too?" The resistance in her fingertips stilled. The swing drifted to a stop, and in the quiet that followed, only the tireless chirping of crickets could be heard. Slowly, Su Wuzhou raised his other hand, reaching for her face. "I only hope," he said, his voice soft as if afraid of breaking the spell, "that you'll never feel the need to hide your face." The searing warmth of his fingertips ghosted across her cheek. It was like a small flame, setting her icy skin alight. The warmth shot through her like a jolt of electricity. Qin Qingmo bolted up from the swing, her abrupt movement sending the chains into a jarring clang. The pounding of her own heart thundered in her ears, drowning out all other sounds. The skin on her cheek, where his fingers had grazed, still burned. When his warm hand pulled away, She felt a surprising pang of loss, a tightening in her chest. You get some rest. There was a tremor in her voice she could barely conceal. With that, she turned and walked away, her pace so quick it was as if she were fleeing. In the moonlight, the hem of Qin Qingmo's dress shimmered like liquid silver. She hurried away, her steps unsteady, like a frightened deer. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Wuzhou watched her figure vanish around the corner as the smile on his lips slowly widened. The night deepened. The only sound in the courtyard was the gentle creak of the swing as it swayed. Su Wuzhou gazed up at the starry sky, letting the cool breeze play with the tips of his hair. A warm fur cloak was gently draped over his shoulders. The soft touch of the fur brought him back to himself. The nights are getting cold, young master. Shimei's voice was a soft whisper, like mist drifting through the dark. He turned his head to face the woman before him. Moonlight outlined her stunning curves. In just a few days, she had put the entire residence in perfect order. Even the weeds in the flower beds had vanished. You told me once that your worth was more than this. Su Wuzhou's voice shattered the silence. Are you ready to prove it to me now? For a moment, Shimei stopped breathing. She bit her lower lip and nodded, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Here. She didn't wait for him to reply. Her slender fingers were already on the silk sash at her waist. The soft whisper of the fabric as it moved was like a snake slithering over skin. Stop. His voice was low, but it hit the silence like a stone dropped into a placid pond, halting the garment mid-slip. Shimei froze. That's not what I meant. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. I was asking about the other kind of value you mentioned. His gaze drifted unconsciously toward a pavilion in the distance. A single window there still shone with the faint glow of a lamp. The air went still. A deep crimson blush flooded up Shimei's neck to the tips of her ears, a shade more brilliant than the evening cherry blossoms in the courtyard. I've misunderstood. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, thick with undisguised mortification. Watching her look as if she wanted the earth to open up and swallow her, Su Wuzhou finally couldn't hold it in any longer. A low chuckle escaped his lips. The tension coiled inside Su Wuzhou suddenly went slack. He leaned back against his chair, the corner of his mouth lifting in a barely perceptible smile. So, I wasn't left with nothing after all. Shimei met his gaze. Her voice was quiet, but it landed like a pebble dropped into a still pond. I can open the gate to the netherworld. Is that enough of a bargaining chip? What did you say? Su Wuzhou shot to his feet, the sudden movement sending his wooden chair screeching across the floor. The air in the room seemed to freeze over. He fixed his gaze on Shimei, each word forced out from between clenched teeth. The netherworld? It was just a legend, a name whispered in bedtime stories and scrawled on ancient scrolls. A taboo that even the most reckless cultivators dared not touch. But now, this woman was standing right here, calmly telling him she could open that very gate. Su Wuzhou took a step closer, his voice dropping low, laced with a tremor he himself didn't detect. You'd better not be lying to me. I can show you, and then you'll know, Shimei said, her tone perfectly even. If you have the courage, that is. Take me inside. Su Wuzhou's breath hitched. Xie Guangping and his men have tried to kill me time and again, Shimei said, lifting her gaze. There was a chill in her eyes. Hiding in there is the only reason I survived. Su Wuzhou's gaze swept over her face, as if he were appraising a priceless treasure. A few seconds of silence stretched into an eternity. Finally, he made his decision. Fine, he said, his voice crisp. Show me. Just as Shimei was about to respond, the door creaked open. A languid, charming voice drifted in. The netherworld, you say? Now that sounds interesting. Dai Yaoyao sauntered in, her hips swaying. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Shimei instantly. Yu Feng trailed behind her, practically leaning on the doorframe to stay upright. His face was pale, and he was unsteady on his feet, looking as if he'd been drained of all his strength. Brother Su, Yu Feng let out a long yawn and gave a weak wave. Mind if I crash here for a bit? Su Wuzhou shot him a glance, but said nothing. Dai Yaoyao, however, completely ignored her companion's pathetic state. She walked right up to Shimei, her expression full of interest as she looked the other woman up and down. You, she began, her voice laced with an imperious pressure, can take people into the netherworld? Are you certain you mean the netherworld? Su Wuzhou's gaze swept over Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng before finally settling back on Shimei. He knew the secret was out. Trying to hide it any longer was pointless. So be it. He gave a slight nod in tacit agreement. Better to drag two others along than face the unknown alone. After all, his trust in Shimei was far from absolute. Let's begin, Su Wuzhou said, his voice calm. Brace yourselves, Shimei murmured. She brought a slender finger to her lips and bit down gently. A crimson bead of blood welled up from her fingertip like a nascent ruby. Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng held their breath, their eyes sharp as hawks, watching her every move. Neither of them truly believed in any gate of hell. Yufeng even suspected it was nothing more than a powerful illusion that Shimei had once been trapped in. Shimei raised her hand and, with that drop of blood, began to trace a design on the smooth center of her forehead. The bead of blood thinned into threads, snaking across the space between her brows, intertwining to form a bizarre rune of countless twisted lines. A faint, metallic tang, like rust, seemed to permeate the air. The instant the rune was complete, it flared with a crimson light. Get over here, by my side. Shimei's voice was sharp with urgency. The three of them closed in around her. The moment their shoulders touched, the bloody rune on Shimei's forehead blazed with light, then imploded, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the world lost all sound and shape. It felt as if an invisible hand had seized their hearts. The courtyard before them twisted and stretched, dissolving into a spinning vortex of color. A shrill ringing was all that remained in their ears, tearing every thought to shreds. The sensation lasted for a mere instant, too brief to fully register. The ringing ceased. The laughter of children drifted from a distance, along with the lowing of cattle and the rhythmic chant of scholars. The fragrance of damp earth mingled with the aroma of cooking food, filling their lungs with a peaceful warmth. Su Wuzhou opened his eyes. They stood at the entrance to a village on a soft dirt path. It wasn't large wisps of clean smoke curled up from the roof of every home. Near the entrance, a group of bare-bottomed children played happily in the mud. In a nearby field, a sturdy farmer shouted at his old ox as it tilled the soil. Deeper within the village, the sound of children chanting their lessons drifted from a schoolhouse. Beneath a large, old locust tree, several white-haired elders smiled as they watched their grandchildren chase one another. Everything was so real, so tranquil, like a scene from a painting forgotten by time. An illusion? The word escaped Dai Yaoyao's lips like a shard of ice. Without any warning, she lifted her leg and drove a vicious kick straight into Yufeng's gut. Gah! Yufeng doubled over instantly, like a cooked shrimp, letting out a short, choked gasp of pain. Yufeng let out a short, sharp yelp of pain. Clutching his calf, he glared at Dai Yaoyao, his face flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word. It actually hurts. Dai Yaoyao's brow furrowed. Without hesitation, she raised a hand and pinched her own arm. A sharp sting shot through her. It was undeniably real. Su Wuzhou followed suit. For him, too, the pain was sharp and clear. We're out, Shimei said softly. This is a different place. It's not an illusion. How can you be so sure? Dai Yaoyao's gaze was sharp as a blade. She'd seen illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. Shimei gazed into the distance, a slight tremor in her voice. The first time I came here, I had cut my forehead open. I was bleeding. This place had saved me. She took a deep breath and continued. They were trying to capture me. If this were just an illusion, my body would still be back there, and I would have been. She didn't finish, but the unspoken terror was clear to them all. Dai Yaoyao fell silent. She looked around, the feeling of the wind on her cheeks, the texture of the soil under her feet. It was all incredibly real. She believed Shimei. This place, Yufeng said, rubbing his still aching leg as he scanned their surroundings. Birds singing, flowers blooming, smoke curling from chimneys. You said this place leads to hell? It looks more like a secluded paradise to me. Shimei shook her head. The ground beneath our feet is real. She paused, pointing to the nearby village. But everything we see with our eyes is a lie. What do you mean? Su Wuzhou asked. Shimei's gaze landed on several children playing in the mud at the entrance to the village. Them, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper as cold as the grave. They might all be ghosts. All three pairs of eyes snapped towards them. The children were laughing with pure, innocent joy, squatting on the ground and molding crude little figures from the wet mud. Their faces, hands, and even their hair were splattered with dirt. "Hey, you with the red dot on your forehead," Yu Feng yelled out to one of the children. His voice echoed across the open fields. But the child didn't seem to hear him at all. He just giggled, scooped up a handful of wet mud, and playfully smeared it on his friend's face. The sounds of their laughter and the squelch of mud continued, unbroken. It was as if Yu Feng and the three of them were nothing more than thin air. Yu Feng's brow furrowed. He reached out, his hand moving toward the child with the red mole between his eyebrows. His fingertips touched the boy's body. No, they passed right through. His hand moved as if through a cold mist, grasping nothing. The child before him seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. Yu Feng froze. In disbelief, he tried again. And again, the result was the same. Each time, his hand passed through the boy's laughing form, the slight breeze he created failing to even stir the hem of the child's clothes. He whirled on a dark-faced boy nearby, his fingers curling into a claw as he lunged. Still, he met only empty air. The old tales say that ghosts have no form. Mei's voice quavered. Could this be what they meant? Su Wuzhou and Dai Yaoyao exchanged a glance, and each saw the same shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. But to call these children ghosts, they felt not a trace of any sinister or malevolent aura. They were just playing, their laughter as crisp and clear as a mountain spring. Of course, I can't be certain based on that alone. Mei took a deep breath, but her face only grew paler. Her gaze was locked on the clear little stream. I have my reasons for saying this is the underworld. The eyes of the other three immediately snapped to her. Mei didn't look at them. She simply pointed a trembling finger at the water. "Sir Yu," she said to Yu Feng, scoop up some of that water." "Is there something wrong with the water?" Yu Feng asked. "Your eyes won't deceive you," Mei said, her voice dropping to a low whisper, as if sharing some terrible secret. "But be prepared. In this hell, this stream, is likely the most gentle thing you'll ever touch." Her words were like an invisible hand, squeezing their hearts. Yu Feng hesitated no longer. He knelt and plunged his hand into the chilly stream. The water was so clear he could see the smooth pebbles at the bottom. He cupped a handful of water. The instant his hand left the surface, everything changed. The clear water in his palm, as if injected with a thick dye, instantly turned a startling blood red. A heavy, nauseating stench of rust assaulted his senses. Blood, as if bitten by a viper, Yu Feng flung the liquid from his hand. The crimson splash traced an eerie arc through the air before landing back in the stream, where it vanished in an instant, as if it had never been there at all. The stream was still crystal clear. He stood frozen, then, in utter disbelief, reached down again. He scooped. He lifted. In his palm, another handful of warm, reeking blood. The color drained from Su Wuzhou's and Dai Yaoyao's faces. They rushed forward to try for themselves. The result was identical. Every handful they lifted was a pool of fresh, red blood. The roar of a rushing river echoed from the distance. The river was wide, its current swift, and its surface glittered under the sun. It looked perfectly normal. Yu Feng was unconvinced. He strode to the riverbank, bent down, and cupped a handful of water. The water was clear and cold to the touch. But the instant it left the river's surface, everything changed. The clear liquid in his palms quickly dyed a deep crimson, growing thick and warm. The heavy stench of rust assaulted his senses. This wasn't tea water. It was blood. "Don't waste your energy." Mei's voice came from behind them, tinged with exhaustion. "In this damned place, any water you touch turns into this." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the raging river of blood, her tone growing even colder. "And this is just the beginning. Around here, blood is the most common thing you'll find." Su Wuzhou narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? You'll see if you try it for yourselves." A strange smile played on Mei's lips. "Pick up anything, as long as it leaves the ground. But let me give you a piece of advice. The prettier it looks, the more you should stay away." Yu Feng snorted. He wasn't having any of it. At the village entrance, the phantoms of several children were playing. A crystal-clear glass marble rolled to his feet. He bent down and picked it up. It was cool and smooth in his hand. But the moment he closed his fist around it, the hard sensation vanished, replaced by a strange feeling, warm, soft, and faintly yielding. He flung his hand open. An eyeball lay in his palm, bloodshot, its murky pupil staring fixedly up at him. Fuck! Yufeng let out a strangled cry and flung the thing from his hand. The eyeball hit the ground with a soft thud, rolled over twice, and reverted to the crystal-clear marble it was before. Yufeng's face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, as if in a battle with himself, he reached out again and pinched the marble between his fingers. The same change in texture washed over him, warm and slick. A bloody eyeball lay in his palm. This time, deep within its pupil, his own terrified face was clearly reflected back at him. His scalp prickled, and he threw it away as if he'd been burned. Su Wuzhou and Dai Yaoyao exchanged a grave look and silently began their own tests. Su Wuzhou picked up what looked like an ordinary piece of hemp rope from the roadside. The moment he touched it, the rope turned cold and slick. This was no rope, it was a tangled lock of long, black hair, reeking of decay. Dai Yaoyao plucked a verdant leaf between her fingertips. The instant it separated from the branch, it lost all vitality, turning waxy and shriveled. Faint pores were visible on its surface. It was a small piece of dried human skin. Nearby stood a withered tree, its branches gnarled. Su Wuzhou snapped off a twig. Snap! After the crisp sound, the thing in his hand was no longer a twig, but a ghastly white human bone, dark red marrow visible at the break. A pair of chopsticks lay at the door of a village house. When picked up, they became two stiff, bluish human fingers with blackened nails. The loose stones on the path dug into their feet. Su Wuzhou kicked one aside. It tumbled to a stop, revealing itself to be a severed, grayish-white toe. The entire world was a sham, an illusion pieced together from the parts of corpses. Su Wuzhou crouched down, his gaze locked on the ground at his feet. He reached out, pushing a finger into the damp earth. A bizarre warmth and a viscous sensation met his touch. He slowly dug out a small clump and crumbled it in his palm. A jarring splash of crimson bloomed at his fingertips, and the thick, coppery scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. This wasn't soil. It was pulverized flesh and blood. Hiss! A sharp hiss of breath cut through the dead silence. An icy chill, like a venomous snake, shot up their spines. They exchanged horrified glances, each seeing their own ashen face reflected in the other's pinprick pupils. This world had gone mad. A gentle breeze still whispered past, carrying the scent of grass and wildflowers. But now, beneath that fragrance, lay a persistent, metallic tang. From a distant smithy, the ding of a hammer echoed rhythmic and calm, yet it made everyone's scalp crawl. The ground beneath them seemed to come alive, turning into a sticky mire that threatened to suck them down. No one dared take another step. I can't maintain my power for much longer. Shermay's voice, soft and swift, broke the dead silence. This path will close soon. Do we go on, or do we turn back? Keep going. Before Su Wuzhou could speak, Yufeng had already roared, his voice as dry and rough as sandpaper. He puffed out his chest, trying to sound tough. It's just a few dead people. What's there to be afraid of? But his voice trembled. Su Wuzhou and Dai Yaoyao exchanged a look and nodded in silent agreement. The four of them started walking again, their bodies as tense as fully drawn bows. No one spoke another word. They entered the village. A blacksmith, bare to the waist, swung his hammer, sweat rolling down his forehead as sparks flew. He didn't look at them. In the schoolhouse, a teacher led children in recitation, his head swaying to the rhythm of their clear, bright voices. He didn't look at them either. Villagers walked past, their gazes passing straight through them as if they were nothing but pockets of empty air. The village was dead. The wooden huts stood in silence, like a collection of tombstones. Villagers moved through the streets, their movements stiff, their eyes vacant, a procession of soulless puppets. No one spoke. No one looked at them. The silence was a damp shroud, clinging tightly to everyone. What else do you know? Su Wuzhou asked Shermay, his voice low. Shermay's gaze swept over the numb faces. She shook her head, then added, the villagers never go near the mountain out back. You've been in? Yes. Her breath caught. There's a staircase inside the mountain. It goes up and up, seemingly without end. I counted them. 9,999 steps. Su Wuzhou's eyes narrowed. Did you reach the top? I did. Every last step. Her voice was tinged with the weariness of the memory. At the top of the stairs, there's a stone door, sealed shut. I tried everything, pushing, smashing, striking it with my energy. The door didn't so much as tremble. She paused, her voice laced with frustration. There has to be something behind that door. But if it won't open, it's all just wishful thinking. Su Wuzhou watched her in silence, his eyes profound. A crisp laugh shattered the silence, like ice cracking on warm skin. Dai Yaoyao's eyes flashed with excitement. Hell, if this really is the hell of legend, what an incredible opportunity. How many people in this world can say they've seen hell with their own eyes? Her words were like an invisible whip, lashing away the oppressive weight on their hearts. They lingered no longer. Turning, they set off toward the black mountain looming at the edge of the village. Soon, the mountain path ended. In an instant, they all stopped, their breath catching in their throats. Before them, a staircase sliced upward from the earth, a colossal, bone-white scar piercing the gray clouds. It was so tall it seemed to threaten to punch a hole through the sky itself. The four of them stood at its base, as insignificant as ants. Yufeng knelt, tapping a finger against one of the steps. Crack! A small fragment broke away. He picked it up and held it in his palm. It wasn't stone. It was human bone, ghastly white, smooth, and gleaming with an ancient, chilling light that made the heart pound. In his hand, it was unmistakably a piece of a skull. Gods above, Yufeng's throat worked, his breath fogging in the frigid air. How many skulls did it take to pave a road to the heavens? He flung the shard away. It clattered against the steps with a hollow, brittle sound. Yufeng's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, every muscle in his body instantly coiling tight, like a fully drawn bow. If this wasn't hell, it was certainly a demonic realm built from death itself. The stone steps were steep, seemingly endless. With every step, it was like sinking into an icy quagmire. An unseen force seeped up from the soles of their feet, greedily sapping their warmth and strength. Shirmei's steps grew heavier. Her breath came in short, hot gasps, and sweat plastered the hair on her forehead to her pale skin. Finally, she stumbled, nearly collapsing to her knees. Su Wuzhou said nothing. He stopped, turned, and crouched before her. Get on, his voice was short and firm. The girl was light, her body soft against his back. Her warm breath, carrying the faintest hint of a sweet scent, ghosted across the nape of his neck. Su Wuzhou steadied himself and began to walk again. The sensation on his back made his heart skip a beat, but his steps only grew more sure. Their pace quickened once more. When their feet finally found level ground, they had reached the top of the stairs. Su Wuzhou set Shirmei down and leaned against the cold rock wall himself, his chest heaving. Discreetly, he drew a thumbnail-sized black jade vial from his robes and tipped a single, scarlet drop into his mouth. A searing warmth instantly erupted inside him, surging through his limbs and dispelling the bone-deep exhaustion. There's something wrong with these damned stairs, Yufeng said, shaking out his numb arm. He stared back the way they had come, his eyes filled with wariness. A path paved with the skulls of the dead is bound to be different. Dai Yaoyao's voice was soft, but her gaze cut into Shirmei like a knife. It must not have been easy, coming up here all by yourself. I have to rest for a long time each time. Shirmei's voice wavered, and she instinctively avoided the other woman's gaze. A faint, cold smirk touched Dai Yaoyao's lips, but she didn't press the matter. Instead, her gaze flickered between Su Wuzhou and Shirmei, as if she were weighing something. At the top of the stairs stood a massive stone door, set solidly into the cliff face. It was bare of any carvings, marked only by the mottled moss of ages, and exuded an air of deathly stillness. I've tried many times, Shirmei said softly. It's never budged. I'm probably not strong enough. The door looked unremarkable, but a chill seeped from the cracks around its edges, putting everyone on high alert. You do it. Dai Yaoyao tilted her head toward Yufeng, her tone leaving no room for refusal. You got it. Yufeng's cavalier grin vanished. He walked to the door, took a deep breath, and planted his feet wide like the gnarled roots of an old tree. With a low roar, the muscles in his arms bulged as he threw his entire strength forward. With a low roar, Yufeng felt his blood instantly boil. A scorching power, like molten lava, surged from the depths of his being and into his arms. They began to glow, golden patterns surfacing beneath his skin like two awakening dragons. He thrust his palms forward. The power surged forth like a bursting dam, slamming into the massive stone door. Watching from the side, Su Wuzhou was hit by a wave of heat that made the very air he breathed feel scalding. He took an instinctive step back, reeling in shock. He had known Yufeng was strong, but he'd never imagined this level of power. However, no thunderous impact followed. The overwhelming force struck the stone door and, like a drop of water on hot sand, vanished without a trace. The stone door hadn't moved an inch. Only a low, dull hum reverberated through the air. A crimson glow flashed across Yufeng's palms and was gone. It had devoured my power, Yufeng panted, staring at his hands in disbelief. Every last bit of it. Again, Dai Yaoyao's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Yufeng gritted his teeth and stomped, the stone tiles cracking beneath his feet. He roared again, the golden markings on his arms flaring brighter as his muscles bunched and veins bulged. This time, he summoned every ounce of his strength, throwing himself against the door like a charging bull. The result was the same. No, it was worse. An invisible shockwave sent him flying backward. Yufeng staggered several steps, his feet carving two deep gouges in the hard ground before he finally steadied himself. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. It's no use. That raw energy vanishes the instant it touches the door. Only my own brute strength makes contact, but it's like trying to move a mountain with my bare hands. Dai Yaoyao's gaze shifted from the stone door to Yufeng, her brow knitting in a slight frown. Let me try, she said, stepping forward. Her voice was cold as she addressed Yufeng. You watch her. She jutted her chin slightly in Sure May's direction. If she so much as twitches, deal with her. Sure May's expression remained unchanged. I admit I have my own agenda, she said calmly. But I'm not foolish enough to play tricks in front of you too. Yufeng let out a sudden, cruel laugh. Naive. In this world, no one trusts another person unconditionally. Especially her, he said, glancing at Dai Yaoyao. The game she played at 3 had more schemes than you've seen in your entire life. You'd be wise to behave. Otherwise, I could snap your neck in the blink of an eye. Shermay didn't argue. She simply stared at the massive stone door, a strange look of yearning in her eyes. I want to know the answer, too, she said softly. Why can I hear voices from another world? Why did it choose me? Maybe behind this door, there is something that belongs to me. The woman's voice was soft, yet it carried the chill of ice. When I first got here, I was trembling with fear. Every bone in my body was screaming at me to run. She lifted her head, her eyes holding no tears, only a calm that had burned away every other emotion. But then, I came to a realization. To live like a person is more important than anything. And if I have to become a ghost to survive, then I'm a ghost. She no longer looked at anyone, her gaze locked on the massive stone door. I've searched this place over and over again. There's nothing. The real secret can only be behind that door. Her voice suddenly rose, laced with a desperate madness. I want to open it. I want to know what's behind it. If there's a power hidden back there that can keep me alive, I'll trade anything for it. She took a deep breath, finally turning her eyes to Su Wuzhou. Becoming your handmaiden was about survival. But more than that, it was to use your strength to break open this door. All right, Dai Yaoyao. Su Wuzhou's voice wasn't loud, but it easily cut through the tense atmosphere. Don't look at her like that. What's wrong with wanting to live? As for whether she's telling the truth, we can figure that out later. Right now, we're all staring at the same door, aren't we? A playful smile touched the corners of Dai Yaoyao's lips, as if the oppressive feeling from moments ago had never existed. My lord speaks the truth. She glided toward the stone door, light on her feet like a cat approaching its prey. Then allow me to be the first to test this door's metal. She walked up to the massive stone door and raised her hand. A soft glow lit up at her fingertips, like a firefly kindled in the darkness. The moment the light touched the stone, SSSS. It was like a drop of water hitting a red-hot skillet, vaporizing instantly without even a wisp of steam. Refusing to accept it, she tried again and again. The result was the same. The light was greedily devoured by the darkness behind the door. Dai Yaoyao's elegant brows furrowed. The soft glow vanished. In its place, a blinding crimson light erupted from her palm, climbing up her arm like living vines. The very air around her grew scorching hot. With a low cry, she put all her strength into it and slammed the mass of blood-red energy into the stone door. Scrappy! A piercing shriek of friction echoed out, like the agonized groan of a rusted behemoth. The sound lasted only half a second before cutting off. The door hadn't budged an inch, as if mocking her for overreaching. That, Yufeng sucked in a sharp breath. That last strike of hers was powerful enough to shatter a city wall. But this door… Dai Yaoyao pulled her hand back, her palm ice cold. She shook her wrist and said coolly, "This door is a bottomless pit. It devours energy. Any refined power that touches it vanishes without a trace. Only the most primal, brute force power driven by flesh and blood can make it move at all." "No, it moved," Su Wuzhou said, his eyes fixed on a nearly invisible scratch on the door. That last hit got a reaction. Dai Yaoyao glanced at her slightly reddened palm and scoffed. "A reaction that small? What's the difference between that and nothing at all?" The stone door gave a low, grinding groan, like that of a great beast. Dai Yaoyao pulled back her trembling hand. Her palm was flushed red, and her breath came in short, ragged gasps.